This is also one of the tasks Zhou Yang promised netizens, so he attached great importance to it. Later, he invested another 100 million to build it here first. Then because many netizens were paying attention to this project, Zhou Yang had already arranged a dedicated person to be responsible for publicity. The operator applied for the short video account of Beatty Community Construction Department online, specifically publishing information on the construction progress, so that everyone can be the cloud supervisor, so that everyone can rest assured and at the same time expand their popularity, killing two birds with one stone. This day was the first time the account published photos. There were overhead shots of drones and photographers capturing photos at construction sites. They were all very attractive and looked like a lively and busy scene. Because no one was paying attention to the new account, Zhou Yang used his own account to divert traffic to the Beatty community account in the evening. Netizens noticed the new account. Everyone suddenly discovered that Zhou Yang really did what he said and promised everyone to build cheap buildings. Construction started in a short time, and he made a big move and actually built a small town. After seeing the design drawings, netizens found that the town was so big that it was beyond imagination, and they felt like it would cost a lot of money. Some people were afraid that Zhou Yang would have no money, so they suggested that he start pre-sale first, so that everyone could buy a house in advance and let Zhou Yang recover. At present, a real estate tycoon has just been arrested, leaving behind an unfinished building. Everyone's confidence in real estate has hit rock bottom. The willingness to buy a house has dropped unprecedentedly, for fear that I will accidentally buy an unfinished building. However, if Zhou Yang is willing to open a pre-sale house, they will support it unconditionally for no other reason than trust. Zhou Yang has always put the people first and considered the people, so when he has difficulties, the people are willing to help him at their own risk. Zhou Yang saw that everyone was so enthusiastic and said gratefully, "Thank you for your concern." However, Beatty is currently in good financial condition and does not need to raise funds through pre-sales. In addition, in order to eliminate unfinished buildings and other situations, I hereby announce that if Beatty still builds a house in the future, pre-sales will never start. The existing house must be sold. You can view the house on the spot before buying it. You must also develop this habit in the future. You can't give the real estate industry the habit of pre-sales. The pre-sale system, apart from making it easier for real estate developers to withdraw funds, does not do much good to consumers. We should not do things that are not good. Netizens applauded Zhou Yang when they saw how he dared to say it, but they were also worried about Zhou Yang because he offended all real estate developers by saying so. After all, many real estate developers now start selling houses without building them properly. Zhou Yang's encouragement of existing house sales blocks the real estate developers' channels for quickly withdrawing funds. Now he is going to be hated again. However, Zhou Yang said, "I am not afraid of offending people, because I only offended a small group of people, but I am on the side of the largest group of people. Everyone will support me, right?" Netizens have said, "That's so well said. We'll always support you." Businessmen who could speak for the people have almost disappeared now. Looking at the entire country, Zhou Yang is one of the few. Not afraid of offending real estate developers, he is also calling for the pre-sale system to be lifted. Because Zhou Yang knows that without pre-sale, the real estate developers' funds are not returned smoothly, and some companies may go bankrupt. But if one company goes bankrupt, another company will definitely top it. But once an ordinary person buys an unfinished building, that may affect him for the rest of his life. Who is the foundation for a company to stand on? Zhou Yang knows very well that it is thousands of people. Of course, he must speak to the people, not to investors. Now with the idea of Beatty community, many people who cannot afford a house in a big city are thinking about working and living in Beatty town. Because Zhou Yang has promised that the town will not only be a chip company, but also have many supporting companies in the future, such as packaging factories, printing factories, coking plants, etc., as well as various livelihood facilities, such as restaurants, cinemas, hairdressing, supermarkets, etc., all require people to work, so they can solve employment problems for at least tens of thousands of people. Houses in the small town of Beatty will definitely be cheap, and there are jobs, which many people are interested in. It's not just that. Many people found on the local municipal official website that they were recruiting civil servants near Beatty Chip Company, and there were hundreds of positions. This shows that the town where Beatty community is located is definitely going to be built. Officials must establish offices, police stations, schools, banks, etc. here. Living here is no worse than anywhere else. Then capable people can work in Beatty Chip Company, and the next level people can take the public and public institutions exams. Ordinary people can go to other places to work, and they can also make a living. Netizens come to the Beatty Community Construction Department account now when they have nothing to do. Sometimes there are live broadcasts and various construction scenes, which can attract thousands of people to work as cloud supervisors every day. These netizens have already started discussing in the barrage area which area they will buy their future house in. The town of Beatty, which had not yet been officially named, unexpectedly became popular and became the hottest virtual region in the country. It is called virtual because the place has not yet been established, and the town of Beatty was set on fire before it was built. While everyone was discussing the Beatty community, Zhou Yang had already returned to Shenzhen and came to Jiankang Pharmaceutical. Because in more than half a year, there are finally 5 targeted drugs. The first ones are approved and ready for sale. Kanding, manager of Jiankang Pharmaceutical, just returned from the capital. She went on a business trip this time and met with several leaders who were devoted to the issue of targeted drugs. Jiankang Pharmaceutical's targeted drugs are a key product of concern to the ministry. While Kanding brings sample drugs, it must also discuss adding targeted drugs to medical insurance. Before each medicine was added to the doctor insurance is always a very difficult thing, because every time you add one more medicine, you will actually need subsidy funds. If the amount of the medicine is large, the medical insurance expenditure will be much larger, causing an economic burden. This is also the reason why it would be prudent to include new drugs before. And these targeted drugs have easily passed the approval and joined the medical insurance, not because the ministry has money, but because the targeted drugs are very cheap. Currently, patients on the market spend thousands to tens of thousands of yuan every month on targeted drugs, and the average person's salary is not that high. This is why everyone feels that the burden of targeted drugs is heavy. Most patients will not eat if they can because they cannot afford it, which also affects their treatment. So at the discussion meeting, when Kanding asked that targeted drugs be included in medical insurance, some experts were really helpless. At present, the amount of medical insurance funds in our country is insufficient, so we do not yet have the ability to afford such expensive medicines. 200 yuan a month, isn't that okay? Kanding asked. How much? 200 a month? Targeted drugs? The experts and leaders present were amazed. Yes, Kanding said, the cost of our targeted drugs is low, only about 200 yuan a month on average, which is lower than some people's phone bills and should not be expensive. The medical experts present were all stunned, complaining in their hearts, this is not only not expensive, it is already very cheap, okay. So after understanding the price and efficacy of Jiankang brand targeted drugs, the leaders directly agreed at the meeting and agreed to add many targeted drugs to the medical insurance. Bang bang! The crowd then applauded and celebrated, which was excellent news for many cancer patients. As a result, after the official announcement of the targeted drug was launched, it immediately triggered a frenzy of discussion in the patient circle. Good news, Lao Zhang. Jiankang Pharmaceutical has released targeted drugs, which are now cheaper than cold medicine. Jiankang Pharmaceutical has released new drugs, and it's covered by medical insurance. For a while, many people in the cancer patient group were forwarding this news. The patients in the group have been suffering from illness for a long time, but they have no hope of losing their lives and are actively fighting the same disease. However, the expensive treatment costs became a burden for everyone. Because they could not afford the treatment fees, many people eventually gave up treatment. This often leads to patients in the patient group saying their final goodbyes to everyone, saying they gave up treatment, and then never went online again, which is very sad. This has to remind me of a movie line, the world has only one disease of poverty. In fact, if there were sufficient funds, the lives of these people would be extended a lot. This was due to financial limitations, and many lives passed away regretfully. However, this situation suddenly changed. Not long ago, Jiankang Pharmaceutical, known as a conscientious enterprise in the pharmaceutical industry, suddenly launched the Tomo device, which can perform precision radiotherapy, which instantly ignited the hope of patients. The key was that the expensive radiotherapy program was reduced to a level that was acceptable to most people. Subsequently, hospitals across the country began to popularize Tomo equipment, and most patients in the group enjoyed the benefits and their conditions were effectively controlled. Just because the people in the patient group are stable, you can see how good this Tomo device is. It can be said that Jiankang Pharmaceutical's medical equipment has enabled thousands of cancer patients in society to enjoy the gospel, extended their lives, and achieved immeasurable merits. So in the patient group, they organized a trip to Jiankang Pharmaceutical last year and gave a gift to their boss Zhou Yang. At the banquet, they raised the issue that targeted drugs were too expensive. As a result, Zhou Yang promised on the spot that they would be produced. More than half a year later, the targeted drugs were on the market, and they were really talking the talk. Although several targeted drugs were only introduced in the early stages and only a small number of patients benefited, it gave everyone hope that as long as they wait patiently, there will be targeted drugs that are suitable for most people in the future. Because of the one-to-one therapeutic properties of targeted drugs, at least a few dozen are needed to cover most common cancers. So recently, patients have been paying special attention to the situation of Jiankang Pharmaceutical. People are always calling to ask when a specific targeted drug can be completed. However, the operators are not R&D personnel, and they cannot give an exact date to satisfy the patients. This is related to the treatment of every patient, so many patients who have failed to communicate go to Zhou Yang's personal account to leave messages, hoping to speed up the research and development of a certain targeted drug. Some representatives of patients who came to Jiankang Pharmaceutical that day to give gifts and aid with Zhou Yang contacted them directly through WeChat, hoping that Zhou Yang could urge the pharmaceutical company to give them a rough time to launch targeted drugs. This is of great significance to many people. They are now expensive to treat with targeted drugs. If Jiankang Pharmaceutical's targeted drugs are slow to be launched, they will have to use those expensive drugs to maintain them first. If Jiankang Pharmaceutical will quickly launch the targeted drugs they need, they can stop taking the drugs and use Tomo or other cheap treatment methods to maintain them. In this way, even if they can take Jiankang Pharmaceutical's cheap targeted drugs a month in advance, they can save thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Some patients may have reached the point of selling cars and houses in order to treat their illnesses. They may have enjoyed Jiankang Pharmaceutical's cheap targeted drugs earlier, so they don't have to sell their products. Patients are very concerned about the launch time of targeted drugs, so many people go directly to the pharmaceutical factory to ask. Because of the popularity, reporters from various media also came to the pharmaceutical factory to conduct interviews. At this time, many fans of Emperor Bai learned that Zhou Yang was not only building big things such as cars and helicopters, but also constantly launching life-saving medicines. He had not forgotten the basic needs of the people. Every day, dozens, even hundreds of people come to ask about targeted drugs. Zhou Yang also feels the urgency of his patients and family members, so he made a decision and asked the general manager of Konding to post the recent development progress of targeted drugs on the website. We also need to create a targeted drug marketing form, where more than one targeted drug must be launched every month so that everyone can clearly know when a certain drug will be launched. At the same time, it also accepts patients to report the list of targeted drugs they need to the pharmaceutical company. If more people apply, the research and development plan for unpopular targeted drugs will be launched. Unpopular targeted drugs have a large investment but small sales volume. If the price is not high, they will lose money. Therefore, the more niche targeted drugs are, the more expensive they are sold on the market. This is because of the low sales volume. If merchants want to make money, they must increase the unit price. However, when it comes to curing diseases and saving lives, Zhou Yang never considers cost. As long as the demand reaches a certain number of people, Zhou Yang will let Konding carry out research and development plans. Even if the targeted drugs lose a little, it will be enough to make up for it with profits from other equipment sales. Even if Jiankang Pharmaceutical doesn't make money, Zhou Yang will invest in subsidies. After all, he has a system. The greater his ability, the greater his responsibility. He can't just watch his patients become increasingly haggard just for such a small profit. Soon, Jiankang Pharmaceutical announced its targeted drug marketing plan, accurate to the point where several drugs would be launched every month. Now that the patients see that the medicine they need is almost ready, they feel relieved. At the same time, everyone also understands that Jiankang Pharmaceutical is really good to patients because their R&D plans are company secrets that are exposed in advance and may be used by competitors. But Jiankang Pharmaceutical doesn't care. As Zhou Yang once said, he is not afraid that his cheap products will be surpassed. If they are surpassed, he will be very happy. That means that the people have cheaper and better products. This is the vision and pattern of the owner of the Gigafactory system, which is different from that of ordinary capitalists. The launch of cheap targeted drugs not only provides benefits to patients, but also gives them the confidence to fight the disease. In the past, if you had cancer, your life would be on the countdown, and the patient would have a pessimistic mood that was not conducive to treatment. But now with the popularization of targeted drugs and Tomo devices, patients feel that there are still people who care about them. They will be moved, which will make their mood better and facilitate treatment. The treatment of drugs is superficial, but the motivational effect of spiritual aspects cannot be ignored. With the launch of Jiankang Pharmaceutical's cheap targeted drugs, the domestic public's evaluation of my country's medical system has reached a new level. Looking back a few years ago, everyone still felt that it was difficult and expensive to see a doctor, and they had various complaints. However, since the completion of Jiankang Pharmaceutical, the situation has improved significantly. Even cancer medical treatment can be covered by medical insurance, which has greatly reduced the burden of medical treatment on the people of my country. It received unanimous praise from the people. If this had been placed in ancient times, Zhou Yang would have been worthy enough to enjoy the Taimiao and establish a shrine. Zhou Yang and Kangding's manager have been giving interviews frequently and have received a lot of praise. However, he is not proud or satisfied. Instead, he immediately organized a meeting to plan the next stage of production. The meeting was held at Jiankang Pharmaceutical, and participants included pharmaceutical executives and many people from the Beatty Precision Medical Device Workshop. Because Zhou Yang's next phase of medical layout is a big plan and is related to medical equipment. They have previously produced hemodialysis machines, Tomo equipment, CT machines, MRI machines, and other equipment, which have been widely praised by society. In fact, these equipment are all preemptive measures for a project, namely hybrid operating rooms. This is the most advanced project in medical equipment, integrating many medical instruments into an operating room. The benefits are obvious. Some patients have complex conditions that require different departments to complete. If they are placed in a general hospital, they may need to undergo several surgeries. For example, after the internal medicine department is completed, they will see the brain department. The brain department will see the orthopedics department, cardiovascular department, etc. Because the doctors in each department are different, patients have to go between various instruments for examination, go up and down the elevator in the hospital, and see doctors from various departments. If there is a hospital with hybrid operating rooms, then in just one operating room, several different conditions can be treated with a single operation, suitable for patients with complex conditions. In layman's terms, hybrid operating rooms can reduce patient trouble. In the past, even the simplest hybrid operating room cost tens of millions of yuan to build, and some higher-end ones even cost hundreds of millions. Its high standard of construction costs is one aspect and more from the cost of medical devices. It turns out that before Jiankang Pharmaceutical entered the medical device field, there were tens of millions of MRI machines, hundreds or even tens of millions of tomo devices, as well as digital angiography machines and so on. Together, these several large devices started at tens of millions. Now that Jiankang Pharmaceutical has turned several of the equipment included into cabbage prices, the cost of the entire hybrid operating room has also been reduced. Today, most of the equipment in the hybrid operating room drawings Zhou Yang once obtained have been successfully developed, so the construction of the hybrid operating room can be put on the agenda. Zhou Yang's goal is to build a hybrid operating room at a price of less than 15 million yuan. Today, the operating room is still a long way from being established, and there is still a state-of-the-art remote-assisted robotic system. It sounds like high technology, but it's actually a device that allows doctors to perform surgical procedures remotely. For example, medical experts in certain fields are generally in big cities, and if patients want to go to a specialist for treatment, they can only have their family members accompany them to the city where the specialist is located for treatment. This is very inconvenient, consumes time, and requires more money. Going to a big city to see a specialist for medical treatment starts with tens of thousands of yuan, and can cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, which is a huge burden for ordinary families. But if there are remote-assisted robots, then patients do not need to go to the city of the expert. The expert can complete the operation remotely through a zero-latency robot hand through the surgical platform. The significance of this device is not only to save patients money, but also to save lives in critical moments. For example, if the patient's condition is critical and they can no longer withstand the bumps on the road to transfer to another hospital, they need immediate surgery. If the local hospital is not up to par, then as long as there are experts working remotely to treat the patient, this remote-assisted robot system will greatly enrich treatment methods and facilitate serving patients. This facility is divided into two parts, one is the input and the other is the output. First of all, the area where the patient is located is the output terminal. The video images on their side will be transmitted to the expert through the network. The expert will watch the live video and control the robot on the patient's side through operation to perform the operation. There are two difficulties with this device. One is that it requires that there should be no delay on the network. Just like netizens playing games, if there is a delay, incorrect operation often occurs. In computer games, it's fine to restart a game by mistake, but for life-threatening surgeries, there's no fallback button once a mistake is made. Imagine accidentally cutting off a patient's aorta. Therefore, it is required that the network speed of this system must remain smooth and without delay. In addition, a robot arm is needed, which is as flexible and easy to use as the doctor's arm and can fully reproduce the doctor's operation without any leaks. Only with this remote-assisted robot system can the hybrid operating room be considered complete, so before establishing a professional operating room, this equipment must be built first. Zhou Yang then gave the drawings given to him by the previous system to the technicians in the precision instrument workshop, asking them to produce them as soon as possible. This set of equipment involves communication, circuits, mechanical transmission and other disciplines, and has a precise structure. When the technical engineer saw the drawings, he was impressed by the clever design. In terms of the robotic arm of the remote-assisted robot, both ends can be perfectly reproduced. In addition, in terms of communication, a dedicated Wi-Fi 6 plus 5G signal double insurance is used to avoid data loss and accidental disconnection. At the same time, the excellent speed of 5G can also ensure low signal delay. In this way, the surgical operation can be performed normally even from 1 or 2,000 kilometers away. With the drawings, the technicians began to make prototypes, and Zhou Yang waited to see their results. After that, Zhou Yang returned to Bankrupt Company. Construction had just started here after the new year, and the production capacity of many production lines had not yet been fully filled. Zhou Yang does not interfere with production plans, and all of them are the responsibility of the planning department. Except when new products are released, Zhou Yang generally does not interfere with the company's production order. Because the production plan has been set, if he changes it, it will cause chaos. This is also the key point of managing a large enterprise. We cannot like micromanaging as much as the original transportation team leader. Large enterprises should make full use of the management system to manage, rather than the boss going over the level to command a small department or a single employee, which will cause management disconnection. When I visited the helicopter workshop, I saw that helicopters were still being manufactured here. After experiencing the initial order wave, now the single ratio has stabilized, and production capacity has begun to have surplus. The person in charge came to Joe Yang to report that the workshop's output is stable at present, but the output is not enough and there are not as many orders. The reason is that the first batch of market demand has been delivered one after another, and helicopters will not be purchased by ordinary users for various reasons, which will cause sales to begin to decline. Joe Yang knew this was normal and did not put pressure on the sales department. It was fine to keep it that way. Once helicopter sales drop further, he will develop new products. For new products, Joe Yang doesn't want to make helicopters. After all, helicopters almost mean. Joe Yang's dream is to build passenger planes, or even fighter jets. That's a real airplane. Now that helicopter sales have hit a bottleneck, Joe Yang is not paying much attention. After all, this is not a necessary daily necessities for the people. But then something happened that caused helicopter sales to blow out again. In a small city in the north, the temperature will warm up after the new year, and the ice on the river will begin to show signs of melting. At this time of year in previous years, there would be incidents of pedestrians playing or passing on the ice and falling into ice holes, so signs "Do not walk on the ice" were erected around the riverbank. However, some people know that there are tigers in the mountains, prefer to walk on the Tiger Mountains, are born with a bad blood, regard the warning as a wind beside their ears, and still pass on the ice unimpeded. On this day, an old man walked on the ice, but ended up walking to a place where the ice was weak and sank down all at once. Help! The old man was digging through the ice and calling for help. Although he would not be washed away for the time being, the ice water was too cold. Once he lost temperature in the river water around 0 degrees Celsius or became exhausted, danger would occur. At this time, the temperature has warmed up. Under the sun, the ice on the river is turning into water. Even if someone on the river wants to rescue them, they dare not stand on the ice because no one can guarantee that they will fall in if they step on it. We can't just fall in one by one like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. At this time, someone called 119. At the critical moment, only professionals came. When they heard that someone had fallen into the ice, the fire department immediately dispatched a team. The anxious crowd by the river suddenly heard a sound coming from their heads. When they looked up, they saw that it was actually a helicopter. If you are a person who often goes online, you will definitely recognize it. This is the Fei-1 helicopter produced by Beta Gang. The helicopter opened and a rope hung down, just hovering over the old man's head. The old man's physical strength was lost by the ice blisters at this time, but under his survival instinct, he grabbed the rope and the helicopter slowly pulled towards the shore, slowly pulling the old man onto the ice. The people on the shore were refueling the helicopter, hoping it would work harder while making sure the old man held on to the rope. Perhaps after hearing people's prayers, the old man was eventually pulled to the shore and dragged to the shore by the onlookers. Oh, everyone cheered, some called 120, and some praised the helicopter. The helicopter flew away directly, leaving everyone confused. Where did this helicopter come from, to do good things without leaving a name? A short time later, a fire truck also arrived, but after the firefighters came down, they seemed to know that the old man had been rescued. They checked the old man's condition and found that it was not very good. Due to soaking in ice water and being frightened, the old man is no longer energetic. Everyone encouraged him not to sleep and an ambulance would arrive when he could. At this time, everyone learned that the helicopter just now belonged to the fire department and it was their teammates who saved people. No wonder it came so promptly. The helicopter is much faster than the car, which is great. Later, 120 also arrived at the scene, took off the old man's wet clothes, changed into dry clothes, and then went to the hospital for treatment. It is estimated that he will be out of danger soon. At this time, everyone applauded and praised the firefighters. But the firefighters had already driven away to go on combat readiness duty. This scene was immediately posted online by the people at the scene. After seeing it, netizens were praising the local fire department. A lot of people were curious because it was the first time they had seen a firefighter with a helicopter. In their natural impression, they all appeared in fire trucks. After this news broke, reporters went to the fire department to interview. The fire department's instructor was interviewed and told why. It turns out that larger fire brigades are equipped with helicopters, but their detachments are small in size, so they do not have helicopters. Just last month, while watching study time and watching TV together, they saw on TV that Beatty had produced a very cheap helicopter. At that time, a team member casually said, "If only we could buy one." This team member is looking at the Fei-2 helicopter. Everyone is drooling over its performance in space. Many of the helicopters equipped by other large fire brigades are not as good as the Fei-2, and they are also extremely expensive, so they are really not as good as domestically produced ones. However, as a fire brigade, they did not have that much money to buy the Fiyin 2. The instructor thought the Fiyin 1 was good. It was only 20,000 yuan, which was much cheaper than fire trucks. So he made a report, hoping to equip it with a Fiyin 1 helicopter. The superiors quickly approved it, so they purchased a Fiyin 1 helicopter. I didn't expect that the helicopter would come in handy not long after I bought it. After receiving the alarm that the old man had fallen into the river, they immediately sent team members to the scene. However, the helicopter arrived first. After all, the speed of more than 100 yards is much faster than that of a car driving at high speed. Moreover, they all walked in a straight line, and the distance was also close, so they arrived at the scene in a few minutes. The two team members on the helicopter, one flew the helicopter and the other threw the rope. In fact, this is an elderly person who can still move and can attack and rescue first. If the rescued person can no longer hold the rope, there is a backup plan, which is to hover the helicopter above the ice surface and another driver will descend to the ice surface to help tie a life rope to the trapped person. Because of the load, both personnel on the helicopter are required not to be too heavy, otherwise a dangerous accident will occur if the helicopter becomes overweight. After the rescue was completed, the helicopter returned to the base to stand by, while the team members on the fire truck arrived late. After this incident was exposed, it actually triggered a chain reaction, and everyone realized that the helicopter, which they had always thought was useless, was actually so useful. If there is no helicopter to rescue the old man, then firefighters also have to risk going to the ice. Now with helicopters, saving people is much more convenient. It is recommended to promote it nationwide. The online comment was seen by the fire brigade, and Guanwei immediately issued a notice saying that all fire brigades would be equipped with Beatty helicopters this year. Of course, this helicopter must be produced by Beatty, because this helicopter is cheap and easy to use, while other helicopters do not have this honor. The cost of a key helicopter of hundreds of thousands or millions is too high. How many fire brigades across the country will be equipped with it, and this amount of money is too much. The Beatty's cheap and easy to use Fiyin 1 helicopter seems to be specially tailored for them. The price of 20,000 yuan is very suitable for nationwide popularization. There are also several larger fire squadrons that have purchased multi-purpose Fiyin 2 helicopters to complete more complex rescues. Netizens saw that helicopters were really useful, so people who were still hesitant placed orders for their favorite helicopters. This suddenly increased the sales of Beatty helicopters and met production capacity needs. It was a pleasant surprise. However, Zhou Yang was not immersed in the results. He had already come to Mensin Automobile Company in Guanyuan City and was attending a meeting. This time the sales department made a report, and their Longtang supercars were sold like crazy. Relying on orders for more than 200 vehicles from the Middle East, their company is working overtime to produce them. Under Abdullah's operation, their office team has been formed, but there is a more difficult problem, which is the transportation of vehicles and how to transport luxury cars to the emirate. Generally speaking, exporting by sea is a more commonly used method, but the Middle East is not close to the sea. Not only is the sea route far away, but it also requires land transportation, even across multiple countries. If you travel by land, it involves issues such as travel costs and procedures. As a result of the current negotiations with the customs authorities of the countries along the route, some countries are unwilling to go through the procedures or demand high transit fees, which has created uncertainty for land transportation. Moreover, the public security in those places is chaotic, and there are easy problems when transporting goods by land. Neither sea nor land transport is suitable, and it seems that only air transport is left. However, for air transport of cars, ordinary aircraft can only transport a few at a time, more than 200 orders. This requires transporting too many times, and the transportation costs are very outrageous. They may donate half of the profits. In short, all three modes of transportation have their pros and cons, and the company's people are undecided. Now the decision-making power comes to the heads of the two bosses. Longtang Supercar has been receiving orders, but has fallen into the dilemma of not being able to transport it abroad. The last time a conference was held in the emirate, it was transported by a transport plane. Now, land and sea transportation are very troublesome, while air transportation is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the cost is a bit unbearable. Liu Xiao said, in fact, there is still a hidden danger in sea and land transportation, that is, old magnesium people may cause damage in the middle, which we must prevent. Zhou Yang nodded. Laomei's badness is in her bones. Before you saw it, you blew up everyone's energy pipelines. Is this something that ordinary people can do? If land or sea transportation is used, they may send a few mercenaries and burn hundreds of luxury cars. The loss is too great and we cannot take this risk. Doing business cannot bet on your opponent's conscience, so prepare for the worst. So both land and sea transport are ruled out, leaving air transport. Air transport is still relatively safe, that is, it requires multiple transport aircraft and is very expensive. Sending a transport aircraft once will cost at least 6 figures, or even more. This is also a headache, so although it is confirmed that it is air freight, the cost still needs to be discussed, otherwise their profits will be contributed. Let me find a way. Zhou Yang took the initiative to take on this task. After all, his relationship with the Aviation Industry Corporation of China was that of Keishi-Tai porcelain, so he had to think of a solution there. As long as you can find a cheap and high-volume transport aircraft, you can reduce the cost of transportation each time. As soon as the meeting ended, Zhou Yang received a call from the vice president of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, inviting him to the company to attend the new aircraft rollout ceremony. Oh? What aircraft is it? Zhou Yang's question of interest. It is a civilian transport aircraft equipped with our high-thrust aircraft engines, the deputy chief said with a smile. Developed so quickly? Zhou Yang was very surprised. He suddenly realized something. This transport aircraft was originally designed with the An-225 as the target. Such an aerial giant has rolled off the production line, so wouldn't his supercar transportation be a hit? Thinking of this, Zhou Yang could no longer sit still. After giving some advice to his girlfriend, he boarded a plane to Shenyang. Once he got to the place, he was familiar with it and had a special person to pick him up. When we arrived at the company, it was already evening, so we arranged for Zhou Yangxian to stay in the guest house. But Zhou Yang couldn't sit still, so he greeted his leader and went to the workshop to take a look at it in the evening. Beatty now also has an aircraft production workshop, so he came here to study and can use it in his own company in the future. The people from the aviation industry group were already very familiar with Zhou Yang. He came to an ordinary workshop, so there was nothing to hide. There was also an engineer accompanying Zhou Yang to explain the production precautions to him. Zhou Yang learned some aviation knowledge in the evening, and the evening was not in vain. Late at night, he returned to the guest house and slept all night. The next morning, Zhou Yang came to the airstrip of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China factory and saw a huge object. Cameras have been set up at the scene and several reporters are present. This time, we invited some CCTV reporters to witness the birth of the C-20, the largest civil transport aircraft in my country's aviation history. C-20 means a load capacity of 200 tons. The load capacity of this aircraft can reach 200 tons. This value is the absolute first echelon among civil aviation aircraft. The largest transport aircraft in history, the An-225, has a maximum transport weight of 250 tons. This is only 50 tons less than the An-225 and is already very strong. The ceremony began, and the leader spoke first. When he proudly shouted that the load capacity was 200 tons, there was prolonged applause from the audience. It may be that most people have no idea what this value is, because a semi-hook on land can pull dozens of tons. But this is a transport aircraft that has to fly to the sky. Even the latest military transport aircraft, the Y-20, has a payload of only about 66 tons, while the C-20 can weigh 200 tons, which is 3 times the carrying capacity of the Y-20. The reason for such a big improvement is that it can only be achieved by relying on the excellent engine provided by Zhou Yang. During this period, Zhou Yang, a technical provider of aircraft engines, was introduced and asked to give a speech on stage. After Zhou Yang came to power, he was very humble and attributed all the credit to those researchers. This is not to be polite. The drawings he gave were not complete versions, but the researchers were definitely very capable in being able to thoroughly understand the research in such a short time. After the parameters are introduced, the C-20 will be tested. Everyone came to the side of the runway, and then as the streamers floated down, the C-20 moved, and a huge object accelerated and glided on the runway, and then took off into the air. Although the C-20 is large, it is not bloated. It is currently taking off empty, so it has enough power to leave room for flight. After watching it, the leaders were very satisfied and today's test flight was a success. After flying for a while, the C-20 landed and completed its test flight. The filming was over and a celebration banquet was held at noon. Zhou Yang was also invited to participate. He was also a hero of the design. Zhou Yang sat next to General Qi. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Zhou Yang asked the question in his heart, how did he create C-20 so quickly? This performance is already the world's first civilian transport aircraft, right? Because Zhou Yang knew that designing a new type of aircraft would take at least several years. From proposing requirements, to design and demonstration, and then after test flights, it would have to undergo repeated revisions, which required a lot of hardships. However, this transport aircraft was only launched for a short time, and the finished products were all produced, which is totally unreasonable. General Engineer Qi smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, of course it's not a brand new design, it's a reference. Zhou Yang instantly understood that if it was a reference, then there would be no problem. It borrowed from the previous mature model. Of course, there was no need to waste several years of repeated demonstration, just imitation. As for which model the C-20 transport aircraft is actually copied, it goes without saying. There are only Soviet-designed In-225 transport aircraft with a payload of more than 200 tons on Earth. However, there is still a problem. Although the appearance and other parameters of the In-225 can be found online, its essence lies in the internal pneumatic design. Unless you can get the specific drawings, you cannot learn from them. However, the former Soviet design bureau that designed the In-225 has long been gone, and the drawings must be lost. So how did the design succeed? General Engineer Chi smiled mysteriously, then whispered to Zhou Yang, "It's a part." Zhou Yang heard it like Daigo initiation, and he knew how the C-20 was successfully developed. That is to find the parts of In-225. At that time, the news reported that the In-225 was destroyed in the bombing, but after it was destroyed, there was no mention of where the wreckage went. If it was bought back by our country, it would undoubtedly play a decisive role in the development of transport aircraft. Now Zhou Yang can be sure that the aviation industry bought the wreckage parts of the In-225, thereby replicating the current C-20. You only need to know this secret thing yourself. There is no need to spread the word everywhere. Since C-20's debut was successful, Zhou Yang immediately came to the vice president with a wine glass to toast and expressed his unkind invitation. Zhou Yang's request was to use a transport plane to help him transport Long Tengchao to the emirate. He didn't ask for a C-20 to ship it, mainly because he was worried about what else was so special about the aircraft. The deputy chief smiled and said, "Haha, if I'm up to anything, let's finish this drink. I'll help you solve your problem." "Okay, thanks to Vice President, I'm done." Zhou Yang drank a glass of wine directly, leaving no drop. Good. The vice president also had a drink to accompany him, and then he said that he would talk in detail in his office the next day and would not discuss it at the banquet. Zhou Yang felt relieved now. The leader agreed to help, and the matter would definitely be solved. Even if you can't use the C-20 for transportation, you can find another large transport aircraft. Zhou Yang drank very well that night and went back to the guesthouse to sleep drunk. The next day, Zhou Yang went to the vice president's office. The vice president was in a meeting, so he waited for a while. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, but suddenly there is a temporary expedited meeting." After the vice president returned, he was still explaining to Zhou Yang. "Oh, it's okay." Zhou Yang said it politely. The deputy chief then asked Zhou Yang clearly what he needed, which was to transport supercar luxury cars abroad. Each one was about 1.5 tons, plus other accessories and fixed racks, and was estimated to weigh 2 tons. The vice president said, "We were discussing this at a meeting just now. The C-20 will appear on the news broadcast, and our superiors have asked us to promote it overseas. So I think this transportation opportunity will allow the C-20 to advertise overseas as well." "Good. Thank you so much." Zhou Yang stood up and shook hands with the deputy chief, which solved a big busy situation. It can pull 200 tons of cargo, and based on the calculation of 2 tons per sports car, it can also transport dozens of supercars. This way, shipping dozens of vehicles at a time can basically pull the order quantity through 3 times. This will thin out transportation costs and preserve profits. Currently, the C-20 is just one aircraft, but it doesn't matter. After testing, it can fly normally and there is no need to worry too much. The two then discussed the details and prepared to implement it. But there is one thing. In order not to attract the enemy's attention before departure, the pictures will not be released for the time being. After arriving abroad, we will start promoting it. When it came time to actually execute it, the responsible personnel found that transporting the sports car alone and then returning empty was a bit too wasteful. So they did some more research, contacted local businessmen, and shipped back some of the Emirates specialties, so that they could earn some of the shipping costs. This time the vice president did not charge shipping costs. His purpose was to test the C-20, play a publicity role, and do Zhou Yang a favor. Then the problem that had troubled Zhou Yang for many days was solved, and the matter of the Longtang supercar exit came to an end. When Zhou Yang left the aviation industry group, news reports had already appeared that the domestically produced C-20 civil transport aircraft had been successfully developed. Unlike the enthusiastic response in the circle, the response in society was mediocre. They don't think there's anything bullish about it. Because in terms of load capacity, it is no more than the In-225, which was born decades ago. At this time, some netizens came out to explain that this is already the first civilian transport aircraft with a load capacity. Currently, famous foreign transport aircraft generally have a load capacity of more than 100 tons. Because the In-225 has been destroyed, the C-20 is one of the strongest transport aircraft in the civilian field and service. Some netizens from the data party saw that the load capacity was so high that it was nearly 3 times higher than that of the Un-20 military aircraft. Some people called on the military to quickly adopt the C-20, which is much more powerful than the Un-20. A military fan netizen just haha said, then explained, there is a fundamental difference between military aircraft and passenger aircraft. Don't worry, the Y-20 only has a payload capacity of 66 tons, but while people can handle the combat environment, the C-20 cannot. If it gets hit by a stray bullet, the plane will be in trouble. Military Y-20 focuses on safety and efficiency, good mobility, and avoiding becoming a sitting target. The C-20, however, has no consideration for anti-hidden purposes and no bait bombs. It exists entirely for transportation. Anyway, the military will not use the C-20 to replace the Y-20. Both aircraft are excellent, but their application areas are different, and we cannot simply judge the quality based on load capacity. The C-20 didn't make any waves because it didn't look cool enough and wasn't a military aircraft. And in this case, the C-20 was loaded with dozens of long-tank supercars, slowly accelerated on the runway, and finally flew into the sky. This time, including the transport plane, there was a person in charge sent by Bankrupt Company. Because Zhou Yang was in danger in the emirate last time, he will not go this time and can just send his men to take care of it. Soon, the transport plane landed in the emirate. The media in their country were shocked to see such a large transport plane. Loading and unloading then began, and when they saw dozens of supercars getting off the transport planes, the foreign workers opened their mouths in surprise again, because they have never seen a transport plane that can carry things like this. This transport plane made in China is really amazing. Foreign workers gave thumbs up. Dozens of supercars landed, and Abdullah was very happy. Because the Longtang supercar has set off a local craze, orders are very hot and people come to order cars almost every day. However, because it was out of stock before, it caused great dissatisfaction among this group of wealthy users. Abdullah's phone was about to be flooded with calls demanding delivery. Now that dozens of supercars have arrived at once, Abdullah has decided to give the green light to those who are in a hurry and deliver the first batch of dozens of supercars. Afterwards, many local specialties were transported to C-20. Since the materials only weighed dozens of tons, they were easy to transport. C-20 then successfully returned to the country. A day later, it was airlifted a second time and successfully completed the mission. After 3 transports, the first batch of supercar transport missions were completed. Now around the emirate, you can see people super running in Longtang L2 on the road. They are accelerating recklessly. Anyway, with the safety capsule as the foundation, they don't worry about overturning when driving fast. In the end, technology has changed lives. After the Longtang L2, everyone's travel and driving methods are different from other vehicles. After selling more than 200 Longtang supercars in this batch, Longtang supercars sold nearly 400 in 2 months. This is a very exaggerated number. Zhou Yang's super running sales task should be completed ahead of schedule. Zhou Yang solved a difficult problem, and at this time, there were reports on TV and the internet that the C-20 transport aircraft transported Long Tangchao abroad, proving that the transport aircraft was stable and reliable, and realized the gap in domestically produced large transport aircraft. The news about the C-20 transport aircraft was once again exposed, accompanied by media broadcasts and heated discussions abroad. Foreign netizens praised the C-20 very much. After all, it is the transport aircraft with the best cargo capacity after the IN-225 meeting. Only then did domestic netizens react enthusiastically. The C-20 produced in-house is so amazing that even foreigners envy it. When netizens put aside their arrogance and looked at the C-20 data again, they realized how unscrupulous this transport plane was. C-20 civil transport aircraft, the localization rate has reached an astonishing 98, and those purchased foreign accessories can also be replaced. This also means that the country can no longer rely on foreign accessories to manufacture civil transport aircraft, which is still a transport aircraft with an extremely high load capacity. Some foreign netizens compared the pictures of the C-20 and the late IN-225. Although the two have different appearances, the number of engines, aerodynamic layout, etc. are surprisingly similar. It can be said that the two transport aircraft are in the same vein, but the IN-225 aircraft can transport space shuttles on top, which is a very domineering ability. The C-20, on the other hand, has no top transport capability, but its belly is more rounded and can fit more cargo. This time, dozens of supercars can be packed in because of the large belly of the C-20. Many foreign netizens are interested in the C-20, but domestic netizens are even more curious. They used to feel that domestic aircraft were backward, and they had to buy foreign engines and other accessories, that is, assembled aircraft. But why did it suddenly surpass the international advanced level? The answer was quickly made public because an anonymous netizen posted a table that recorded the C-20's parts list and supply company. The key parts on it, such as aircraft engines, airborne weather radars, power control systems, etc., were all named after Beatty Company. Compared with previous domestically produced large aircraft, the accessories for these projects are all foreign products. Next, this netizen also compiled the news that Beatty had broken through the domestic gap in the past 2 years. These aircraft parts were all original by Beatty. Since Beatty entered the aircraft industry, he has gradually localized many high-tech accessories, which has enabled domestically produced large aircraft to achieve their current achievements. So it was the White Emperor who broke through. Netizens suddenly realized that Beatty Company had to take a large part of the credit for the progress of domestically produced aircraft. However, everyone is used to it. Beatty has always been so bullish. When the bull is no longer bullish, it is news. Now the C-20 transport aircraft has become very popular. Relying on the super-running results of airlifting more than 200 vehicles, it has also been noticed by foreign countries. Many countries are eye-catching and want such a super-capable transport aircraft, so they call to inquire. You can come to us for inspection and negotiation. Sorry, C-20 is still in the verification process and is not considered for sale for now. Faced with the same intentional consultation, the Aviation Industry Corporation of China's response to foreign customers was different. That's right, this is different treatment, it's using the usual tricks of foreigners. For some countries that hug the thighs of Europe and the United States and have imposed sanctions on Chinese companies, sorry, our C-20 has not been modified yet and will not be sold. But for some good neighborly countries, as long as the price is paid, everything can be discussed. After all, airplanes are built for profit, so there is no reason not to sell them. However, only one has been built so far to prove the strength of my country's aviation industry, and the Aviation Industry Corporation of China originally did not expect to sell it. After all, domestic aircraft have always been boycotted in the international market. I didn't expect that just after they were built and helped Zhou Yang transport cars, they unexpectedly became popular abroad. The technology already exists, so starting production is a matter of a word, so if someone wants to buy it, they can sell it completely. Although the Chinese are generous, they are not amnesiac. I'm sorry to those countries that made things difficult for my country before. You made things difficult for us in every way before. Now that we have good things, they naturally don't have any share. This is called watching people put down dishes. At a time when the situation in the aircraft industry is very good, there is also good news in the shipbuilding industry, which Zhou Yang has invested in for a long time. Shenzhenwan Wharf has been renovated. It has changed from an ordinary wharf to a shipyard with a large dock. In accordance with Zhou Yang's opinion, it was named Landy Shipyard. After receiving the news, Zhou Yang came to the Landy Shipyard to attend the completion ceremony. The original director of China's Shipbuilding Industry Corporation also went here for acceptance inspection. Standing on a high place and looking at it at a glance, he saw that the giant gantry crane had been installed. It was majestic and strong, not much different from other large shipyards. After a brief celebration, the group went to the administration building for a meeting. The building here is an office building that follows the previous dock. In order to save money, it was not rebuilt. The shipyard has just been built and needs shipbuilding orders. Now that the economy is tight, even China Shipbuilding Corporation's orders are not enough, and it is impossible to allocate many orders to Landy Shipyard. According to the contract, it mainly relies on Zhou Yang to pull orders. He had no difficulty with Zhou Yang. He had already decided on the development direction of shipbuilding and immediately spoke at the meeting. I will be responsible for the order. I have already made plans. In the early stage, we will build some small ships with high volume to create reputation and ensure sales. Oh, what kind of product is it? Ask Yuan Dong of China Shipbuilding. Zhou Yang immediately produced a plan, which was a production plan he asked his men to draft. In the early days, Zhou Yang wanted to produce 2 yachts. One is a small speedboat, priced under 10,000 yuan, and the second is a luxury yacht, priced around 1 million yuan. Economical speedboats are products that benefit the people, allowing some users with basic needs to own a speedboat at a cheap price. Luxury yachts are products used to show muscle, and this type is reproduced after receiving orders. This idea is similar to the already successful helicopter. Both products are transportation vehicles, one is low price to benefit the people, and the other emphasizes mid to high-end cost-effectiveness. If the helicopter can do well, then the yacht will definitely succeed. Now relying on many orders for helicopters, Beatty's aircraft manufacturing department always has orders. So now applied to yachts, it should be the same. Okay, just have confidence Zhou Yang, we are all waiting for your good news. Yuan Dong said with a smile. He was just waiting for Zhou Yang to produce scientific research results. After the meeting, Zhou Yang will be in the system supermarket and will directly pay and exchange the 2 drawings placed in the shopping cart. These 2 yacht drawings are an economical speedboat and a luxury medium-sized yacht. First edit the economical speedboat drawings. Zhou Yang found that many of these were foreign accessories, such as foreign engines, which were all replaced with domestically produced ones. Moreover, Zhou Yang's companies could manufacture such marine engines and save a lot of money. As for the remaining large parts, they belong to the shell. The materials used in this speedboat are relatively special, but after application, the weight can be greatly reduced and the cost is not high, which is very in line with Zhou Yang's idea. As for some small parts such as dashboards, Beatty can produce them. Replacing all these accessories with domestic ones can save a lot of profits. Ultimately, the optimization ability was put to lightness. System optimization successful, speedboat weight reduced by 15, please name it. Zhou Yang had thought of this new product before, and it was named Blue Emperor Speedboat. Once you get the final design drawings, the next step is to design a luxury yacht. Luxury yachts have a different design concept from ordinary speedboats. Ordinary speedboats allow everyone to go to sea for activities at the lowest cost. Luxury speedboats put customer enjoyment first. So a luxury speedboat has a load capacity of up to 4 people. It is equipped with beds, sofas, a casual coffee table, a display screen, and common entertainment facilities such as karaoke. Of course, no one goes to the sea to sing K, so it should be equipped with the features on top luxury cars, such as refrigerators and wine cabinets, stereos and other appliances, to meet the spiritual needs of customers. Zhou Yang saw these configurations without having to modify them. He used domestically produced steel and other materials, and could also produce the engines himself. This was not difficult, but the furniture and interior had to be made of solid wood or leather, which cost a lot of money. Zhou Yang's own Mensen leather goods factory can produce interior decoration and save a lot of money. After using optimization skills and optimizing the quality, this Blue Emperor luxury yacht named by Zhou Yang was born. Zhou Yang simply calculated the cost of these 2 yachts. The speedboat cost about 4,500 yuan, while the luxury yacht cost 800,000 yuan. Seeing the numbers he calculated, Zhou Yang felt unconvinced. Why is it so cheap? He also suspected that he had miscalculated. Because on the market, the prices of yachts with the same configuration as his 2 small ships are too different. Speedboats start at tens of thousands of yuan, or even 100,000 to 200,000, and there are more expensive ones. For mid-range luxury yachts, the construction cost starts from 1 million. I won't talk about speedboats, after all, the price difference is only tens of thousands of yuan, but the difference between his luxury yacht and other products of his peers is 2 to 3 million yuan, which is incomprehensible. Even if they used better materials, there would be no chance of an extra 1 or 2 million in price difference, which would only mean one thing: these yacht manufacturers are cutting leaks. After all, yachts are already a luxury vehicle that ordinary people will not buy. If you want to buy one, it is also a tool-type fishing boat, etc. Those who buy such luxury yachts are all wealthy people. Because of low sales, profits must be balanced by high returns. So, just like luxury cars, the cost is not much, but it is very expensive to sell, allowing the wealthy class to widen the gap with ordinary people. However, this situation is about to change. Zhou Yang has now entered the shipbuilding industry, so the price of luxury yachts can be reduced soon. After the drawings were given, Zhou Yang asked that the focus be on producing speedboats first. For luxury yachts, it is almost enough to build 20 first. It is also too late to produce them after receiving orders in the future. After all, yachts are not in urgent need. It is common sense to place an order and then pick up the goods. In the shipyard, there are all skilled workers sent by China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation, so there is no need for training. You can start work after getting the drawings. At present, some large lifting equipment of Blue Emperor shipyard has not been installed in place, but it doesn't matter. They initially produce small ships, so they don't need large lifting equipment. For speedboats, if you prepare enough materials at once, you can build hundreds of them in about half a month. Luxury yachts need to be slower. After all, after the ships are built, they still need to be renovated. The initial batch of 50 ships will take more than 20 days. So in half a month, it will be officially sold, and then preparations for publicity will begin. Zhou Yang announced the upcoming yacht production on his personal account. I'm really building a yacht? Baidi's production scope is too broad, right? Netizens were amazed one by one. From the beginning, Baidi's electrical company has now been producing aircraft and ships, and has also entered shipbuilding. There is really nothing in heaven and earth that he cannot build. Don't donate your eyes to useful people. Didn't you read what was said later? The yacht is produced by the newly opened Blue Emperor shipyard, not the White Emperor company. Later, some netizens came out to explain, and everyone realized that Zhou Yang had opened a new factory without realizing it, and it was obvious that the investment was very high. Hey, Zhou Yang is already rich when he's in his 20s, and I'm still asking my mom if the milk in my house can be removed when I'm in my 20s. Netizens joked about it, but not many people who wanted to buy speedboats responded this time, much less than when they were building cars. It is no wonder that vehicles are the means of transportation used throughout the country, while yachts are only needed by the sea or on large inland rivers. Due to geographical limitations, the analogy should be the sales of helicopters. However, the sales of ships should be higher than those of helicopters. After all, my country has a wide coastline and 2 major inland rivers, the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. There are also some other rivers where small yachts and speedboats can also be used. So after the information was released, some people who live by water became interested. They hope that yachts and speedboats can be cheaper, so they can hope to buy them. While waiting for the yacht to be launched, Zhou Yang ran to the chip factory at both ends of the 3 days because the final construction and decoration were already being done here. Another factor that Zhou Yang is so concerned about is the competitor Liao Yingji Alliance. They have already scheduled to release a new generation of integrated cups at the beginning of next month. At the same time, there will be concept-level new products, which will completely disrupt the computer industry in the future. In the future, computers will say goodbye to the DIY mode of purchasing CPUs, motherboards, graphics cards, etc., and achieve integration. As soon as this news came out, many computer enthusiasts disagreed. Didn't the ancient computers in the beginning all be integrated together, which was equivalent to a restoration? But several foreign chip manufacturers have united and are leading the future of the global computer industry. Users must buy the products they create, otherwise they will have to use old models. That's what monopoly gives them. Many netizens still like to assemble computers themselves, so they came to Joe Yang's personal account to petition, hoping that Joe Yang can persist. They also want to maintain the current computer assembly mode and be able to choose the hardware they like and form a functioning computer. This is the same fun as building Lego. And the foreign manufacturers, it is abhorrent that they should be deprived of this hobby, so they hope Joe Yang can step forward and continue the current PC plan. Don't worry, my chip factory has started construction and results will be available soon. This has made a commitment to the netizen, and he also has the confidence. At present, he already has production lines for radiators, motherboards, memory, hard drives, and graphics cards. Basically, a complete set of computer accessories can be produced. Once the chip factory starts construction, he can produce the entire set of computer accessories himself. Even if Beatty is ostracized by their foreign counterparts, they cannot reach out to China. At least domestic users can use the original PC assembly model without worries. After receiving Joe Yang's promise, everyone felt relieved. After all, Joe Yang had always produced so many cheap products for their consideration. In the past few years since the rise of the White Emperor, everyone has clearly felt that life has been much better because the White Emperor has lowered the prices of some daily electrical appliances. It originally cost tens of thousands of yuan to buy a full set of home appliances, but now it can be done in the thousands. These tens of thousands of yuan are saved. It originally cost more than 100,000 yuan to buy a car, but now Nirvana 02 only costs 20,000 yuan. These are all benefits that Joe Yang brings to everyone. Although wages have generally not increased in the past 2 years, because shopping saves a lot of money, deposits have increased day by day, and people's lives are not so difficult. This is due to Joe Yang. After Joe Yang met people's basic electrical needs, he began to pay attention to the enjoyment of the people. It is as if after all the people have achieved food and clothing, the next step must be to enter a moderately prosperous society. Anyway, everyone knows that you can't go wrong with the new products launched by Joe Yang. Even for most yachts that are not used, many people are looking forward to it. Because when a new product is launched, the next new product is not far away. Maybe the next one will be a product that you can use yourself. Just as the people were looking forward to it, half a month later, the new products of Landy Shipyard will also be released. This morning, the colorful flags of the Landy Shipyard in Shenzhen Bay were flying, which is an important day for the employees of this shipyard. This was the first time a ship launching ceremony was held since the establishment of their factory. The expressions on the faces of several shipyard employees who were responsible for receiving media reporters were excited and expectant, because they had been engaged in the shipbuilding industry for many years and had never seen such a battle. In the past, they would often have reporters come to China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation and its factories, but they were all CCTV reporters or reporters from local stations. The programs they reported were all about various official news. When they were interviewed, they had to say some nice official clichés. But today is different. In terms of number, dozens of reporters were present, and many social news and internet celebrities came, which was much more popular than before. This is the popularity brought by their new boss Joe Yang. Only yachts and speedboats were released, and so many reporters came, which was much hotter than the previous CSSC. This also shows the benefits of introducing new bosses. In the past, it was no longer just about building a ship, but the world rarely knew about them. Most workers feel that the current situation is very good and at least they have no worries about selling their new boats. Joe Yang came out, waved and greeted many reporters, most of whom were young people, and cheered. These old factory workers in their 30s and 40s were very surprised to learn that their new boss was so popular. Joe Yang came to the front desk, pointed to the two small boats in front of the dock and said, "Hello everyone, welcome to the new product launching ceremony of Landy Shipyard. I am Joe Yang." This time it was still a live broadcast. The audience in front of the screen greeted each other in the barrage, and the atmosphere was very warm. Joe Yang stopped talking nonsense this time, and didn't even have the usual introduction. He just let everyone watch the launching ceremony. Our country's shipbuilding industry has also absorbed international practices. When every ship is launched, a launching ceremony will be held. If it is a large ship, champagne will be thrown, but it is not necessary for small ships. Just have a simple celebration ceremony. By this time, the audience had already seen the two small boats to be released today and realized that one was a speedboat and the other was a medium-sized yacht. The speedboat looked different, like a long, narrow shuttle, and the paint job was in noble golden color, which was quite visually different from other speedboats painted in white. Are you a speedboat? Why is it different from other people's homes? Is it different? When did the White Emperor create the same thing? The netizens themselves started discussing it in the barrage. Because the speedboat is not equipped with a cover, its internal structure is clearly visible. The internal space is relatively small, and it can accommodate up to 4 people and a small amount of supplies. The motor is at the end like other speedboats. Next, the luxury yacht was launched. Because it was blocked, you couldn't see inside, but when you looked in through the window, it seemed quite luxurious and looked not bad. In the next live broadcast process, it was Zhou Yang's turn to go out to sea on a speedboat. He boarded the newly launched Blue Emperor speedboat. A professional driver drove the speedboat out to sea, and Zhou Yang sat in the back and introduced the performance of the speedboat to everyone. Blue Emperor speedboat, speed 65 knots, 40 horsepower, weight 92 kilograms. When they heard Zhou Yang reporting the parameters and it was his turn to weigh, they asked, how much? 92 kilograms, put this data on the weight, many people exceed it. However, it is incredible that such a fat human weight exists on a speedboat. Only 92 kilograms? Isn't that something 2 or 3 people can lift? One netizen asked. Yes, Zhou Yang replied, we also have a special base for this, which can be placed on most off-road vehicles for easy transportation. This is quite convenient, so that we anglers can drive our boats to go fishing in the distance. Fishing is now a common hobby for middle-aged men, and ordinary fishing spots can no longer satisfy them. If there is a speedboat, it will be more convenient for them to choose a good fishing spot, and they won't have to be in the Air Force all the time. One netizen was puzzled and said, why is it so light? I remember that other speedboats seemed to weigh hundreds of kilograms and required forklifts and cranes to carry them. Zhou Yang explained, yes, the original intention of this speedboat is to facilitate transportation and distinguish it from traditional speedboats by its excellent performance. Later, Zhou Yang also explained the reason for the light weight. He replaced the traditional metal cable bolts with lighter fabric rings, and the hull shell was covered with top paint, which can make the entire hull more shiny. It will also be lighter than traditional rubber clothing. He boldly used new materials instead of steel to build this special speedboat. The basic weight of this 5.2 meter long and 1.8 meter wide speedboat was controlled at 92 kilograms. Because of its light weight, it uses an engine with little horsepower, but can also run very high speeds, faster than ordinary vehicles running at high speeds. At present, this speedboat is gasoline-fired. If it sells well in the future, a pure electric speedboat will be developed. Naturally, it uses sodium-ion batteries, which charge quickly, have a large amount of electricity, and have low noise. It is much more environmentally friendly than gasoline-powered speedboats. Another advantage is that because special materials are used, it is not as brittle as a metal hull. If you accidentally hit a reef, etc., there will be no holes easily. Instead, it will pop open and not hit hard like a metal hull. There will be a special collision experiment video later, attached to the promotional page for netizens to view. This speedboat is really good, and many people like it. Its main leisure use is to facilitate fishing. As for work, some water authorities or large farms have also taken a fancy to speedboats. In the past, when operating in large areas of water, it took tens of thousands of yuan, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan, to purchase a speedboat. Generally, anglers do not have such huge financial resources, and even individuals or companies with urgent needs will carefully consider it. But now there was no need to worry so much. After Zhou Yang allowed the speedboat to demonstrate its speed and steering ability at full speed, he announced the price on the spot. My Blue Emperor speedboat, priced at 5,555 yuan. When I heard about the price, many people were in disbelief. What? A boat this big only costs 5,555 yuan? Because the price is so amazing, it's not even as expensive as a flagship phone. A little something as small as a mobile phone, an iPhone 15 Pro Max, costs tens of thousands of yuan. But it is incredible that such a large speedboat can only cost so much money. Of course, the value of a commodity cannot be determined solely by volume, but also by the cost of each product. Generally speaking, the finer the component, the more expensive it is. It often takes several times the cost and effort to refine an item. Zhou Yang, who has produced bionic insect drones before, has a good understanding of this aspect. The cost of building an ultra-small drone is much more expensive than making a large drone. On the other hand, the most important thing in the structure of this Blue Emperor speedboat is the new materials for the hull, which are 3,000 pieces. Then there are engines worth a few hundred yuan, paint worth 200 yuan, electronic equipment worth 1 or 200 yuan, and taxes and fees worth a few hundred yuan. So the cost is about 4,700 yuan, which is higher than Zhou Yang expected. Therefore, the price he expected to sell for 4,999 yuan could not be sold. Coupled with various hidden costs in the later period, if it really sold for 5,000 yuan, he would definitely lose money. Even if Zhou Yang wanted to benefit the people, he could not do business at a loss. After losing a lot, he would not be able to continue to seek benefits for the people. So he raised some prices to 5,555 yuan, which gave him room for positive profit, which was not bad. As soon as this price was announced, the comments section became lively. After hearing the price of 4 for 5, one netizen immediately commented, "As always, this is a Zhou Yang style product, so cheap that it's almost friendless." Then someone came out and got weird, 5,000 or so is still cheap, you guys are so rich, I've been paid for a month and a half. Many netizens were unhappy and angrily criticized on the spot a speedboat is only over 5,000 and they are not satisfied? Go out and ask, what are the prices of speedboats from other companies? I actually had a gang jing check it out, and then came back to post a screenshot. I see there are also speedboats with a total of 7,000 to 8,000, so the difference is not much. Honest netizen replied contemptuously, do you think this is a speedboat? There are no motors on it, it's just a small boat that needs to be rowed manually. Do you want to get up quickly? This netizen realized that he had indeed found the wrong link, so he blushed and immediately replaced it with a screenshot. This one is only over 10,000, and there is a motor at the end. The upright netizen retorted, don't you read the configuration? This is a one-person to two-person boat, with little space and super slow speed. People's Blue Emperor speedboat has a maximum of 65 knots, which can catch up with the military speedboat. How many knots does this have? 20 knots is enough, it's hilarious, and the price is 3 times that of the Blue Emperor speedboat. Does that mean you have to pick bones in your eggs? Netizen B said, the speedboat link you posted doesn't even have a sales record. Who knows if the quality is good? Netizen C said, even though speedboats with 10,000 to 20,000 yuan are of high quality, but they are too heavy to be transported by car. They can only float in the water most of the time, and their practicality is completely at a disadvantage. Anyway, netizens who know the products all recognize the Blue Emperor speedboat. If it can be used, it is really good. Someone said that he would book it immediately because they were from the scenic area. The new tourism project they opened up was yachts. There were tens of thousands of yachts they had seen before. Now with the Blue Emperor speedboat, they can save a lot of money. The live broadcast continued, and Zhou Yang returned to the shore, this time changing to another luxury yacht. This is the second new product today, the Blue Emperor luxury yacht. This yacht can accommodate 6 to 8 people. After Zhou Yang boarded the yacht, everyone saw the luxurious configuration inside. I'll go, this is more luxurious than your average KTV box. Netizens commented. Indeed, the materials used for decoration here are all good things. Some furniture is made of solid wood. Although it is not rosewood, it is also genuine high-end wood. There are also leather sofas, surface decoration, etc., which are all high-grade building materials. All the home appliances are equipped, and the ones produced by the brother unit Beatty Company are all at cost price. The driver went to the cab, while Zhou Yang live-streamed it to everyone in the leisure area. He used a GEU to lie down on the sofa, which was very comfortable. After a while, he took out a bottle of champagne from the wine cabinet, poured a goblet, added a little wine, vegetables and fruit, and started the audience eating and chatting. Now the yacht has accelerated towards the deep sea, and the wine glasses on the coffee table are very stable. The boat is well balanced. Zhou Yang began demonstrating other features, such as opening karaoke. On the sea, and in the windowless box, that is not a level at all. On the yacht, a breath of freedom hits you. Looking out the yacht window, it was a clear blue outside, the sky was blue, the sea was blue, and Zhou Yang was in a particularly comfortable mood. After turning off karaoke, Zhou Yang connected his mobile phone again. He can use the projection screen to play games on the mobile phone, or connect the Beatty game console to play game battles. In short, the display screen here can do everything that the TV can do. After playing with the electronic equipment, Zhou Yang switched the lighting system and put the curtains on it. The light in the cabin was dim, and the rainbow light bulb began to flash, making the purple and red reflected in the cabin. Play another DJ dance song, and this is the bungee jumping scene. Dancing on the sea isn't fun yet, but some people might like it. The curtains were reopened and the cabin became bright. Zhou Yang then showed the location of the beds and toilets. The bed is not very big, it can only accommodate 2 people to rest at the same time, but you can also do something you love without delaying errands and rest. The toilet is quite small, just a toilet, but it is equipped with a simple bathroom with no bathtub and can only be showered standing up. However, this can be regarded as a sparrow that has all the messes even though it is small. In short, this yacht is similar to an RV, with all the functional areas that should be there, and it is also very upscale, so there is absolutely no problem living and relaxing here for a short time. After the introduction in the room, it's time to play on the deck. By this time the yacht had stopped, and Zhou Yang took a fishing rod and went to the deck to fish. Fishing is one of the ultimate hobbies of middle-aged men. When Zhou Yang came out to fish, he immediately attracted a group of fishing experts. They could see from Zhou Yang's bait-laying technique that Zhou Yang was unprofessional and a newbie in fishing. They also taught Zhou Yang how to fish by hand, but each person's technique was different and the instructions were varied. Zhou Yang was just giving everyone a demonstration and had no intention of actually fishing. However, he estimated that he was in the novice protection period and actually caught a lionfish very quickly. Everyone quickly reminded that this fish is poisonous, but don't be pricked by its spines. After Zhou Yang carefully picked off the hook and released the fish. This basically completes the demonstration, and finally comes to the driving position to show everyone the configuration here. The configuration is relatively simple, with a steering wheel and a bunch of buttons. But if you can buy a luxury yacht, it is usually equipped with a driver, so users do not need to worry about the complicated problems of yacht operation. After the introduction of the entire luxury yacht, many netizens fell in love with it. Hopefully give them a price they can accept. Luxury yacht price, 950,000 yuan. Zhou Yang said the selling price and immediately lamented that this was another price that everyone could not afford. It's so expensive, how can we afford it? Some netizens are complaining. But then someone said, if you think it's too expensive, just buy the Blue Emperor speedboat. It's cheaper. Many people say it is expensive, but it is not. Although it is a high price of 950,000 yuan, when comparing it with peer products of the same configuration, you will find that those luxury yachts are at least a few million, and there are even super expensive medium-sized yachts with tens of millions. This is another new industry that drives down the prices of its peers. Everyone agrees on the configuration, but feels that the prices are too expensive. It's okay if you think it's expensive, just buy a cheap one. It's like an LV bag and a bag worth dozens of yuan are both used to hold things, but the LV is expensive. If you want to enjoy it, choose the expensive one, and if you want to be cheap, just choose a speedboat with basic functions. At this point, the maritime content of the press conference ended. Zhou Yang returned to the dock and started advertising for his company. This is my new industry, Landy Shipyard, which is a partnership with China's Shipbuilding Industry Corporation. We will launch more ships in the future. Please support me. Blue Emperor Shipyard. Anyone who watched the live broadcast remembered this name. After the press conference, spot sales were launched. Relying on Zhou Yang's credibility, many netizens started booking without blinking. Blue Emperor's two products sold a lot and got off to a good start. Through logistics transportation, these two ships will soon be sent to customers one after another. Then users started to experience it. As soon as they used it, they were surprised. Hey everyone, look at my new White Emperor. Oh no, it's the Blue Emperor speedboat that arrived. A farmer in his 30s, Wu Chinayu, shares his joy on a short video platform. His family raises kelp, mussels, scallops, etc. by the sea. Because he often has to go to the breeding box to patrol, which requires many trips every day, he needs a boat. In addition, because the place is too big, he needs many small boats. The first choice is, of course, the speedboat, which is not only small in size, but also convenient and flexible. But speedboats are also expensive. The cheapest one costs 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, and slightly better ones cost tens of thousands of yuan. It takes how much kelp to sell to make money back. So Wu Chinayu had no choice but to buy a small boat without power, find someone to add a motor, and make a homemade speedboat. However, this thing is not a real speedboat after all. It often breaks down, especially when it breaks down at sea, and you have to call someone to come to the rescue. After a few problems, you are really fed up. Later, Wu Chinayu could only spend more than 20,000 yuan to buy a relatively cheap domestic speedboat, but only one was not enough. However, he did not want to spend too much money on the speedboat, so he had to deal with it. Anyway, it was just various inconveniences. Fortunately, this situation was alleviated after Blue Emperor released the speedboat product. Although Wu Chinayu was reluctant to buy a speedboat worth tens of thousands of yuan, he was able to get a speedboat worth more than 5,000 yuan. He also has many Beatty electrical appliances at home. Out of trust in Zhou Yang himself, he did not test drive them and directly ordered two. He was then told that it would be mailed to his residence within 2 to 4 days. Wu Chinayu is still wondering if such a large speedboat needs to be transported here by a special truck. He is still worried that the potholed road in the village will not be able to accommodate large trucks. However, he had just gotten up that morning and was sewing fishnets for farming at home when he suddenly received a call. The other party said they were a logistics company and came to deliver goods, and asked him if they were home. So fast? Wu Chinayu looked at the date and it seemed that it had only been 2 days before it was sent from Shenzhen. The logistics in the motherland are really fast. I'm at home, but the road into the village is not smooth. Can your car drive in? It's okay, we're a car. The other party then hung up the phone. Car? How to transport a speedboat using a small car? Wu Chinayu's concept of speedboat is still based on the speedboat at his home that costs more than 20,000 yuan. It weighs a few hundred kilograms and is very bulky, making it impossible for ordinary cars to transport it. As a result, half an hour later, I heard the car horn honking twice outside my house. Chinayu came out and saw a small truck with 2 collision-proof wooden shelves on it. Then 2 masters called Chinayu to join them, and the 3 of them lifted the wooden frame down. Why is it so light? When Chinayu received it, he found that it was not as heavy as he had imagined, and it was far worse than the speedboat he had bought before. Could it be that they cut corners? Chinayu is inevitably a little skeptical. After the logistics person left, he asked his wife to shoot a video, and then he took apart the anti-collision strip to prevent damage in tearing the skin. After opening it, there were 2 speedboats with particularly cool shapes. They were a little more compact than the ones he had bought before, but they were so light. Chinayu doubted whether they could accommodate so many people. He then put it in his car and planned to try it out at the beach. His farm vehicle could only pull one at a time, so he first dragged a speedboat to the beach. Lao Wu, this boat is new, so handsome. Along the way, the surrounding neighbors saw the Blue Emperor speedboat, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. It is a popular color for speedboats that are either white or green, but Blue Emperor speedboats are mainly golden. They look very noble and have a beautiful appearance. It looks like it's superior to other speedboats. Yeah, just bought it. Chinayu answered others. Then, under everyone's curious observation, they lowered the boat into the water together. At first, Chinayu followed the method taught to him by the customer service. After refueling, he started to move the hull. The customer service emphasized that he should not move the gear easily. This gear is all set. It is usually a slow gear, not very fast. If you want a speed of 34 knots, you can adjust the gear to a medium gear. However, if the gear is high speed, it can reach a maximum speed of 65 knots, but beginners cannot master it well and accidents are easy, so users are required to familiarize themselves with low speed first and then try high speed. Moreover, just like wearing a helmet when riding a bicycle, you must wear a life jacket when going out to sea. The Blue Emperor speedboat started up, and soon the smoke started away. Chinayu tried to drive it, and it was even better than the one he had bought before. He also felt that the material on the boat, although not metal, was very hard and did not have that cheap hollow feeling. It was made of real materials. When they arrived at the breeding area, they started working, and their lunch, drinking water, and production tools were placed in the storage area behind the speedboat. They began to work and did not return from the sea until almost dark. When I got home, I naturally felt like returning home, so Chinayu tried the medium speed, but felt that the medium speed was not fast enough, so he switched to the high speed again. Now his boat rushed towards the shore like an arrow from a bow. When the time came, it stopped accelerating, gradually slowed down, and stopped at the shore. "Let me go, Lao Wu, how fast is your ship?" asked the surrounding neighbors. "This is a new Blue Emperor speedboat, the quality is good," Chinayu said with a smile. After using it for a day, he already liked the speedboat. The more than 5,000 yuan was really worth it. It solved his urgent need and was not expensive at all. In this comparison, the speedboat he bought for more than 20,000 yuan before seemed very affordable, the price was high, and it was not as good as the Blue Emperor. The neighbors all gathered around and looked at the boat, which felt really well made. One person said, "This boat is not cheap, is it? I bought it for tens of thousands. No need for 55.55 yuan, Chinayu said. "So cheap?" The neighbors were shocked. The boat could go so fast and the texture was very high-end. How could it only be more than 5,000? Over 5,000, they had a hard time buying an iron-hulled boat without a motor. How can they still buy such a good speedboat? Incredible! Blue Emperor's things are all cheap. Seeing that his neighbor looked confused, Chinayu explained, "Oh, the Blue Emperor shipyard is also Zhuyang's industry, that is, by Emperor's brother company. Oh, it's the White Emperor." When the name of the White Emperor was mentioned, everyone suddenly realized it. Because Bai now has extremely high prestige among the people. After all, everyone has a few such cheap and easy-to-use electrical appliances at home, and basically everyone who has used them has given them good reviews. In their fishing village, they said that no one knew about the Blue Emperor shipyard and Zhou Yang's name was not well known, but when they mentioned the White Emperor, everyone gave a thumbs up. Since it is a brother company of Beatty, it is natural that this speedboat is cheap. "I'll buy one too, how can I sell it? Give me a sales call." Neighbors came to buy the link. Chinayu told them and said it arrived quickly. He then loaded the speedboat and took it home. After all, if it is placed outdoors, it will be driven away by others, or it should be kept safe at home. Everyone just realized that this speedboat is so light that it can be transported on a farm vehicle, which is really nice. So they ordered in droves. Such a cheap speedboat is basically needed by villagers who make a living by the sea. It can be used for both breeding and fishing. When Chinayu got home, he sent his experience online, and everyone saw the actual use of the Blue Emperor speedboat. Many netizens also received the first wave of user feedback. They found that the Blue Emperor speedboat was really good and cheap, so they started buying speedboats. Wu Chenaiyu, who uses the Landy speedboat as a production tool, is very satisfied with the speedboat, and those who buy the speedboat for other purposes also have a very good experience. The Kinlan River was originally an uncultivated area, but recently the county approved a project to build a scenic area, which can boost the county's revenue. Their county is a poor county. Due to geographical reasons, it is inland and relatively isolated. It cannot develop heavy industry and can only find other ways to do so. Tourism is a good choice. In addition, the county has many natural scenery and natural advantages, so we raised funds to build the Kinglan River Scenic Area. This scenic spot is built on water. Due to the climate, the 4 seasons are like spring, so you can play in the water all year round. Currently, there are traditional water activities such as rafting, scenic waterfalls, diving, and swimming, but it is definitely not possible for these few things. After research by the leaders, it was decided that they would go on a speedboat sightseeing, water surfing, and other projects. These projects all require powerboats, with speedboats being the best. But problems also arose because the county had a serious funding gap. Since the scenic area was built, there was no money in the account and it was impossible to purchase a speedboat. Now it's a penny that stumps the hero. If you don't have money, you can only open the scenic spot first, try to make money, and then launch other projects. After the Spring Festival, their scenic spot began trial operation and put up many advertisements in the surrounding area. However, the reactions of people who came were not good. The reason was that there were few activities to play here and it was not fun to play. 1 or 2 tourists can be forgiven for saying bad things, but most tourists give poor feedback, and then the scenic area will change. At this time, tourism projects that require speedboats are put on the agenda again. The buyer calculated that if they wanted to open a speedboat project, they would need at least 15 speedboats, and if there were many tourists, they might need 20 or 30. According to the market price, each boat costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which is hundreds of thousands of yuan. This is a very large amount of money. Their scenic spot has just opened, and the employees are worried about their wages. It is impossible to squeeze out hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy speedboats. The leader then asked the buyer below to find a solution, but the method is not so ideal. After a few meetings, there are no effective means. Could it be that this scenic spot, like many scenic spots, will eventually become silent? At this time, the buyers saw the live broadcast of Zhou Yang's press conference, in which the Blue Emperor speedboat gave them hope. 5,555 yuan. This is the price of the Blue Emperor speedboat. Even if you buy 10 boats first, it will only cost more than 50,000 yuan, and you can afford it with your teeth. So with the approval of the leaders, they first bought 10 ships. It's just that the leader has doubts. Can such a cheap speedboat be used? Don't you be a liar? Don't worry, leader, this is Hu Yang's industry, no problem guaranteed. The buyer patted his chest and said. Then the matter was decided. The Kinlanjiang scenic area bought 10 speedboats and they arrived quickly. After a short training period, they were put into operation immediately. Now the scenic area has several more playable projects. The original project was completed by tourists in half a day. Now there are more yachts, which can sightsee, drive on the water at high speed, and drag people to surf. They are really versatile. The Blue Emperor speedboat also lived up to expectations, with outstanding performance and good looks, and fully complied with the development of the scenic area. Since purchasing the speedboat, tourists' ratings have indeed increased, at least they have good reviews, and the richness of the activities has been greatly improved. Just a batch of speedboats gave their new scenic area a taste of sweetness, and the buyers were also recognized by their leaders and praised within the company. Therefore, the buyer of the Scenic Spot Company uploaded the speedboat situation in their scenic spot to the internet, and advertised his own scenic spot by the way, welcoming tourists from all over the country to visit the Kinlan River. Here you can also experience the Blue Emperor speedboat at an affordable price. The scenic area has enjoyed the benefits of the Blue Emperor speedboat, and individual users have also seen good results. Jing Yuchen is an adventure enthusiast who often drives his off-road vehicle to visit the surrounding waters. He likes to play near the Yangtze River the most. Although it is the fishing ban period and fishing is no longer allowed, even if he takes pictures of the scenery on the river or posts some sightseeing videos, many people will like it. Before, when he went to the river, he could only rent other people's boats. Once or twice was fine, but the cost of more times was too much to afford. On this day, Jing Yuchen had his own speedboat, which was the Blue Emperor speedboat he ordered from the internet. He followed the instructions at the press conference and strapped the speedboat to the roof of his off-road vehicle, and it actually matched quite well. He then drove to the suburbs. While on the road, drivers around were amazed to see a boat on the roof of the off-road vehicle and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. After all, there aren't many boats that can fit on the roof of a car, and the Blue Emperor speedboat is one of them because of its extreme weight, which allows it to have good transport capacity, which is what makes it different from similar products. When they reached the river, Jing Yuchen and his companions used ziplines to unload the hull and put it on the river surface. The wide Yangtze River allows them to gallop freely. They quickly started the motor and headed deep into the Yangtze River. Wow, that's super fast. Jing Yuchen and his friends kept commenting that they quickly adapted to the mid-range speed, and the spacious river surface allowed them to put the speed very fast. When the speed was mentioned as high, everyone couldn't open their eyes because the wind was so strong. The speed of more than 60 knots has reached the speed of some military ships. It is too fast and everyone is starting to feel a little scared. Finally, Jing Yuchen took the initiative to reduce the speed to avoid accidents. After all, they are not professional drivers. Afterwards, they parked the speedboat in the middle of the river. Jing Yuchen saw the scene on the river, which was particularly poetic, so he filmed it. After everyone finished filming, they opened a few cans of beer and drank them on the river. This mood was quite pleasant. This speedboat is really nice. Everyone gave a unanimous evaluation as they drove back in the dinghy. Indeed, at this price, I can't really find any fault with the Blue Emperor speedboat. It has everything it needs, and there are other speedboats that lack lightweight and fast speed. For the price of a flagship phone, you can buy a speedboat, which was unthinkable before. After Blue Emperor entered the market strongly, the first product it launched was so excellent that users praised it. They returned to shore, lifted the yacht ashore, and began setting up the stove for a picnic. When they were picnicking, they took a photo of the scene. Behind the stove they set up was the Blue Emperor speedboat parked on an off-road vehicle. This was Jing Yuchen's new off-road equipment. It turned out that he only had an off-road vehicle, but now the Blue Emperor speedboat has added a puzzle piece for him that allows him to gallop across the river. If he gets a pilot's license again in the future and buys a Flying Swallow helicopter, then the Trinity in the sky and underground water can swim freely. That is the ultimate form of the off-road family. Once launched, the Blue Emperor speedboat has received widespread acclaim in the market. Although the Blue Emperor yacht, a mid to high-end product, has small sales, the user experience is indeed top-notch and it is very popular among successful people. Jolly, the user of Blue Emperor yachts, gave it a 5-star rating. Jolly is 42 years old and an executive of a large company with an annual income of 500,000 yuan. He had a stable career, a family, and a prosperous life. He himself does not smoke or drink, plagiarize or gamble, but has a hobby, which is fishing. He also has a fishing group in the same city. On weekdays, whenever it is a day off, he goes fishing in groups of 3 or 5. The surrounding fishing spots were basically the same as they patronized. There were more people and fewer fish, and the harvest was limited. For a fishing enthusiast like him, this was unbearable, so Jolly wanted to develop some good fishing spots. While surfing the internet recently, Jolly suddenly discovered a good thing, which was 2 new dinghies produced by Blue Emperor. Among them, the speedboat is too small for him, while the yacht has a rest area inside, similar to the RV, which is just the right choice for people of his level. Blue Emperor's yacht is only 950,000 yuan, and his family has 2 million level luxury cars. He lives on a flat floor in the city center that is millions larger, so he can still afford it. In addition, their company had cooperated with Beatty before. He knew clearly how powerful the boss of Beatty Company was. Since this was a product produced by another industry of boss Zhou Yang and was also trustworthy, Jolie bought it without hesitation. This ship is relatively large and cannot be transported by logistics. The cost of transporting it by land is relatively high, so for cities close to the coastline, we will first transport it by sea to the nearest city, and then transport it by river. If you don't have access to the river, you will have to transport it by land. Fortunately, Jolly is relatively close to the coastline. Although the city is not near the sea, you can drive to the beach in an hour. A few days later, Jolly received a call asking how he would pick up the goods. A large yacht must not be transported to his home, so he took his friends directly to drive over to inspect the goods. When he arrived at the dock, he saw his ship, still on the transport. Normally, the launching is not arranged until the customer takes over. Jolly and his friends came to the yacht to watch. Because there are many anti-collision measures, when they look from the outside to the inside of the yacht, they can see the same furnishings as in the promotional live broadcast, and this shell paintbrush is very beautiful. After questioning the staff, I learned some precautions and then had to contact them to complete various procedures. They have to use the yacht and there are still many procedures to go through. For example, they can't drive a yacht and need to hire a driver. Moreover, this yacht is a valuable ship and can definitely not be placed in the open air. It needs to be rented to a dock for storage, and then a certain rent must be paid. So this yacht is not cheap to buy and the cost of using it is also very high. It is not for ordinary people to use. Ordinary people can choose a cheap speedboat. This is the same principle as for luxury cars. Those who can buy luxury cars can afford the maintenance costs, and those who buy yachts can naturally also afford the cost of renting a marina. Jolly knew quite a few people and quickly completed the formalities and arranged for the yacht to be launched. They went to the cabin to experience it at that time, took photos everywhere with their mobile phones, and touched a handful of sofa fabrics and furniture materials. They were all real materials and had no fooling around, which made Jolly very satisfied. They took a look and also needed to buy some daily necessities for themselves. For example, the bed needs pillows and blankets, the sofa and coffee table need a little napkin cloth, and some cleaning tools also need to be equipped. Of course, these were small things, and Jolly soon discovered that there was a folding coffee table in the middle of the cabin living room. When folded, the area in front of the sofa was empty, and there was still a lot of space to use. Suddenly a friend suggested, "Hey, how about a mahjong table here?" What a great idea! Feeling inspired, Jolly simply removed the coffee table and put a mahjong table back. They went out to sea to fish and play mahjong, and could also relax and watch the scenery. This leisure life was definitely enjoyable enough. That's it. Jolly immediately wrote down the order list, went back to ask his assistant to buy it, bought it all, put it on the boat, and came here for a small gathering on the weekend in a few days. When Jolly returned, he posted on WeChat Moments. Everyone saw that he had actually bought a yacht, and they all praised and flattered him, saying that the boss was too rich. In the eyes of others, yachts are the exclusive means of transportation for wealthy people. Although not as exaggerated as private jets, ordinary people really cannot afford yachts. You can drive a luxury car if you buy one, and it's easy to change hands. However, yachts are difficult to store and change hands. They have a low usage rate, but you have to bear the maintenance costs for nothing. Therefore, only the rich can afford yachts. 5 or 6 million less. Someone asked. No, it's only $1 million. Jolly said. So cheap? Many people don't believe it. It's true, what are you kidding me for? This is produced by Blue Emperor, that is, Joe Yang's product. After Jolly explained it this way, everyone suddenly realized that if other companies sold very cheap things, they would have to wonder if the quality was not good, because they were all afraid of being ripped off by Pang Duoduo's fakes. However, no matter how cheap the products produced by Joe Yang are, they dare to buy them. After all, people in China nowadays can hardly find a family without Joe Yang products. It goes without saying that ordinary people like cheap baity electrical appliances. Even wealthy people will choose Longteng supercars, helicopters, and even various drugs or medical devices produced by Joe Yang. In short, it is not easy to find someone in China who has never used Joe Yang products. So when Xiaoli mentioned Joe Yang's name, everyone agreed and thought that Xiaoli was of good quality and had chosen a good product. As soon as Xiaoli's circle of friends became popular, many people realized that Joe Yang had entered the shipbuilding industry again and was really flourishing. Buying a luxury car seems to be more common now, but buying a yacht is different. Most people have never ridden a private yacht. So many good friends came to make appointments and wanted to go on the yacht for fun on the weekend. The yacht Jolly bought was suggested to be for 6 to 8 people, so he invited 7 friends to go fishing on the weekend. Friends happily accepted the appointment and looked forward to the weekend together. Wait until Friday in the evening, Jolly's mobile phone kept receiving calls to meet for tomorrow's activities. Jolly let them bring their own fishing rods, and if they didn't like fishing, they would go and rub the hemp. As for drinks and food, he would prepare them. He also built a temporary group specifically for this purpose, which contained the 8 people they were traveling with. Okay, go to bed early tonight and go early tomorrow morning. These elderly people in their 30s and 40s are actually in the same mood as the children in their first day of the 6th lunar month. No way, it is rare for a married middle-aged man to have his own leisure time, and this time no one brought a wife, which is a rare leisure time. However, if you want to go out on the weekend, you must comfort your wife. Jolly bought her a gift in advance and said nice things to her, so she got the first word and can have fun all day on Saturday. Jolly went to bed with anticipation, just waiting for tomorrow to come. Around the corner, Jolly and his group drove to the dock. There were 8 of them, 5 of whom had brought fishing rods and were ready to fish at sea. Others brought imported cigars and bottles of fine wine to share with friends. Arriving at the dock, Jolly opened the trunk of the Cayenne, which was filled with various drinks and food. Everyone helped move to the boat together. The driver he hired also arrived, and the 8 of them, the great masters, got on board together. After the yacht played the flute, it set sail for the depths of the sea. At full speed, the yacht rode the wind and waves on the sea and headed straight ahead. I'll go, this speed, cow grin. Jolly's friends couldn't stop praising. Although everyone has basically been on a boat, sitting on a private yacht is the first time, and this is all thanks to Jolly's light. Brother Chiao, your yacht is really nice. Friends sat scattered on sofas and beds, experiencing the luxury of the yacht. They commented sincerely. These sofas and furniture cost a lot of money to buy, let alone on a yacht. That's right, this yacht is better than those millions. Others echoed. However, I saw in short videos that private yachts are worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. A friend expressed his doubts. Jolly said, that's a large yacht, or should I call it a cruise ship? A ship can accommodate hundreds or thousands of people, with a tarmac, radar antenna, and the interior is like a 5-star hotel. You get what you pay for. We are a medium-sized yacht, suitable for our travel. It's the kind of real luxury cruise ship. I can only look at it. Yes, Brother Chiao bought this, it's great, I'm so jealous. Everyone left behind in envious admiration. Since they hadn't arrived at their destination yet, everyone posted on WeChat moments after filming the entire yacht with their mobile phones. Then someone brought out 2 decks of poker. There were 8 of them, which could be divided into 2 tables. 8 people played their cards, and no one had any bets, just a simple way to kill time. After waiting for more than half an hour, the speeding yacht finally slowed down. They had come to a clear blue sea, and at this time everyone threw their poker and went to the window to check the scene. With only some seabirds around and no other boats to be seen, it's a really nice place. Come, the fishing has gone to the deck. Jolly shouted, and 5 people rushed out, scrambling to get on their rods. However, the deck area was limited, and it felt that 5 people were still too crowded, so the pole was left behind. 4 people sat in a pony and started fishing, and the remaining 4 people stayed in the cabin. They were going to start a popular form of entertainment in our country, which was mahjong. The coffee table was moved away and their automatic mahjong machine was placed on it. With the clattering sound of the shuffling cards were quickly completed and the mahjong machine arranged the cards neatly. They played the dice and started building the Great Wall. 8 articles. 30,000. Confused, Ching Ziaduai. 1 laughed loudly, and the others gave him a few cigarettes. That's right, as good friends, playing with money can make you angry, so they bet on cigarettes. Everyone brought a different brand of cigarettes, but no one cared. They just had a fun time, but instead of the cigarettes that were on the scene, everyone ended up smoking them together. It's time to fish. At this time, the angler on the deck shouted, and everyone ran out to watch after playing. They caught an eel and twisted around like a snake. Yo, I have extra food at noon, not bad, keep it up everyone. Jolly laughed. Someone on their side had an itchy hand, so they switched with the fisherman and the next one went to play mahjong. This ensures that everyone can fish and rub hemp. Soon it was noon, and they set up items such as cassette stoves and electric barbecue grills on the deck. After the barbecue was completed, they got the cabin and ate. These ingredients are all prepared in advance. The best beef and mutton are grilled until golden brown, sprinkled with cumin and chili noodles, and the smell will make your index finger move. If it were on the shore, many people would think that barbecue is too boring, but at sea, it is not easy to have such a barbecue. After tasting it, everyone gave a thumbs up and praised it. Of course, there is also grilled fish. They catch their own fish, process it, and then put it on the barbecue grill to eat the delicious food given by nature. Their mood is really different. In the afternoon they continued, and a group of mahjong players went fishing. The anglers came down to play mahjong and had a lot of fun. They talked a lot on the yacht, from the international situation to Hate, who could talk about her female colleague, from the moon landing exploration in progress to which technician in foot washing city had the best job. It's the mountains of Kanda from all over the world, after all, that's what men like. Today, when going out to sea, there is no cell phone signal. Everyone can get a passive and quiet environment, which is very valuable in today's high-pressure and fast-paced urban life. By evening, they returned under the setting sun. At this time, a group of masters felt reluctant to leave. They had a lot of fun playing today and would come out to play again when they found an opportunity in the future. When the group arrived on shore, they agreed to go back to the city to find a restaurant for a drink, and Jolly posted photos and videos of him having fun on the yacht online for everyone to taste. After watching it, netizens all thought that this yacht was really good. There was nothing wrong with it except the price. Many middle-aged people can only dream of a carefree day at sea scene, and to achieve such a life, all it takes is a Blue Emperor yacht. This amounts to a live advertisement for the Blue Emperor yacht. The people who could basically afford to buy yachts were all successful middle-aged people, and the yacht usage developed by Jolly immediately impressed them. There are some white-collar workers who have developed an interest in yachts. They are successful people who do not lack money, but need to taste it. Those expensive yachts of hundreds or tens of millions are more difficult to buy, while Blue Emperor's yachts are priced at the right price, which is within their range. Some people have also seen business opportunities, buying Blue Emperor yachts and then leasing them to allow people to enjoy the pleasure of sailing. This only costs a few hundred or thousands of yuan a day, and you can go fishing and leisure at sea or on the river. It is much better than going to some scenic spots, entertaining your body and mind, and not tiring at all. Because of the excellent cost-effectiveness of Blue Emperor yachts, this has given rise to a new way of mass entertainment. Some scenic spots have purchased Blue Emperor luxury yachts to enhance their image. There are even companies or institutions with good conditions that have purchased Blue Emperor yachts for surface management and scientific exploration. Because the Blue Emperor yacht is cheaper and more durable than its peers, it is also faster and has better internal facilities. Basically, except for the slightly higher price, it has no other disadvantages. Anyway, this Blue Emperor luxury yacht, the 30 custom-made in the early stage, were quickly sold out. Some wealthy people are short of a cruise ship. They thought it was too expensive to have a few million of them before, but suddenly they found that Blue Emperor's yacht was very good, so they bought one. It was less than $1 million, which was quite cheap for them. As soon as the Blue Emperor shipyard was established, it achieved both good sales and good reputation. It shocked the industry with 2 hot-selling ship models. The 2 small ships have established a good reputation in the market. If the people evaluate them well, the system's rewards will be high. The Gigafactory system quickly sent Zhou Yang a mission reward. First time producing a ship product, received positive reviews from users, bonus points 300, half-price construction card 1. This shipyard debut was done quite beautifully, and the system rewards were as good as ever. In addition to points, there is also a half-price construction card. Half-price construction card, when building infrastructure, the half-price settlement is made. This card is simple and practical, and the bigger the project, the more money you can make. When the Beatty High-Tech Park was being built, a similar 50% discount card was used. Now this half-price construction card is used in Beatty Town, which is also a large project with an investment of hundreds of millions of yuan. Zhou Yang has a good card, of course it must be used immediately to maximize its benefits. After use, the construction of Beatty Town will save huge amounts of money. The release of these 2 small boats has passed, and the orders will be relatively stable in the future. Landy Shipyard is a little famous in the industry. It will be enough to launch new products steadily in the future. Zhou Yang doesn't need to worry too much. The focus now is on the chip company he is about to put into production. This is the most important part of Beatty's development strategy and also concerns the country's chip industry war. There is no room for loss. So from this day on, Zhou Yang decided to go into seclusion at the chip company. It's not that he has to go into seclusion to practice, but the chip company has reached the most critical period and he has to sit here. The chip company's infrastructure has been basically completed and it is now ready to start trial production. In the early stage, equipment debugging was to be carried out, so Zhou Yang worked with domestic experts in the workshop to conduct research. He worked at least 13 or 14 hours a day. Sometimes the night shift technicians came to work and Zhou Yang returned. He slept for 5 or 6 hours in the company's newly built dormitory, then got up and went to the workshop, as if he had returned to the period when he first started his business. The leaders of the ministry also learned the news and not only came to inspect, but also sent a lot of relevant experts from the ministry and doctoral supervisors from universities, just to raise their eyebrows for this domestic chip. The preliminary preparations have been completed quickly, the equipment has been debugged, and the test run is very successful. Production will officially start at around 9 a.m. tomorrow. Zhou Yang had a rare early rest this day, and tomorrow he will welcome the groundbreaking ceremony with a full spirit. When Zhou Yang woke up, he learned bad news first. The old Yingjia Alliance and the foreign chip industry finally launched their belated latest integrated CPU product. This time they took a brand new name, Turing CPU, named after the father of computer science. Because it is a cooperative product of several companies, it does not have the name of the champion company. The 3 chip companies all have a certain shareholding ratio. This time their process is claimed to be 7 nanometers, but it uses a new architecture, Turing 103 CPU, corresponding to the previous Core i3 level, Turing 105, corresponding to i5, Turing 107, corresponding to i7, and sometime later Turing 109, corresponding to i9 CPU. Their Turing CPU includes traditional CPUs and graphics card chips, and they have solved the heat dissipation problem. Currently, 360 water cooling can crush CPUs including the Turing 107. As for the i9 level CPU, due to its high power consumption, it needs to be launched 2 months later when developing supporting heat dissipation devices. After the release of these 3 CPUs, a major earthquake occurred in the PC industry. Even the Turing 103 improved single-threaded performance by about 35, multi-threaded performance by about 60, and the Turing 107 and 109 improved even more. Netizens jokingly said that Intel finally stopped squeezing toothpaste, and now they almost squeezed the toothpaste out. The graphics chip that key integrates the Turing 107 is also very powerful, reaching 1.2 times the performance of the 4080. It may not seem like much, but the price has dropped a lot. It used to cost nearly 10,000 yuan for a 4080, but now an integrated CPU, with more than the performance of the 13th generation i7 and a 4080 graphics card, can only be sold for $599 together, which is extremely cheap. This is equivalent to buying a powerful CPU and graphics card for 4,000 RMB, which is quite tempting. The cheapest Turing 103 is priced at 1,299 yuan in China, which is equivalent to 1.4 times the performance of the 13th generation i3 3050 graphics card. The Turing 105, priced at 2,099 yuan in China, comes up with an enhanced version of the 13th generation i5, plus a 3060 Ti graphics card. This is much more profitable than buying graphics cards separately before, but there is still no cheaper graphics card like Beatty's. Therefore, some users do not approve. But it doesn't matter whether they recognize it or not. Because of the existence of the UCD agreement, future computer parts must abide by this agreement. Old parts are incompatible. The old British alliance will not allow the White Emperor to enter in the future. It can be said that if users want to get a new computer, they can only buy foreign products. From now on, the computer industry will be left to the old Yingjia alliance. Although there are different voices in the market, the stocks of several chip companies such as Intel and AMD have started to rise sharply, and the market is still optimistic about their performance. Now Beatty is being sanctioned. Even though it is still producing traditional CPUs, Beatty's accessories are being squeezed out and new products cannot match other mainstream accessories. This also means that if people want to use new headphones, keyboards and mice, they may not be able to use Beatty accessories unless Beatty can become its own school, making everything from chassis to CPUs, graphics cards, etc., and only with user support. However, there is currently no company in the world that can have such capabilities. Generally, chip companies only produce chips, memory companies produce memory, and hard drive companies produce hard drives. If Beatty can really produce a complete set of computer accessories, then it has really made history. Now Intel's 3 alliances have released new CPUs and launched them globally a week later. This is a very serious crisis for Zhou Yang, which has not yet produced carbon-based chips. Zhou Yang came to the company this morning. Everyone already knew the news and looked grim. Zhou Yang smiled and comforted everyone. There was nothing to worry about. He just released an integrated CPU. There is no regulation in the world. We also have to follow what kind of things they do in foreign countries. Now it's up to everyone to rely on their own abilities and see who makes the products that are popular in the market. Everyone, cheer up. Our purely domestically produced carbon-based chips officially started today. With Zhou Yang's shout, everyone cheered up, and Zhou Yang and the chief engineer together pressed the start button. Buzz! Throughout the main workshop, the laser equipment began to charge and a slight whistling sound was emitted. Then the components lit up. When the charging was complete and the excited state was reached, a laser was emitted from the equipment. After passing through the reflecting prism, this laser began to refract many times throughout the huge ring-shaped building. Finally, the entire beam of light was divided into various different nanometers. In each small room, it was a divided beam. At this time, instrument detection is needed. If the accuracy of the divided light source is too low, such as tens of nanometers, then this light source will be discarded. If a light beam of more than 28 nanometers is separated, it will be of practical value and can be used in vehicles and machines, or in equipment that does not require thinness and lightness, and will already have economic value. If a 7 nanometer beam range is separated, then the accuracy is the same as that of its foreign counterparts. The carbon-based chips produced have the same long and short capabilities as theirs. If a 5 nanometer or even 3 nanometer beam is separated, the performance of the carbon-based chip produced will kill this generation of friendly works. At this moment, everyone is waiting in the main workshop of Beatty Chip Company. Soon, employees from the section came to report that the accuracy of the separation was unqualified. 54 nanometers, unqualified, discarded. 78 nanometers, substandard accuracy, discarded processing. 32 nanometers, substandard accuracy, discarded processing. With each sound abandonment, everyone's expressions were solemn, and they didn't know what the outcome would be. 28 nanometers, precision meets standards, retention processing. At this time, an excited sound came from the intercom, and finally a separated light source reached a level that could be utilized. Great! The engineers' expressions finally softened a lot. Although their lithography factory's plan had been theoretically verified, they were still a little nervous during the first finished product test run. Now that a 28 nanometer beam has been isolated, it can be used to produce some low-end chips. These can be used in cheap TVs, voice speakers, and other equipment. Moreover, the chip manufacturing process has low precision and high yield rate. In the future, such 28 nanometer chips will be produced just like dumplings, and in the future such chips can be sold at the price of cabbage. Found a 14 nanometers light source, preserved. At this time, another excited voice came from the intercom, and finally a 14 nanometer light source appeared. This has reached the peak of precision in the fully independent production of domestic chips. 14 nanometers is a process that has been eliminated by foreign manufacturers, but it is difficult to achieve domestically. Even if it is produced by foreign lithography machines, the yield rate is very low. Now, under the lithography plant solution, large-scale mass production can finally be achieved, and this light source is very easy to obtain and can be mass-produced in large quantities. Discover a 10 nanometers light source. Discover a 7 nanometers light source. 5 nanometers light source found. At this time, the good news came one after another, making everyone present shake their fists excitedly and hug together. Only some foreign manufacturers still produce TSMC to achieve 5 nanometers precision. However, now they can also domesticate high-end processes such as 5 nanometers and 7 nanometers. This is simply a milestone in the domestic chip industry. After a few hours, all the light was separated. Most of them were discarded because the process accuracy was too low, but the energy was not wasted. Some of the right beam precision was retained, starting from 28 nanometers and ending at 5 nanometers. These precision are available. In the future, domestic chips can also make high-end products. Zhou Yang was in a passionate mood and was halfway to his goal. Now that the tiny light source has been separated, it will be carved into a chip on the wafer. Whether it is success or failure, in this one move. Soon, the most critical lithography stage began in the workshop of the lithography factory. Qualified light sources separated layer by layer etched the required transistor density on the wafer. Unlike ordinary chip factories, their peers use lithography machines produced in the Netherlands, which have fixed accuracy and require etching of wafers one by one. If you want to increase production, you need to add lithography machines. This is also the traditional industrial model, where one machine does the work of one, and the equipment capacity is capped. However, Beatty's new photolithography factory is different. Its main light source emits strong extreme ultraviolet light. Through various prisms and beam splitters, these lights are separated layer by layer, and finally hundreds or thousands of thin light sources with various precision are emitted. In this way, only the appropriate precision needs to be selected to use this beam splitting to make chips. Then if you want to expand production capacity, as long as you increase the sight, the extreme ultraviolet light will circulate in the huge ring structure several times more, and theoretically any desired accuracy can be decomposed. It's just that it's limited to technical reasons now, and the lowest is only 5 nanometers, but this is already a very cutting-edge process. Moreover, there is more than one light source. The theory adopted is to kill the master with a random punch. Although the current photolithography factory cannot accurately separate the extreme ultraviolet light that requires precision, it can separate light sources of various precision. By then, it will be able to produce a batch of chips with different processes from 5 nanometers to 28 nanometers. This multiplies production efficiency, and the benefits are self-evident. High output means more products per unit time, which means more profits, further cost thinning, and lower prices. Price is always the key factor that most affects sales of many products, including chips. Even if the chip performance is several times higher, if it is sold too expensive for ordinary users to afford, it will not be popular. Therefore, only chips that are cheap and can be used for sex can enter thousands of households. This is also the purpose of Zhou Yang's production of carbon-based chips. His business philosophy will always be to benefit the general public. If a product can only be affordable to a few wealthy people, then sorry, Zhou Yang will never do such a thing. With the Gigafactory system, he has to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the motherland's industry. Next, each process is paying attention to the wafer etching situation, but it will take more than a day before the final product is made. It may seem like a long time to carve a batch of wafers in just over a day, but compared with traditional photolithography machines, it is almost time-consuming. The lithography plant solution that Zhou Yang exchanged from the system is definitely a genius idea. It comprehensively optimizes the drawbacks of traditional silicon-based chip production. The carbon-based chips produced using the lithography plant solution can definitely become milestone products in the chip industry. Soon, good news came from various processes. They used light sources with different precision and produced wafers, most of which were qualified. Oh, everyone can cheer now. With such a high yield rate, their carbon-based chips really need to be developed. In this situation now, there is no need to worry about the Turing chip released by Intel. Their carbon-based chips are no weaker than theirs. This is followed by the next process, which is etching, degumming, diffusion, doping, metal deposition, polishing, encapsulation, etc., which also takes more than a day. In the days since the first batch of carbon-based chips were released, the outside world has already fried the pot. Because Intel's new Turing chip came with great force this time, it set off a wave of public opinion. Compared with the previous price, this time the integrated chip is much cheaper, and it also has an advantage in public opinion. Major media and internet celebrities are all bragging about the integrated CPU. Even if there are different voices, they are all drowned out by this huge publicity. Because Intel Alliance killed White Emperor, a monster-level opponent, this time they really put down a bloody script to promote and bribe public opinion, vowing to occupy the entire market and not give White Emperor a chance to turn the tide. Foreign netizens seem to be gradually accepting Turing CPU, and bookings on foreign networks are climbing. This has caused concern among domestic netizens, who are worried that Zhou Yang's carbon-based chips will fall behind before they are even made. You can also see how much Zhou Yang is interested in chips and has invested in a project worth 20 billion yuan. If he fails to achieve results, the entire Beatty company may be affected and will never recover. So domestic netizens came to express their concern and greetings. Zhou Yang has been so quiet these past few days. Has he encountered any difficulties? Zhou Yang has been in seclusion for the past few days, but someone is still taking care of his account, so his subordinates told Zhou Yang about the situation. Just reply in one go and tell everyone not to worry, there will be a surprise waiting for everyone later. Zhou Yang is very confident that his own products will not be afraid of the challenges of his opponents. After netizens saw the reply, they felt a little relieved, but they were still very worried because the products launched by Intel Alliance this time were really not bad, and the toothpaste was also crushed. Some computer users who just needed it were also scheduled to place orders, because they could not imagine how carbon-based chips would break through. Even if the performance is the same, but Beatty's products are squeezed out of the mainstream PC circle and cannot be added to the UCT protocol, then sales are bound not to be high. In the future, Beatty's chips will probably become a very niche product, suitable only for some knowledgeable people to deal with, because the public will also choose Intel products for compatibility issues. In fact, it did not take long for netizens to wait. In the Beatty chip factory, the first batch of carbon-based chips were finally packaged and put into ultimate testing. Zhou Yangdu was moved by his results in the ultimate test. This is even better performance than it was more than half a year ago because the process technology has improved. In the past, when flaking was used, the process was still 14 nanometers, which was already stronger than the performance of 13900K. However, the current process has been further improved, and there are not only 14 nanometers, but also more 10 nanometers, 7 nanometers, and 5 nanometers carbon-based chips. These chips were designed according to the design drawings provided by Zhou Yang, and their performance is quite excellent. Carbon-based chips with a process of up to 5 nanometers can even reach a single-core frequency of up to 7 GHz, which reaches the pinnacle of human chip design. At least it's already much more frequent than Intel's Turing chips. Carbon-based chips not only have high optical frequency but also low heat generation. Intel's Turing chip requires 360 water cooling to dissipate heat, while Beatty's carbon-based chip relies on its own leafless air-cooled radiator. In terms of cost, due to the large-scale production of photolithography plants, the cost was reduced to an astonishing level, and carbon-based chips of various specifications were produced at one time. After careful accounting within their company, taking the 28 nanometer carbon-based chip as an example, the cost of a chip has been reduced to less than 20 yuan. As for other 14 nanometer chips, the cost is also within 100 yuan. Because the yield of 5 nanometers and 7 nanometers chips is not as high as that of other products, the cost is higher, but it is also within 400 yuan. This makes Beatty carbon-based chips explosive in terms of performance, power consumption, and selling price. When Zhou Yang saw these data, he already knew in his heart that the Intel Alliance's idea of running against Beatty this time had been shattered. So after the first batch of chips were made, even the leaders of the department rushed over upon hearing the news. Faced with a group of high-level carbon-based chips produced by Beatty Company, they were very happy and said good repeatedly. The expert team randomly checked these carbon-based chips and confirmed that they were qualified. This means that carbon-based chips have become the best civilian consumer chips in the country. This achievement is enough to hold a commendation conference. This completely met the chip needs of most domestic users, so the ministry leaders launched mobilization capabilities when they returned. Any domestic company that needed to use chips in large quantities could come to Beatty to place orders to help digest their product sales. A large number of domestic orders have arrived, many of which are from state-owned enterprises. Before Beatty Chip Company officially started sales, the order volume was already full. Now we don't have to advertise, and we can meet the profit needs of Beatty Chip Company through internal orders. Although these are all heinous riches given by the leaders of the tribe, Beatty Chip is definitely not a related household, but a real and powerful person. Because the internal parameters have been reported, not only is the performance no less than that of foreign products, but the price is also super cheap. Even the cheapest 28 nanometer chip is only 50 yuan at wholesale price, which is so cheap that no one has friends. This price has never appeared in history. With this price, the selling price of electronic products can be further reduced. Of course, domestic companies must order White Emperor chips. The Turing CPU, which costs thousands of yuan each, is one-to-one with White Emperor and has no appeal at all. Therefore, Beatty Chip Company immediately adjusted its production strategy according to the order, and the company was already operating at full capacity shortly after its establishment. Fortunately, these workers were trained by the ministry and had interned at other chip companies, so they were able to cope completely. But even so, Zhou Yang asked the production department to specially package a batch of CPUs used in computers for retail, which was something he promised netizens. In fact, Beatty Company has no shortage of chip orders and there is absolutely no need to enter the computer field to compete with the Intel Alliance. However, Zhou Yang's goal in making chips is not to benchmark against companies like Intel. His goal is to develop a cheap and high-end CPU that benefits all mankind. This is a step that must be taken. Moreover, the retail-level chip market is also the product that most individual domestic users care about. In order for Zhou Yang to have cheap computers for everyone and at the same time to bring his other computer accessories to life, he must produce CPUs for computers. What's more, there are also the Outlook tasks systematically awarded to him, all of which require Zhou Yang to make contributions in the field of CPU. Therefore, it is necessary for Zhou Yang to release computer CPU products. To release a retail-grade CPU, it would need to be renamed. This CPU set a historical precedent and was groundbreaking in the field of domestic chips, which made Zhou Yang think of Pangu. In mythology, Pangu split the world with an axe, which is a very important part of my country's mythology system. Then it is very meaningful to name the first CPU of Beatty after Pangu. Pangu is an axe that splits the yin and yang realms and creates the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. This is somewhat similar to the carbon-based chip of Beatty. They both created an era. Named after Pangu, it is quite domineering and more meaningful than Intel's Turing chip. Therefore, the Beatty Pangu carbon-based chip was officially released. When the company was packaging it, Zhou Yang came to promote it. Everyone, miss me? Zhou Yang rarely broadcast live this night. Zhou Yang rarely broadcasts live privately except at press conferences, so much so that viewers jokingly asked, "Is this the first time I'm going to try to release a new product late at night?" Tonight is certainly not a new product launch, just a warm-up to chat with everyone. Zhou Yang then announced that the consumer-grade CPU carbon-based chips he promised domestic netizens would be available soon, allowing everyone to be ready to buy them. "I'm going, it's really done, and all the flowers I've been waiting for are gone. Is the performance still as advertised? What about the price?" Netizens have been asking about it all, but everyone is still most concerned about price and performance. The performance is only better than previously advertised, and the price is guaranteed to satisfy you. When Zhou Yang said this, netizens were delighted. It seemed that this was another extremely cheap product, so they could build a cheap computer. Like a famous quote from a garbage man in a picture bar, opening an internet cafe for 3,000 yuan is no longer a joke. But there are also concerns. Can White Emperor compete with Intel Alliance? Intel is now very powerful, and they are xenophobic. They do not allow White Emperor to participate in their new alliance. If White Emperor cannot join, it will be abandoned by the mainstream hardware circle. It is unknown how many people can still buy White Emperor products. One sincere netizen scolded on the spot, "Intel is a barren company, what kind of integrated CPU is it, and how can it be comfortable with a full set of White Emperor accessories?" The price is the real reason. No matter how integrated it is, it's not that you can't compete head-on with Baidu, so you want to use off-market tactics to deal with Baidu. Clowns, they won't succeed. Yes, I have been putting up with that problematic computer just to wait for Baidu's new U. I also don't like integrated ones and have lost the fun of DIY. I will always support Baidu. Me too, I must buy the BPU if it comes out. These netizens who were able to watch Zhou Yang's live broadcast were all Iron fans who supported him and expressed their support for Zhou Yang and Emperor Bai on the spot. Zhou Yang said, "Thank you everyone. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Please pay attention to Beatty Mall in the near future. It will be available soon." When does the press conference start? Some netizens asked. Zhou Yang said, "We have no plans to develop a press conference at the moment. The sales page will have specific parameters at that time, and everyone can choose the corresponding products on demand." Not developing a meeting for such an important product? A puzzled question from netizens. Zhou Yang really didn't plan to hold a chip launch conference because many of the products produced by his chip company are confidential and specially supplied by state-owned enterprises. Because they must cooperate with confidentiality, they are not suitable for grand publicity. Moreover, Zhou Yang's CPU was to be released on the same day as Intel's Turing CPU, just to compete in person. Zhou Yang, I have a reserved personality and won't do anything too high profile, so I plan to publish it directly. If everyone likes it, buy it. There is no need to force the promotion of the product. After all, the CPUs used in computers only account for a small part of the chip factory's production plan, so there is no need to promote them separately. Zhou Yang's live broadcast ended, but the netizens' doubts were not completely resolved. They could not understand that Zhou Yang did not plan to hold a chip launch conference. In their opinion, the carbon-based CPU that can compete with Intel must be the first heavy-duty product in China and deserves special attention. Why not develop a cloth association? At this time, many little haters jumped out and said that Zhou Yang must not be a good product and was afraid of being slapped in the face, so they did not dare to develop cloth associations. But more people don't think so. Zhou Yang must have had other considerations and didn't plan to develop the exhibition. However, Zhou Yang's Iron fans all know about this. It doesn't matter whether they open the exhibition meeting or not. Anyway, if a carbon-based CPU is released, they will buy it, regardless of whether there is a press conference. So netizens prepared their pocket money and private money and prepared to buy a good piece of CPU. With everyone's attention, this release time has finally arrived. This day was also the day when the Turing series CPUs released by Intel Alliance went on sale in full, and White Emperor directly collided with it. Intel Chip Alliance's flagship product, the Turing series desktop-grade CPU, is now available online and is in hot demand. At the same time, Intel Turing CPU was launched on all e-commerce platforms on the internet. This series is a chip product jointly produced by Intel, AMD, Nvidia, and other companies. It is the highest technological crystallization of foreign chip companies, and its promotion is a blockbuster product leading the PC industry. Due to the overwhelming publicity, some digital enthusiasts have pre-ordered this CPU, and many hardware hardcore players have also rushed to buy it as soon as possible. Anyway, Intel's products are the best CPUs on the planet. If you want high performance, you can only choose them. Foreign netizens are ordering like crazy, but domestic real-time sales are very ordinary. Everyone is not impressed by this integrated solution. You used to be able to freely choose your graphics card based on your preferences, but now you can't choose it. Intel soldered it to you. This is similar to a laptop. If you want to replace the hardware, you can only replace one set. It is too inconvenient and loses the advantage of a desktop. Although they sell it cheaper than two chips combined, it is still not as expensive as many of Beatty's products. As long as Beatty has similar products, users will definitely choose Beatty as soon as possible. Moreover, Joe Yang said that his chip products were also launched in the past 2 days. Some anxious netizens kept refreshing Beatty's official website, hoping to get information about carbon-based chips. One of the netizens accidentally opened Beatty at 10:08 a.m., and a major news item appeared in the pop-up box. Beatty carbon-based chip goes online today. Digging a slot, the White Emperor chip is finally online. He immediately clicked on the web page to view the chip's data. The Beatty Pangu carbon-based CPUs released this time are divided into 4 types, namely Pangugia A, Pangugia B, Pangugia C, and Pangugia D. Among them, Pangu is the series name of carbon-based CPU. The character A is taken from the first character of Tiangan, which means the first generation of Pangu products. The letters represent the performance of this CPU in this series. Among them, A is the highest, B is second, and so on. Therefore, Pangugia A CPU is the most powerful in this series. If there is a next generation of CPU, then it is the naming method of Panguia A and Panguia B. This is also out of confidence in our own products. We do not follow the international naming method of numbers, but adopt my country's traditional naming of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Because carbon-based CPU is a chip product independently developed by my country, it must have its own personality. The naming is second. Netizens are still concerned about performance. They suddenly found that Pangugia A CPU is a 64-core CPU. The most critical thing is that the single-core frequency is as high as 7 GHz. Is this written wrong? Netizens thought it was a publishing error. After all, even Intel did not create such an exaggerated CPU. However, they went to ask customer service and got the correct one, Pangugia A CPU, which is indeed this frequency, but it is the highest frequency and the lowest is 4.8 GHz. This is not sure how much higher the parameters are than Intel's last Core 13900K. It is much higher than the best Turing integrated CPU recently published. No way, this plate of ancient armor A, don't you hang Turing 007 with a hammer? Just based on this paper data, let alone Turing 007, Turing 009 will be hammered. Oh my god, 5nm CPU, when will my country be able to produce 5nm accurate CPU? Everyone was excited when they saw it. The data on paper was absolutely amazing. Even the next best-in-class Pangugia B, with a precision of 7nm, is slightly higher than Turing 009. The data of Pangugia C and Turing 007 are comparable, and it is made of a 10nm process. Pangugia D, a 14nm product, is comparable to Turing 005 data. Just the CPU data really surprised everyone. With this level of CPU, it would be great to buy some Intel and brainless White Emperor. The most critical thing is the price. Turing CPUs generally cost thousands of yuan. Turing 007s are currently sold for 3,000 yuan, while the price of Panguia CPUs is simply against the sky. Pangugia, with a maximum single-core frequency of 7 GHz, is sold for 888 yuan. Pangugia B, with a maximum single-core frequency of 6.4 GHz, is priced at 666 yuan. Pangugia C, priced at 488 yuan. Pangugia D, priced at 399 yuan. At this price, I couldn't even imagine it before. If I gave Intel this single-core CPU with a power of over 7 GHz, it would sell for 6,000 yuan each. However, at Beatty, it only costs 888 yuan, which is not even as much as the price of a 20 series graphics card. It is a complete waste of money. If other manufacturers sold CPU at such a low price, everyone would definitely think it was a knockoff made by Huaqianbei. After all, the price was ridiculously low, so there must be fraud. However, he hangs the trademark of Beatty, so everyone can rest assured. You only need to buy it. The quality depends on Joe Yang's credibility. You can't go wrong. So some computer enthusiasts who had been waiting for a long time all placed orders. Given that the AA chip is so cheap and outperforms all other products of the same period, then definitely buy this one. However, everyone thought so Pangugia chip was the first to be snatched up, followed by Jia B and Jia C, and Jia D was also snatched up in the afternoon of the same day. Anyway, the initial production capacity of Beatty chip factory was all digested by netizens. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic customers, Beatty also reminded on its official website that the new carbon-based CPU adopts a new architecture and packaging technology, and needs to be equipped with a dedicated motherboard and radiator, so netizens who need to upgrade should pay attention. This really reminded a group of users that they only saw the cheap ones and grabbed them first. They are only now thinking about it. Indeed, the appearance of the CPU has changed and it really needs to be replaced with a motherboard. At the same time, the motherboard and radiator supporting Panga CPU were also launched on the market, and then a considerable amount of purchases were made. The products were sold out that day, and the news was reported to Joe Yang. He just asked the company to step up production, and it can only do so much at present. After all, production now has to be supplied to other state-owned enterprises, and there is still a limit to the output that can be distributed to retail. Meanwhile, Beatty Chip Company is still struggling with too many orders, while the old Yingjia alliance is facing a major crisis. They anticipated a surge in orders as soon as the sale started, and it did happen, but it only happened for half a day. By 10 a.m., as soon as the Beatty chip went on sale, their sales momentum came to an abrupt end. Intel's products have almost no advantages in the face of price and performance crushing the White Emperor products of Turing's integrated CPU. If it is an ordinary company and a CPU is cheap, then it is useless because other motherboard manufacturers, and memory manufacturers all wear a pair of pants with Intel, and other companies will not adapt your products. If a CPU has no supporting hardware, then it is useless. However, Beatty is a powerful and unreasonable company. He can produce all the accessories needed for computers from top to bottom. Users can place an order for the entire computer with one click on Beatty's official website, which allows them to avoid being excluded by Intel and become their own. Intel executives were very nervous and immediately asked the public relations department to come out and stir up public opinion, saying that the Beatty chip had high scores and low energy, comparable to AMD's original Bulldozer CPU. At the same time, they also need to purchase a batch of Beatty chips as soon as possible to come back for research and see what level their chips are. So these foreigners, together with domestic netizens, robbed the Beatty Panga CPU. The number of people snapping up tickets is comparable to the number snapping up train tickets during the Spring Festival travel rush. Soon, the first batch of Panga CPUs were shipped one after another and arrived in the hands of users. Digital blogger Lei Shuhang, thanks to his relationship with Joe Yang, was the first to obtain the carbon-based CPU of the Beatty Pangyujia series. This is the hottest product on the entire network. Of course, he has to seize this wave of traffic, so after receiving the product, he will live broadcast the unboxing as soon as possible. First of all, he bought a complete set of Beatty products. From the chassis, radiator, memory, hard drive to CPU and graphics card, everything was produced by Beatty, and basically they were all of the best quality. The chip is Pangyujia, the memory is 128 GB, and the hard drive starts at 20T. With this set, it is only more than 4,000 yuan, which is really a money-saving thing. If you buy foreign accessories for this configuration, it costs at least 20,000 yuan, which is a huge savings. It will be unpacked later. I opened the current highest-end Pangyujia A CPU in the box. After seeing the packaging, I felt that it was not simple. The shape and printed pattern on the outside are very different from the traditional Intel and AMD CPUs. It uses a metal original color cover to facilitate heat dissipation, and the surrounding black and white colors symbolize Tai Chi, which is a traditional color combination unique to the Chinese. We can see that the Pangyujia A CPU is much larger than the previous Intel 13th generation. The transistor density here can be imagined. For a 5nm product, how much does it need to be packaged? Lei Shuhang is showing everyone, and then showing the stitches. As a result, he found that Panga CPU actually uses not stitches, but a patch-like form, which avoids the situation where the stitches bend due to accidental impact. Then Lei Shuhang took the motherboard apart and installed the CPU. There are many anti-dumb designs here, which can be installed easily. Then comes the installation of other accessories, memory, hard drive, etc., which are all the same as the traditional way. At most, the hard drive is fixed with a screw, the memory is aligned with the card slot, and it is in place with one click. What surprised Lei Shuhang was that the jumper problem, which was the biggest headache for computer enthusiasts, was also easily solved. Here, the interfaces are all represented by wires of different colors. As long as they are not color blind, they can be connected to the corresponding color interface according to the wire color. There is no need to compare the wire interfaces. Moreover, this main board is also equipped with a professional wiring device. According to the logo, various wires are inserted into the corresponding grooves to achieve regular wiring. This will put many installation workers out of work, because users who choose a full set of Beatty products can install computers at home as long as they have hands. Without reading the manual, Lei Shuhang installed the computer in less than an hour and successfully lit it up. I'll go. The computer is easy to install. I used to pay someone else to install it for me, but now I can just buy Beatty and install it myself. Yes, and these are all top-of-the-line anchors. The full set only cost over 4,000 yuan. If they were all the lowest of the line anchors, you could get a computer that can play most games for 1,000 yuan. It's really cheap. Without saying anything, I want to buy Pangyugia CPU, but I can't. I can't buy it either because it's too popular and the whole network is snatching it. Netizens are talking about it, and Lei Shuhang has begun to install test software on his new computer and start testing. Of course, a new computer must first run a score, but when running a score, the commonly used running score software does not support it at all, because this software does not include such a strange product as a carbon-based chip. So now there is no way to test it, we can only judge it by actual performance. First of all, the most popular game for everyone is to install the Assassin System Odyssey that claims to be equal to all beings and see how many frames it has. Then enter the game, and the frame number is displayed in the upper left corner, 228 frames. I'm going, no way, it's 200 frames in, it's going to be a bullseye. Cowhide, my 13900K4090, playing Odyssey extremely high quality is only in the early 100 frames, this is straight to 200 frames, is the performance twice that of the 13900K. Netizens were excited when they saw the live broadcast. It seemed that the strongest game god was born, and Pangyugia was it. Lei Shuhang was also shocked by this data, but when he started several other games, he saw that the frame rate was not stable, and some games with poor optimization had limited frame rate improvement. Therefore, Lei Shuhang concluded the high frame rate of this Odyssey should be related to the architecture and optimization. It does not mean that the performance of Pangyugia is more than twice that of 13,900K, but the game performance is the highest configuration I have come into contact with now. It runs smoothly and has no bugs. Those who love playing games can give it a try. After all, games are just entertainment. The original purpose of buying a computer must be productivity, so Lei Shuhang opened his usual editing software. It runs very smoothly, there is no more reading, and there is no pause in editing the whole process. Even 4K high-definition video can be eaten raw with hardware performance, which is really amazing. Moreover, when pressing and rendering, the time is also 1/3 faster than the time used by the previous Intel 13th generation CPU. This is a huge improvement, and users who need computers to render are blessed. Large renderings, which used to take days and nights to work, can now save at least 1/3 of the time. This saves not time but money. Now you can see that the Pangyugia CPU is not only powerful for gaming, but also has decent productivity. Furthermore, its user experience is significantly better than other CPUs. Lei Shuhang came to a conclusion, and today's live broadcast, due to time constraints, ends here. And tomorrow, there will be another weight level comparison experiment, that is, his scheduled new Intel integrated CPU computer will also arrive, and he will compare it with the White Emperor computer. That night, netizens saw Lei Shuhang's video and were shocked by the super performance of Beatty Pangyugia A CPU, so they added it to their shopping carts. But adding it to the shopping cart does not mean that you can buy it. Now people in China are scrambling to buy it. Everyone has been waiting for Beatty's CPU for the past 6 months, and there are still many users who have always owned the classic machine. Seeing that Beatty's CPU has improved so much, they finally have a reason to change the machine. If performance is still one aspect, then price is the other side of its popularity. When will a single-core 7 GHz CPU be sold for only 888 yuan, which is unimaginable in the Intel era? Now that Beatty has taken over the chip field, he has directly turned this line into a top-tier CPU with a cabbage price of several hundred yuan. This is something that Intel cannot produce even after squeezing a few tubes of toothpaste. After everyone couldn't get the goods, he followed Lei Shuhang and watched a video comparing him with Intel's integrated CPU. The next afternoon, Lei Shuhang personally drove his Nirvana 01 car to the express delivery station to pick up all the express deliveries. As evening approached, he started a live broadcast at home. When he unpacked it, he saw the full picture of the integrated CPU. This new CPU was very large, even larger than the Pangyugia A. After all, it contained 2 chips. After that, the assembly will begin. The new motherboard used this time, Lei Shuhang couldn't help but complain in the first step of installation. How many years has Intel been around, and it's still the same old-fashioned installation method? Lei Shuhang complained about the integrated CPU, which has been installed on the base for so many years. The pin installation method used has not changed in so many years. Everyone has come here like this before, but after experiencing the experience of quickly installing the Beatty computer yesterday, this comparison came out. It is not user-friendly at all and requires very professional people to figure out how to install it. After all, this is the first time to install an integrated CPU host. Strong as Lei Shuhang, you should also check the manual. After installing the CPU, insert the memory and hard drive. The specifications of these 2 products have also changed. They are not the same as the previous model because the protocol has been changed. The DDR6 memory purchased by Lei Shuhang is now the cheapest of more than 616 GB single sticks. This is also the product with the smallest capacity. If it is a 32 GB stick from a big brand, it can easily reach thousands. Lei Shuhang bought two 16 GB memory sticks to form a dual channel, which cost him 1,500 yuan. It hurts to think about it. With only 1,500 pieces of memory, you can build half a Beatty computer. At this time, someone started to complain in the barrage. The 32 GB Beatty memory and 20T hard drive he bought before were originally working fine, but now that he has upgraded and replaced all the interfaces, he needs a new computer, which is a complete set, and it will cost several thousand yuan, especially solid-state drives. Beatty started with 20T, but he only added 6T to his 6T, which is more than double the price of Beatty. How can they be so embarrassed? Hi, it's not that we can't compete with Beatty, so we're thinking of changing the interface so that we can't use Beatty products. It's really not like people can beat us up. The purpose of foreigners changing interfaces is well known to everyone in Sima Zhao's heart, which is to sell their expensive accessories. As long as users choose Intel's new generation products, they have to buy their entire set of accessories. Compared with the previous non-integrated hardware prices, there is not much difference. Computers are still as expensive as before. PC users around the world have just enjoyed the good news brought by Beatty's cheap accessories, but Intel here has forced everyone not to use them, and users are naturally complaining. Of course, Lei Shuhang also knows, but he is an anchor and says that these are easy to recruit hackers, so he will say a few words about the connotation. Intel has a system. If you want to use their integrated CPU, then you must accept their full set of accessories. In fact, it is a subtle satire on foreigners forcing everyone to buy into one thing. He had already installed the memory hard drive, and then he had to install the most tedious 360 water cooling. Water cooling has never been easy to install. It requires a tight fit and no sloppiness. Once a miracle is performed with great force, it may cause leakage. This took a lot of effort on his part and made him sweat a lot. What a struggle. Lei Shuhang couldn't help but complain again. Now that the water cooling was installed, he felt a sense of powerlessness inside him when he saw the chaotic wire. To connect various cables, you need to carefully check the numbers. This was the case for PC enthusiasts in previous decades. But I assembled Beatty's computer yesterday, and I can install all the cables just by looking at the color. And there is also full-like thread management. You only need to follow the instructions to manage the thread. As a result, a day later, it became the same old thing, and Intel's familiar bad feeling returned. Installing their computers was really cumbersome. Lei Shuhang could only be patient and simply sort out the wires. It was still a bit messy, but he couldn't waste any more time. After all, so many netizens were watching in the live broadcast room, so he randomly stuffed the wires into the chassis and completed the assembly. This is out of sight and out of mind. As long as you don't open the case, you won't be able to see the messy lines like spider webs. This assembly took 1 hour and 40 minutes, and Lei Shuhang was finally able to test it. Next he followed yesterday's steps and ran the points first. After using the running point software, just as advertised, the data, which was originally equipped with a maximum of 6 GHz single core, looked picturesque, but it was still dwarfed by the Pangyojia, a chip of Beatty. There's nothing much to watch about running points now, so I'll switch to game testing. As a result, after experiencing the amazing performance of White Emperor computers yesterday, it is particularly unbearable to see the overall backwardness of Intel platform computers today. In order to enhance the comparison, Lei Shuhang specially asked two computers to execute the same game, and the frame numbers could differ by tens to hundreds. I didn't even notice the gap. Netizens in the barrage were posting words such as Baidu One and Garbage Toothpaste Factory. It's really a comparison. Intel felt that it was being forced by White Emperor and wanted to use off-market tactics to deal with White Emperor, but it didn't work hard on the product. As a result, the CPUs it created were still the same, and were even further and further down the line by White Emperor. There is a big gap in playing games, so let's look at production tools. Lei Shuhang opened the editing software and executed the same rendering program. Baidu's speed was significantly faster. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room, all of whom were witnesses. I declare Intel pulled and White Emperor completely victorious. The White Emperor would say, I'm not that good either. I rely entirely on my peers to compliment me. I really don't know what the point of Intel's integrated CPU is. The price of the White Emperor is a fraction of his, and the performance is better than it. It's a complete piece of electronic garbage. For several times, netizens have described Beatty's cheap products as electronic waste, but now, this derogatory term has been given to the former chip giant Intel. It's really a turn of feng shui, which is also a strong proof of Beatty's transformation into a high-tech enterprise. After a series of comparisons, Lei Shuhang is now extremely convinced that the entire set of Baidu computer consoles is indeed more powerful than Intel's. The Intel consoles he equipped with totaled 9,000, while the White Emperor's top-of-the-line computer was only 4,000, but their performance was much better than Intel's. Moreover, in terms of energy consumption, Beatty also has an overall advantage. One air cooling can meet the heat dissipation needs of CPU, which shows how low this energy consumption is. Intel went to great lengths to create an integrated CPU, but it required water cooling and heat dissipation, as well as temperatures of tens of degrees Celsius, a maximum power consumption of 1,100 W, and a frantic meter, making it a gold medal customer of the power grid. The entire Beatty computer only had a power consumption of 400 W. With high performance, low power consumption and low cost, Beatty's complete machine solution is the direction that the PC industry should develop. Lei Shuhang immediately announced in the live broadcast room that if you can buy a Beatty computer, buy Beatty. Other brands are weak and expensive and are not recommended. After he made such a decision, netizens jokingly reminded him, the anchor said so absolutely, be careful when accepting lawyer letters. Lei Shuhang said, I'm not afraid, I'm just going to say this. If Intel sends me a lawyer's letter in Kenla's face, then I will accompany them to fight the case to the end. It's so bad that things are done so badly, and there is a face to send a lawyer's letter. It's funny. Lei Shuhang was angry with Intel. The key is that he spent more than 9,000 yuan to buy a bunch of flashy things. From these accessories, it can be felt that Intel has its own arrogance and lack of ambition, which makes him and other users very unhappy. Anyway, after this live broadcast, everyone saw that Intel's new accessories have a lot of crotch, and the complete set of White Emperor PC is so explosive. As long as there are people who need to install the equipment, they will definitely choose White Emperor without any brains. This made Beatty chips extremely hard to come by, and sales of other Beatty accessories also increased significantly. However, the number of Beatty chips released every day is limited, which makes everyone scramble for them. At this time, Xiao Heizi came out of the Black and White Emperor and said that it was the White Emperor's custom to play the monkey. And the real White Emperor Iron Powder directly responded, Intel CPU doesn't play monkey, you can buy it. As a result, those little haters didn't buy it either, because now anyone who has watched the live broadcast knows that Intel is expensive and weak, so when buying a computer, of course you have to buy the complete set of White Emperor products. Although some people are also complaining about not being able to get the goods, they are also willing to wait instead of buying Intel, which is always in stock. At this time, people from Intel also got the Pangu A-class CPU produced by Beatty, and their engineers tested it as soon as possible. Why are carbon-based chips so strong? What kind of craftsmanship is this? Even TSMC can't produce 5 nanometers mass-produced chips, and their prices are so low. Is this charity? These lithography machines must have been sold to them by the Dutch company Ismer and must be reported. These Intel engineers are a mess because they are scared by the performance of this carbon-based CPU from White Emperor. Just kidding, there is actually a company in the world that can sell a single-core 7 GHz CPU for 888 yuan at retail. Even if it is Intel, the cost is not enough. If they own the CPU, according to the current market conditions, it will cost at least 4,000 to 5,000 yuan each. However, BYD unreasonably produced the product. These engineers could not handle it and reported it to headquarters immediately. Intel headquarters also responded quickly and immediately organized a discussion on countermeasures. They had previously spread rumors about public relations, saying that the Beatty chip was high frequency and low energy, but they did not receive any results. After all, the facts of this thing are laid out there. A good product is good, and a bad product is bad. Comparing the performance of the two chips will make a judgment. Rumors are rumors and cannot be true. Now Intel cannot play tricks and can only use the real thing. Senior officials were anxious and irritable when they saw the data on the Pangugia series chips produced by Beatty, as this was greatly beyond their expectations. Intel executives originally planned to use integrated CPU to bring Beatty's graphics card business to a standstill, and then took advantage of the situation to run on Beatty's memory and hard drive businesses, putting Beatty in a passive position and ultimately being defeated by them. Intel can take advantage of the situation to recover its lost market share, harvest a wave of users at will, and cultivate everyone's habit of using integrated CPUs, so that they can only become their users in the future. Moreover, after defeating the White Emperor, Intel will not disband the old British alliance. In this way, he can do nothing and still be the boss of AMD and Nvidia in the alliance, and live a comfortable life. This is a very beautiful idea, but Intel did everything it could to calculate that Beatty's CPU would be so powerful, and its performance and price would leave them far behind. Intel's previous seamless plan now seems to be like a joke. The product that was made with great effort not only did not limit White Emperor, but was actually slapped in the face by White Emperor. This Pangugia series chip was completed under global sanctions, which means that their magnesium country's sanctions are ineffective. And Intel almost lost the product at this right time and place, which made them very frustrated. These top brass feel like they did nothing wrong, but they just lost. In fact, this is how arrogant Intel is. Thinking that it is the boss of the chip industry, it has always been accustomed to squeezing toothpaste and harvesting users with chips that do not improve much every year. When this behavior becomes a habit, they are no longer motivated. They are not developing for the sake of developing good chips, but producing for the sake of making more money. This is fundamentally different. This time it was obvious that their integrated CPU had failed completely and was not as strong as Beatty's product in any way. Then their plans for the next few years were all wrong. There are two paths in front of Intel now. One is to continue the integrated CPU plan, focus on research and development, and strive to surpass Beatty in the next generation of products, but this is not very promising because their technology reserves are too weak. It was the same reason. In order to fight against the aggressive Beatty company, they hastily mounted the immature integrated CPU and excluded Beatty. There is no problem with this, it is a Yang plan that can strangle the White Emperor in the takeoff stage. But this Yangma's success has a premise, which is that Beatty's products are not as good as their integrated CPUs. When Intel's think tank conducted the evaluation, it naturally believed that the technology reserves of Beatty's chip factory, which had just been put into production, could not exceed theirs. At most, it would produce 14nm CPUs with a rougher process. After all, the level of China's chip industry as a whole is so different that it is not enough to be afraid. Their integrated CPU will also lead the market, while Beatty can only eat dust behind them. The Intel will occupy the entire high-end chip market and will still dominate the chip industry in the next decade. Moreover, Intel once and for all allowed AMD and Nvidia to join the alliance he led, which was a goal that Intel had not achieved in decades before. So much so that Intel's current president was highly praised on the board of directors, his whole person was floating around, and the president was also hailed as the great figure second only to the founder of Intel since its founding. There is basically no problem with Intel's Yang Mao. 99 will follow their script, but there is only one danger, that is, the White Emperor's new product cannot exceed their chip. However, this one possibility is automatically ignored by the already floating Intel president. Even their biggest competitor, AMD, has not threatened their dominance for so many years. How can a Chinese company that has just built a factory still be sanctioned surpass them? This is reality, not an Anderson fairy tale. That's what the president of Intel said. Because of this idea, the integrative CPU is promoted globally. However, now that the facts have come out, the one they had not considered has come true. As soon as Beatty's carbon-based chips became a hit, Intel suffered a backlash. Their current product sales are very dismal and they are no longer able to recover. Although it has only just been put on sale, most of the piles of chips will rot in the warehouse. Distributors from all over the country are now complaining, hoping to return the chips they purchased previously. Otherwise, if they can't sell them, they will go bankrupt. However, their integrated CPU has invested a lot of money and has been a plan for more than a year. If all of them are returned, Intel will lose at least billions of dollars. This is still an obvious loss, and there are also invisible losses. The stock will plummet, the market value will evaporate, etc., all of which will follow one after another. That will also be a major blow to Intel. So they made a decision to refuse the return and let the dealer digest the inventory themselves. At this time, I am afraid that there will be many dealers around the world who will suffer losses. Intel has lost the hearts and minds of the people since this time. But Intel has had to worry too much, and now they have an unprecedented crisis. Because even when AMD was at its most powerful, its products did not surpass theirs in number. At most, they were of similar level. Intel sales only decreased, but it still sold better than AMD's chips. But now Beatty's CPU has reached a maximum single core of 7 GHz. Just kidding, that is a field they have never touched. If they still stick to the previous x86 architecture, they may be able to reach 7 GHz today without any effort or cost, but they have vigorously developed integrated CPUs. In at least 2 or 3 years, they have not been able to approach the natural barrier of 7 GHz. Now Beatty has occupied the public opinion direction of the consumer-grade CPU market, and one chip is hard to come by in the market. On the contrary, Intel's CPU is full of warehouses, but no one cares about it. That is, there is still a little sales volume abroad. In the Chinese market, you can't sell more than a few pieces a day. So the first breakout option was ruled out. They can no longer continue with the dead-end integrated CPU, but must return to their most technologically advanced x86 architecture, which can at least keep up with Beatty's footsteps. Only by stabilizing the market can we have a future. Otherwise, it will take 2 or 3 years on the integrated CPU, and Intel will probably go bankrupt and restructure. So at the board meeting, Intel's president reluctantly announced that their integrated CPU project would be sealed indefinitely, restarting the x86 architecture research and development plan, and strive to be on par with Beatty chips next year, slightly exceed it the year after, and fully exceed Beatty's carbon-based chips in the third year. Intel suffered a huge loss this time. Although they did not promote it to the outside world, anyone with a discerning eye knows what happened. Their old British alliance exists in name only. AMD and Nvidia, who had tacit understanding, stopped coming to the meeting and went home to fend for themselves. At this point, an alliance formed by the 3 international chip giants in order to fight against Beatty was officially defeated by Beatty's new products. All three companies returned to their respective companies and found their own mothers. The computer chip industry has also entered a new chapter under the influence of BYD. This time, under the influence of White Emperor chips, the company that suffered the most was the arrogant Intel. Conservative estimates put the losses at billions of dollars, and there would have been more losses, but some losses have been resisted by dealers. In the future, they will only be able to install some unsaleable integrated CPUs in some relatively strange all-in-one machines, or use waste in other fields, but they will only be able to sell them in tiers and cannot cut off the user's leaks. And Nvidia also went back to making graphics cards again. However, they have other preparations and are ready to cut costs significantly. They can no longer follow the previous leak-cutting model. They will launch a cheap version of the graphics card and enter a business that BYD graphics cards do not operate in to completely avoid competition with BYD. Only this time, Nvidia was frightened by White Emperor and did not dare to compete with White Emperor for several years. AMD has the least loss because they have been secretly conducting previous research in advance. After the BYD chip comes out, although AMD's new research and development results are not as good as BYD's products, they are used to being overwhelmed by other companies, so they plan to save the country on a curve. If the performance competition is not enough, they will enter specialized fields, such as providing customized services to companies plus producing server-level chips. These are areas that BYD doesn't currently cover, and they still have profit margins. In just a short time, the global PC industry has undergone tremendous changes. Intel has ceased its efforts, and AMD and Nvidia have successively announced that they will return to the original hardware model. This also means that the integrated CPU has been directly sentenced to death, becoming one of the shortest-lived products in hardware history and a laughingstock among netizens. Intel wanted to cut everyone's leaks, but ended up smashing them. No one took over, and all this blood was lost. And it's all thanks to the excellence of White Emperor products, otherwise everyone would have to hold their nose and buy Intel's expensive and difficult-to-use products. Now that Intel is crotch-pulling, global PC users currently only have the BYD chip to choose from. Even though sales are banned abroad, BYD chips are so useful that foreign users still have to buy BYD chips even if the price is increased several times through scalpers and the black market. This led to a more tense and intense rush to buy BYD chips, as there was a global shortage of BYD CPUs. Basically, buying them, reselling them, and selling them could make a huge profit of hundreds or thousands of yuan. Therefore, many scalpers came upon hearing the news and joined the rush to buy them. This makes it more difficult for real users to buy CPU. Every day when people see the word out of stock on BYD's official website, they become dissatisfied and file complaints on Zhou Yang's personal account. Among these complaints, there are not only Chinese netizens, but also texts from other countries, such as English, Spanish, German, Japanese, Korean, and even ASEAN. The whole world is frantically grabbing the CPU of a Chinese company, which is the first time in history. Therefore, paper was expensive in Luoyang for a while, and everyone used a spirit comparable to the Spring Festival travel rush to grab tickets to buy CPUs on BYD's official website. This level reached the historical peak since BYD was founded. This incident even alarmed the media, which greatly boosted the domestic manufacturing industry. Whether it was official media or the overwhelming number of marketing accounts, all were reporting on this incident. BYD once again appeared on the global hot search list. The out-of-stock incident was a bit of a big deal, so it was reported to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang actually knew this, and his friends were all begging him to give him some chips to sell. After all, the Pangugia series CPUs are hard currency now, and if they are available, others are willing to buy them at a markup. This is equivalent to a gold mine. Zhou Yang's friends are all so eager to buy, not to mention other dealers. Every day's orders can pile up into a mountain. When Zhou Yang saw this situation, he asked netizens to rest easy. Now chip companies are working overtime to produce carbon-based chips. In the next 2 weeks, the production capacity will be gradually transferred to the CPU of the Pangugia series. After hearing Zhou Yang say this, netizens understood other things from his answer and asked, "You mean, other chip products are still being produced?" Yes, Zhou Yang thought there was nothing to hide, so he said, "We also produce chip products of various specifications, but we haven't turned to retail." Netizens are talking, what the hell, the whole world is looking for Pangugia series CPUs now. Are there any products that make money better than this? Give all the production capacity to Pangu quickly. You can't just leave the money alone and not make any money. Zhou Yang advised, "Don't worry, BYD has his own industrial strategy, and making money is not his top priority. The factory has just started production, so it is normal for production to be tight. Please wait patiently. Our company will be able to complete the industrial layout soon." People didn't realize the meaning of this sentence, but soon after, domestic netizens discovered a major change in the digital circle. Recently, many new products have been released in the domestic digital circle and electrical circle. Domestic users were surprised to find that the prices of new products had been significantly reduced. For example, a tablet computer released by a rice company, which originally cost 2,000 yuan, is now only more than 1,400 yuan, which is more than 600 yuan cheaper than the previous generation. Users don't know what's going on. It's been at least 5 years, and every generation of tablet computers has a price of 2,000. Why is the price suddenly reduced? Second-hand vendors are first confused. Their previous generation of rice flat plates still sold for 1,500 yuan each, but the new generation of products are actually cheaper than the previous generation of second-hand ones. What's going on? No wonder many second-hand dealers in the digital circle have closed down their stores now. This is because there are so many such cases. New products are cheaper than second-hand products, and business is impossible. Netizens were also curious. After watching the manufacturer's press conference, they found out that the rice company had used a brand new chip with improved performance. However, netizens saw that other accessories were similar to last year, so the price could not have dropped so much at once. The only part that changed a lot was the chip. So with such a huge price drop, the chip must have become cheaper. The chip used in this tablet is just a letter code, and it does not mention the manufacturer, which is very strange, because the flat panel chips on the market are basically produced by Qualcomm and MediaTek. If the products of these two companies are used, then Mi will definitely mark them. Now Mi is covering up to the chip manufacturers of this flat panel, asking questions without saying anything, which is very intriguing. Considering the recent huge changes in the chip industry, netizens began to suspect that this unknown chip was produced by Beatty Company. And the strange thing is not only this tablet, such as smart speakers, televisions, smart door locks, etc., all have different degrees of price reduction. If the price of one or two electronic products is reduced, it may be accidental, but everyone has discovered a strange phenomenon, that is, the price reductions are all pre-sold new products, and the old models are still at the previous prices. So what the truth is about this incident of drastic price reduction is only known when new products are launched. Many new products launched by these manufacturers will not be launched until half a month, or even 1 or 2 months later, and are said to be under intensive production and stocking. However, the tablet computer of a certain rice company was the first of all the price-reduced products to be launched on the market, and a digital blogger bought it and disassembled it immediately. They want to see what this Jane Doe chip is all about. Soon, they were live streaming the disassembly. After removing the back cover, they saw the motherboard and chip inside. When they saw the spray-printed characters on the chip, everyone suddenly became confused because the printing and arrangement of these characters seemed familiar. Soon, someone typed 2 words in the barrage, revealing the truth. White Emperor. Both words were being posted in the barrage area because they saw that the spray markings and specifications of this mysterious chip were similar to the Pangugia series CPUs produced by Beatty. This should not be a coincidence, and the blogger who did the disassembly live broadcast also compared traditional silicon chips with carbon-based chips. The material characteristics of this mysterious chip are closer to those of carbon-based chips. Combined with what Zhou Yang said, everyone speculated that the chips used in the low-price new tablets produced by a certain rice company were carbon-based chips produced by Beatty. The blogger of the live broadcast was also saying that these 90 chips were produced by Beatty and have not been sold. Netizens also assume that this is a fact. Anyway, a factory as large as Beatty cannot have such a low chip production in Pangugia. There must be other orders, so it is likely that chips will be produced for these domestic peers. Some netizens here just can't figure it out. It would be better if Beatty didn't sell chips to others. He built his own very cheap tablet computer. Who can compete with Beatty? Then a netizen with a strategic vision explained, I know Zhou Yang. He has actually said this many times in media interviews. His goal is not to sell more goods to make money, but to lead Made in China to become famous internationally. No matter how big a company Guang Beatty does, it cannot dominate the world or make the people of the whole country rich. If we lead the entire Chinese manufacturing industry to make money and take off, then the country will become richer and stronger. Finally, the netizen concluded, to put it bluntly, Zhou Yang has a big structure and will not stop selling goods just because of competition. He only restricts sales to certain foreign countries and is still very tolerant of his peers in his own country. The premise is that you don't have to be like Wazhu Electric and fight by D. With this explanation, everyone understood. It turned out that Zhou Yang did not want to make money, he wanted to take everyone to make money together. He sold cheap chips to his peers, and his peers became more competitive. Then in the future, if they were made in China, they could be sold overseas and make money around the world. At the same time, when enterprises have money, they will drive employment, workers' income will increase, companies will pay more taxes, and the country's people's livelihood will improve. This is a positive cycle. If Zhou Yang didn't do this, like some narrow-minded companies, he would attack and frame his peers at every turn. Then Beatty might do something on a larger scale, but China's manufacturing industry would wither and a large number of peer companies would go bankrupt. Only Beatty workers would have higher incomes, while workers in other places would lose their jobs and live in dire straits. Therefore, Zhou Yang's pattern has made the lives of people across the country better and better, and has also made the domestic manufacturing industry stronger and stronger. After discussing Zhou Yang's mind, netizens sent out thumbs up emojis together. No wonder he is so rich. It is because of his high awareness that he has to admire him. Now that Zhou Yang has sold cheap chips to its peers, it has been accepted by the public, but some people don't quite understand why the companies that use Beatty's chips are so secretive and refuse to explain the source. Some commentators estimate that the biggest possibility is that the White Emperor is on the sanctions list of the magnesium country. Using the White Emperor's chip is very likely to attract retaliation from the magnesium country. Beatty is not afraid of retaliation, but other companies are afraid, so he refuses to say it explicitly. Another point is that it is possible that Emperor Bai took the initiative to request it in the contract, fearing that he would implicate other colleagues. Now that Beatty's chip industry has just started, it is not good to make too high a statement, which may cause sanctions to be intensified, so it is better to conceal it. So this matter has become an open secret, and everyone is discussing, how much production capacity does this Beatty chip have? The various other types of cheap new electrical appliances that subsequently emerged were basically carbon-based chips with the same packaging technology, which were undoubtedly all products of Beatty. Now the entire domestic electronics company, at least more than half of its chips, are provided by Beatty, and this production capacity is terrifying. Everyone has never thought that domestic chips, which have always lagged behind, can actually overtake others on a curve. Silicon-based chips are no match for silicon-based chips. They jump over the enemy's patent barriers and run a new track. The performance and power consumption of carbon-based chips also hit foreign companies. It's unbelievable. For a while, the world was hyping up the topic of the rise of China's chip industry, and domestic netizens felt angry when they went online. For many years, foreign countries had used measures such as chip sales bans and photolithography machine embargoes to restrict the development of my country's chip industry, forcing us to spend high prices on other people's products and consuming a lot of foreign exchange. Now, the Chinese can proudly say, we can make our own chips and no longer have to buy those high-priced and low-energy chips from foreign countries. The Chinese people first enjoyed the benefits brought by Beatty chips. The prices of chip appliances in China were generally reduced by hundreds or even thousands of yuan because the chips were cheaper. Everyone also saves money by buying electrical appliances. I didn't think anything of it yet. Now that there is a comparison, everyone knows that a considerable portion of the profits from purchasing those electrical products were given to foreign manufacturers. If this money goes out of the country, it will not bring any benefits to our country. However, now that everyone buys the chips produced by Beatty, this part of the profits will be earned by Beatty and other companies. In the end, this part of the money will remain in the country, and the people will ultimately benefit. This is the benefit of supporting domestic products. It seems that it will be better to support domestic products in the future. Netizens came to this conclusion. From the previous Flower and Vitality 28, everyone knows the benefits of buying domestic products, and a monthly salary of 3,000 is enough. Coupled with the Beatty chip incident, many people have developed the habit of buying domestic products, and many domestic brands have benefited from this. This is also the result of the promotion of domestic brands such as Beatty. Soon, journalists from all over the world came to Beatty Chip Company, all wanting to interview this mysterious company. Originally, Beatty Chip Company was very remote here and there were not many cars on the road. But lately, it's all about various vehicles, and because chip companies rarely give interviews, those reporters are reporting from outside the chip companies. Before, this kind of battle could only be seen outside companies such as Intel and AMD, because that was the center of the global chip industry. Now that Feng Shui is taking turns, Beatty Chip Company has entered the market with carbon-based chips and has become the world's leading chip company. Currently, there is only one retail-level CPU, the Pangugia series, which has caused a sensation and is being snapped up around the world, becoming the center of global public opinion. Some people have said that whoever controls the chip in the 21st century will have the right to speak, and now the right to speak has come to the White Emperor. When we saw foreign and domestic journalists with different skin colors and speaking various languages at the door of Beatty Chip Company, everyone was surprised. How could there be so many people suddenly? The reason for this phenomenon is the continuous failure of leading chip companies such as Intel. They have already announced the abandonment of the integrated CPU solution. This has not been implemented for a year and their first batch of new products has not been launched for less than a month. It is really unexpected that this situation has occurred. Everyone knows that it was because the performance of Beatty's carbon-based chips was too explosive that Intel and other companies had to admit defeat and return to the traditional x86 architecture CPU. In other words, what a great honor it is that Beatty Chip Company single-handedly defeated the world's top chip company head-on. So the domestic media and netizens were all jubilant. CCTV soon discovered this publicity opportunity, which is a great opportunity to showcase my country's high-tech manufacturing industry to the world. So CCTV contacted Beatty Company and asked to come to the company for an interview. Beatty Chip Company also needed publicity, so Zhou Yang agreed to the interview request. He chose a good day and asked CCTV, several large domestic media, and more neutral and objective foreign media to come to the company for visits and interviews. This is the first time that Beatty Chip Company has given an interview to the outside world since its construction, so it has attracted the attention of the whole world. For a while, everyone was paying attention to the results of this interview. On this day, many reporters entered the interior of Beatty Chip Company for visits and interviews. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the factory building with this special huge ring structure. To be honest, among the dozens of people present, no one had ever seen such a strange factory building, which was similar to those buildings that won art and modeling awards. Most of the factories in the world are boxy buildings. Why are there such strange circular buildings? The reporters asked their first questions since entering the company. This is because our chip production process requires such a structure. Joe Yang answered everyone's doubts. This chip production process he came from the system has published a paper and applied for a patent, so now he can reveal some insider information. Joe Yang then asked the chief engineer of his company to answer the question in an easy-to-understand way. The engineer said that they use an extreme ultraviolet light device to emit light with various precision levels, and then let the light continuously cycle and enhance in the ring factory through the mirror. Finally, through a special method, the light is separated into light sources with different precision levels. As long as it meets the photolithography requirements, wafer engraving can be performed at the corresponding light levels. In this way, as long as the main unit is not stopped, many precision chips ranging from 28 nanometers to 5 nanometers can be made at the same time. As long as the factory is large enough, their output can be increased geometrically. If we use shooting as an analogy, foreign lithography machines can ensure that every three-pointer hits the frame. Our lithography machine cannot achieve that kind of accuracy. If we throw 100 basketballs at a time, there will always be several basketballs that will hit the frame, and we can also get many byproducts with little difference. This greatly reduces the cost of one-time production. That's why Beatty chips are cheap and high yield. When the engineers were introduced, the reporters were stunned and shocked by this genius idea. This method broke the monopoly of foreign lithography machines in one fell swoop, and foreign reporters kept exclaiming Omega. Which expert invented this method? At this time a foreign journalist pressed. This method was Joe Yang's own, but he didn't want to be a hero, so he said it was the crystallization of their company's collective wisdom and they came up with it together. Genius! The reporters couldn't stop sighing. Anyway, their brains had never thought of such a genius idea as using a lithography factory in 100 years. They then went inside the chip company for a tour. They put on anti-static suits and saw that the factory was full of high-tech facilities. Of course, the core area is not allowed to be visited, and the location of the reporters is the part that allows them to see. In the shot, chips are quickly produced from the equipment, packaged, and shipped out, and will soon be delivered to customers. The reporters marveled at the production capacity of Beatty Chip Company, which is about the same as making dumplings. What is your chip production? A foreign journalist asked a sensitive question. It is estimated that he also came with a mission, wanting to gather intelligence for his foreign counterparts. Joe Yang prevaricated, it's enough for domestic use anyway. This easily defuses the problem trap of foreign journalists. After visiting various factories, CCTV reporters were curious and asked what the raw materials for carbon-based chips were. Joe Yang said, strictly speaking, it comes from coal and oil, but it cannot be used directly and needs to be processed and separated. Coal and oil are traditional energy sources that can be purchased at will and are more readily available than the materials used in silicon-based chips, which is one of the reasons why carbon-based chips are less expensive. The raw materials for silicon-based chips have also been specially selected. They all say that sand is used to make CPU. In fact, not just any sand can be used to make chips. Single crystal silicon is required, which needs to be mined and processed separately. These things are generally only used to make chips and are specialized for specific purposes, so the cost is more expensive than coal and oil. In terms of cost, carbon-based chips are superior. After visiting the Beatty chip factory, the reporters benefited a lot and felt that Beatty was an outdated high-tech enterprise. It is no longer the small workshop that used to produce 99 yuan knockoff flat panels. After the interviews, these journalists edited the interviews and published them in their respective countries. Domestic netizens have witnessed the recent fire in the domestic technology circle of Beatty Chip Company. It turns out that it looks like this, and it feels no worse than Intel's major foreign companies. On the contrary, there are some facilities that even Intel does not have, and White Emperor Chip Company is no longer a pursuer and has become a global chip leader. From the vast majority of chips having to be imported, to now Beatty chips are being purchased all over the world, this change has only happened within a month, which has made everyone's ideas unable to change for a while. So much so that the content libraries of those online marketing accounts have not been updated, and they are still advocating that domestic chips cannot make chips finer than 14 nanometers, which makes netizens laugh and complain to the marketing accounts at will, complaining that they don't read current affairs news at all. Now my country's carbon-based chips are already the world's leader. After those foreign journalists published the news they interviewed on the internet, foreign netizens also exclaimed cool because they were also surprised by the creativity of the ingenious ring lithography factory. Foreign netizens used a metaphor, saying that the Chinese had opened up their minds and enlarged the lithography machine into an entire factory. When you think about it, there is another point that is more relevant. Foreign companies want to make miniaturized photolithography machines because they want to sell them to the outside world. When domestic chips were just starting out, they did not consider selling equipment to the outside world. Since sophisticated equipment could not be made, they would build large-scale factories. Regardless of whether they were white cats or black cats, catching mice was a good cat. However, there is no shortage of Gongjing anywhere, and there are also small black men on the internet. They pick bones in their eggs and criticize Beatty Chip Company for occupying such a large area and consuming so much electricity, which is not environmentally friendly at all. Domestic netizens couldn't stand it anymore and responded on the spot, "Yes, our chips consume electricity, we are not environmentally friendly, you should hurry up and buy Intel's integrated chips, they are environmentally friendly." At this point, those little haters were frustrated and had nothing to say. They were still waiting to buy the White Emperor chip, which is a chip that compares Intel to others. Because there is strong demand for foreign purchases, the Pangu chip in the black market has even been sold for 8,000 yuan per chip. When it leaves the country, the chip price has increased tenfold. Just because users with urgent needs can't wait any longer, they can only pay a high price to buy it. When Zhou Yang heard the news, he felt that he should make the money himself and not let the second-tier dealers and scalpers profit. He held a meeting to convey the spirit and allowed the sale of Pangu series chips overseas. In terms of production capacity must be tilted towards the Pangu series CPU, but other domestic orders must also be guaranteed, and their output needs to be further increased. Zhou Yang knew that the workshop production was saturated and there was no solution to this problem for the time being, so he could only use his superpowers. Zhou Yang used a product acceleration card he had accumulated to continue increasing chip production. At this time, the quality rate of chips suddenly increased, which greatly alleviated the order pressure. Afterwards, the head of the Ministry of Foreign Trade came to ask Zhou Yang's opinion. What is the price of chips they export abroad? 6 times. Zhou Yang's custom for exporting goods is 6 times that, and the preferential price is just a benefit for domestic users. For exported goods, it is appropriate to charge an additional portion of the profit. In the past, foreign companies did this to us and deliberately sold us high prices. Now Zhou Yang is just following their example. So starting from this day, Beatty's carbon-based chips began to go through the procedures for going abroad and were going to grab overseas markets. Beatty Chip Company's business is booming, with endless transportation every day and very considerable profits. After using the product accelerator card, the chip company ran normally, and Zhou Yang felt relieved. He left the chip company after a long period of seclusion and returned to Shenzhen to handle other affairs. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to Shenzhen, Zhou Yang received good news and another new product was successfully developed. In Beatty's Precision Medical Instrument Workshop, where the good news came this time, the remote-assisted robot system that Zhou Yang had previously provided drawings for has been successfully developed. The prototype has been completed. After Zhou Yang came here, the workshop manager is conducting various tests. "Mr. Zhou, you are here." The person in charge moved aside and asked Zhou Yang to see their results. There is a two-handed device here. After Zhou Yang started using it, every time he made an action, he could see the robot at the output from the screen, doing the same action. At this time, from the display screen, Zhou Yang saw a cooked egg in front of him, so he controlled the robot to peel the cooked egg dozens of kilometers away. Zhou Yang had never practiced before, but he had the skill of shooting specialization, which required his hands to be very stable, so the robot he controlled was also very stable. Then he smoothly peeled off the shell of an egg without breaking it. Good! The subordinates around applauded together, and their boss was too awesome. A few of their researchers went up and tried it, but many of them broke the eggs, and the speed was also very slow. And the boss of his own house completed the egg peeling operation very easily. Is this talent? The employees had to lament that their own boss was too powerful, invincible in business, even did manual work so well, and had the potential to become a doctor. Zhou Yang feels that this machine is really good. Now the input and output terminals of this equipment are not in one piece. The other set was shipped to the laboratory of Jiankong Pharmaceutical. Now they are in the same city. I can't feel the delay, so it is quite good. If it's a doctor, you can use this device to perform surgery on patients remotely. The staff has been testing this equipment for 3 days without any problems. Now there is only one test left, which is that it is far away. Is there any delay? When making products, you can't rely on imagination, you must conduct field tests. So Zhou Yang immediately arranged to send out several other sets of samples. A complete set of equipment was sent to Heilongjiang, the northernmost part of the motherland. There is another set of equipment that was shipped directly to an emirate abroad, where there is a dealership of the White Emperor Company, and shipped there for a delay experiment. It took several days for the equipment to be shipped, and on these 2 days, Zhou Yang was called to the capital for a meeting. This time it was a meeting of the Technology Circle, in which the Aeronautical Industry Group also took part. During the break in the meeting, the CEO of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China met with Zhou Yang to discuss some things. The boss said, "Zhou Yang, your helicopter is well produced, and there are currently quite a few orders from home and abroad." Zhou Yang's airway, this is all the care of the CEO. This is not pure flattery. The aviation industry, regardless of cost, helped Zhou Yang sell helicopters. Even their own helicopters did not sell many, but they helped Zhou Yang sell 2 Fiyian helicopters to the country. So now you can often see the shadow of the Fiyian helicopter overseas. Because of the safety of the Fiyian helicopter, more and more wealthy people are also coming to buy this type of helicopter. Those wealthy people don't care about the price. They can buy tens of millions of helicopters without blinking an eye, but those helicopters cannot guarantee that they will not cause accidents. The Fiyian helicopter has been tested by professionals and has very high safety. Therefore, it is deeply loved by foreign tycoons and has gradually become standard equipment in wealthy areas of some countries. On the roofs of the villas of those wealthy people, there is basically a Fiyian 2 helicopter parked. Today, the Fiyian helicopter is a very successful model, but scientific research cannot be satisfied with the current situation, so the CEO reminded Zhou Yang that he was researching a new aircraft. Zhou Yang nodded, but the aircraft he was going to build would definitely lower the price, so he had to communicate with the CEO. The two companies would not build the same type of aircraft, so there would be internal competition. For example, the aviation industry has just built the C-20 transport aircraft, and it is currently selling well internationally. If Beatty also builds it, one of the two competition will always be affected. The civilian sector is meaningless. Basically, we build passenger aircraft, transport aircraft, and trainer aircraft at will. If you want to build one, go closer to the military sector. The boss pointed out a clear path to Zhou Yang. As soon as Zhou Yang's heart moved, he also wanted to build military aircraft a long time ago. Since the boss reminded him, he could give it a try. Then Zhou Yang inquired about the boss's tone. Did he give him any advice? The CEO said, "I have no plan. Aren't you closely connected with the China military group? When we had a meeting, their chairman was able to praise you a few times. They may have a plan for military aircraft. You should ask them." Zhou Yang nodded, and when the meeting was over, he called Deputy Manager Su of Zhongbing Group and asked him if he had any research plans for military aircraft. "Do you want to study military aircraft? That's good, 6th-generation stealth fighter, are you interested?" Deputy Manager Su gave it a king-level difficulty when he came up. "My country's J-20 has only been in service for a few years. This 6th-generation fighter jet must have been under research. This project must have brought together the country's top aircraft experts. Zhou Yang lacks top experts. A fighter jet of this level is not what he can handle now, so he needs to start with simplicity. The aircraft department of Beatty Company has only produced helicopters, so it is not easy to transition to large aircraft all at once. It is best to have a simple structure trainer." "Does Deputy Manager Su have any other aircraft projects here?" Zhou Yang asked. "I won't interfere with you anymore, you can do whatever you want. As long as the aircraft you build is good, we will purchase it directly here." Deputy Manager Su is very fond of Zhou Yang and knows his abilities. If he is given a project, it will be a restriction on him, so he lets Zhou Yang play freely. Within the group, Deputy Manager Su was assigned to be specifically responsible for contacting Zhou Yang. Before, Zhou Yang had also independently designed ordnance such as sonic guns and insect bionic robots, and they all achieved great success. So this time, Deputy Manager Su also let Zhou Yang play freely, hoping to give him a surprise. Moreover, he also gave Zhou Yang an advantage this time, that is, military aircraft can be purchased instead of directly buying out patents in the past, so that Baidu's aircraft manufacturing department can be trained. "Okay, I get it." Zhou Yang hung up the phone, having already made a decision in his mind. If there is any military aircraft that is best built, it is undoubtedly drones. My country also ranks among the top in the world in drone technology, and there is a drone talent named Beatty. Choosing a drone as the first military aircraft is the most appropriate. So Zhou Yang decided that the next model would be a drone. Beatty has previously produced the Beizhu drone, which is a global hit and is still a hot-selling product. In addition, Beatty's drone research and development team did not use Zhou Yang to take action and independently developed a small shooting drone last year, which also achieved good sales, which shows that it has good research and development capabilities. Then the production of military drones this time will not be a minor fuss with civilian drones, but this time it will be a real move. Zhou Yang directly checked the system's drawing supermarket and quickly fell in love with a drawing of a drone set. Falcon High-Tech Drone Swarm Combat Platform. This is the name of the drone drawing that Zhou Yang viewed. This is a set of drawings. All types of drones have stealth functions. There are 13 types of drones in this set of drawings. The most important one is the main combat drone as the leader, which is comparable to an aerial aircraft carrier and is internally codenamed Falcon A. When Zhou Yang saw this main fighter, he was really shocked because this main combat drone is so versatile. It is large, has a transport function, integrates a signal transfer device, and can carry batteries, weapons, and even transport some supplies in its belly. This main fighter generally does not participate in direct combat, similar to the core position of aircraft carriers in naval battles. It provides a combat command platform and logistical support for other drones. Ground personnel can remotely control more than 500 various drones through the main fighter. Other types of drones have no batteries or weapons and can fly back. They can replace batteries, attach missiles, and other operations in the air through the Falcon A. It is an aerial refueling aircraft, but it only adds electricity and weapons. Of course, if the main fighter jet is damaged and withdraws from the battle, it will not affect other drones and can still remotely control other aircraft. It will only affect the number and accuracy. This main combat drone Falcon A is an indispensable all-rounder in air combat. The main fighter was so powerful that other drones were no less powerful. Reconnaissance is an important part of the battlefield. Only by mastering enemy intelligence can we better fight and respond. In this combat platform, there is a small reconnaissance drone Falcon B, which can conduct high-altitude reconnaissance and low-altitude flight, hovering or simply landing on the ground or trees for reconnaissance to avoid radar searches. This Falcon B reconnaissance drone has a light body, long endurance, can even glide like a bird, and can also use wind power to save energy. Equipped with sodium-ion batteries, it can fly for more than 60 hours without landing on a single charge, making it the endurance king and capable of transmitting various reconnaissance data back to headquarters. There is more than just this type of reconnaissance aircraft. The Falcon C reconnaissance and strike drone is much larger than the Falcon B and can be used as a reconnaissance vanguard because it carries weapons. If it finds an important target, it can fire at any time and has more comprehensive functions. Falcon D, heavy bombing drone. It is so large that it can carry tons of bombs, excluding missiles, to achieve the purpose of bombing. Drone flight is super silent compared to jet aircraft, and can fly silently above the target to bomb. This bomber also has a killing move. If the battery is not enough to return home, in order to avoid being captured by the enemy, you can finally treat yourself as a bomb and dive to the ground with the bomb, which is a self-breaking bombing, making the enemy more vulnerable. Falcon E, combat drone. It can carry up to 8 air-to-air missiles on its fuselage and even has electromagnetic jamming devices specifically designed to deal with jets and other drones. If a reconnaissance aircraft detects the presence of a large enemy aircraft and locates it through a satellite, it will launch an air-to-air missile from the Falcon E to attack. If the other party is also a drone, then using missiles is too extravagant. After a close distance, the electromagnetic interference device will be turned on, and the enemy drone will not be able to receive the rear signal and will crash. If you are luckier, you will happen to be able to access the other party's communication frequency band and even incite the enemy's drone. This can be achieved because this set of drone drawings is different from modern drones and is at least 5 years ahead of the current drone combat concept. Of course, there are other types of drones, such as Falcon J jammers, which can release large-scale electromagnetic interference and paralyze communications in an area. The Falcon H protective drone is specially used as a shield for other drones. When it is found to encounter an incoming missile or other fighter jets, this type of aircraft will actively block the gun. After it turns on the induction mode, the radar detection signal will increase throughout the body, which will be more conspicuous than the original target. It will also simulate the appearance of the original target aircraft, causing many missiles to change their targets. In a drone battle group, there are many Falcon H protective aircraft used to protect important units, which are consumables. There is also a Falcon I anti-submarine drone, which can even be amphibious in water and air. It carries sonar devices and torpedoes on its body. After discovering a submarine or small ship, it will directly land on the water surface, launch torpedoes, or even drill underwater to detect the submarine and then attack. This is a 10-point spectrum. Zhou Yang was stunned when he saw it. He is usually a pseudo-military fan and is familiar with ordinary weapons, but he has never heard of such anti-submarine drones. Although there are anti-submarine drones on the market, they are mainly for reconnaissance. After discovering a submarine, they are used to launch other special killing weapons. It is an exaggeration that this Falcon I anti-submarine drone can do the work of attacking submarines itself. It may be that such a small drone cannot guarantee a fatal blow to submarines or small ships, but the key is that drones are cheap. If one fails, there will be 10, if 10 fails, there will be 20 or 30. This is an advantage that other expensive anti-submarine equipment does not have. The advantage of drones is their dexterity and convenience. In addition, they are cheap and can be produced on a large scale. Therefore, this Falcon drone group has hundreds of sorties as soon as it goes out, and controls each extension through the Falcon, a main fighter, to conduct attack reconnaissance and achieve combat purposes. After looking at it, Zhou Yang could only express his admiration for this drawing. This drone swarm combat platform is really bullish. It has completely guided the development trend of drone combat in the future and should be even more advanced than the current military. Zhou Yang was impressed by the drone drawings, so gritting his teeth, he spent 3,500 points to redeem this Falcon high-tech drone swarm combat platform drawing. Drawing redemption successful, please edit as soon as possible. The system prompts. When Zhou Yang looked at these drawings, he saw that there was basically nothing in them that he could change. After all, they were all aerodynamics and materials science-related knowledge, and Zhou Yang's knowledge reserve was not enough, so he didn't change them randomly. That's good. The reason why even factors such as materials and cost are not considered is that this is a military drone, and price is no longer the main factor. What matters is whether it is helpful for combat, and function comes first. Therefore, Zhou Yang decided to use this set of drawings. He used the optimization skills to hide himself, making this drone completely invisible on local radars. At that time, it will be like entering an uninhabited area on the battlefield, and taking the enemy leader among thousands of troops. For example, if the emperor of a neighboring country dares to send a drone to blow him up in the middle of the night, they can also enjoy the experience of bombing our country during World War II. When Zhou Yang thought of this scene, he felt picturesque and immediately convened a meeting of the Beatty drone department. Everyone, today we Beatty are transitioning to military drones. Zhou Yang's words at an internal meeting of Beatty's drone department immediately caused a sensation. The subordinates below had different expressions, but they could all see the excitement on their faces. There are many things to do, few profits and great competition when making civilian orders. If Beatty can win military orders, then they will be well developed. When purchasing military funds, basically as long as the quality is qualified, there is no need to worry about after-sales problems or other problems, and there is no need to provide customer service. Everyone will use it, and they can solve minor problems themselves. In any case, no one who is an enterprise can refuse orders for armaments products. There is only one downside to making arms orders, which is that they may be sanctioned by Europe and the United States. However, they are already on the sanctions list, so there is no need to worry about this. Has the order been received? A subordinate asked. Zhou Yang said, not yet, we have to create qualified ones before we can get orders. Immediately, subordinates will calm down. This is to make good products first and then fight for orders, so there is a high risk of not winning the bid. Because the military industry is also making drones, if it wants its own products to be listed, it must make drones that are better than the military industry, and the price should not be too expensive, which is very difficult. However, all subordinates expressed support for the decision. If other corporate bosses are keen-minded and want to make military products, then they will most likely suffer a blood loss. However, Zhou Yang has always cooperated with military-industrial enterprises and has this relationship. When it comes to military industry, he basically has a stroke of the pen. Then the subordinates sat in a precarious position, waiting for the boss to come up with the drawings. Because by these employees all know that their boss is like Doraemon, there are always good things to bring out. Sure enough, Zhou Yang also took out a thick stack of large drawings this time to cheer everyone up. With so many drawings, this time it must be something very small. Then all these executives and engineers gathered around. When they saw it, their eyes widened and their blood surged. They couldn't believe what they saw. This is actually a drawing of a complete set of aerial drone combat platforms, including 13 types of drones with various functions, which can form a complete aerial formation. What is this concept? Previous drones all operated in a single category. For example, small swarm drones, hundreds of which were deployed at a time, were designed to be large in quantity and sufficient in quantity. Otherwise, if a few reconnaissance aircraft go together to conduct reconnaissance and discover the situation later, the command personnel will make subsequent transfers. Even for drone groups with various functional combinations, the coordination is not that tacit, and the combat function is relatively single. This drone group combat platform, with drones with various functions, is equivalent to directly writing down the combat methods. There are main fighter jets, reconnaissance, bombing, air defense, anti-submarine, interference, meat shield machines and other different types of aircraft. Buying this set of drone groups is equivalent to buying an entire air combat center. Compared with current jet formations, which often cost $100 million per aircraft, small countries cannot afford to equip them at all. However, relatively cheap drone formations are short and lean, and can achieve results comparable to those of real manned fighter jets when used realistically. They will definitely be welcomed by small countries. Originally, these subordinates were still worried that their military drones would not be as good as the military aircraft in service, but after looking at these drawings, their doubts were completely dispelled. These fighter jets are amazing. The formula table of the included stealth paint is worth 1,000 gold. That is something that many countries can only dream of. The so-called fifth-generation fighter jets use stealth as the biggest change. This stealth does not mean that the eyes cannot see it, but that the radar cannot see it. One is to reduce the radar launch area of the fuselage, and the other is to have paint that absorbs radar detection. There are many other high-tech features that can be combined to make a fighter jet more than 20 meters long disappear on the radar. At present, only China, the United States and Russia can produce fifth-generation fighter jets, and the stealth paint among them is a top-secret technology of each country. However, this set of drone drawings now includes the production process of stealth paint, which is a bit exaggerated. Selling this stealth paint alone would shock the world. Zhou Yang also knew the value of this set of drawings, so he reiterated the confidentiality regulations. Only these core backbones who attended the meeting could see these technical materials, and the remaining employees could not disclose them. Now Beatty's drone department is about to be separated. One is mainly engaged in the production of civilian drones, and the other needs to move to a factory with the aircraft manufacturing department, which has a high level of confidentiality. So starting today, Beatty's drone department has been officially reformed, with the addition of an armaments department to produce the Falcon high-tech drone swarm combat platform. Military drones began to be produced, and the remote-assisted medical robots sent out a few days ago were also in place. Zhou Yang invited professional surgeons to test the robots. The surgeon sat on the input end and held a probe pen in both hands. The probe pen was made into the shape of a scalpel and could imitate a scalpel. The output end of this experiment is at the Beatty after-sales service station in the capital city of Heilongjiang province, where an old hen with shed hair has been prepared for doctors to operate. After the staff introduced the use method, the doctor looked at the screen and performed surgery on the old hens far away in the northern end of the motherland. The doctor carefully controlled the probe pen and cut the belly of the old hen. The robotic arm at the output end of the screen was a real scalpel. The robotic arm also imitated the doctor's force of swinging the knife to cut the belly of the old hen. The procedure felt very smooth and the doctor did not feel any delay. This time, Wi-Fi and 5G signals work together to ensure that there is no dullness during the operation. He paused a little later, because after all, he was not doing it with his own hands and was not very proficient in the method. Next he had to remove the old hen's internal organs, and his hands left the probe pen and replaced it with a robotic hand. This allows you to mimic the movements of both hands, holding a hemostat in one hand and peeling the hen's belly with the other, and then perform the operation. The doctor's movements were slow, mainly unskilled, as it was his first time using such an instrument. After a while, he took out the entrails of the old hen. Later, during this period, doctors became more comfortable using this equipment and the speed gradually increased. Finally, he turned an old hen with shed hair into a white-striped chicken with clean treatment. The doctor stood up and said, "Yes, this device is very good and can indeed achieve the effect of remote surgery." "How about latency?" Zhou Yang asked. "No delay felt," the doctor answered. "This is also natural. Shenzhen is only 2,821 kilometers away from Harbin, Heilongjiang province. At the speed of the electrical signal, people can hardly feel the delay. Now it's time to take on a difficult challenge and perform an operation with another device in the emirate." At this moment in the emirate, the staff there also prepared an old hen with reduced hair, and the doctor continued to operate on it. This time the doctor was more skilled and came up to operate the scalpel and cut open the chicken belly. Then the viscera were removed and finally the sutures were sutured. The various steps were done smoothly. After this test was completed, Zhou Yang asked with concern, "How about delay?" The doctor said, "It basically has no effect on the operation, but compared with just now, I feel that I am not following it at all. This is also natural. The emirate is much farther away than Harbin, and the delay has naturally increased. However, the delay of more than 100 milliseconds does not delay medical operations." Then, the people of the emirate also connected another set of input terminals and launched a reverse operation on the old hen far away in the deep town, which was also successful in the end. If you pass the two-way test, it means that another new medical device from Jiankong Pharmaceutical has been successfully developed. The successful development of telemedicine-assisted robots has completed the last piece of the hybrid operating room puzzle, and hybrid operating rooms can now be built. This had to be held at a press conference, but not by Zhou Yang, but by Ms. Kang Ding, the general manager of Jiankong Pharmaceutical. She is now in the pharmaceutical industry and is also a well-known figure, so she is on the right side of the road when she comes to develop the event. If Zhou Yang wants to hold a press conference on medical devices, it is likely to cause additional discussion, so this press conference will be hosted by Kang Ding itself, and the meeting place will also be set up in the Jiankong Pharmaceutical factory. As soon as Jiankong Pharmaceutical held a meeting, media and relevant personnel from the National Medical Circle all attended the meeting. The National Health Commission sent many personnel to participate, and this time it was a grand event. Kang Ding hosted the press conference. She made an impassioned announcement at the meeting that Jiankong Pharmaceutical recently developed a new telemedicine-assisted robot that can operate on patients thousands of kilometers away through equipment. Then there was the live demonstration, where a doctor was operating on a guinea pig, and at the other end, it was in Black Province. At this time, there was also a film crew broadcasting live in Harbin. When the live broadcast footage was compared with this one, it was almost obvious that the operation was completed without any delay. Snap, snap, snap. Then there was applause from below. This was amazing. It turned out that my country can also achieve this level of remote assistive robots. There have been similar products in the past, but they always have problems such as difficult to operate and high delay. It was not until the emergence of Jiankon Pharmaceutical that these problems were solved. Now, relying on the internet and 5G communication, a remote operation can be completed without delay. You can't help but believe that this is all live broadcast, and you can see the pictures on both sides. It is really a surgery without delay, and the operation is still very successful. Everyone can understand this operation, and the various operating parts on the input side are also logical. Even if you just take over, you can master the surgical process after getting familiar with it, and it is not difficult to get started. This makes this remote assistance system the best telemedicine equipment at present. Next is the price. Everyone estimates that this set of equipment is conservatively worth millions of yuan, because similar products have been priced at this price before. Not that expensive. Kangding announced with a smile, our remote assistive robots retail for 130,000 RMB each. Wow! The peers present were shocked. If the price is not too cheap and the effect is so good, then many hospitals can be configured. By the time the entire country is configured, more input terminals will be established in cities with developed medical care, and output terminals will be established in some remote areas. In this way, medical experts in some large cities can be allowed to perform surgery remotely on patients in some towns and villages, which can greatly facilitate people's medical problems. This is very meaningful. For example, large hospitals are short of beds. It may be one bed's turn to find scalpers, otherwise a surgery may be scheduled for 1 or 2 months. Now, patients are hospitalized in remote hospitals with relatively ample wards, and medical experts perform surgeries in large cities. This can also alleviate the problem of uneven distribution of medical resources. This is of great significance to the development of the medical industry. Purchasing staff from many hospitals below have sent photos of the scene back to the hospitals and asked their directors to take a look at them, striving to introduce this auxiliary equipment as well. The press conference was still going on. Just when everyone in the audience was still discussing remote assistive robots, Kangding continued to throw out a Wang Bang message. Jiankon Pharmaceutical, along with Beatty Electric, has jointly developed a fully independent hybrid operating room solution in China, including an MRI machine. While Kangding was still introducing the hybrid operating room, the audience was already buzzing discussing it, and his colleagues were shocked. A reporter who had just entered the industry was asking questions everywhere before he had even heard of this high-end operating room. Someone explained it to him. The hybrid operating room is currently the highest-end and most comprehensive operating room in the world. It is basically the high-end medical equipment of a hospital. The operating room will be equipped with it, so that almost any operation can be performed in this operating room. Oh, is this a new technology? Why haven't you heard of it before? The new reporter asked again. Of course there used to be one, but there were only 7 hybrid operating rooms in the country because it was so expensive. Before Jiankon Pharmaceutical was established, a hybrid operating room cost around 100 million yuan. How many major hospitals in China could afford this? 100 million yuan. The new reporter was amazed that it was a bit unimaginable that a hospital could take out 100 million to build an operating room. This operating room is definitely beneficial to patients, the more the better, but before, due to cost constraints, it could only be built in a few large hospitals. If many patients have to operate in the hybrid operating room at the same time, they will need to queue up and delay their condition. This time, Kangding announced that Jiankon Pharmaceutical would provide an integrated solution for a full set of hybrid operating rooms. From renovation and construction to the complete matching of various medical equipment, the price of the entire hybrid operating room, excluding property and renovation costs, is only 6.66 million. This includes more than 20 types of medical equipment and various supporting medical facilities, all of which are produced by Jiankon Pharmaceutical itself, so they are very cheap. The most expensive device in it, the Tomo, is a million-level device. The remaining large medical devices, which previously sold for tens of millions, were only sold for hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan by Jiankon Pharmaceutical, which forced the medical equipment to be dried to the price of cabbage. So just after Kangding announced it, the hospital representatives in the audience couldn't sit still. If their hospital could also build a hybrid operating room, it would definitely become the leading large hospital nearby. In the past, when looking at hybrid operating rooms, one could only see open envy, but now, with a hybrid operating room plan costing 6.66 million yuan, some tertiary hospitals can also have it. What great news! This price has attracted many medical professionals. As long as it is a large hospital at or above the prefecture level, it basically has the financial resources to set up a hybrid operating room. Just when everyone was intoxicated by the dream of a hybrid operating room, the leader of the National Health Commission took the stage to speak. We will pilot and promote telemedicine-assisted robotic equipment across the province to provide many-to-one assistance to areas with weak medical care. The first batch of hybrid operating rooms will be built. Please pay attention to the information on the medical official website. Everyone in the circle was very excited when they heard the news. This is the official job, and it will be distributed uniformly according to the medical resources of the entire province. If the pilot is successful in this province, it will be promoted nationwide in the future. In the future, performing surgery on patients far away in Xinjiang or Tibetan areas will be a routine operation in the capital hospital. There will no longer be any need for patients from remote areas to rush to big cities for medical treatment after a tiring journey. This is definitely a major advancement in the domestic medical system. In recent years, domestic medical care has really made great progress. The cost of medical treatment has been reduced, and there are also many cheap medical devices, such as Tomo devices, which were once exclusive to the rich, but are now also available to ordinary patients. There are even devices that patients buy directly for home use, such as hemodialysis machines. This was unthinkable before. This situation only occurred after the establishment of Jiankong Pharmaceutical. Therefore, Jiankong Pharmaceutical is a pioneer in promoting my country's medical industry. The new reporter felt that his heart was surging. He felt that he had to publish his thoughts so that more people could understand such a great medical company. So the reporter went back and sent the report. Originally, netizens were not interested in the medical industry, and since it was not Zhou Yang himself who posted it, it would not be popular. However, after this report was published, after being interpreted by many people in the circle, everyone knew that Jiankong Pharmaceutical, which was originally under Zhou Yang, had quietly released another blockbuster product. Remote assistive medical robots sound very impressive. If you think about it, they can enable a doctor to complete an operation thousands of kilometers away. It sounds like the plot of a science fiction movie, but it has now been realized. Hybrid operating rooms have reduced the cost of medical facilities at a cost of 100 million yuan to 6.66 million yuan, which is a more than tenfold cost reduction and is also a blessing for patients. Netizens are saying that Zhou Yang has really blossomed recently, with new products coming out in all aspects, comparable to commercial Superman. It is really the light of domestic products. Zhou Yang, now known as Superman, has returned to Beatty Chip Company because he is about to lead a major new project. Currently, Beatty's Pangugia series carbon-based chips have unified the PC circle and become the most popular CPU in the world. Just because Intel and AMD mistakenly bet on integrated CPUs, the CPU was completely unable to compete with Beatty's Pangugia series chips, and was quickly eliminated from the market, forcing them to return to the old path of x86 architecture. However, they have no new products this year that can match Beatty's. Therefore, Beatty's Pangugia series chips are currently the best CPUs on the market, and Beatty has also taken the opportunity to launch Pangugia chips for laptops to meet the needs of various computer models. However, the chip industry does not have to rest easy for a year just by releasing new products. It is constantly conducting research on new products. Therefore, the company must develop the next generation of products on the premise of completing the Pangugia series CPU with guaranteed quality and quantity. This new generation of products includes not only Pangugia series CPUs for computers, but also high-end chips for other electrical appliances. For example, chips previously supplied to tablet computers, smart TVs, car machines, and various electronic instruments. This contains most types of chips for civilian and even military use. That's right, Beatty Chip Company is also producing military industrial chips, strictly and confidentially in accordance with the other parties' requirements. Unlike civilian chips, these chips do not require a more precise process or high performance, but only stability, resistance to damage, electromagnetic interference, and extreme environments. These are all essential characteristics of intelligent ordnance. For example, a chip developed for a multifunctional war robot dog uses a relatively mature 14 nanometers process, which requires high computing power, stability, and minimal energy consumption. It also requires resistance to damage and stable quality. There are also other chips with confidentiality clauses, which occupy a large part of the production capacity of Beatty Chip Company. Therefore, the production of this lithography plant is so huge, but it is still in short supply. This is why. Of course, Beatty Chip Company does not make all chips. For example, chips used in mobile phones have never been involved. Because Huawei's Kirin chips already exist in China, and they are all star companies in the country's manufacturing industry, Beatty will definitely not compete in this area. Moreover, due to its structure and size, carbon-based chips cannot be made small for the time being and cannot be installed inside the small mobile phone, so they do not use short or long chips. The mobile phone chips are handed over to friendly merchants, and Beatty focuses on conquering other chips. This research meeting aims to determine how the next generation of carbon-based chips should be designed. In the past, Intel's scientific research meetings were not about discussing how to maximize product performance, but about finding ways to study how to cut leaks and squeeze toothpaste. In this way, users could earn money by not using high-performance improvements. But Beatty chips are different. Their goal is to have good chips for the entire country. Of course, they can improve performance as much as possible. This was the tone set by Zhou Yang at the meeting. Because this chip company is state-owned, the superiors sent a deputy general. This deputy general fully agreed with Zhou Yang's move. Their baby chip company cannot become an ordinary company that only considers profits. They must shoulder the heavy responsibility of my country's chip industry taking off. Normal research and development consumes a lot of money and time, but everyone looked at boss Zhou Yang. The concept of carbon-based chips and lithography factories are both mature process drawings produced by Zhou Yang. This time, the next generation of chip products will be developed, and the engineers certainly want the boss to continue to produce new processes. Of course, Zhou Yang has the new process. He has spent 1,000 points from the system supermarket to exchange it for the next generation of chip process, that is, the top processing process with a maximum of 3 nanometers. The normal points redemption requirements for this high-end chip are not so cheap, but Zhou Yang has unlocked the production process of carbon-based chips before, and this time it is just for reinforcement, so it only costs 1,000 points to have the process of a new product. As soon as they took out this craft, the engineers were amazed. The boss was really powerful, and they didn't know whether his friend who provided the craft was a zenith. Because this top-notch 3-nanometer carbon-based chip process definitely did not come from old chip companies such as Intel, because they have always been making silicon-based chips and will never do carbon-based research in their spare time, and they also provide this world-leading technology. Since they have the ability to develop 3-nanometer lithography technology, they are definitely not unknown people in the world, but they have never heard of it. These engineers couldn't help but make an association. Perhaps Zhou Yang was behind a secret laboratory in the country, otherwise advanced drawings would not appear one after another. Now the employees have automatically made up the origin of this drawing, and Zhou Yang is just in time to avoid explanation and everyone is happy. The engineers then left to study. To say that this drawing process is too advanced, these experts have to study it for a while before they can fully understand the technology. However, there is no need to worry about their chips being updated in the next year. Judging from the theoretical value of this drawing design, it is almost counterintuitive. These engineers are very excited one by one. Seeing the improved performance of this new chip, they are almost reaching 10 GHz for a single core. When it comes to Intel, this is enough to increase their performance in 5 years. It is unthinkable that the Beatty chip has such a huge improvement in 1 year. Looks like Intel won't be able to compete with them next year either. It won't help if their toothpaste pops. After the meeting, the vice president went to implement production and emphasized confidentiality, not leaking their processes and R&D plans in advance. There is the same confidentiality policy for state-owned enterprises here, so there is no need to worry about information security. Employees only care about production and research and development. The chip company had completed its mission, and Zhou Yang rushed to the Landy shipyard without stopping. Both of their ships were produced on order until they took off, and even neighboring countries came to order them because they were so cheap. Under Zhou Yang's opinion, the prices of their exported ships have increased 6-fold, but they are still competitive, especially the Blue Emperor yacht, which is very popular among wealthy foreign users. For less than $1 million, they can enjoy products of the same level as tens of millions of luxury yachts abroad. Of course they are happy. Some foreign shipping companies order several ships at a time. Landy Shipyard has become a famous company in the eyes of foreign customers, and there is also a meeting here. As a large shipyard, they cannot only produce 2 types of ships. They need to develop new products, which can be launched in a year and a half. According to the contract, Zhou Yang has to take on the task of research and development of the shipyard. It is extremely difficult to put it on others, but with him, it is a piece of cake. Zhou Yang immediately opened the system's drawing supermarket and screened it. Last time he exchanged for a speedboat and a medium yacht, so this time he will exchange for another type of boat. Originally, the largest demand at sea was for fishing boats, but as our country discharged sewage, marine life was polluted, resulting in a significant decrease in demand for seafood and aquatic products. As a result, the fishermen's business was not good and the demand for fishing boats was not high. Since there are no more urgently needed models among civilian cargo ships, Zhou Yang will not consider producing small and medium-sized ships. He wants to build a large ship and make efforts to produce warships in the future. Zhou Yang searched for large ships in the Blueprint supermarket and quickly found one. Seagull Ocean Tanker, 50,000 tons. This tanker is good, 50,000 tons, not too small or too big, suitable for training. After Zhou Yang took a fancy to it, he spent 800 points to redeem the drawings of this civilian tanker. If others knew that Zhou Yang actually used a 50,000-ton tanker to train shipyard employees, he would probably doubt his life. There are not many such shipyards in the world that can train 50,000-ton ships. After the drawings were exchanged, Zhou Yang called the shipyard's chief engineer and learned about large oil tankers from him. Large oil tankers are the main force of ocean shipping. Of course, a 50,000-ton tanker is considered small in maritime transport, and there are also 200,000-ton or even 30-ton ultra-large cargo ships on top. Those are more expensive and require higher processes and materials. The Landy shipyard had just been established and was not suitable for challenging the highest difficulty when coming up, so Zhou Yang planned to use a 50,000-ton tanker to train his skills. Oil tankers are divided into storage ships and container ships according to their purpose. A storage ship is a ship that transports liquid products such as oil, while a container is a flatbed ship with containers stacked on the ship's deck. In terms of production difficulty, storage ships are more expensive and more difficult, and container ships are relatively simple to build. The chief engineer said that a normal 50,000-ton storage ship has a production cost of 200 million yuan, a selling price of 300 to 400 million yuan, and a construction period of 1 to 2 years. Container ships need to be built better, and the cost can be reduced by tens of millions. Zhou Yang's drawing has both types of ships, so they can be produced together. The system drawings exchanged by Zhou Yang are certainly not ordinary products. They are slightly different from the commonly used tanker structure today and are a less common structure. However, this construction has greatly reduced the ship's weight without losing strength. In addition, the drawings come with an ultra-high conversion rate internal combustion unit, which makes fuel consumption more economical and power more powerful, so the operating cost of the tanker will be more economical. The cost of the same company is about 200 million yuan. According to the design of this drawing, it can be completed by 150 million yuan, and basically the ship can be reduced to less than 300 million yuan. Add to that the running cost savings, so buy their tankers, which cost a lot less to transport than their counterparts. You should know that the shipping industry is also competing in involution. If you go there and other shipping companies ask for 1 million freight, and the company that uses Blue Emperor tankers bids 900,000, then 900,000 will definitely be easier to win the bid. Therefore, using Blue Emperor's new tankers for shipping will definitely gain an advantage in market competition. As long as Blue Emperor can get shipbuilding orders, the company can hone its ability to produce large ships, and when it comes to building warships, it will be more comfortable. That's right, Zhou Yang's ultimate ideal is to make weapons, and the weapons on the ocean are warships. He wants to produce warships, and this large tanker is a necessary training product. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to get military orders. Today, Beatty's drone department has begun producing military drones. Of course, his shipyard cannot be left behind and must make efforts to build warships. Zhou Yang then took out the drawings of the 50,000-ton tanker. The chief engineer was surprised on the spot when he looked at it. How I came up with this structure. At first glance, it looked like a problem boat with insufficient stress. However, the special structure here actually reduced the weight of the entire boat without reducing its strength. What a wonderful structure. After seeing it, the chief engineer praised it on the spot. It was a magical structure that he had never imagined. Zhou Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying that these were all routine operations and there was nothing to praise. It would be better to organize shipbuilding first. The chief engineer left excitedly with the heavy drawings, and Zhou Yang's next phase of ship research and development was also completed. Next, Zhou Yang came to his own drone manufacturing department to see the progress of military drone research and development. With his drawings, the process has now begun the preliminary assembly of the prototype. The first models to be conquered are the Falcon A and Falcon B. These two are a main fighter and a pure reconnaissance aircraft, each with its own characteristics. It is very easy to manufacture two drones with drawings. You only need to first print or make a model using 3D, make the body and shell, and assemble them according to the 1:1 drawing. If they are self-developed drones, they will definitely have to undergo continuous testing and continuous improvement. However, the drones given to them by the boss are basically mature products, and making prototypes is basically inseparable. It saves a lot of things, so these military drones can build samples for test flights in 1 or 2 months at most. Just when Zhou Yang was concerned about drone construction, negative news about him suddenly appeared online. The Longtang L2 supercar caused the world's first serious car accident. According to foreign news reports, a young foreign man drove more than 300 yards and crashed his car, knocking him unconscious. At this time, the safety capsule of Longtang L2 came into play, and the male passenger was protected from time to time. But maybe it was bad luck. After the capsule was ejected, the man was also seriously injured and his head was injured. Although he has been rescued, he is still unconscious. After the incident was reported, some media began to question the safety of Longtang L2. Mensin Automobile also immediately sent an investigation team to investigate. I didn't know the result until I checked it, and I was shocked when I checked it. This time, it's really not the car's poor quality that's to blame. It turned out that the car owner was driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, and was suspected to be unconscious. According to the vehicle's background data, the owner had been pressing the accelerator at the time, and the vehicle's speed remained at 360 yards for a long time. If it were not for the safety device at speeds above 400 yards, it would have been estimated that the vehicle's speed limit had been reached. Because the car owner was not awake, he did not react in time, causing the vehicle to hit a tree. The branch first penetrated the car body, which interfered with the unfolding of the capsule, causing the car owner's head to be hit by the branch, resulting in skull injury. After being wrapped in the safety capsule, he still fell into a coma. Although this accident was not caused by the quality of the car, Manhwa Automobile subsequently issued a statement and took some responsibility, saying that after all, the safety capsule did not play a complete protective role. Out of humanitarian reasons, it left the car owner $100,000 in medical expenses. This time, a statement was issued, accompanied by a three-dimensional animation simulating an accident. After watching it, everyone realized that the car owner was injured. This is not because of the Longtang supercar, but because the car owner was driving a Longtang L2, it was possible to leave a small life in such an accident. If he drove another sports car, it would probably be difficult to leave a whole body. But the foreign media don't care about this. Those car companies that are suppressed by Manhwa cars have desperately bought water to buy the Black Dragon supercar, insisting that the quality of the car is not good and asking everyone not to buy it. However, such rumors have no effect. The car owners are virtuous and can still save their lives, proving that Longtang supercar's life-saving technology is first class. On the contrary, it gives reassurance to the real rich. Therefore, Longtang supercars' sales have not decreased. However, in terms of public opinion, the Navy is constantly black, saying cool things and satirizing the wealthy people who buy Longtang supercars as stupid and rich. This trend spread back to China, and Zhou Yang's black men spread all over the country and immediately followed the trend in the black. For example, he has forgotten his original intention and now produces expensive products that people cannot afford. In addition, he said that he was a hypocrite and pretended to be a person for the people, but in fact he was deceiving the public. This has left many netizens speechless. Beatty has been producing cheap electrical appliances for everyone. His recent products have been expensive because they are already expensive. A speedboat costs 4 figures, a helicopter costs 20,000 yuan, and what kind of bicycle do he need? If this is all considered a hypocrite, then other businessmen are not even hypocrites, because those businessmen who like to blow PPT know how to cut leeks and draw pancakes. Zhou Yang himself was too lazy to respond to these rumors. After all, they were daily events. No one had hacked him for several days in a row, and Zhou Yang had to worry about whether he was out of date. But then something happened that left these tongue-chewing rumors to themselves. Domestic news channels suddenly reported a medical news. Recently, a meritorious old hero who aided Korea was transferred to Liangshan Regional Hospital due to illness. However, his condition is relatively serious and requires immediate surgery. However, the medical level of Liangshan Hospital is unable to treat the old hero. Currently, only the 801st Military Hospital in the capital is best at treating the old hero's condition. After this news was exposed, many netizens offered suggestions online. Some people have proposed flying to transfer the elderly to the capital hospital. However, some people objected immediately. The old hero had cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Wouldn't flying aggravate the disease? Indeed, some doctors have come out to explain that patients with cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases cannot fly. What about transporting it by ambulance? Some netizens asked. The doctor on duty explained the old hero's body had been living in the ICU and could not hold out until it was transported to the capital by car. This transfer to another hospital was unsuccessful, so what should I do? Or you can ask experts from the capital hospital to come to Liangshan to see the old hero. However, this plan was also rejected. Not only did the expert have a lot of work to do in the capital's hospitals, but there were also patients to treat. Even if he came to Liangshan when he had time, the hospital facilities in this area of Liangshan were relatively simple and could not support surgery. There seems to be no solution at the moment, which is touching the hearts of domestic netizens. At this time, some marketing accounts were trying to capitalize on the popularity and broadcast the experiences of old heroes when they won battle medals. Everyone who listened to it was thrilling, and then they realized that the old man was a hero who had killed countless American devils with 1 against 100. It is extremely heartbreaking that such a hero did not die on the battlefield, but had to die in a hospital bed because of poor medical standards. This incident also alarmed the local health commission, and both the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs paid attention to the matter. The superiors ordered that they must overcome difficulties and treat the old hero, and not let him die so stubbornly for thousands of years. The National Health Commission organized an expert group and planned to rush to Liangshan for consultation. However, this was also difficult. The whole country had to look for it, and it was indeed possible to find a few experts who could see a doctor. However, there were not enough medical facilities in Liangshan, and it was necessary to immediately organize the transportation of various necessary medical instruments. This was a huge project. We might try Jiankon Pharmaceuticals' remote paramedic robot. At this time an expert made his suggestion. Great idea! Everyone felt that there was a door, so that they only needed to bring an input terminal, and the experts could complete the operation for the old hero in their own hospital. This should be the most reliable method that can be thought of at present. However, this method has a difficulty, which is that it requires the experts who perform the surgery to have experience in remote operation. Because the incident of treating the old hero had alarmed the superiors, they immediately asked the top cardiovascular experts at 801 Hospital and learned that he had the technology to perform surgery remotely, so this was a good idea. Then a special person went to Jiankang Pharmaceutical to buy a remote auxiliary medical robot, and took the input terminal to Liangshan. The output end was transported to the capital 801 Hospital, where experts from the 801 Hospital performed the operation. The expert's remote operation experience was not learned from Jiankang Pharmaceutical's robots, but he had used telemedicine robots from abroad before. At the 801 Hospital, there are still foreign telemedicine equipment, but it is difficult to use. However, they have spent huge amounts of money to purchase the equipment. The hospital has assigned several doctors in each department to learn how to operate it, and they may use it at critical moments. Because foreign telemedicine robots have various flaws, although experts have mastered this technology, they have never applied it. Now, the time has come for the first test, and the whole country is paying attention to this rescue of the old hero, so there is no room for error. With the coordination of all parties, it was ready in just one day. The remote output terminal equipment and some other necessary equipment have been transported to Liangshan Hospital, and experts have also made preparations at Capital 801 Hospital. At 8 o'clock that morning, the operation began. All media outlets are conducting live broadcasts. Of course, in order not to interfere with the operation, the reporters did not enter the ward and waited for news outside the capital and Liangshan Hospital respectively. The people of the whole country also joined in the heart-wrenching. Many people prayed online that the old hero would get better as soon as possible. After 4 hours of surgery, the operating lights in the hospital operating room finally went out. Family members and some reporters all gathered around and asked the doctor. The doctor at Liangshan Hospital took off his mask and hat, his face covered in sweat. He looked at everyone and smiled, then said, with the joint efforts of doctors from both places, the old hero's operation was successful. Oh! Everyone cheered, and the old hero's children and grandchildren cried with joy and were very excited. Now netizens across the country are celebrating. After the celebration, the elderly man is in stable health and will be transferred out of the ICU soon and enter the general ward to recover. Local residents spontaneously came to the hospital to lay flowers for the old hero, but for fear of disturbing the old hero, their flowers were piled outside the hospital ward. The official announcement also arrived soon, commending 15 medical patients including the chief surgeon of 801 Hospital and the auxiliary doctor of Liangshan Hospital. The officials have all commended it, and netizens are also celebrating this incident. Netizens have also set up a folk commendation list in a funny way. However, when everyone discussed it, it seemed that in addition to some medical staff, the remote-assisted medical robot belonging to Jiankang Pharmaceutical had the highest contribution. Otherwise, it would have been delayed for several days and the operation would not have been carried out smoothly. This nationally witnessed rescue of an old hero also made everyone realize the importance of high-tech medical technology to patients. This belongs to saving the hero's life alive, and the merit is immeasurable. Someone started asking, why doesn't their hospital have this tele-assisted medical robot? Later, some netizens answered that Jiankang Pharmaceutical's remote equipment is currently only being piloted in Guangdong and Taiwan, and has not yet been launched nationwide. Some people are unconvinced. The country's top cardiovascular system has been used without any problems. Why hasn't it been promoted? Many people began to report that their elders had to take leave because they had to go out for surgery, and they had to stay in hotels, book air tickets or train tickets. It was really hard and expensive for the family to go to several escorts, which made things even worse for the wealthy families in the department. It would be so convenient if telemedicine surgeries were available nationwide. Yeah, let's start nationwide telemedicine, it's definitely a good thing. Netizens began to appeal. Many netizens left messages on the health department's website, asking them to promote it quickly. The website staff responded that they are studying promotion measures because this involves a series of procedures such as medical staff arrangement, assessment, and cost settlement. It does not mean that it can be popularized nationwide with just a few words, but requires special policies and regulations. Otherwise, everyone will be waiting at home at the same time for the top experts in the country to perform surgery. The experts already have their own jobs, so who will be operated on first? Because you care about your family or your own health, you must want the best doctor in the country to perform surgery on yourself. That will inevitably lead to chaos. When netizens think about it, it makes sense, so they can only wait patiently. Anyway, with Jiankang Pharmaceutical, the difficulty of medical treatment for the people has been effectively alleviated. As the actual boss of Jiankang Pharmaceutical, Zhou Yang naturally made great contributions. However, Zhou Yang's reputation is good enough, and this time it can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. Everyone feels that this is Zhou Yang's strength and his shadow is everywhere. Just like helicopters used to save people on the ice, and people-friendly tractors used to rescue hikers in the wild, plus this time they performed surgery on old heroes remotely, this has almost become a routine operation for Zhou Yang. Everyone has become a little accustomed to it. There are almost products under Zhou Yang wherever the people need it. Just when the whole people were praising Zhou Yang, those little black men came out to stir up trouble again and talk about some black information that was not available. Are you little black people sick? If it's a big deal, don't they produce refrigerators, color TVs, and electric cars worth hundreds of yuan? What else? If you want to be hacked, provide substantive evidence, carefully forward it 500 times, and then report it to the internet police. Today I'm staying in the comments section to see who dares to black out Zhou Yang. A group of netizens strongly supported Zhou Yang. When they saw a little black man, they immediately reported or complained, making Zhou Yang's black man a street rat, and everyone shouted and beat him. Xiao Hezi was also unlucky. He insisted on following the famous hot news in Zhou Yang to go to the underworld, which set him on fire. Because there were too many people reporting on him, the naval companies that had received money were also worried that they would be implicated due to public anger, so they gave up. This is why public opinion is difficult to act. Even the Navy is afraid of it. Zhou Yang won the victory and the internet is full of praise. Zhou Yang was once of great prestige. In Shenzhen, as spring arrives and flowers bloom, green shoots can be seen on the streets and alleys. Zhou Yang's current reputation is unparalleled. Every news item that comes out will basically be on the hot search list. His every move touches the hearts of the people. After all, on the one hand, citizens need to buy cheap electrical appliances from Beatty, and on the other hand, they also need high-tech products launched by Zhou Yang to inspire people. The world is not peaceful now. Wars are being fought everywhere. Strong countries are bullying weak countries. The people at home have also seen that if a country lags behind, it will be beaten. Therefore, we must develop the country through science and technology, which is also an element that affects whether our country can develop peacefully. Now, domestic high-tech companies such as Beatty and Huawei are really striving to achieve many of the world's first scientific and technological achievements in their respective fields. Huawei is second to none in communications, mobile phone chips, self-developed systems, etc., and Beatty's high-tech industry is no less important. There are many products that make foreigners bow down. Not only Beatty Electric Company, but also Jiankang Pharmaceutical, Landy Shipyard, Mensin Automobile and other companies under Zhou Yang have achieved good results. Due to the recent incident of rescuing old heroes, the remote-assisted medical robot jointly produced by Jiankang Pharmaceutical and Beatty has become famous. Following the petition of netizens, it is ready to be implemented nationwide. It will take a year to gradually implement the telemedicine mechanism in hospitals across the country, greatly facilitating people's medical treatment. This is also a product produced under Zhou Yang, which continues to serve the health of the people. Therefore, people call him the god of medicine, and this nickname is becoming more and more true to his name. Recently, in addition to going to the capital to participate in various award ceremonies and bringing back a bunch of trophies and titles, Zhou Yang has also been staying in Beatty Company to guide production. Recently, his military drones have been gradually produced, and prototypes are already being experimented with the help of wind tunnels. The data from these drones is quite good and indeed much better than the civilian drones they previously produced. These military drones are as advanced as if they were not current products, and they are one dimension better than other equipment such as DJI. When Beatty wants to make military drones, of course he must refer to the models currently in service in my country. The military drones currently in service can only be purchased in foreign trade versions, which are not the most advanced. However, comparisons can still prove that the Beatty drone's performance far exceeds that of the foreign trade version and should be able to surpass or approach the military aircraft currently in service. Later, 13 types of drones were built, all of which were prototypes, including a small surprise. That is the Falcon B pure reconnaissance drone they produced. It can actually climb to the stratosphere because it is coated with stealth paint. In addition, its body size is too small to be detected by radar. This allows for true stealth reconnaissance. If there is such a high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, those fixed-wing reconnaissance aircraft can be eliminated. It would be amazing if the accuracy of the camera on the aircraft could be improved to capture the ground situation at high altitude. However, improving the camera accuracy brings a new problem, which is that it requires a higher battery reserve, otherwise the battery will die after transmitting high-definition images for several hours, which is not possible. With such requirements, even if the drone uses sodium-ion batteries, the power supply is somewhat stretched. So how should we make a decision? Either maintain the original drawing configuration so that the battery life is guaranteed, but the detected image is not very clear and cannot climb to a higher altitude. The prospect of being able to conduct stealth reconnaissance from the stratosphere, something that no current reconnaissance aircraft can do, is truly alluring. If there is a breakthrough, it will be truly epic-making. The military will not be able to stop using their Falcon drones. Therefore, Zhou Yang held an internal meeting and asked drone R&D engineers to focus on developing the Falcon B drone, striving to use ultra-high-definition cameras to upgrade its performance and achieve quality improvement. The engineer said, "Here, at most, we can optimize the software level and reduce energy consumption. However, if there is no breakthrough in batteries, it will still be difficult to apply new high-definition probes." Zhou Yang pondered, and now it seems that he needs to improve the performance of the battery. Zhou Yang checked the system and found that there was indeed an improved technology for sodium-ion batteries there, and the points were not high, only 500, but Zhou Yang did not redeem it immediately, but came to the battery production department. He is now interested in cultivating his research and development capabilities. He cannot rely on him for everything alone, otherwise in the future, Emperor Bai will be like a dough who cannot be supported and will not be able to function properly after leaving Zhou Yang. In the future, Zhou Yang will definitely have more important things to do. Companies such as Beatty will let Tang Lan and others manage and operate. If scientific research cannot be separated from him, then Zhou Yang will really have to be a nanny for the rest of his life. So he came to the battery department and immediately went to the R&D department to see if they could develop more powerful batteries internally. Inside the R&D department, a technician in a white coat was seriously conducting various experiments. This test actually works. Come and see. At this time, there was a technician in his 30s, dancing happily, as if he had made some major discovery. He also deliberately pulled Zhou Yang's sleeve beside him, motioning for him to come and take a look. Zhou Yang came over, but faced with a bunch of experimental subjects and data, he couldn't understand it for a while. "I told you, using this structure can increase the capacity of our sodium-ion batteries by another 30 about, at the same density." After the engineer finished speaking excitedly, he felt a little wrong. Why did his colleagues around him not react? He turned around and looked dumbfounded. Because he was not surrounded by his colleagues, but their boss Zhou. "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I thought it was Xiaoli." The technician hurriedly apologized and dragged his boss's arm, which was really embarrassing. "It's okay, is what you just said true? Increase by 30? Zhou Yang's question of interest. Yes. When the professional knowledge was mentioned, the technician's embarrassment was completely gone and he immediately introduced it to Zhou Yang. After months of unremitting research, they finally developed an innovative process that can increase the capacitance of sodium-ion batteries by about 30 by adding a complex. Moreover, this compound has only just been developed into a ratio. If it is continued to be developed, it may be able to increase the amount of electricity even more. Batteries require large capacity and small size, and this requirement was overcome by researchers in the battery department. Zhou Yang promised, "Very good, please sort it out and report the scientific research report. If it's commercially available, I'll give you a big prize." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." The technician was very happy and went to find a colleague right away to put this report together. A few days later, the report was delivered to Zhou Yang's desk. At the same time, there were also sodium-ion mobile phone batteries they produced using new technologies. This battery, after actual testing, is indeed 30.5 more capacity than the previous sodium-ion battery and has passed the test. Good. Zhou Yang was very happy. With a big wave of his hand, he awarded the Battery Research Laboratory 3 million yuan. After he approved the report, he asked his assistant to take the commendation report to General Manager Tang Lan and asked her to sign it. Soon, Tang Lan called and she agreed to the reward, but it was 3 million, which might be a bit high, so that each of them could get at least 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Zhou Yang said, "It's not high anymore, and the average person doesn't have much money at all. This time, we rewarded them by posting a red list of awards throughout the company, so that everyone in the company knows that as long as there is innovation and performance, the company will not skimp on the bonuses." Zhou Yang has always encouraged innovative research and development. If he can develop results, Zhou Yang will reward them heavily. This is a virtuous cycle, rather than waiting for him to provide ready-made drawings. Then with this major upgrade of sodium-ion battery capacity, Zhou Yang's military drones can also be used as the first batch of high-capacity batteries. The Falcon B drone can be upgraded to a more power-consuming HD camera, so that the drone can also detect the situation on the ground at high altitude. This is a qualitative improvement. So when the new battery was installed on the brand new Falcon B drone, Zhou Yang planned to personally participate in the test flight. It was windy and sunny and the temperature warmed up. Many employees in Shenzhen's Beatty High-Tech Park have changed out of their long johns. Technicians and some employees of Beatty's drone department placed more than 30 Falcon series drones on the loading and unloading platform. Technicians were doing final debugging on laptops, and many workers were checking the drone's accessories. After all, this test flight was a military aircraft of the future, so confidentiality was the top priority. Therefore, the security department also took precautions in advance and carried out drone expulsion in the sky to avoid being photographed. In addition, signal interference was carried out around. In this way, even if there were high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, only a bunch of mosaics would be captured. Preparations were made, their drones were about to take off, and all were on standby. Many people are filled with emotion when they look at the military drones they have built, which have a majestic appearance and more powerful performance. They will be witnesses to history. Mr. Zhou, please flip the switch. The UAV division handed over the general controller of the UAV to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang checked the time, picked a time of 9:08, and pressed the switch button. Buzz! For a moment, the propellers of the more than 30 drones all turned and took off en masse, and then they formed a formation in the air. The main fighter Falcon A is in the middle, and next to it is a meat shield drone, which protects the main fighter closely. The Falcon B reconnaissance drone, which was then focused on being modified, rushed straight into the blue sky and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Because the Falcon B drone is the only drone that can break through to the stratosphere, it must first enter the combat position, that is, the stratosphere. Other drones, depending on their function, have also gradually dispersed. All of this has been set in advance by the controllers, and now these drones are flying automatically according to established procedures. Currently, there is only one drone operator. This is also an innovation of the Falcon Drone Air Combat Platform. One person can afford to operate dozens of drones. They only need to pay attention to abnormal situations, and these drones can complete combat missions on their own. This is better than other drones and requires professionals to control them. The Falcon series drones do not require special control unless there are special circumstances. They are similar to autonomous driving, very labor-saving, and have also created a new model for military drone operations. Of course, Zhou Yang and his team were just testing this time, not fighting. The mission they assigned was to have these drones fly to their old Beatty factory in the development area for filming, and they would also drop bombs they carried, which were used as beverage bottles, into the old Beatty factory. Operation began, and more than 30 drones took off together, flying towards the industrial area. These drones are still equipped with unupgraded sodium-ion batteries, but many models also have a battery life of dozens of hours. For example, flying so close to the Beatty industrial zone is effortless. Of course, the smaller the drone, the longer its endurance will generally be. For example, if the bombing drone has a high load capacity, its endurance will be relatively less. Zhou Yang then joined many technicians in watching the drone's multiple perspectives. Among them, the ones with reconnaissance vision are mainly two reconnaissance drones. They are the Falcon B, a stratospheric reconnaissance aircraft that is still climbing, and the Falcon C, an integrated reconnaissance aircraft. These drones transmitted the images back through real-time communication. Among them, Falcon C is a flying scene, and below it is a view of downtown Shenzhen. The Falcon B is amazing. It is equipped with an ultra-high-definition lens that can adjust the magnification. Even from an altitude of several kilometers, you can still clearly see the scene on the ground. It can also zoom in accurately. Even the clothing logo worn by a girl waiting for a bus is clearly visible. Awesome! That's amazing! The engineers were amazed at the effect, worthy of military grade, and they never imagined that a drone could achieve this level. It turns out that the civilian drones they produce are only a few hundred meters, and at most more than 1,000 meters, for filming. It seems that this Falcon B can still enter the stratosphere. Anyway, their civilian radar can no longer detect all Falcon drones, and they have disappeared from the radar. Now think about it, if a group of Falcon drones suddenly appeared on the battlefield and the enemy was bombed, you probably wouldn't know who bombed them. It would be scary to think about it. This military drone cannot be sold casually. If it is taken by someone with ulterior motives, it will harm more innocent people, especially countries with the surname. After a period of flight, many Falcon drones have flown into the air of the old factory, and Zhou Yang can see the situation of their factory from the monitoring. Yo, there are still people smoking here. At this time, the camera suddenly locked on two people. The two workers were behind the toilet, dividing smoke, blowing clouds and mist, and the engineer who was watching the video together blurted out, "You should know that their Beatty company has banned smoking throughout the factory. Only specific smoking spots are allowed to smoke, and even toilets are not allowed to smoke. These two have seriously violated the company's safety regulations." Zhou Yang immediately called Songda and asked him to deal with it, and took a photo of the live broadcast and passed it on to him. Songda led the pickets to look for them and found two employees who were secretly smoking. He criticized and educated them on the spot and asked them to write a review. If you do it again in the future, you will be transferred from your post or even expelled. As long as employees cherish their jobs and believe that they will restrain themselves, smoking should go to the smoking room. However, afterwards, the pickets looked at the photos and then looked up at the air. They were amazed at how the boss had captured such a clear picture. They clearly had nothing in the air. Falcon drones are difficult to detect even by radar, let alone the human eye, so these personnel are doomed to fail to detect the various drones overhead. By this time, the Falcon drone had simulated various combat maneuvers and then launched a bomb. They were also particular about where they dropped the bombs. They were worried that throwing mineral water bottles would hit people, so they dropped them on the rooftop of the office building. Someone on the rooftop had already drawn a circle with chalk in advance, and then the bombing drone, along with other drones that can carry missiles and bombs, threw the water bottle carried on the fuselage into the circle. The water bottle fell to the ground, and because it was not full, it just bounced on the rooftop twice and stopped on the roof. The bomb was dropped through the reconnaissance plane, and the landing point was quite accurate. This is also the result of the drone's autonomous driving, which led to the precise bombing above the rooftop circle. This is all automatic operation. It has proven that the drone's performance is reliable, and its autonomous driving is also quite powerful. If hundreds or even thousands of Falcon drones are dispatched at once in the future, it will create huge combat power. Even if each drone drops a bomb, there will still be hundreds of bombs bombing at the same time. In this scenario, we dare not think about the consequences, as an important military target may be lost. When these drones returned and landed in the Beatty High-Tech Park, there was thunderous applause. Because the Falcon military drone, the test was successful. The Falcon military drone was successfully tested, and the Falcon B also completed the test by taking high-definition images in the high-altitude stratosphere, with very clear results. Its flight time in the air is also not much lower than before, thanks to the newly upgraded sodium-ion battery. "Boss, we drones should be number one in the industry," the chief engineer of the drone said happily. Low key. Joe Yang asked him to calm down. There is no benchmark to compare military drones in this industry. The models seen in the news are basically outdated. Joe Yang and his team don't know what level the Falcon drone designed this time is in the current military equipment. Now that the research is out, Joe Yang will take the samples to the Zhongbing Group. This time he sent a truck convoy for transportation, and in the carriage was a complete set of Falcon drones packed together, and an entire formation was assigned. There were more than 50 drones in total, which could form a combat team to complete various tasks. This transportation was quite important. Joe Yang personally followed the truck, reversed shifts with the truck driver, and drove all the way to the Zhongbing Group. After hearing the news, Zhongbing Group attached great importance to it. The people who met them halfway rushed over. There were 2 cars in front and 2 in front of the convoy escorting them along the way, which was full of specifications. Drivers on the road saw that a convoy of trucks was so well protected, so they wondered if it was some big guy transporting them, and in fact, it was drones that were delivering. Even the largest main fighter among them, the Falcon A, is 13 meters long, has a wingspan of 21.6 meters, a takeoff weight of 4.8 tons, and a maximum load capacity of 6 tons. It can store many batteries in the cabin, and battery replacement in the air can all be automated. This is also a first in civilian use, but I don't know if it has become popular in military drones. This volume cannot be fully transported by a truck, so it is all installed in a folded state. This is also a feature of the Falcon UAV, including wings, tail, etc., which can be folded or disassembled for transportation. Once it reaches its destination, it can be used normally after simple installation, which is more suitable for the ever-changing war environment. As the truck convoy drove into the Zhongbing Group and all the way to the confidential factory building, Deputy Manager Su was already waiting here. When Joe Yang got out of the car, he saw Joe Yang, who was in a state of panic. He went up, shook hands and said, "Mr. Joe has worked hard." "No hard work, just look at these." Joe Yang pointed to the truck behind him. He is still confident in his products. Let's see if he can get an order from Zhongbing Group. Deputy Manager Su arranged for people to carry out loading and unloading, and the Beatty technician who came with them told them how to load and unload and install the machine. In the factory, many of Falcon's drones were installed and their true identities were revealed. When Deputy Manager Su looks at these drones with novel and domineering shapes, he feels that it is not simple. The chief designer of the drone project in charge of China Military Group was a little unsure about the shape of the fuselage when he saw it. This is a low reflective surface structure unique to 5th-generation fighter jets with stealth functions. Could it be that? The chief designer touched the shell, tapped it again to hear the echo, and suddenly his face fluttered. "Do you drones also have stealth coatings?" the general worker asked in surprise. "Yes." Joe Yang replied that this is the new generation of drone swarms with stealth effects. "What about the data?" The chief designer can't wait for the answer. With these stealth coatings, even if the performance of these drones is average, they will have practical value and can perform some stealthy flight missions. Joe Yang then handed over the information of their Falcon drone's fully automatic combat platform. When you see that the Falcon drone supports intelligent combat, automatic power change, stratospheric reconnaissance, integrated reconnaissance, and strike, early warning interference, protection of meat shields and other functions, you will not be indifferent. Is this all true? The chief designer's questioning voice was a little trembling. Of course, the battery is full now and we can always go to verify it, but we haven't tried to hang the bullet, Joe Yang said. The chief designer couldn't wait any longer and immediately asked someone to arrange a test flight. The first test flight was not suspended for insurance. It was already in the afternoon and there was still more than an hour left to get off work. However, all the staff were in high spirits and were paying attention to this test flight. After the launch, the Falcon drone group all took off and formed a battle formation. These are all programs set in advance and written by these engineers. If you want other combat programs, you only need to write them yourself. For example, you can write a program to focus on the attack, and attack the target immediately when you find it, rather than scouting and planning later. There is also a fire-gathering procedure. After the reconnaissance aircraft discovers the target, they wait until all the attack drones are in place, and then launch a strike together. In short, these programs can be written by themselves and are also controlled by ground personnel. They have rich and diverse operations and are not as rigid as current drones. There is even a command to cruise at night. After everyone falls asleep, the drone will automatically attack if it finds an invading target. This can replace some soldiers on duty, liberate manpower, and be suitable for small teams to fight. In short, the Falcon UAV combat platform is a very advanced intelligent platform that can perform a variety of missions, and its functions are far superior to the military drones used today. The various facilities of the Zhongbing Group are all military level, and they use active military radars for detection. However, once these drones all flew to a certain altitude, they disappeared from the radar. The small size of drones and their professional stealth design now make them completely undetectable by radar. Even if we replace them with radars specifically used to detect low-altitude aircraft, that is, radars specifically used to scout drones, we will not be able to detect these drones. The Falcon drone swarm has now achieved true stealth, but its current radar cannot detect it at all. The chief designer and other staff looked at each other and couldn't believe it was real. They were all veteran military workers. Such an exaggerated stealth effect could not be fully achieved even by the current 5th-generation fighter jets. Through some means, even the current 5th-generation stealth fighter of Shang Sanchang cannot achieve complete stealth. And now this complete invisibility has been achieved by a group of drones built by private enterprises. It is simply unbelievable. But thinking that this is Beatty's product seems a bit reasonable. After all, every time Zhou Yang brings in a product, there is nothing that is not exaggerated. Already very good at stealth, so let's test our reconnaissance capabilities. The chief designer ordered his men to connect the lenses of the 2 reconnaissance aircraft, and then they saw a super clear picture. The footage of the Falcon Sea search and strike drone is fine, with similar clarity to their current drones, while the Falcon B drone is exaggerated. It can actually be magnified at a high magnification, and the ground can be clearly observed from the stratosphere. For such a small volume, shooting from 10 kilometers above the ground, the effect is comparable to that of a satellite. The key satellite is expensive to build, but a drone can be mass-produced without any pressure. If there is a Falcon B, future battles will be like opening a full-image plug-in, and you can easily learn everything on the battlefield. This is too exaggerated. Many researchers marveled together, their eyes looking at Zhou Yang with awe. Fortunately, it was our own people who developed this drone combat platform. If foreign forces developed drones of this level, they would probably suffer a huge loss. These experts also had to be convinced that Zhou Yang existed at the bug level in the fields of military industry and high technology, and good things were emerging one after another. No one knew where his limits were. Anyway, this time the drone shocked the drone experts on the scene, and they kept giving it the highest rating. This also means that the test of the Falcon UAV combat platform achieved perfect results. Before they knew it, it was already getting dark. They tested it until after 5 o'clock and it was already dark. So here we go today, most of the other drones have fallen back to the ground, leaving only one Falcon be stranded in the stratosphere, to see what its ultimate endurance is. That night, the top leader of the China military group personally hosted a banquet for Zhou Yang because he heard that Zhou Yang brought a set of Super Niobe drones. At present, they have reported it to their superiors, and professional military industrial experts will be arranged to accept it tomorrow. If it can be adopted this time, then this Falcon drone combat platform will definitely become the main military drone. It is a great achievement to be able to replace the main combat drones of the troops in one fell swoop. If it is their internal scientific researchers, they will receive a Scientific and Technological Progress Award, and their professional titles will be 1 or 2 levels higher at the end of the year. But this is a product developed by Zhou Yang, so it is more subtle. Of course, the reward can be discussed later, and the top leader's current task is to entertain Zhou Yang well. Zhou Yang was still very good at talking. He was able to bring the Falcon drone without discussing the conditions, just to present him to the organization. At the banquet, he had a very good conversation with the top leader and drank a lot of wine. When Zhou Yang returned to the hotel drunk and had a video with his girlfriend Lu Xiao, he could not help but be blamed for drinking so much. However, Lu Xiao is not an ordinary woman after all, and she will not hold her back all the time. She also knows that people in the business world cannot help themselves, and sometimes they cannot do without the culture of the wine table. So she told Zhou Yang to rest early and talk to him tomorrow if he had anything to say. Miss you. Bye. Love you and have sweet dreams. The two bid a warm farewell in the video, and then Zhou Yang fell asleep in a happy mood. Around the corner, Zhou Yang was invited to participate in the second test together. Today's test was not conducted in the Zhongbing group, but took a car for more than 2 hours and arrived in an uninhabited field. This time, many experts in the field of drones came from arsenals across the country. They gathered together and today they will thoroughly test the capabilities of the Falcon UAV combat platform. Yesterday, some basic functions were tested, but today, all drones are equipped with live ammunition, including various active missiles, bombs, etc., and actual combat exercises are conducted directly today. And the targets tested were also very interesting. Several jeeps, a scrapped 59 tank, and active rainbow drones were also obtained as enemy targets. The specifications of this exercise came up all at once, and there were many leaders with epaulets and stars watching from here. If the Falcon combat platform actually passes the test, it will have a very significant impact on improving the combat effectiveness of the troops. Dozens of people were in the command room, waiting to watch the exercise. At this time, other drones captured the scene, and real-time images were displayed on multiple screens in the command center. These shooting drones were entered into the Falcon platform's friendly identification code so that they would not be shot down as enemies. At 10 a.m., the commander-in-chief of this test exercise issued the order for the test to begin. Then, all of these Falcon drones equipped with live ammunition took off and flew into the sky. There is an exception here, that is, Falcon B, which was in the air yesterday, has not fallen and is still performing reconnaissance missions in the sky. Therefore, although the Falcon drone swarm has just taken off, it has already discovered many targets. Diddy. An alarm was heard from the Falcon platform, indicating that a ground target had been spotted. Today's combat strategy is to completely annihilate the enemy. First, several target vehicles on the ground were spotted, and several enemy drones in the air were also scouted. This is an image from Falcon B and C reconnaissance aircraft, each of which has spotted its target. Falcon B reported the coordinates to Falcon A because it had been at a high altitude for some time and had locked several parked target vehicles and tanks on the ground. Falcon A immediately made a judgment and asked the nearest combat drone to aim at the target and launch missiles, and then remotely control the bombing drone to fly to the position where the tank was. As for the Falcon C search and strike drone, due to its close distance, it was a local drone in the air that was discovered. Falcon A immediately sent out combat drones to engage in aerial combat. First, launch a small air-to-air missile specifically designed to deal with drones to destroy them. Soon, explosions were heard on the ground and in the air. These mounted missiles were still very accurate in dealing with stationary and low-speed targets, and they were really accurate in one go. Soon those targets were all hit. The target vehicle was blown to pieces and several enemy drones were also knocked down. Of course, the battle was not over yet. At this time, the bombing drone had already reached the top of the 59 tank, and then began to open the belly of the aircraft, and a large number of bombs poured down. Finally, near 59, there was a scene of explosions and smoke. When the smoke dissipated, it was found that 59 had been bombed in tatters. This battle result was quite impressive. You have to know that on the radar now, all the drones on the Falcon platform are still invisible. In other words, even if they were replaced with modern advanced tanks, they would not be able to detect the presence of drones overhead. When they were unprepared, they would be blown up. Even if the tank's armor is thick or it is equipped with a roof dedicated to defending against drones, the shock wave of the bomb explosion can kill the soldiers inside. Therefore, this invisible drone currently has no solution for tanks. Those leaders with military medals all looked serious. They imagined themselves as opponents of the Falcon drone and really couldn't find a way to crack it for a while. This is a bit scary. Once an unbreakable weapon appears, it means that there is a generation gap and the weapon must be upgraded. The first targets have been struck, and the Falcon drone swarm is doing a very good job. More than 30 drones of various models were launched from the command center to see how the Falcon drones would react. Relying on its powerful reconnaissance capabilities, the Falcon drone quickly spotted these enemy targets in the air, and an alarm sounded on the console. According to the operational procedures, the drone chose the option of total annihilation. Of course, at this time, the backstage can also artificially intervene in tactics, such as mainly harassing, or covering fire to intimidate the opponent, or retreating immediately. If no background signal is received, then the Falcon drone will enter automatic combat. In fact, there was no back-office intervention, and now experts need to see how powerful the Falcon drone's autonomous combat capabilities are. The Falcon drone group dispatched all combat-capable drones, each assigned a target. If there are air-to-air missiles, launch missiles to hit large drones. The drones that have released the missiles will return to the formation to preserve their strength. There were a few small drones left, and hitting them with missiles was like hitting mosquitoes with a cannon, so fighter drones were sent out. This type of drone is equipped with a cannon, which is specially used to hit its peers. If it encounters a drone, it will use the cannon to shoot it down. Soon, the two sides' drones met, and among this batch of drones were drones specifically used by the military for combat, as well as attack capabilities. It is still unknown who killed the deer when the two sides' drones came into contact. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Report leader, drones from both sides officially contacted. Reportedly, the Falcon drone swarm was the first to attack. Blue side drone has losses. Falcon drone in close contact. In the command room, the personnel in charge of the exercise are constantly reporting on the situation. Many people were still staring at the screen intently. At this time, there are 12 drones on the battlefield dedicated to filming and live broadcasting. Combined with the perspective of the Falcon drone, the exercises on the battlefield can be clearly observed. The power of the Falcon drones can be seen here, because without the intervention of satellite signals, relying solely on the radar and cameras of the fuselage, it was the Falcon drone group that first discovered the blue square drone on the opposite side. After releasing a wave of small air-to-air missiles first, the fighter drone rushed in front of the enemy drone, and the Hasensen cannon hole was aimed at the enemy. Bang 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 bang. A series of strafing shots, and at high altitude, the hit rate was very low. However, the Falcon UAV has a correction program here. According to its flight speed and angle, it will control it to the optimal impact point and blow up an enemy UAV in one go. Ox, it's still a dive. An Air Force officer and soldier made a sound of surprise because the Falcon fighter drone had just used the same tactical moves as a fixed-wing manned aircraft. Of course, there are very few jet aircraft today equipped with cannons, which were popular tactical moves in the 1950s and 1960s. Although this is a tactic from the last century, it is still very novel when used in the field of drones. Because of previous drones, countries did not pay attention to the technology of drone close-range cannon air combat. Currently, countries' understanding of drones is mainly based on reconnaissance or sneak attacks on ground targets. Large-scale air battles are all handled by manned fixed-wing aircraft. This is mainly because the technology of manned aircraft in various countries has been accumulated for decades, while drones have only appeared for more than 10 years and are usually used as a supplement to manned fighter jets. However, this Falcon drone combat platform embodies the combat concept of the next generation of drones, which is intelligence and groupization. It is natural to be able to deal with these drones that are still in their ancient days. As the three Falcon fighter drones collided directly in the air, a shuttle of bullets from the machine gun strafed the air and accompanied a blue side drone to crash, which was quite ideal. After a round of fighting, the blue side drone suffered losses of more than half, while the Falcon drone suffered no losses. This loss ratio shocked everyone watching the battle. This is amazing. The leaders of the troops watching the battle lamented that if the team could be equipped with Falcon drones, it would have an absolute advantage in the air power comparison. By the time the fighter jet emptied the bomb bay, it returned smoothly, but there were still a few scattered enemy fighter jets. At this time, it was the Falcon's turn to interfere with the drones. After they went up, they sent out interference signals. Some drones lost control and fell straight down. Finally, they fell to the ground and fell apart, which was considered a shooting down. There are also several older civilian models that came to make up the numbers, but they were directly controlled by the Falcon interference drone and became their own drones. Then the captured blue square drone followed the Falcon drone back in masse. There was a small incident at this time. Because the captured blue side drones were not trustworthy and could be counter-disturbed back at any time, Falcon A gave the order of humane destruction, controlling those civilian drones to crash on their own and fall apart on the rocks. At this point, the Falcon drone has defeated more than 30 drones of various types, achieving a great victory without any damage, and achieving an astonishing 0 combat losses. Snap, snap, snap. In the command room, some staff members couldn't help but applaud and cheer. This exaggerated battle loss ratio was rarely encountered before. It was usually only when the military fought against the civilian population that they would unilaterally crush it. However, this time it was a drone built by a private company that came to attack the joint drone group of the military and some civilians, but one with 0 losses, which was really unexpected. This also means that the Falcon drone combat platform has reached the world's most advanced level. This is definitely not an exaggeration. You can see it by looking at the expressions of the leaders of several troops on the scene. They solemnly shook hands with Zhou Yang, and then ordered all the people at the performance today to sign confidentiality agreements, and all the live broadcast videos this time were kept sealed and could not be leaked. The Falcon UAV combat platform is powerful enough to become a top-tier military drone, but it must be kept secret. Then the leaders took the information of the Falcon drone swarm, quickly left, and went to their superiors for a report. Once those uniformed personnel had left, the others relaxed a little. Vice President Su of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China quietly told Zhou Yang that the Falcon drone combat platform should be stable and will definitely be adopted. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. He is confident in his products. The actual combat effects he showed today can crush the current mainstream drones. If this is put on the international battlefield, it will be a complete crushing. Among those small countries, whoever obtains the Falcon drone can take the initiative on the battlefield. In fact, Zhou Yang is not a military expert yet. He is not sure yet. What can shock the leaders of the troops is the innovation of drone combat methods brought about by the Falcon drone combat platform, which has given them great inspiration. It seems that the drone combat methods in the team need to be rethought. After this test, Zhou Yang became a guest at the Zhongbing group, and all the weapons in those shooting ranges were open to him. Zhou Yang spent a day playing in the Zhongbing group and had a great time shooting targets here. In order to make target shooting more fun, Deputy Manager Su also asked his men to buy back a few sheep and rabbits and put them on the shooting range for Zhou Yang to fight, which gave him a hunting feeling. As for the prey that is hit, it will not be wasted. They will add food to the canteen at night. In this way, 2 days later, Zhou Yang received news that someone came to see him and said that they were his old acquaintances. Zhou Yang was very strange. What old acquaintance could come to the Zhongbing group to find him? When we met, we suddenly realized that it was Li Weifeng from the logistics and equipment department. When Li Weifeng saw Zhou Yang, he laughed and shook hands with him. The two had known each other before, and he was the one who received the orders in the team. But now that he has come, it means that the orders have come. I'm here to invite you this time. However, Li Weifeng said that his purpose in coming was to invite Zhou Yang to their headquarters in Zishan. Zhou Yang's spirit was lifted. Not everyone could go to the Zishan headquarters. This time, he asked Li Weifeng to invite him over, which obviously attached great importance to him. The reason why Zhou Yang was invited to go there was definitely for the Falcon drone combat platform. Zhou Yang knew that the drone he built was awesome, but he didn't expect it to be so awesome. He was sent by the team to be invited to the headquarters. After all these years, there are definitely not many people who can have this honor. When? Zhou Yang's solemn question. The sooner the better. Li Weifeng said. In the end, it is the soldiers who act, and they are decisive in what they say and do. So the two of them stopped talking nonsense. Zhou Yang brought his personal belongings, greeted Deputy Chief Su, and took Li Weifeng's special car to leave the Zhongbing group. Zhou Yang took a special car and then a special plane. That afternoon, he came to the Zishan headquarters. This is the team's nominal headquarters. From the outside, you can see the red flag flying inside and a row of sentries standing upright at the door standing guard. After checking his ID at the door, Li Weifeng entered with Zhou Yang. He had already informed his superiors, and when he arrived at the main building, 2 more people with high official titles came to greet him. They first gave a military salute and then shook hands with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was a little hesitant, and he didn't know how to return the gift. Let's salute in the same way. He is not a member of the team, and the only organizations Zhou Yang has participated in are the Young Pioneers and team members. He can't perform a team salute, right? In the end, he just shook hands. Mr. Zhou, please come inside. The two were very polite and let Zhou Yang into it. All the way to a large conference room, the furnishings were solemn and dignified, with 2 red flags hanging on both sides, making people unconsciously serious. Please wait, Mr. Zhou, the leaders will be here later. One of them said. Zhou Yang nodded and found a place at the end to sit down. However, they let Zhou Yang come to the first seat on his left hand, where Zhou Yang's name tag was placed, which was what arranged for him to sit here. Since ancient times, the left has been the most respected seat, and the seat on the left is more prestigious. This is second only to the main seat in front and is already the second best position. Zhou Yang sits here, and his status is higher than that of Li Weifeng and others. Only Li Weifeng is qualified to sit at the end. The only 2 people left to greet him can only serve tea and water next to him and take minutes of meetings. Later, the 2 of them set up the fruit plate and tea for Zhou Yang to use. 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard outside, and then a row of elderly leaders entered. They were all dressed in neat uniforms, with stars shining on their epaulets, and they were all bigwigs on one side. Zhou Yang stood up to greet him. He was a well-known entrepreneur in China, but he also belonged to the lowest status here. After all, everyone here was a hero who defended his country. Leader, this is Zhou Yang. Li Weifeng introduced. Okay, I saw him on TV, but I didn't expect that meeting him was better than being famous. He is more energetic. An old leader with gray hair said with a smile. Good leadership. Zhou Yang greeted him. At this time, the old leader extended his hand and shook hands with Zhou Yang, which was a sign of respect for him. You have to know that ordinary people have no qualifications to shake hands with this old leader who is covered in starlight. Zhou Yang can shake hands with this old leader, put it on others, and blow it for the rest of his life. This leader, the host of this meeting, sat in the middle position, and the others also took their seats. Most of the people present were in uniform, but there were also 2 middle-aged people in suits and shirts, wearing glasses, who looked like learned people. Someone then introduced Zhou Yang to several key leaders, and the others in suits were the most authoritative drone experts in military industry. The drones currently used in combat were all designed by them. The Falcon drone combat platform shocked everyone enough that Zhou Yang was invited to attend the seminar. At the beginning of the meeting, the senior leader first affirmed the Falcon UAV combat platform, whose performance and configuration have surpassed those of active military drones. As soon as the leader finished speaking, everyone else applauded. This is a recognition of private entrepreneur Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled in respect. With such an opening statement, it means that the Falcon drone will definitely be adopted by the troops. The difference lies in the method used. However, the leaders are more concerned about the coordination and combat philosophy displayed by the Falcon drone swarm, because this is a completely new way of drone combat. After simulation, the damage ratio of their active drones to the Falcon drone group is basically 1/9, that is, when the two sides are of equal strength, the Falcon drone will suffer 10 damage, while the active drone will suffer 90 damage, which is a very unequal loss. In addition to the advanced capabilities of the Falcon UAV, the combat methods embodied by the Falcon UAV during combat are also something that needs to be learned. This is where leadership places the most emphasis. After all, there is a gap in the performance of drones, and improvement is the key. They also have talents in the military industry, and they will always build drones with similar performance if they take the time. However, this combat method is superior to the current combat methods of the troops. Therefore, this time the leader brought many subordinates from the command department to observe Zhou Yang's concept of drones. Zhou Yang, can you explain the design concept of the Falcon drone and your thoughts on future drone operations? The leader was sincerely asking Zhou Yang for advice. It's an honor. Zhou Yang paused. After thinking of his words, he decided to make a fool of himself. Falcon drones realize the intelligence, centralization, and integration of drones. A combat fleet is a platform that can achieve autonomous combat, which can free up manpower. Only a few people are needed to control a large number of drones to carry out mission objectives. And drones are cheap to build, so it doesn't hurt to lose them. All of us here are experts, so Zhou Yang only spoke in general terms, and everyone understood what he meant. A stenographer was recording Zhou Yang's speech, and everyone was waiting for him to continue. Zhou Yang cleared his throat and began to talk about his understanding of future drone operations. I think future drones will be as intelligent as the Falcon combat platform. They only need to input combat targets and take off a large number of drones, and they will automatically complete their targets. No matter how fierce the battle, troop losses can be effectively avoided. In addition, drones will definitely develop towards large-scale, stealthy, and diversified development in the future, and beyond visual range combat will also occur. That is, the combat concept of manned aircraft will gradually transition to drones, and the two will be combined. As long as intelligent programs keep up, unmanned fighter jets can perform tactical maneuvers that pilots cannot. For example, when flying under overload, you can complete many thrilling maneuvers without wearing anti-load clothing. Moreover, I boldly predict that starting from our 6th-generation fighter jets, we may develop towards intelligent and unmanned driving. By the 7th-generation fighter jets, it is estimated that this will be the beginning of fully unmanned driving, and even reach space combat. At that time, a squadron may not need a pilot, but only a command room on the ground to control it. From now on, we can get rid of the time-consuming and money-consuming pilot training process. Those carrier-based aircraft take off and land. For drones, it is as simple as the automatic parking of trams now, without the need for continuous training. Of course, there are manned aircraft that won't disappear completely and will perform tasks that drones can't. Zhou Yang's long speech shocked many officials because Zhou Yang hit the nail on the head. They had discussed the development of future fighter jets several times before and basically came to conclusions similar to Zhou Yang's. If they hadn't known that Zhou Yang was their own person, they would have even felt that their internal research secrets had been leaked. As a manufacturer of the Falcon drone platform, Zhou Yang's words prove that he has a very unique vision in strategic development. Moreover, not only is his theory super strong, but his subsidiaries have actually built this type of drone. Zhou Yang is the first person to combine theory and practice. The leader and the other participants looked at each other and exchanged eye contact, and they made a bold decision. Afterwards, Li Weifeng explained the handling plan for the Falcon UAV combat platform. We want to purchase a Falcon drone combat platform. The first order is about 3,000. If we can install it later, the demand will be more than 100 times higher. Can you complete this life mission? Li Weifeng asked. 3,000 aircraft is simple, but if purchased on a large scale, production capacity will not keep up. Zhou Yang Shishan replied. When drones are deployed on a large scale, each unit needs hundreds or thousands of Falcon drones, which is a huge number. If you want to produce, at least open a professional drone production base. Beatty's current drone division can barely produce some, but they still have orders for civilian drones, so it is doomed to fail without expanding production. For a project as large as the full staff replacement, it usually takes several domestic arsenals to produce it together, and it takes a period of time before the replacement is gradually completed. The production of one factory is really too slow. Zhou Yang knew the stakes here. This time, because the Falcon UAV was designed independently by BYD and had all the intellectual property rights, the troops also knew that the patent was worth a fortune. If they bought it out, they would take advantage. After all, it had happened twice before, and they bought it out again and again, so Zhou Yang could not make much money. Then this business would be impossible to do in the future. Therefore, the veteran leader had proposed before that this time they would only purchase and not purchase patents, because they all saw Zhou Yang's potential strength. With him around, this advanced equipment would emerge one after another. If Zhou Yang could not make money from armaments, then the motivation for future research and development would definitely weaken. Therefore, this time the troops also wanted to buy horse bones for a daughter and establish a healthy cooperative relationship with Zhou Yang in order to plan for the future. However, Zhou Yang estimated that it is not practical to build a drone base first. After all, it is specifically for the production of military drones. Then the base needs to be kept secret and must be built in a remote area, making it difficult to build a factory. This is not the most critical. The key is insufficient production, which will affect the speed of the team's drone deployment, which will affect combat effectiveness. So Zhou Yang quickly made a decision. He said immediately, "Our company has limited production capacity, so I want to only take on some manufacturing tasks. I can provide technical authorization and you can arrange the company's production yourself." In other words, the other personnel were moved together. They didn't expect Zhou Yang to have such a large structure and actively contribute technology without seeking benefits. You have to know that the most valuable thing about this Falcon drone is its many small technologies, such as the drone's onboard radar. It is better than the drones commonly used today, as can be seen from that exercise. The Falcon drone launched its attack before the enemy drone even noticed. It is invincible among drones. There is also stealth paint technology, which is very effective and better than current technology. Currently, only the J-20 fighter jet uses stealth technology. Other aircraft do not have stealth functions due to generation differences, appearance design, and other reasons. The Falcon drone uses stealth paint, so this generation of drones can even be called the fifth generation of drones. If this were released to fight drones from other countries, it would be like adults bullying babies, not on the same level. Moreover, the previous exercises were still not connected to the Baidu navigation satellite. If the satellite was connected, the combat power would be further enhanced, and it would even support global operations and precision guidance. What concept is this? Previously, the United States B-52 stealth bomber had broken the world record by flying continuously for a maximum of 2 days and 48 hours while refueling in the air, while the reconnaissance aircraft and the Falcon drone had a casual flight time of dozens of hours. In addition, with the logistical support of the Falcon, a main fighter, battery replacement can be achieved in the air, and the battery life can easily reach dozens of hours. What's more, when there is no need for a pilot, as long as the power is sufficient, it can rotate continuously. However, manned aircraft cannot achieve this effect. Even if there is a tanker with unlimited fuel supply, the pilot will be tired. If the pilot is too tired in the middle of the flight, he can only land to rest, or land to replace other pilots, and cannot fight continuously. The Falcon drone combat platform is different. By preparing a few more Falcon A drones in the middle, you can replace the batteries of the crew drones and achieve ultra-long endurance. It will not land until the ammunition is exhausted or the machinery is damaged. This is the advantage of drones, far superior to manned aircraft. Because he saw this advantage, the old leader made a decision within a few days to purchase a batch of Falcon drones and conduct replacement combat exercises in Zurahi. It was pure combat. If it had withstood the test of the battlefield, the entire army could be re-equipped. However, if the entire army were to replace its equipment, the number of drones purchased would be measured in tens of thousands. Normal companies would not be able to meet the order demand at all, so several plans were thought of above to support Baidu's production. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Zhou Yang is willing to authorize them. Only a part of the authorization fee is required. Then the military factory can produce and solve the production capacity problem. Thank you, Comrade Zhou Yang, for your cooperation. At this time, led by the old leader, the people here stood up and saluted together. Zhou Yang deserves admiration for his dedication to the country. Zhou Yang stood up and nodded in response. This is what he should do as a citizen of our country. After all, a country comes first, and then there is a family. You don't see regional conflicts abroad, and you are bombarded and bullied by weak forces all day long. Zhou Yang doesn't want that to happen, so he would rather make less money himself than help the national defense cause. In the meeting room, there was prolonged applause, all of which were given to Zhou Yang. Then, the specific details will be discussed. Zhou Yang was responsible for taking on the first batch of drones ordered. Zhou Yang gave a very cheap purchase quote, which was very consistent with Baidu's business strategy. However, the logistics and equipment department felt that it was not a good idea to take advantage of the situation and not let Zhou Yang suffer too much, so they gave a high price on the technology authorization transfer fee. By paying a transfer fee of 250 million yuan at a time, they could get a full set of Falcon drone technology. Of course, this is different from buying out a patent. This contract is valid for 3 years. If the Falcon drone is still to be produced after 3 years, then money will be given again to renew the contract or purchase it directly at market price. Even if the contract is not renewed after 3 years, Zhou Yang can still produce Falcon drones on its own. If allowed, they can be converted to civilian use or even exported directly to several countries with better relations abroad to earn foreign exchange. Therefore, this Falcon drone combat platform will still be owned by Zhou Yang in the future, and it will also be sold at a good price. The 250 million is a bite price, and Li Weifeng said the price will not change again. The buyer actually wants to buy at a high price, but the seller thinks the price is too high. This is a rare purchase and sale. Finally, after being persuaded, Zhou Yang stopped being pretentious and accepted 250 million. At the same time, he also felt that doing business with his own team was really refreshing. If he had good weapons in the future, he would definitely seek cooperation with Li Weifeng and Zhongbing Group as soon as possible. That is mutual benefit for both sides. After the sale was completed, Bankrupt Company received 250 million yuan in cash, which greatly alleviated the financial pressure. Because Zhou Yang had previously invested in Bankrupt Chip Company, it owed a lot of money. In addition, the construction of Bankrupt Town was also a large investment, so the 250 million yuan really solved the urgent problem. After paying back the interest, he gave another 100 million yuan to the Bankrupt Town project as construction funds. After all, building a small town cannot be achieved without more than 1 billion yuan in funds. This small town project still needs continuous investment. Anyway, Zhou Yang is making some money, so he will invest some money in it. Although the project funds are quite tight, they have never been cut off, and the construction team's money will not be owed. They are all settled now. This is a very rare thing in the entire engineering community. Like a large real estate company that owes 2.4 trillion yuan, it misappropriates the pre-sale funds of home buyers and the construction funds of the construction party, and it does not know how many families it has harmed. Zhou Yang's projects were all paid on time according to the date stipulated in the contract, which immediately won the favor of the construction party. They were all hard-working people. After finally meeting such a kind party, they had to maintain it and continue to cooperate in the future. Therefore, the project in Bankrupt Town is very well done. It is not only fast but also of high quality. The accounts that broadcast the construction live can be seen as netizens praising it. They all used high-standard cement, and the steel bars were all thick and thick. They couldn't add one more. After all, the construction process was broadcast live every day, and there was absolutely no cutting corners. If they dare to take shortcuts, there will be knowledgeable construction engineers among the thousands of netizens. As long as the report is successful, Zhou Yang promises to give the whistleblower a cash reward of tens of thousands of yuan and cancel the cooperation with the construction team. Therefore, in order to continue to cooperate with Zhou Yang, these construction teams did not dare to cheat. After all, Zhou Yang provided enough project funds, and they did not need to steal materials. Looking across the country, it is estimated that the Bankrupt Town project is one of the few construction projects that focuses on quality and does not care about cost. The town project is still under construction and is now in a period of great construction. Some places are being bulldozed, while others are already pouring foundations and building high-rise buildings. It is a prosperous scene. Zhou Yang has been wearing a hard hat and inspecting production at the construction site for the past few days. However, at this time, a piece of news broke. That is the U.S. aircraft carrier, which has entered the inland sea and openly supported the border friction of a certain country. Lau Mei is really not a thing. She helps others and secretly supports a certain country in carrying out indiscriminate bombing of neighboring weak countries. Many hospitals and schools have been attacked, and many civilians have suffered. Civilian casualties occur every day, so she has been condemned by many parties. Zhou Yang saw in international news that many children had lost their lives and their homes had become ruins. From under the ruins, civilians who had died one after another were dug up. The scene was quite tragic. My country has been in an era of peace for a long time. It feels very pitiful to see kittens and puppies injured on the street. What's more, all the living lives that die abroad. This made Zhou Yangwan very angry. There was a feud between the two sides. So if the soldiers were fighting each other, why would they attack civilians? This was simply animalistic behavior. Yes, is there no one in this world who comes out to rule? Just let them be so arrogant? Zhou Yang was really angry when he made a rare foul speech. In addition, he also scolded the magnesium country. This country is really a cancer on the earth. He will be seen there when there is unrest. He can be called the top rogue of Blue Star. Zhou Yang was very angry when he suddenly received a task prompt from the system. Long-term S-level mission, beating the Blue Star first. Old Magnesium and its own sun country are inhumane and persecute civilians. They must be rectified. Please try your best to punish and prevent them from harming civilians. This S-level task of the system is ridiculously difficult. Zhou Yang alone has to rectify Lau Mei and the dog-legged country he supports. There is basically no one on earth who can do it. However, the system also uses the word try your best to indicate that as long as you make a certain amount of effort, it will be completed. Zhou Yang left the construction site and returned to Shenzhen, where he was thinking about this. All he can do as an individual for this border conflict is provide money and supplies. However, money cannot be donated casually, mainly to organizations that have no trust over there. If the money is given out, it may not necessarily reach anyone. Even domestic donations may have been misappropriated, let alone international donations. If you want to donate supplies, ordinary supplies will be blown up before they are delivered there, and there is no guarantee of safety. So if you want to go back and forth, it is better to donate some powerful people. Then the newly produced Falcon drone is a good thing. With this thing, the surrounding countries will not have to fear enemy airstrikes. Although the enemy's airstrikes use manned fighter jets, Falcon drones equipped with missiles can have longer and shorter capabilities than manned fighter jets as long as they are combined with satellites or ground radars. This was the only way Zhou Yang could help civilians at the moment, so he immediately asked the drone department to work overtime. In addition to producing the existing orders, he also had to produce thousands of Falcon drones that could fight. Of course, because this platform is too sensitive and involves confidentiality matters, a complete set cannot be produced. Then the Falcon Sea Inspection and Strike Integrated Drone and the Air-to-Ground Fighter Drone are better choices. As for other interference, Stratospheric Reconnaissance Falcon B, Meat Shield drones, etc., they are not suitable for giving abroad. One is for confidentiality, and the other is that the combat level there is relatively low and it does not use so much high technology. In addition, some civilian-borne heavy drones can also be built and used in civilian rescue operations. These are products that are urgently needed there. It is easy to produce, but how to transport it is a difficult problem. Now we can only build it first. Take advantage of the 10.5 days of production and Zhou Yang will contact us again to inquire. But you can't be sneaky about delivering drones, you have to notify the superiors, so Zhou Yang contacted Deputy Manager Su of the China Military Group, who has a closer relationship, and asked him if it would be better. Deputy Manager Su said solemnly after hearing this, "You must not act privately. This matter involves a major matter. If it cannot be done properly, it will be a diplomatic incident. I want to report it first. You wait for my news." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. During the period of drone production in the workshop, Zhou Yang paid attention to current affairs news every day and saw that the situation abroad was becoming increasingly serious, with casualties after bombing every day. Many war correspondents also died there, but this was basically a one-sided bombing. The countries that Lao Mei helped were very powerful, so she specialized in bullying small countries. It was infuriating to watch. Just half a month after this situation, most of the drones in the workshop have been completed, but there is no news from Deputy Manager Su yet, and Zhou Yang has only to wait. Just 20 days after the outbreak of the foreign conflict, the drones, food, and medical relief supplies prepared by Zhou Yang were ready to be stopped, so the procedures were checked. And on this day, the opportunity finally came. Deputy Manager Su brought an old acquaintance to Zhou Yang, who came just for the foreign incident. The old acquaintance who came to look for Zhou Yang was none other than Li Weifeng. This time they talked in detail in a completely safe secret room, because the matters discussed were important and needed to be kept strictly confidential. "Your idea has been approved by your superiors." Li Weifeng came up and told Zhou Yang good news, but such a big thing must be conditional. All your supplies must have the names and information of the products produced in our country erased. No Chinese characters can appear. And you have to go abroad through secret channels. After generating public opinion outside, you can't admit that your company produced it. Li Weifeng proposed 2 conditions, which Zhou Yang fully accepted. This is asking for anonymous production. Zhou Yang didn't mean to be in the spotlight in the first place, and this matter was supposed to be low-key, which was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, at this time, Deputy Manager Su and Li Weifeng jointly took the lead in transporting all the supplies, and Zhou Yang of the province took the trouble. Then Zhou Yang waited until all the supplies were ready, then notified Deputy Manager Su, who sent someone to transport them away. The supplies were then shipped abroad through secret channels and given to small, oppressed countries in conflict zones. Because they were all operated by reliable people, Zhou Yang no longer worried and devoted all his energy to work. Zhou Yang went to the Landy shipyard nearby for an inspection and found that the development of oil tankers had begun here. This time it has been released. The news that they are going to produce oil tankers has started the first round of blind ordering. The data of the finished products has been made public. The deposit is 100 million yuan. Depending on the ship type, the final price is 200 million to 300 million yuan. Those who want it can place an order in advance on a first-come, first-served basis. Tankers of this tonnage are currently used by a large number of medium and large ships in maritime transport, so many people are still interested. After all, Landy Shipyard sent people to visit Landy Shipyard because of the good reputation brought by its previous production of yachts and speedboats, and the credibility of its owner Zhou Yang, which made many people believe in it. After all, it is a large ship worth hundreds of millions of yuan, so of course you have to buy it carefully. Basically, you have to go back and forth and negotiate for a long time before signing the contract. Now that oil tankers have just started production, there is nothing interesting to see. In order to give customers an intuitive feeling, Zhou Yang has to use a special trick. He used the most powerful card currently available to Blue Emperor Shipyard, the product speed card. The speed of ship construction has increased at this time, not just at half a point. After a few visits, customers will see that the huge ship structure is being improved every day at a speed visible to the naked eye. Made so quickly? Now even many foreign customers are shocked. They have been engaged in the maritime industry for many years and have bought countless ships. They have never seen a shipyard build ships so quickly. Not only do foreigners not understand, but the employees of this factory all think it is novel. Their speed can be regarded as the highest speed since they started working. On the contrary, they are working at the Blue Emperor Shipyard. No matter what they do, they are like gods helping them. It is simply amazing. Maybe this is what it feels like to have a particularly smooth job. Many employees really like this artistic conception, doing whatever becomes a pleasure at work. Joe Yang saw all this and felt funny in his heart. He didn't expect that the effect of a card would be so strong that the workers would explode with their ability to surpass themselves. Moreover, after many experiences in using acceleration cards, he has come to the conclusion that as long as the quality of employees is excellent, after the expiration of the time limit for using acceleration cards, there will still be a delayed impact on employees, and the employees' work enthusiasm will continue, so that the acceleration effect will slowly decline and eventually reach a balance. However, there will generally be a small improvement compared to before I used the accelerator card. This is of course a good phenomenon. It is estimated that after the product speed card effect this time, the employees' enthusiasm for work will still be high, making shipbuilding faster. With the support of the product speed card, when customers from many countries came to visit, they were shocked by the work ethic of the shipbuilding factory. In the end, in just over a week, 2 users had placed orders and generated 200 million yuan in revenue at once. The key is that the tankers from Blue Emperor Shipyard are the cheapest on the market. As long as the products do not cut corners, they will make a profit if they buy them. They are even cheaper than some second-hand ships. They are truly a value-for-money tool. After Joe Yang saw the shipyard, he encountered a public opinion storm. Several overseas media outlets published an evaluation article on the Beatty carbon-based chip and criticized the Beatty chip. The point they criticized was that Beatty carbon-based chips, that is, CPUs such as Pangugia A, have difficulty overclocking. Because they have used liquid nitrogen for refrigeration to allow Pangugia A to overclock, the final frequency did not exceed 7.3 GHz. If Intel's products were still available and used liquid nitrogen K-series CPUs, the overclocking performance would definitely be very excellent, far exceeding that of Pangugia series CPUs. A mediocre product with no overclocking potential. This is the evaluation given by foreign media, and many netizens who bought Pangugia series chips also agreed. They don't see an overclocking option from the motherboard. This Pangugia chip is good in every way, but it cannot overclock, which makes many overclockers feel very uncomfortable. Many people have questioned the Beatty chip, saying that they squeezed every chip and achieved the ultimate performance, which prevented them from overclocking. According to their conclusion, because of excessive pressing, carbon-based chips do have good performance in the early stages, but they are difficult to upgrade in the future and have reached a performance bottleneck. By the time of the next generation of products, the improvement will definitely not be significant or even impossible. With this inference in mind, everyone is very concerned about what Beatty chip company's answer is. Is it true that the next generation of products will not be good and will be surpassed again by Intel? Joe Yang, who likes to surf the internet, saw this problem and he didn't take it seriously. If this matter can be operated, it is nothing more than the media taking money from certain companies, picking bones in the eggs, and looking for trouble with his products. Joe Yang responded to netizens online, the media's advice not to believe it is all exaggerated. We can see the truth from the facts. Joe Yang's answer attracted a lot of scoundrels. They were just saying that Joe Yang was being hard-mouthed. Otherwise, why didn't they ask the company to issue an announcement, but instead answered lightly online? Joe Yang was very disgusted. These gangsters really had nothing to say. He was sure that if he asked the company to issue an announcement, these gangsters would say that Beatty chip was guilty. Otherwise, why were they so eager to make excuses? On the contrary, in the eyes of these gangsters, everything you do is wrong. The most correct way is to ignore them, wait until the next generation of chips comes out, and then give the gangsters a good slap in the face. Joe Yang solemnly posted a single post on his online account to explain the matter. This is the only time that all netizens have passed this post. The next generation of Beatty chip products will have a major breakthrough. Everyone will wait and see. If they break their promise, they are willing to bear legal responsibility. As soon as these words came out, the iron fans of Joe Yang and Beatty companies felt relieved, because Joe Yang had never said anything big, so Beatty's next generation products will definitely have greater improvements, and they just need to wait patiently. For a time, netizens around the world who supported Joe Yang were delighted. It seems that Beatty chips will create another industry record. Joe Yang's words reassured netizens that the next generation of Beatty's carbon-based chips should already be under research. User Joe Yang's netizens were happy, but they made their foreign counterparts feel like enemies. In addition to focusing on research and development, companies such as Intel are now also closely monitoring the current situation of Beatty chips. This time, the media public opinion is what they secretly benefited from, wanting to use words to force out some clues about the next generation of Beatty's chips. Now it seems that their plan was successful, and Zhou Yang responded, but the content made them extremely worried. Zhou Yang said that Beatty's next generation of chips will be greatly improved, and now the pressure is on them. If we don't say that only the opponent knows a person best, many trolls don't believe Zhou Yang's words, but the people at Intel believe it incomparably. So it seems that Beatty's next generation chips will definitely be at least 50 higher than the existing ones. This was estimated by Intel and engineers from AMD. Moreover, Beatty chips are still so cheap, so if you want to compete with Beatty, you need to come up with more powerful products. Although they also have technical reserves, after all, they wasted a year and a half on integrated CPUs and it is now difficult to catch up. The loss of a year's CPU market caused them to lose billions of dollars, so they forced the old Yingjia chip alliance to continue to unite, at least share technology, and gather the strengths of the three companies in order to have the strength to compete with Beatty chip. So the bosses of the three companies decided to share their patents, and then they had to change the way they squeezed toothpaste before. This time, Intel's upcoming 15th generation CPUs and AMD's 8000 series CPUs all had to squeeze toothpaste. They had to at least produce a product with a frequency much higher than the 7 GHz frequency of the Pangyujia A chip. So they require the next generation of flagship chips to have a frequency of at least 7.8 GHz, or even more than 8 GHz for single-core chips, so that they can be powerful. Intel and three other companies also regard the single-core 8 GHz as their own goal. When the time comes, the super CPU they produce will definitely outperform Beatty's chips. These old-fashioned CPU manufacturers have this confidence. Just when the old Yingjia chip alliance was busy researching the next generation of chips, a major event occurred internationally. Their country's aircraft was actually knocked down on the battlefield. This is absolutely news that shocked the world. For many years, the United States has been bullying others and bombing other people's homes at both ends for 3 days. With the help of various aircraft carriers and satellites, the air superiority is basically the United States. There are basically no countries or organizations that are their opponents. Generally speaking, when faced with the deployment of American aircraft, other countries can only hold their heads and wait to be bombed. However, the reality was that their plane was knocked down during the mission, causing a sensation. Some were shocked, some were happy, some were celebrating, and some were grieving. More melon-eating people are amazed that in this world, there are still people who dare to shoot down the planes of Earth hooligans. Don't they die? This time, the aircraft that was defeated was the classic American model, the F-16C produced by Lockheed Martin. Although the F-16 was produced in the 1970s, its performance has not lagged behind to this day, and it has been produced in very large numbers. It is also the most numerous American fighter jet in service. This time, in order to support her dog-legged brother, Lau Mei participated in the border friction with other countries. On this day, she sent an F-16 to fly around the enemy's airspace and throw a few bombs to show her military strength and dominance. But they didn't expect that their F-16S had also dispatched many sorties in recent days. With air superiority, the enemy did not dare to take off the plane at all, otherwise they would be knocked down. Therefore, the F-16 pilot who was out on a routine patrol mission was still reporting the battle situation to Yuya, but the equipment suddenly prompted that the aircraft was locked by an enemy missile. Oh, shit. The American pilot was shocked and angry. Someone actually attacked their country's plane. He hurriedly performed a series of evasive maneuvers, but it was still too late. The fate of being shot down was inevitable. The pilot bounced out of the cabin and the plane exploded in the air. The pilot was lucky enough to land in the wild. He immediately sent out a distress signal. At this time, Lau Mei was furious and immediately sent many teams to search for the pilot. They wanted to find out what organization and what missile could shoot down their plane. You know, with their F-16 strength, there is no country in this region whose weapons can shoot down F-16s, and the countries that have the ability to shoot down them are the remaining Russia and China. It is not a good phenomenon for these two rivals to join the war, so Lau Mei must quickly find out what is going on behind the scenes. Over here, Lau Meisheng was flying and jumping, but on the same day, his dog-legged boy's position was bombed, and the soldiers on the battlefield were all bombed because they had no idea where the bomb was flying from. Their radar didn't search for any targets, and their ears didn't hear any movement. This was very strange, which means it wasn't a cannon or an enemy plane. What kind of bomb was that thrown? The confusion has not been resolved yet, and the dog-legged boy continues to be injured. Most of the drones they have sent out in recent days have gone nowhere. It seems that the other side's anti-drone methods have suddenly evolved. Their drones lost contact with the base and were shot down after not long of setting off. What? Can shoot down drones and planes? Could it be the same weapon? The American commander was shocked. What kind of weapon could this be that could simultaneously block air superiority and attack both manned aircraft and drones? Even bomb the position? You know, the weapons used to fight airplanes and drones are definitely not the same. Because some aircraft are expensive to build, but they fly at high altitudes and require powerful missiles. Such missiles are expensive. A missile costing hundreds or even tens of millions of yuan would not be used to build a low-cost drone. Even if it were to be launched, it would be a loss to my grandmother's house. The other side can simultaneously shoot down manned fixed-wing aircraft, shoot down drones, and silently bomb. Someone must be supporting many types of weapons on the other side. It must be one of those two countries, or even two of them intervening together. The American commander immediately began to investigate. On the one hand, he collected shrapnel and aircraft wreckage from the battlefield, and on the other hand, he launched an intelligence war and relied on spies to collect clues. Laomei's forces spread across the globe, and within days of the media's extensive coverage of the incident, they had news. First, through the collected shrapnel and aircraft wreckage and the confession of the downed pilot, they concluded that the other party was using an aircraft and judged it to be a drone. Otherwise, the few stealth fighters with stealth capabilities would not be able to appear on this battlefield at all, and their rapid movement would make them not ground troops, leaving only drones. But the words about drones are too bizarre. Their F-16 was shot down by a drone. It would make people laugh when they said it. What kind of face has there since then called them an Air Force power? In the future, when planes are dispatched, we must be careful of drones. How can we still fight wars? Later, spies who were oppressed by them within small countries also sent back intelligence to confirm this. A group of drones of unknown origin suddenly appeared among the other guerrillas. Their performance is very powerful. It is said that they can also evade radar and have stealth effects. It is equipped with missiles of unknown origin. The recent losses caused by Laomei and Dogleg are all caused by these drones. You must capture these drones. I want to see what kind of drones can be so powerful. The US commander immediately issued a combat order, and all troops should focus on searching for these drones. This is the first priority. However, the drones they sent out, and even some manned aircraft, were shot down one after another, but not even the enemy's hair was found. This shocked the Magnesium Army. For a while, various top military experts and armaments experts in their country came here and vowed to find this mysterious drone. Therefore, this mysterious drone made its debut in front of the world for the first time, which made Laomei anxious and achieved a good start. Breaking news! Breaking news! The US suffers heavy losses after being attacked by mysterious weapons in conflict zones. Mysterious superpower funds mysterious weapons. Weak nation cracks the tactics of the US-EU coalition. 68 aircraft shot down in 5 days. The coalition suffers its biggest loss. The news quickly spread, with media outlets worldwide reporting on the event. Seeing the world's rogue state suffer a rare setback attracted global attention. However, the media reports were somewhat exaggerated. The reported 68 aircraft included both manned and unmanned planes. Aside from one F-16 and one French Rafale, the rest were unmanned. Even so, the results were alarming. With so many aircraft and drones shot down, the coalition couldn't identify the weapon, attracting a large online audience. The US-led coalition, as a top global military force, is under intense scrutiny, with 1/6 of the world's population following the aftermath. Everyone was incredibly interested in this mysterious weapon used to sanction the US, speculating about what kind of weapon could leave the coalition helpless. Later, many reporters and netizens began trying to solve this latest mystery, and rumors circulated that anyone who could provide information about this weapon would receive a reward of tens of millions of dollars. Therefore, anyone with the means went to the battlefield, hoping to photograph the mysterious weapon. It must be said that money makes the world go round. Lured by this illusory reward, thousands of people crossed the border, hoping to photograph the mysterious weapon. And sure enough, with so many people, some noticed something. Someone photographed a peculiar flying object near a rebel camp, but from a distance, it was only visible as white, resembling a drone. With several ambiguous photos appearing, the coalition commander concluded that the weapon attacking them was this kind of drone. Then the question arose, as far as they knew, there were no drones this powerful in the world. Even Russian and Chinese drones wouldn't go undetected on radar. Currently, there are specialized radar systems for detecting drones, and virtually no drone can escape radar detection. Yet, this radar still couldn't detect the mysterious weapon. Therefore, some speculated that the weapon was used by the army, not an aircraft, which made sense. These past few days, everyone has been watching the coalition forces make fools of themselves, hoping for even more losses. The coalition forces are under attack daily, yet they can't identify the weapons, causing some soldiers to become delirious, claiming it's a divine miracle. Morale has plummeted, and they've lost the will to fight, leaving their commanders in a state of utter chaos, constantly throwing things around in the command post. Just when the coalition forces were at their wits' end, things finally took a turn for the better. It was another day of bombing, but after a round of bombing, no bomb-dropping planes were visible in the sky. A soldier from a collaborating country, in a moment of fear, fired 2 bursts into the air, only to hear a thud as something fell from the sky. After a moment of stillness, he ran to pick it up and discovered it was a strange drone with bullet holes. He was lucky, a single bullet had hit the drone's motor, causing the white drone to lose power and fall. A white drone? The soldier suddenly realized that the coalition commander had ordered them to focus on finding white drones. Could this be it? He didn't dare delay and immediately handed the drone over to his superior. Soon, the soldier was summoned and met with the Allied commander-in-chief, a blue-eyed man with a large nose. "Tell me about shooting down the drone," the commander said, making him a cup of coffee to ease the soldier's tension. The soldier took a sip of hot coffee, finally recovered, and then spoke about the situation again. In fact, he had no idea at the time. He was bombed for no reason. In fear, he shot wildly into the sky and happened to shoot down a drone. "Okay, you can go get a medal and go back." The commander dismissed the soldier and then went to the military-industrial experts' room. At this time, several military-industrial experts were surrounding the damaged drone and conducting disassembly research. When they saw the commander, they exclaimed, "God! Commander, I am sure this is the mysterious weapon that attacked us." Military industry experts report. "Oh? So why can't our radar detect it?" Commander asked. Military industry experts say, "Because it has stealth effect." What? The commander was shocked. It was just a drone. How could it be stealthy? Now their radar, even ultra-small drones, can detect in the air that a bird cannot hide from the radar, let alone a noisy and vibrating drone? "It's true, Commander." The experts then spoke about their findings. First of all, the appearance of this drone is designed according to stealth. The unconventional drone architecture can effectively reduce the radar reflective surface, and there is stealth paint on it, which can greatly reduce the chance of radar detection. How could such a drone appear? This is complete mythology. The commander was shocked, so he asked whether the drone was produced in China or Russia. The expert said, "I can't tell at the moment, but based on the excellent workmanship of this drone, Russia can't make such a high-end drone. It should be produced by our world's largest rival, but they deliberately erased the trademark, so it cannot be used as evidence of their participation in the war. This drone must be kept a top secret and sent back to China immediately for detailed research. We must find a way to crack it, otherwise we will be completely behind in drone operations in the future." The commander issued the order, and at the same time he ordered that the battle be suspended and no more losses be lost in vain until the weaknesses and numbers of this drone were figured out. Because this drone has exceeded their expectations. The stealth drone can be said to be like the hand of God, hitting them whenever they want and being unable to fight back. The Magnesium Army almost never encountered a situation where others could not find out what kind of weapon it was when they hit him, and this feeling made them very uncomfortable. Then netizens around the world discovered that the fighting on the border suddenly stopped, with both sides only firing some artillery shells sporadically and no more fierce exchanges of fire. It's strange, why is Lau Mei so cowardly? Yeah, didn't we say before that resolving border disputes in 15 days would be the end of all the thunder and rain? Suddenly, a netizen told the truth. "I think they were scared by that mysterious weapon. With Lau Mei's patience, I still haven't figured out what's going on. How can they not be scared? I still find it incredible, how can weapons appear on Earth that even beautiful women don't understand? Is this alien technology? Xingxiu, there must be something on the far side of the moon." After visiting it, many high-tech products have appeared in various countries. Not to mention others, it's China's Beatty company. Every new product has a lot of black technology. It's just another technological explosion. Netizens around the world are discussing it enthusiastically, and Lau Mei has begun to fully dismantle the captured mysterious drones. After they disassembled it, they came to a very scary conclusion, which was that this drone was 9 times out of 10 made by China. The reason why Lau Mei inferred that it was made in China is because the workmanship of this drone is too detailed. Internationally, it seems that such rigorous workmanship means that it can be produced by a few industrial powers such as China. It is easy to understand that even if the same raw materials are given to the 3 countries, they can still install them in a mess and with extremely poor quality. The previous Apple phones are a practical example. Foreign users did not buy the Apple phones assembled by the 3 countries, while the Apple phones assembled in China were recognized by the whole world. San is a global figurehead in the field of not taking his work seriously. So with superb workmanship, the suspicious scope has been narrowed down to a few limited countries. In addition, the components used in this drone have the same parts as the civilian drones produced by China Beatty, at least, they are also parts produced in China. This component can basically be confirmed to be made in China, so the probability that the entire drone is made in China is quite high. Now China is becoming increasingly powerful in the high-tech field, taking away business from several high-tech fields that the United States has traditionally monopolized. For example, aircraft parts, chips, cars, etc., because there is that monster-level company with the surname by, other products pale in comparison. If there is a country with the greatest possibility of producing this stealth drone, it is undoubtedly China, or even Beatty. Now US experts have confirmed that the producer of this mysterious drone is China, but new problems lie ahead of them. According to Chinese habits, the weapons they can sell are usually not the most advanced. This drone can appear in large numbers in conflict areas and is obviously not their most precious drone anymore. Oh my god, can their advanced stealth drones be sold to any other country? Do they have more advanced weapons? These American experts have been so surprised by themselves that they can't speak. Don't be scared by yourself, let's eat into the technology of their drone first. At this time, a deputy defense commander came out to comfort the experts and suggested that he wanted to imitate this stealth drone and make his own country's drone. It's hard. Experts then explained that the difficulty of this drone lies in its stealth. Although the structure can be imitated, the stealth paint cannot be cracked for the time being. Even if the composition of chemical elements is determined by spectral analysis, it will have to be tried one by one. It is estimated that the most optimistic scenario will not be developed for several years. The deputy defense minister said, then you can develop more powerful drones, or crack this paint stealth technology, so that our radar cannot become blind and deaf in combat. These experts shrugged helplessly. It is not easy to study the means to crack this stealth drone. This is another difficult scientific research task. It is estimated that the research funding starts from hundreds of millions of US dollars and still requires funding from Congress. Anyway, the American experts have nothing to contribute for the time being, so the old American can only start a public opinion war and expose this drone. Strongly condemn China's participation in conflicts in other countries. The US Deputy Secretary of Defense issued a protest in public and took out pictures of the seized drones, saying that this was evidence of China's assistance to other countries and undermined a certain convention. What? Do drones still have stealth? International netizens suddenly seem to have discovered the new world. For the first time, they heard a term, a drone with stealth. Hot tie pants. OU Mega, is China's technology already so powerful? The mysterious weapon in the early stages is a stealth drone produced in China. It's incredible. Drones with stealth are like hooligans with martial arts skills, and no one can stop them. Netizens' reactions like this have also made Lau Mei confused. Shouldn't people around the world join them in protesting? Why are they all praising Made in China? In fact, China understood this reason thousands of years ago, that is, there is much help in the way and little help in the way. Lau Mei oppresses good people everywhere. The world has been suffering for a long time and everyone hates him. Therefore, there will not be many normal countries that agree with his actions. Now when we encounter something that can make Lau Mei eat up, everyone will naturally clap their hands and say hello. Faced with the accusation from the US defense minister, my country's spokesperson also came to deny it for 3 consecutive times. I am not, don't say it blindly. The spokesperson warned the US Deputy Secretary of Defense that he should be responsible when speaking, not speak randomly, and must provide substantive evidence. There is really no evidence on Lau Mei's side. Although there are accessories proving that it is consistent with the Beatty civilian drones, it cannot be directly proven. It can be said that they purchased it from somewhere else. Now Lau Mei has become a laughingstock among people around the world. The F-16 was knocked down by a drone and could only be fuming and furious. Why didn't they fly the aircraft carrier to the East China Sea like they did to other countries? Lau Mei got angry after being ridiculed all the time. They decided to restore the scene and transported the newly developed swarm drone from the country to the conflict area and gave it directly to the coalition forces for use. They also called in a cameraman to film a scene of swarms of drones battling stealth drones. The US military thinks that although they can't detect you, as long as the stealth drone attacks, it will prove that they are nearby. At this time, hundreds of small swarm drones will be launched into the sky to track and counterattack. Although Chinese-made drones are invisible in radar, optical cameras can also capture them. As long as you see an invisible drone at close range, you can use the small machine gun carried by the swarm drone to strafe it. When the bullets are blasted, the swarm drone can also directly hit it, which has the most primitive attack method. Because swarm drones are small and cheap to build, it is also cost-effective to exchange a few for a stealth drone. On that day, American cameramen set up several cameras at their positions and prepared to shoot, etc. In the afternoon, as expected, an explosion was heard and someone was shouting enemy attack because the radar was unresponsive. It must be one of those stealth drones coming. Swarm, attack. At the command of the battlefield commander, the covers of the swarm drone's multi-tube launchers were all opened, whoosh whoosh whoosh, and at once hundreds of swarm drones took off, began searching for targets and launched attacks. These swarm drones share a common field of view. After one discovery, they can all see, so the swarm drones immediately spread out in all directions to look for the drone that just dropped the bomb. Diddy. Soon, a swarm drone spotted the suspicious target, the same stealth drone it had captured earlier. For a moment, the swarm drones immediately swarmed away, like a swarm of hornets in an attack formation. However, the stealth drone also spotted the swarm drone, and then accelerated away. Then, several drones of another shape appeared in front of the swarm. Look at that appearance, it looks a bit like a fighter jet that has been gradually phased out. Attack, knock them all down. The coalition commander was roaring. At this time, several coalition operators who were controlling the swarm drone controlled the swarm to fly over together. Their hands pressed on the trigger, waiting until the distance was right before pulling the trigger to fire. That's right, swarm drones are still traditionally controlled by humans by hand, and they will not fire until ordered by those controllers. However, before the swarm drone could fire, the stealth drone was the first to fire. Da-da-da-da. The Allied forces did not expect that this invisible drone, which they had never seen before, would be equipped with a cannon. This was standard equipment for fighter jets during World War I and World War II. They did not expect that the other side's so advanced drones would also be equipped with it. Although the swarm drone also has a machine gun, its caliber is relatively small and its range is close. Now it depends on whose gun skills are correct. However, after one view, a large group of drones were hit and then fell to the ground. Such an intense aerial drone fight was quite explosive. The photographer on the ground opened his mouth wide in shock and screamed as he kept moving the camera to capture the most shocking picture. However, the photographer soon discovered that all that fell were their swarm drones. It seems that none of the stealth drones were shot down. That's true. All the losses this time were swarm drones, and the difference in combat power was too huge. It was only because when shooting, the stealth drones dodged their own shots as if they had predicted it, and the bullets they fired were very accurate, which resulted in such exaggerated results. After a photo, the drones of both sides circled in an arc from the air and returned to their combat positions to prepare for the second round of shooting, but the formation of the swarm drones was much thinner. Omega! The coalition commander in the monitoring room was surprised and couldn't believe what he saw. In just one counterattack, they lost more than 20 drones, while the opponent's combat losses were 0. It was a one-sided battle. Before anyone could think much of it, the second round of confrontation began, and then after the gunfire filled the sky, more than 20 swarm drones fell. How is it possible? Our swarm drone, why is it vulnerable? What are you doing? The coalition commander was angrily denouncing the drone operators. The other drone operator is a master and can actually predict our tactics. The operators were a little furious. They took advantage of the drone adjustment to discuss with each other that they could not be crushed like this again. They had to gain face, otherwise they would become the laughingstock of the team. They quickly discussed it and decided to fight one last time. Instead of freely selecting targets, they would try their best to control all the swarm drones and deal with 1 or 2 enemy drones. They couldn't be beaten to a pulp by the other side, right? If they really let the other party suffer 0 combat losses, even if their superiors didn't deal with them, they wouldn't be able to stay in the drone team any longer. So in the third round of encounters, although the number of swarm drones was reduced by half, the operators here also acted aggressively, with dozens of swarm drones gathering together to fire 2 stealth drones. Bang bang bang! With another round of machine gun fire, this time it really worked, and 2 stealth drones were successfully knocked down by them. Oi! A few controllers celebrated in the command room, finally opening their beards. The other party's drone was not an invulnerable god. Assholes, our drones are almost gone, and you still have the face to celebrate. The commander was furious because after this round of swarm drones, only a handful of 20 or so remained. Because of their fire gathering, the group was dense, so more planes were knocked down in this round. Damn, why are the controllers of their drones so powerful, and how can those bumpkins of the resistance be so powerful? Are there still military advisors who fail? The coalition commander was a little skeptical about life. He felt that there must be someone behind the scenes helping the rebels, sending people and drones, just like the war fought on the 38th parallel decades ago, and the mysterious Eastern powers were taking action. This gave the coalition commander a chill in his heart. But if he knew, the other party's stealth drone would be controlled by some AI programs, and he didn't know what to think. Seeing that the swarm drone was really no match, the commander had to admit, although he didn't want to, that they had failed in this drone air battle. As he was considering whether to withdraw, the commander was surprised to find that the enemy's drones did not seem to have a lot of ammunition. The enemy planes that had shot down dozens of their drones suddenly emptied their bullets and turned around and flew away. Okay, they're out of ammunition, get on. Because the swarm drone still had bullets, the commander was very happy and asked his subordinates to chase it quickly. This time it was their time for revenge. Chasing and fleeing, the attack and defense reversed, and the swarm drone kept accelerating and pursuing, quickly getting closer. The coalition's controllers screamed one by one, ready to press the attack button. However, at this time, they suddenly noticed in their sight that something seemed to be flying towards them in the direction of the sun's light. After seeing it clearly, everyone in the command room showed a frightened expression. Because under the cover of sunlight, 5 more drones with cannons swooped down and were killing fiercely. Omega, they have an ambush. After the controller took a flustered dodge, the enemy drone opened fire. The bullets in the sky were very accurate, sweeping over several swarm drones at once, and then falling in large numbers. Asshole! Retreat! Retreat! The commander's incompetent and furious roar, his breathless appearance was terrifying. What made him anxious was not the loss this time, but the feeling of his IQ being crushed. The other party obviously used the military strategy of inducing the enemy to go deep and effectively utilized the feature of radar not being displayed to achieve radar invisibility. At the same time, they used sunlight to avoid the observation of the onboard cameras. By the time they found out, the other party had already fired. It was like a conspirator controlling the other party's drone. After they were ambushed, there was no room for resistance, so the last few swarm drones fled in disgrace. In anger, the commander sent people to the battlefield to collect the downed enemy drones for research. The team they sent to pick up the wreckage was blown up again, leaving the coalition soldiers in a state of disgrace. The group of stealth drones seemed to open the entire picture, and the people staring at them came to blow up. The people searching for the team all hid under the obstacles and shouted in fear, "Mom!" This scene did not stop until the ammunition carried by the drones was blasted out. The coalition army is so stubborn. When have these soldiers ever suffered such grievances? In other battlefields, they bomb others, but when they come here, they become the targets of unilateral attacks. It is really 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. It ultimately cost some casualties, and the search team eventually brought back 2 downed enemy drones. Unlike the bombing drone with a large bomb load last time, the stealth drone shot down this time is a fighter in nature, capable of both air and ground combat, and is a full-scale fighter. The other party actually has more than one type of drone. Although they were prepared, they still paid a heavy price to obtain these 2 drones. If the opponent's stealth drone cannot be cracked soon, then there is no need to continue this battle. The coalition commander reported today's battle situation to headquarters. The weapons they currently have were all hoisted by the opponent's stealth drones, leaving them with no power to fight back. Even Lau Mei has to admit that there are other countries on this planet that have created drones that are far inferior to the US military, which makes them very confused. Whether they can understand it or not, if they can't crack this drone, then their plane can't take off. The drone will be shot down when it goes out, and the position will be bombed every day. Who can stand this? Then the battlefield analysis report was reported to the Deputy Secretary of Defense of the U.S. Army. The main purpose was to stop the fighting to the death as soon as possible and to find the weaknesses of the mysterious drones first. Seeing that the swarm drone was really no match, the commander had to admit, although he didn't want to, that they had failed in this drone air battle. As he was considering whether to withdraw, the commander was surprised to find that the enemy's drones did not seem to have a lot of ammunition. The enemy planes that had shot down dozens of their drones suddenly emptied their bullets and turned around and flew away. Okay, they're out of ammunition, get on. Because the swarm drone still had bullets, the commander was very happy and asked his subordinates to chase it quickly. This time it was their time for revenge. Chasing and fleeing, the attack and defense reversed, and the swarm drone kept accelerating and pursuing, quickly getting closer. The coalition's controllers screamed one by one, ready to press the attack button. However, at this time, they suddenly noticed in their sight that something seemed to be flying towards them in the direction of the sun's light. After seeing it clearly, everyone in the command room showed a frightened expression. Because under the cover of sunlight, 5 more drones with cannons swooped down and were killing fiercely. Omega, they have an ambush. After the controller took a flustered dodge, the enemy drone opened fire. The bullets in the sky were very accurate, sweeping over several swarm drones at once, and then falling in large numbers. Asshole! Retreat! Retreat! The commander's incompetent and furious roar, his breathless appearance was terrifying. What made him anxious was not the loss this time, but the feeling of his IQ being crushed. The other party obviously used the military strategy of inducing the enemy to go deep and effectively utilized the feature of radar not being displayed to achieve radar invisibility. At the same time, they used sunlight to avoid the observation of the onboard cameras. By the time they found out, the other party had already fired. It was like a conspirator controlling the other party's drone. After they were ambushed, there was no room for resistance, so the last few swarm drones fled in disgrace. In anger, the commander sent people to the battlefield to collect the downed enemy drones for research. The team they sent to pick up the wreckage was blown up again, leaving the coalition soldiers in a state of disgrace. The group of stealth drones seemed to open the entire picture, and the people staring at them came to blow up. The people searching for the team all hid under the obstacles and shouted in fear, "Mom!" This scene did not stop until the ammunition carried by the drones was blasted out. The coalition army is so stubborn. When have these soldiers ever suffered such grievances? In other battlefields, they bomb others, but when they come here, they become the targets of unilateral attacks. It is really 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. It ultimately cost some casualties, and the search team eventually brought back 2 downed enemy drones. Unlike the bombing drone with a large bomb load last time, the stealth drone shot down this time is a fighter in nature, capable of both air and ground combat, and is a full-scale fighter. The other party actually has more than one type of drone. Although they were prepared, they still paid a heavy price to obtain these two drones. If the opponent's stealth drone cannot be cracked soon, then there is no need to continue this battle. The coalition commander reported today's battle situation to headquarters. The weapons they currently have were all hoisted by the opponent's stealth drones, leaving them with no power to fight back. Even Lau Mei has to admit that there are other countries on this planet that have created drones that are far inferior to the US military, which makes them very confused. Whether they can understand it or not, if they can't crack this drone, then their plane can't take off. The drone will be shot down when it goes out, and the position will be bombed every day. Who can stand this? Then the battlefield analysis report was reported to the Deputy Secretary of Defense of the US Army. The main purpose was to stop the fighting to the death as soon as possible and to find the weaknesses of the mysterious drones first. Then a quarrel began in the parliament, and the pro-war faction demanded that they continue to attack, pay a certain price, and still win. However, the Lord and the Peace faction said that a crushing victory would lose the meaning of fighting. Others were watching the jokes of the Magnesium Alliance. They would win on face but lose on the inside. Moreover, this type of drone is obviously supported by China. If they increase their assistance, wait until the sky is covered with this type of drone bombing on the head, fighter jets are shot down in large numbers, and countless coalition soldiers die in the explosion. This scene is heartbreaking to think about. So their parliament, forced to make a decision, first cease fire. In this way, a mysterious drone from the mysterious East repelled the theoretically world's most powerful Magnesium coalition, which was an epic victory. The Magnesium parliament was filled with the smoke of quarrels, while the rebels raised their eyebrows and breathed air, and cheers rang out everywhere. Because on this day, relying on stealth drones donated by mysterious forces, they killed all directions on the battlefield and shot down nearly 100 allied swarm drones. Moreover, this battle was not commanded by any of their men. It was a battle that was completely completed automatically by drones. When they saw that the AI drones could also use their own tactics to lure the enemy, one resistance fighter after another exclaimed that this was a miracle. They were previously backward in equipment and tactics. Faced with a strong army and Magnesium coalition forces whose bombs did not cost money, they could only passively take the beating and send death squads to airdrop to the enemy's rear, but they all died soon and suffered disproportionate casualties. Unable to defend themselves, they watched civilians being bombed, angering and heartbreaking the rebel leaders, but with little recourse. However, this passive situation ended more than a week ago. A mysterious person found the leader of the resistance and was willing to fund a batch of their weapons, which turned out to be stealth drones and supporting missiles and bombs. However, there are not many people who can understand the high-end weapon of drones and the low-educated resistance army. However, a mysterious person said that this type of drone does not require many people to operate it, it is an automatic attack. Ground personnel only need to be responsible for maintenance, loading, maintenance and charging, and will secretly open the Baidu civilian satellite to them, so that the drone can automatically locate and return. As soon as he heard that there were such good drones, the leader of the rebel army agreed of course. But when he knew that there was no free lunch in the world, the leader asked the mysterious man what benefits they wanted. The mysterious person said, "Please keep the source of the drone secret from the soldiers, and summarize the various advantages and disadvantages of drones in actual combat and provide us with feedback." This is fine. The leader of the rebel army then learned that this drone was also a new product, and the mysterious person wanted to test its performance on the battlefield. "No problem, I promise you." The boss shook hands sincerely with the mysterious person. Since then, the stealth drone has exploded with such powerful combat power that it can even knock down the F-16, which is really jaw-dropping. This is simply a gift from the true God. The soldiers of the rebel army were cheering. They had achieved unprecedented results these days. They were in great pain fighting the coalition forces and could even counterattack the coalition positions. It was really exciting. Looking around the world, it has been decades since anyone took advantage of the Magnesium Alliance. This stealth drone is really easy to use, has a low failure rate, requires almost no maintenance, and has super endurance. It can be retrieved every day to replenish ammunition and charge the drone. It is very suitable for this group of uncultured rebel soldiers. It is as well maintained as the AK-47 and has won the welcome of frontline soldiers. The ammunition they were given was already exhausted, and these drones could carry a variety of ammunition models, so the rebels planned to purchase a batch. But they were so shy that they even considered using Liang steel pipes and gas tanks to modify bombs to enrich their weapon sources. Just when the rebels were replenishing ammunition, they unexpectedly suddenly issued a statement from the coalition. For humanitarian reasons, they temporarily stopped airstrikes on the conflict area, allowed humanitarian relief supplies to enter the conflict area, and temporarily suspended the fighting for 15 days. They hoped that both sides of the conflict would sit down at the negotiating table and not engage in armed conflict. For a while, the world was in an uproar. Why did the battle in front of us, which was so fierce, suddenly end in a ceasefire? And the coalition's excuse is really lame. They killed thousands of civilians before and didn't see any mercy from them. The coalition forces were the first to go to war, and the coalition forces took the initiative to stop the war. The typical example is that they wanted to withdraw their troops because they could not take advantage of the situation. Later, a video broke out on the internet, which was an air battle between more than 100 honeycomb drones and stealth drones that day. In the end, the honeycomb drones were defeated. Now netizens all over the world understand that the coalition forces cannot defeat the rebels' drones and want to escape. If they keep fighting, how many F-16s do they have, and how many Hive drones can they lose? For a while, the Magnesium Alliance became the laughingstock of everyone. The victorious side in the battle belongs to the resistance army. The rebels were greatly encouraged, and as agreed, they told the mysterious people their experience in using this time. After receiving the battle results report, the mysterious people gained first-hand combat experience, which was of great inspiration for their future drone improvements. So who produced the drone provided by this mysterious person who fought against the coalition forces and even stopped fighting? That, of course, is the Falcon drone produced by Beatty. They only provided 3 types of drones and achieved such brilliant results, which shows how excellent the Falcon drone combat platform is. If they combined all the Falcon drone types and added their unique advanced missiles, the drone's combat power could be improved by a level. This experience is very important. It has verified the strength of the new generation Falcon drone combat platform in actual combat. This crushing combat power can remain invincible for 2 to 3 years even if a new version is not released, and will be on par with the combat power of similar foreign drones for 3 to 5 years. However, after foreign drones catch up in strength, the Falcon drone will have launched a new model and will always maintain its lead. It will be like a snowball. If it gains an advantage, it will continue. This advantage was brought about by the Falcon drone combat platform provided by Zhou Yang. Therefore, Li Weifeng secretly came to Shenzhen, met with Zhou Yang, and told him about the Falcon drone's brilliant achievements in the conflict area. When Zhou Yang saw the live video of the battlefield, he was quite excited. It turned out that the drones he produced could really change the situation on the battlefield. He really used his own strength to help civilians in the war zone. At the same time, this video is also very valuable and can be used as a reference to improve subsequent drones. Now that it has been confirmed that the Falcon drone swarm is so easy to use, Zhou Yang is also confident that he can exchange more similar high-end weapons. After Li Weifeng finished talking about the battle, he put out another big order. Although they had signed a patent authorization agreement, their superiors found that Zhou Yang was really a talent and had to be recruited, so they asked Zhou Yang to order a batch of Falcon drones. They gave the order to Zhou Yang more, and they wanted to make Zhou Yang more money, so they developed many more powerful weapons. Zhou Yang gladly accepted and sent Li Weifeng away as a gift. And he also received a reward from the system. Completed the S-level mission in the stage, defeating the first Blue Star, thwarting the Magnesium Alliance's plan, and saving civilians in the war zone. Unparalleled merit, special reward points 1000, and permanent acceleration aura, primary level. Permanent acceleration aura, primary can increase the production speed of a single product by 30, can replace the acceleration product at any time, has a cooldown of 24 hours, and can be superimposed with other acceleration props, but the acceleration effect will be discounted. Halo rewards? Good stuff. Zhou Yang was immediately delighted because this aura is a passive skill that will always exist and can replace the target at any time, which can accelerate the production of the most important products. This will greatly alleviate the capacity problem of emergency products. The reward this time is really good, Zhou Yang likes it very much. Then you have good skills and of course you must use them as soon as possible. The most urgent product recently is the tanker in the shipyard. So Zhou Yang gave the first time he built the acceleration aura to the largest product he had ever built, a cargo tanker. The 50,000-ton cargo tanker of Blue Emperor Shipyard has used the acceleration card once. After the card time expires, the workers' enthusiasm for work is still high. This is a customer who has visited the factory and is unanimously recognized. Those big-nosed foreign customers have never seen employees working hard late at night abroad. However, this is also because the Chinese are hardworking. As long as the salary is sufficient, even if it is overtime or sacrifice for rest, they will work hard and resent it. Zhou Yanggang got the acceleration aura and came to the shipyard to inspect and see the status here. As soon as they arrived here, the shipyard manager came to report happily, saying that their current working condition is quite ideal and the progress of the product has far exceeded expectations. Good. After Zhou Yang's inspection, he was very satisfied when he saw that the workers were all working hard and devoting themselves to each one. It seems that his acceleration aura works well. This clearly shows the workers' high enthusiasm for work. Then this passive acceleration aura will affect the working status of workers, reduce the defective rate, and increase the production progress of products in disguise. Later, Zhou Yang attended a working meeting at the shipyard. At the meeting, the director of the planning department estimated that their recent production progress has been extremely fast. The 3 tankers that were originally expected to take about a year to be built at the same time now only need half a year. Looking at the world's shipyards, this is also a rare high efficiency. The shipyard manager jokingly said that during World War II, the United States built ships with full firepower, just like making dumplings, and the speed was no more than that. However, the quality of ships from World War II is not comparable to that of today. Their tankers are now more capable than some aircraft carriers from World War II. If the tanker deck is straight, it is not difficult to take off and land a few aircraft occasionally. This is also why Zhou Yang chose to build civilian oil tankers. It was entirely for his employees to practice. Once a 50,000-ton ship is mastered, a civilian ship of higher tonnage can be built. If all civilian ships are mastered, it is time to build warships. After spending a lot of time in the shipyard, Zhou Yang saw that the 3 large shipyards were full. The 3 50,000-ton tankers could leave the factory in a few months. This net profit was several hundred million yuan, and the shipyard's efficiency was not bad. Because only large ships use the dock, it does not delay the shipyard from building small ships, so the shipyard's profits are quite considerable. Zhou Yang then returned to the Beatty Company and went to inspect the unmanned locomotive room. Now that we have placed a large order to produce 5,000 Falcon drones of various models, we can be busy again. Then Zhou Yang unexpectedly welcomed an acquaintance here, who was the second in command of the aviation industry group. He was not here to inspect this time, but brought with him 4 stern civil servants in uniform. The 4 civil servants asked Zhou Yang to talk in an absolutely safe place, so Zhou Yang led them to his office. There are several access control systems outside this office, as well as various signal detection and shielding devices, which can eliminate eavesdropping and surveillance and are absolutely safe. Now Zhou Yang is also a thorn in the side of hostile forces such as the United States, so entry and exit have been protected, which is also a necessary security protection process. When they arrived at the office, the civil servants who were meeting them handed a document to Zhou Yang and asked him to look at it and sign it. The other party was so solemn, it must be a matter of importance. Zhou Yang took the document and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly fluttered. Because the document is a notice of installation of a landline phone, it's that simple, and the document is followed by notes on the use of the phone. Logically speaking, landlines have long become marginal communication equipment. Except for some civil service units and companies, few people use landlines anymore. Moreover, starting a telephone is generally a task for telecommunications companies, and there is no need for civil servants of this level to handle it. So this phone is definitely not an ordinary phone, but a red phone, also called an internal dedicated line. Not everyone is qualified to install this phone. Only some important parts will be installed with red phones specifically for confidential calls. The fact that his superiors were able to install a red phone on Zhou Yang was enough to prove the importance they attached to him. Zhou Yang solemnly read the information, put it into the shredder, and then signed a letter of authorization. The civil servant nodded, and then someone opened a secret box, took out a brand new plastic-sealed red landline phone, and asked Zhou Yang where it was installed. "Installed right on my desk," Zhou Yang said. Then these people started installing phones. Once the installation was complete, the men shook hands with Zhou Yang and left the scene. It seems that their movements are standardized throughout the whole process, and their words and actions are very official. They should be employees of a special confidentiality department. If Zhou Yang continues to do this, he will definitely contact this department in the future. Next, the second in command of the aviation industry congratulated Zhou Yang on obtaining the red phone. After 2 pleasantries, he communicated with Zhou Yang about some product matters, including the Falcon drone that shone brightly on the foreign battlefield this time. Originally, the production of military drones belonged to the aviation industry. This time, they also received the corresponding Falcon drone production mission. On the one hand, the second in command came to learn from the experience and ask about production precautions. I also came to order the circuit boards used in the Falcon drone. After all, they are all produced by Beatty and the quality is guaranteed. Zhou Yang said that there is no problem. Electronic products are the craft started by Beatty, and the production capacity is also the most sufficient. Any order can be supplied smoothly. After finishing his business, the second in command was about to leave. However, before leaving, he reminded Zhou Yang that this Falcon drone swarm has caused a sensation abroad. Now not only are the people speculating about who the manufacturer is, but even the militaries of various countries are collecting relevant intelligence. After all, those people abroad are not fools. It is estimated that they will soon suspect the White Emperor and will carry out various infiltration and reconnaissance. Therefore, Zhou Yang must do a good job in information confidentiality, otherwise information leakage will happen sooner or later. Although Emperor Bai was not afraid of sanctions from the enemy, the news leaked too early, which was harmful and not profitable, so Zhou Yang must pay attention to it. "Thanks, leader, I get it." Zhou Yang listened and expressed his gratitude. After seeing off the second in command, Zhou Yang returned to the office and saw the red phone beaming. He feels that confidentiality should indeed be used, and there is no way to guarantee his safety at home except for the company's current security. For example, if a spy goes to his house to search, place some eavesdropping devices, or even plant bombs, it is very dangerous now. Although Zhou Yang's home is equipped with surveillance cameras, which can deal with ordinary thieves, it cannot deal with foreign spies. They have a lot of high-tech equipment that can break some of the current routine security measures. Since regular security measures aren't working, I'll do something awesome. Zhou Yang began to look at the system drawing supermarket and soon got the high-tech equipment he wanted. New security AI robot dog, 900 points redeemable. This is the security equipment that Zhou Yang likes. It is a robot dog with AI that can only know. However, looking at the promotional pictures on the drawings, it looks very much like a real dog. The fur on the outside is simulated, and even the eyes can turn and the simulated tongue can be spit out. It is very different from the science fiction style robot dogs on the market today. This mechanical dog cannot tell the real from the fake in a short period of time without looking closely. Zhou Yang was not attracted by its appearance, but by the various high-tech security functions it had. It has some common functions of security robots, such as releasing signal interference to prevent eavesdropping and transmitting signals, detecting drones and controlling or destroying them, calling the police if dangerous elements are found, and using electric shocks and other means to defend against them. It also searches for explosives and patrols at night. It can be said that this security robot dog can do everything that ordinary robots and military dogs can do. This robot dog can also be connected to the internet, multiple of them can be used together in parallel, one can be cracked, and other devices can sense it immediately, so the more robot dogs are used together, the stronger the ability. It can effectively protect against invasions and dangers, and can also serve as a bodyguard. At critical moments, this robot dog can also judge the shooter's shooting position and actively block bullets for its owner. Even this dog can be ridden. The load can reach 100 kilograms and its function is very powerful. A high-tech guard robot dog. Zhou Yang did not plan to sell this robot dog because it was too advanced. Its functions exceeded all similar products on the market today. If it were exposed, it would cause unnecessary suspicion. So Zhou Yang wanted to spend 900 points to make up for the lack of security around him. Today, Zhou Yang's points are already numerous and have exceeded 10,000. They can be redeemed for 900 points, which is neither painful nor itchy. Safety issues were the most pressing, so Zhou Yang exchanged them immediately and then began editing the drawings. This high-tech equipment is obviously future technology and exceeds the current AI level, so Zhou Yang has not made any technical modifications. He only replaced some small parts that can be replaced with his own products, and once again used the optimization ability to improve sensitivity. This allows the AI robot dog to more easily detect intrusion risks. After the optimization was completed, it was time to get to the popular naming stage. Zhou Yang looked at the image recommended in the drawing, which looked very similar to the Chinese pastoral dog, and named it Rhubarb. Big Yellow Security AI Robot Dog edited successfully. After being prompted by the system, Zhou Yang got the original drawing of the robot dog. This project was for his own use and would not be produced or sold on a large scale, so Zhou Yang called the person in charge of the weapons workshop Yusiksin and asked him to be responsible for the production of rhubarb. When Yusiksin was making insect bionic drones before, he also rubbed samples with his hands, demonstrating his impressive development capabilities. Therefore, this time, Zhou Yang also handed over the research and development tasks of this high-tech security robot dog to him. The first batch of 20 units will be produced. Zhou Yang plans to use them at work and at home, and then give one to his girlfriend for all-round protection. Okay, I'll be right there. Yusiksin was very happy because this was another high-tech equipment and it looked obvious that it was a weapon of the future. It was a high-level weapon of similar specifications to the insect bionic drone. Yusiksin took the drawing and went back to study it. Zhou Yang thought about it and decided not to move the acceleration halo to rhubarb. Anyway, this drawing only requires the materials of the exoskeleton and can be produced soon, so there is no need to rush for a while. With security equipment here, many of the equipment in Zhou Yang Company are in the research and development process, so just wait and see. My girlfriend Lu Sayao suddenly called and asked Zhou Yang to go to Guanyuan City together because there was an important meeting to be held at Mensin Automobile. Zhou Yang agreed immediately and drove to Guanyuan City in his Longtang L2 supercar. When he arrived in Guanyuan City, Lu Sayao was already waiting for him at the door of the company. When he saw Zhou Yang getting out of the car, Lu Sayao smiled and was greeted like a flower. He stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek, which was quite sweet. Compared to Zhou Yang, who was more dull and slow in his emotions, Lu Sayao needs to be more generous. The two had already been officially announced, so she didn't care about other people's gazes, so she took Zhou Yang's arm and entered the company together. Zhou Zone, Lu Zone. The employees and executives I met were all saying hello. When the two bosses walked over, they were envious when they saw such a loving couple. The man was wondering when he would have a girlfriend named by Fume. Female employees are also fantasizing, if only they could find a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend. It can be said that the sincere feelings between Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao envy others. Of course, they were the bosses after all, and their intimate behavior was maintained in the conference room. When they arrived at the conference room, it was full of senior staff from Manhwa Automobile Company, and the two of them sat upright to preside over the meeting. This time Lu Saiyao called Zhou Yang here for the purpose of domestic cars going overseas. He not only had plans for an auto show, but also had to determine the future research and development direction of Manhwa Automobile, so the meeting was very important. Last year, the auto industry held a strategy meeting and identified a series of ambitious plans for the country. Now, after Beatty Company sold sodium-ion batteries to its car company counterparts, domestic new energy vehicles have become highly competitive new energy vehicles, gradually losing out to foreign products. This is no wonder. The domestic intelligent driving and design sense are first class. With the addition of sodium-ion batteries, domestic new energy vehicles have gained wings like tigers, and their battery life has directly tripled. While foreign new energy vehicles were still running for hundreds of kilometers, domestic new energy vehicles easily exceeded 1,500 kilometers of range, and the price was more than one-third cheaper than theirs. This directly led many foreign car companies to announce their withdrawal from the new energy field. Because of the battery, foreign cars cannot compete with domestic cars. Some foreign car companies have also come to ask Beatty about purchasing sodium-ion batteries, but Beatty has a prerequisite for selling batteries, which is to sell them only to domestic companies, even multinational car companies that have branches in the country. In this way, with Zhou Yang's full support, domestic cars have exploded with unprecedented competitiveness and sales have increased significantly, and they have all tasted the sweetness. Car company colleagues never forget the well diggers when they drink water, and they all know that it is Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao who should be grateful. But Weak Yang himself has a business that is too busy. His girlfriend has already taken over all the affairs related to Manhwa Automobile, so other car company owners are looking forward to Lu Saiyao and are also looking at Zhou Yang's face. Otherwise, Lu Saiyao would be a womanizer and would be confident behind the scenes that the bigwigs in car companies would not be convinced. Now, because Zhou Yang is used as the magic needle in the industry, many car company bosses can listen to either of them. Recently, the owners of car companies have been contacting Lu Saiyao to ask her opinions. Domestic car companies are ready to join forces and rush out of the country together, because there will be an opportunity in a month and a half. An international auto show will be held in Munich. This time, domestic car companies have also been invited. Many international customers will come to purchase. Therefore, in order to break through the foreign blockade and obtain overseas orders, our colleagues at this exhibition attach great importance to it. Please ask Zhou Yang to come over and ask for his opinion. The meeting began, and Manhwa's general manager spoke first. Our Nirvana 01 and 02, produced by Manhwa Automobile, have already jumped to the top of the global car sales list in terms of sales. Currently, most low-end new energy vehicles from other brands have been withdrawn from the market, leaving only our two vehicles. The general manager is right. Nirvana's two cars have already delisted Lao Toule and the original new energy vehicles under 200,000 yuan. The mid-range SUV new energy Nirvana 01, which starts at 20,000 yuan, is more cost-effective than the solar system. If you have a budget of less than 100,000 yuan, you can buy two Nirvana cars and be done with it without considering other options. Other car companies have also consciously avoided the development of new energy vehicles based on Nirvana's two models and have instead studied other models, which is how they can survive. Other domestic car companies have developed other mid-range models, which are generally priced between 150,000 and 400,000 yuan. Don't worry about the higher price, but compared with the new energy vehicles 2 years ago, the configuration of new domestic vehicles can catch up with the configuration of joint venture vehicles of 80,000 to 900,000 yuan. This is all thanks to Zhou Yang selling them sodium-ion batteries, which reduced the battery cost by more than half, so the cost-effectiveness of domestic new energy has increased. If foreign users want cheap cars, then buy Nirvana. If they want better enjoyment, then buy domestic cars such as Ideal and NIO. It is also super economical and affordable. Even with tariffs, it is better than the new energy vehicles of foreigners in their own countries. This ultra-high cost-effectiveness has caused sales of domestically produced cars to rise steadily in recent months. Many car companies have made money, and stock prices have risen. As the sales of Tesla, a famous foreign new energy vehicle company, have been shrinking, they have begun to reduce production and lay off employees. Because they cannot compete with China's new energy vehicle companies, they can only switch careers to produce rovers, which are said to be able to travel to Mars. This is also a common trick of Tesla boss Pyrenees, who brags about drawing pancakes. Never mind whether it can be made in the end, Tesla's stock has risen anyway. Cars from brands such as Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz only rely on traditional fuel vehicles to make a living. Although their lives can still be lived, they are no longer the same and have lost their market dominance. Of course, the fact that domestic cars have such a good situation is also related to Zhou Yang's efforts. If Nirvana Motors continues to launch new models, other car companies will still be unable to compete and will eventually go bankrupt one after another. However, Zhou Yang's goal was to reach the Sea of Stars, not to cut leaks. After he launched the Nirvana model and solved the problem of people being unable to afford cars, he basically stopped the research and development of low-end models and gave up the mid-end car market to his domestic counterparts. Only in this way can we support more domestic car companies to grow and enable the healthy development of the national automobile industry. The general manager then went on to report that another source of income for them was the Longtang supercar, which had already sold 813 more vehicles on pre-order, making a good profit. Over 800 sold? Zhou Yang was very surprised. He just didn't care about the car company for most of the month. He didn't expect to sell so much. However, there are reservations for this number, all of which are made by local tycoons on the Emirate side. This supercar is particularly popular among oil tycoons because of the use of various black technologies. It is really in short supply. In addition, although sales are openly banned in Europe and the United States, they cannot resist the local tycoons who want to buy them. Although sales are not as good as those in the Emirates, those who can buy supercars are all wealthy. Some wealthy people even let their assistants come to the Manhwa company's headquarters directly to buy cars with cash. After buying the car, they are directly airlifted back to China, and the car owners can complete all the procedures themselves, which is very arrogant. Zhou Yang was very happy to hear about this situation. It seems that his luxury car sales task will be completed soon. The company's current situation report has been completed, and it is time to conduct the outlook session. If a company has no plan, it will definitely not develop well. Although Manhwa company is thriving now, it has not launched any new products for several months. The general manager gave him a suggestion. They wanted to design new luxury cars, and Longtang should be a new member. In addition, the Nirvana series of cars should not stop. He suggested developing a Nirvana 03, which would be priced at 200,000 yuan and gradually cover more models. Zhou Yang remained non-committal after hearing this, and exchanged views quietly with his girlfriend about his side head. "You made your decision, I'll listen to you." Lu Saiyao said it very well. She trusts her boyfriend completely. In that case, Zhou Yang expressed his opinion. Luxury car brands can be developed. Currently, the company lacks a high-end business model similar to Bentley, priced at more than 1 million yuan, which can attract some older business users. Because some users have raised the opinion before, the Longtang supercar is not suitable for people in their 40s and 50s age group. Therefore, it is very necessary to design a million-level commercial vehicle with a solemn and majestic style. There are no technical difficulties with luxury cars of this level. Zhou Yang handed the design task over to the design department and asked them to design a luxury car on their own to exercise their abilities. The task Zhou Yang gave them was that they must have their own original work and not copy the work of other car companies. Okay. The designer happily agreed, and now he had work to do again. However, Zhou Yang rejected the plan to develop Nirvana 03. Making a 200,000 yuan car model will squeeze out the sales of domestic peers and undermine the current good cooperative relationship. Besides, the reason for the launch of the Nirvana series solves people's travel problems, and the current two cars have effectively solved people's problem of not being able to afford cars. Launching a 200,000 yuan car is not for the benefit of the people, but more for competing with peers. Zhou Yang believes that Manhwa Automobile's heavy responsibility is to lead domestic car companies to become famous in the world, rather than to compete with its peers for business. A truly profitable enterprise should stand tall in the world forest, rather than relying on this 1/3 acre of land in the country to make money. It's like the famous line from Mencius, King Hui of Liang, Part 2, "It's better to enjoy music alone than to enjoy it together." It means that if one person enjoys music alone, it's better to enjoy it with everyone. The same is true in the manufacturing industry. Making money yourself is not a big deal, because the top 500 companies in the world are all very profitable, but being able to make money with peers from the entire country and making money together around the world with your own assistance is called skill. Zhou Yang is challenging this achievement. So he didn't want to go out of Nirvana 03 to go with him. Zhou Yang had a better plan to benefit the people. Make special vehicles. Zhou Yang's new idea was to make some special vehicles, and the ideas he gave were fire trucks and ambulances. There are few manufacturers of special vehicles, but they have a single function and have not changed for many years. Moreover, there are major drawbacks to today's fire trucks. If the road is narrower and the floors are higher, it will be impossible to put out fires, but there is no car company that can properly study how to solve the problem. The same is true for ambulances. Every major hospital has them, but they have certain limitations. Zhou Yang felt that this situation required him to take action and design a special vehicle that was unique in the world. Such cute new cars can not only ensure new product sales, but also not compete with domestic peers, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the special vehicles Joe Yang mentioned do not refer only to the above two types of vehicles, but can also include other uncommon vehicles. Special vehicle? The general manager Yi said that they had no experience with new cars in this regard, but he was not surprised and looked at his boss, because he knew that since the boss came up with it, he must have an idea. Indeed, since Joe Yang thought of special vehicles, he had already selected them in the drawing supermarket. He then exchanged the two drawings he had placed in his shopping cart. Joe Yang spent 700 points to pack and redeem two special vehicle drawings: advanced multi-purpose fire truck and integrated emergency ambulance. A fire truck and an ambulance are all special vehicles that can be seen occasionally on the daily streets, but the drawings Joe Yang exchanged from the system were definitely not that simple. It was not easy to modify the drawings at the meeting, so Joe Yang said that he would give everyone the drawings later. Now his subordinates were relieved and his boss was still reliable. After the meeting, Joe Yang and his girlfriend came to the office. Now the two of them have moved their offices together, so that they can still see each other while working and feel very happy. Lu Xiao began to work seriously, and Joe Yang also turned on his computer at his desk as a smokescreen. Seeing that his girlfriend was not paying attention, he secretly opened the system's editing interface and began to edit two drawings. First, edit the multi-purpose fire truck. This fire truck is said to be a car, but it is more like the women tractor that was once produced and can support multi-terrain movement. First, the wheels can be raised and lowered, which allows the chassis to be raised high and pass through some weird terrain. Moreover, the wheelbase can also be changed and can pass through some narrow or special terrain, so that even if you encounter a narrow road section or gate, you can enter. In addition, if you encounter a traffic jam, you can expand the wheelbase and lift the chassis to more than 1 meter. The wheels can then pass through the gaps between other vehicles, and you won't be afraid of traffic jams. With the ability to pass through multiple terrains, the disadvantages of a fire truck are solved. It can save many fires, such as narrow roads in rural areas, and can pass through them. If you think this multi-purpose fire truck can withstand this, you are wrong. Accessibility simply gives it the ability to reach a fire, and the ability to actually extinguish a fire is the standard by which a fire truck is measured. Ordinary fire can be extinguished by ordinary fire trucks, but for fires on some ultra-high floors, the ladders of ordinary fire trucks are useless, and other methods can only be used to extinguish the fire. However, this multi-purpose fire truck has 3 ways to extinguish fires, and can even extinguish fires on high floors. The first is to use water to extinguish the fire. But this fire truck does not come with a water tank, so how can you put out a fire without water? In fact, this is also easy to do. First, you can borrow the water tanks of other fire trucks. Second, you can borrow water from fire hydrants and then use the high-pressure air pumps of fire trucks to spray water into the fire scene. If the situation is special and there are no fire hydrants or other fire trucks around, another fire extinguishing method needs to be used, which is foam fire extinguishing. This foam is not the kind found in foam fire extinguishers, but a brand new patented material. This is also a patented fire extinguishing material that comes with the purchase of fire truck drawings. This foam material is a polymer composite material with super flame retardancy and insulation properties. At the same time, it can form a protective film on the surface of the burning object. After isolating the air, the combustion will naturally stop. This foam fire extinguishing method is much more effective than using water to extinguish fires. According to the patent, this new foam is more effective than traditional foam fire extinguishers by more than 70 and can extinguish many types of fires, such as combustible liquid fires, electrical appliance fires, etc. The only disadvantage of this foam is that it is relatively expensive. The cost of fully loading the entire carriage with composite foam material is 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, but relative to the damage from the fire, this small cost is a drizzle. If there is not enough foam, other vehicles can be transported over, and the fire can be effectively extinguished by simply using high-pressure gas to splash onto the fire scene. So if you are willing to spend money, you can use composite foam materials to cover the fire, which will most likely extinguish the flames. Low-rise fires can be easily extinguished, so what should we do if a fire breaks out in a high-rise building when we encounter the challenge of the firefighting century? Then we need to use the third fire extinguishing method, drone fire extinguishing. This multi-purpose fire truck comes with 6 high-load drones that can carry composite materials into the sky and spray the fire scene. The drone comes with a hammer, which can spray foam into the interior of high-rise buildings after breaking windows. It can also penetrate deep into the fire scene, reach areas of thick smoke and fire that firefighters cannot reach, and focus on the combustion center to extinguish fires. If the foam carried on the drone is used up, you can go to the vehicle below to replenish it. After replenishing it, fly it to a high-rise to put out the fire. As long as there is enough electricity and enough extinguishing materials, then the fire can be put out for a long time and tirelessly. With these 3 fire extinguishing methods, we can solve the drawbacks of today's ordinary fire trucks, extinguish many fires, and greatly reduce fire losses. Anyway, aside from the slightly more expensive foam material, this car really doesn't have many disadvantages. Zhou Yang then used the optimization ability on the included foam material to make it more effective in extinguishing fires. This was a disguised reduction in usage and was equivalent to reducing costs. After the editing is completed, the Gigafactory system will let Zhou Yang name it. Let's call it a multi-purpose fire truck. Zhou Yang said to the system. Okay, let's name it a multi-purpose fire truck. The system replied. Wait, it's called a multi-purpose fire truck? No way. Zhou Yang corrected. System, the multi-function fire truck was not successfully named. Zhou Yang was a little speechless by the system, so he wrote it out by hand, 6 words, multifunctional fire truck, and nothing else, to avoid the system's IQ being insufficient. Somehow, the system said, just kidding, no sense of humor at all. Zhou Yang was speechless. Why did the usually serious system suddenly come out? Zhou Yang, how are you what? At this time, Lu Xiao saw Zhou Yang's strange expression and seemed speechless, so she spoke up and asked, Oh, it's okay. I was just looking at a brain teaser and I made a typo and I'm speechless. Zhou Yang made an excuse to explain. What kind of brain teaser is that? Questions that interested Lu Xiao. Zhou Yang could only make up one on the spot. If you overtake second place during a long run, where are you? Lu Xiao said, it's second place, which replaces the second place position. Zhou Yang asked again, that's more than the last one, where are you? As soon as Lu Xiao wanted to say that she was second to last, she suddenly realized something was wrong. After thinking about it for a moment, she smiled and said, then I am first. Smart. Zhou Yang gave a thumbs up. Because there is a logical trap in this question, starting a question is to induce others to surpass the number 1 position, and you will become the number 1 position. However, what really needs to be thought about is the latter question. If in a long-distance race, the last place is surpassed, then the last place already exists before that, then if this contestant wants to surpass the last one, it can only be one case, that is, with the first place, he or she exceeds the last place in the team, so that the distance of the last one lap is exceeded. This shows that Zhou Yang's girlfriend by Fume is really smart and Zhou Yang has found a treasure. With a sharp brain teaser, the little couple felt interesting. Lu Xiao walked to the water bar and used the Beatty Bean coffee machine to make 2 cups of coffee for Zhou Yang and herself. Then she put 1 cup on Zhou Yang's table. She took the other cup and continued to sit in her place, working hard. Zhou Yang drank the coffee made by his girlfriend and felt that it tasted of happiness. After experiencing a minor incident, his drawing editing work has to start again. This time the ambulance drawings were edited. The comprehensive emergency ambulance actually has a simple body structure, similar to a minibus, but with a world inside. It contains a lot of high-tech medical and sanitary equipment, comparable to a small emergency room, where critical patients can be directly transported for rescue and examination. Although traditional ambulances are equipped with some first aid equipment, the space inside is small and they are not capable of rescuing patients. This comprehensive emergency ambulance has more and more emergency equipment, just like a small emergency room. Moreover, there is a lot of space in the car body, and doctors can provide first aid to patients. For example, patients with respiratory arrest can use defibrillators, ventilators, etc., which also have some routine examination instruments, such as ultrasound machines. This allows for inspection in the car, saving valuable rescue time. After the patient arrives at the hospital, the attending physician will be able to obtain information on all the patient's physical conditions, so that rescue or surgery can be performed directly. Of course, those medical devices are too large to fit in the car, but this ambulance miniaturized them so that they can be stuffed into the car. Miniaturization and integration are the selling points of this comprehensive ambulance. It has many more functions than ordinary ambulances and can benefit more patients. Of course, the cost of a comprehensive emergency ambulance is much higher than that of a normal ambulance. There are 200,000 to 300,000 ordinary ambulances and 500,000 high-end ambulances. The estimated retail price of this ambulance is 1.35 million yuan, which is the price only for all medical devices produced by Zhou Yang. If other companies were to produce it, this ambulance would sell at least 5 to 6 million units. If there were 5 or 6 million of them, few hospitals would be worthy of them, and at a value of 1.35 million, the various medical instruments on them alone would be worth the price of admission. Of course, ambulances of this level will not become the main force of hospitals. The mainstream is definitely ordinary ambulances. Dispatch will assign appropriate ambulances based on the patient's actual situation. It is enough for ordinary patients to send ordinary ambulances, while some critically ill patients will use integrated emergency vehicles. After looking at the construction of the entire vehicle, Zhou Yang decided to produce all the miniaturized medical instruments at home, which would save a lot of money. In addition, he used the optimization ability on the stabilizer, which can make the car more stable during operation and facilitate doctors' rescue. Zhou Yang then showed the 2 drawings to his girlfriend. After looking at it, Lu Xiao was amazed. She had never thought that fire trucks and ambulances could be so advanced. Even with this ambulance, she can try to bring her father to Shenzhen for retirement. Great, I want an ambulance. Lu Saiyao is about to make a reservation. Okay, we'll use the first car, Zhou Yang said. Lu Saiyao was very concerned about this and called the general manager directly to come over. She gave him the drawings of the two vehicles and asked him to build the ambulance first. She was very helpful. Okay. The general manager agreed and left with the drawings. It is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 months to build prototypes of these two special vehicles, that is, it will take so long to have ready-made drawings. If they are developed normally, it is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 years to launch a model. However, there is still some trouble in manufacturing ambulances. The assembly of the vehicle body is very simple. In addition, the medical equipment must rely on Jiankang Pharmaceutical and Beatty Electric Company. Both of these were Zhou Yang's industries. With one sentence, he called the leaders of the three parties, held a meeting together, and solved the coordination problem. I later estimated that the bare car of this fire truck would cost about 990,000 yuan. Both of these are special high-end vehicles and there is definitely a market for them. Sales may not be huge, but there is no comparable model in the global market, and orders for these two cars are estimated to be not small. Once both cars are built, we can start promoting them, which will surely shock the industry. That night, when Lu Saiyao and Zhou Yang returned to their residence, she said that she was worried about picking up her father in an ambulance and leaving him with her stepmother and brother. I support. Zhou Yang agreed with his girlfriend's idea. He also asked carefully, where should he arrange his uncle? He could arrange for people from Jiankang Pharmaceutical to build a small sanatorium and hire a professional family doctor. Right in my villa, Lu Saiyao said. Zhou Yang nodded. He called Kang Ding and handed the matter over to her. He asked her to prepare the materials first, then go to Lu Saiyao's villa for renovation and build a sanatorium for Mr. Lu Hengtu. At present, Jiankang Pharmaceutical has carried out the construction of hybrid operating rooms and has contracted several projects. Hybrid operating rooms are being built for several major hospitals in the province, so there will be no shortage of decoration talents, and they will be built quickly and well. However, once the ambulance is built, the home sanatorium will have to be renovated, which is estimated to take 2 to 3 months. It's been a long time, and I'm worried that my father won't have a good time. Lu Saiyao was sitting on the sofa at this moment, and her body was also leaning against Zhou Yang's arms, Yu said. Indeed, the two Lu family members were unreliable, and Lu Hengtu was under their control, so people could not be reassured. My girlfriend has worries, and of course Zhou Yang, as her boyfriend, needs to solve them for her. Zhou Yang suddenly felt something in his heart and said, I have an idea. I can ensure the safety of the elderly within half a month. What method? Lu Saiyao sat up and asked interested questions. Zhou Yang said, I am developing a robot dog that can be used like a bodyguard. Once it is built, I will send a few to my home to protect my uncle. Okay. Lu Saiyao was very happy to hear that this robot dog named Rhubarb was so capable that he could indeed protect his father. But what if the stepmother doesn't charge the rhubarb and deliberately damages it? Lu Saiyao asked. Zhou Yang replied, it's okay. Rhubarb has a real-time imaging system that can capture real-time situations. You can use your phone to know what your father is like now. If you find that rhubarb has been deliberately damaged, it is obviously a sign of guilt. I will warn them and send someone to charge it if it is not charged. What if they don't open the door? Lu Saiyao asked worriedly again. Zhou Yang smiled and said, don't open the door, don't we have drones? There are many people in Beatty who are retired soldiers from the special forces. When the time comes, I will let them take a drone to airdrop batteries, and rhubarb can jump into the yard and pick them up automatically. If that doesn't work, then I'll build it into thousands of rhubarb pieces and airdrop one into your yard when the battery runs out, ensuring the elderly always have rhubarb protection around them. What do you think? This is a good idea. Lu Saiyao is very happy. It's great to have a great boyfriend. He can help her solve any difficulties. In the past, when she was herself, she couldn't see her father even when she wanted to see him, and was often bullied by her stepmother and brother-in-law. But now with Zhou Yang, someone supports her, and now she can see her father at any time. It can be said that even the strongest woman needs a man to protect her from the wind and rain. Grateful, Lu Saiyao put her hands around Zhou Yang's neck and offered her a fragrant kiss. The two kissed passionately, and Lu Saiyao's eyes were watery, just in line with the idiom looking through the autumn water. Now the two of them have their eyes facing each other and their bodies are close together. They can even feel each other's heartbeat and smell the hormones emanating from each other. In this situation, if they don't do something, neither of them will feel sorry for the more than 20 years that they have been guarding the empty house alone. I'll take a shower and you go to your room and wait for me, Lu Saiyao said in a small, red voice, and the implication could not be more obvious. Zhou Yang also had a heart pounding. He was a virgin and had never experienced this before, so he felt a little overwhelmed. He returned to the bed in the room and smelled himself. It did smell like sweat. He wanted to take a shower, but there was already a sound of water in the bathroom. His girlfriend was inside, so he had to wait. If I don't have a small umbrella, will there be any problems? They say men pull their crotches the first time they act out. Is that embarrassing? Joe Yang was worried about the mess and had no ideas at all. He was not as sharp-tongued as he was in the business world. He was already very anxious, but 20 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed, and Lu Saiyeo still didn't wash out properly. Joe Yang felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. He was really busy, and he hadn't rested for more than 10 hours. So he thought about taking advantage of his girlfriend's bath and squinting for a while, but he fell asleep very quickly. When Lu Saiyeo came out of the shower, she specially changed into a pink slip-on napkin. With her exquisite face, she could be called a stunning beauty in the world. Lu Saiyeo is also a big girl who has been in the sedan chair for a while. She is about to say goodbye to her maternal and fetal status today, which is bound to make her a little nervous and excited. She shyly unscrewed the door handle and was still wondering whether she would take the initiative or close her eyes and wait for Joe Yang to take the initiative. However, after entering the door, she did not hear any movement. Looking up, Joe Yang actually fell asleep. Ah, why did I fall asleep again? This time it was Lu Saieo's turn to pout, and I remember it was the same last time. All the nice and charming atmosphere was wasted. Big pig head, don't you know how to wait a little longer for me? Am I just that unattractive? Lu Saiyeo couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. She closed the door angrily and went back to the next room. However, it is also difficult to say that it is difficult for a woman. After the man falls asleep after the emotions are in place, you have to suspect that the other party doesn't like you. However, if the man is too proactive, he will think that he is impatient. Maybe there is only an intermediate state of being impatient or not, which can satisfy the woman. However, when Lu Saiyeo lay in bed, she realized that her boyfriend was too tired. He got up at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, slept very late at night, and was busy at the company during the day. There was no time to squint for a while. Thinking of this, Lu Saiyeo began to feel sorry for Joe Yang instead and stopped being angry. She even began to reflect that it was because she took too long to bathe herself. She should shorten it a little in the future, or not bathe for an hour. How about 55 minutes? Or not rubbing body lotion? I still don't need to blow dry my hair, but I don't think it's okay. I'm so worried. Why should I cut back on that step? Lu Saiyeo was struggling with how to speed up the shower. She struggled for half a day but couldn't make it through and fell asleep. So the lovers' first chance at soul and body harmony was missed. Joe Yang returned to Shenzhen and focused on checking the progress of the robot dog's development. Yu Sixen, head of the military workshop, has already developed certain results. On the floor of the workshop, there was a four-legged machine without a shell, which looked like a strange thing composed of circuits and drive devices. Various drive shafts are currently available and can be started at any time. As soon as Joe Yang came here, Yu Sixen reported happily, "Mr. Joe, this big yellow robot dog is really strong. You should see it and let it perform for you. Rhubarb, come dance." Yu Sixen shouted at De Wang, and the four-legged machine began to twist its body. Despite the lack of a shell, it is performing its actions and it appears that the main body has been assembled successfully. Rhubarb's body was shaking its head, and Joe Yang stared curiously. He actually found that Rhubarb was dancing with a lion. His movements were very lifelike. Sometimes he would lift his front legs and use only his hind legs to support his body. Later, he did a backflip. His movements were agile and not stiff like other robot dogs. "Great, when will it be finished?" Joe Yang asked. "There are about 8 to 12 days left. The main problem is that the shell is a bit difficult to make, and we need to find a professional prop master to help us." Yu Sixen said this, so he applied with Joe Yang, hoping that the company would recruit a professional prop master who could complete the final bionic dog skin and dog hair. This was a craft job, and those of them who worked in engineering were not good at it. "Okay, I'll find someone for you, as long as you can finish the rhubarb quickly," Joe Yang promised. Because the security department has recently reported that they can spot drones peaking from high altitudes every day. Some of them are shot down when they are found, but some of them may not be found from high altitudes. Those drones that can evade even the police to drive out the equipment that shot down the drones are definitely military level and should definitely not be their counterparts. They are most likely foreign spies. Drones have begun reconnaissance, and there will definitely be more serious infiltration in the future, so security must be strengthened. Then the rhubarb robot dog is a much needed item. When Joe Yang returned to the office, he decided to recruit a prop master type talent who could help Rhubarb complete the bionic skin and hair. There is a specialization in the craft, and this must require professional talents. However, this kind of talent is not easy to find. If you go to a recruitment website to recruit people, it is very likely that some people with ulterior motives will be allowed to sneak into the factory. After all, those spies are everywhere. So Zhou Yang thought of the safest way to find people, which was through the system. For the cost of points, the Gigafactory system can recruit corresponding talents. It turns out that Zhou Yang rarely uses this function because it consumes points and requires hundreds of points to recruit a talent who can see through it. In the past, Zhou Yang's points were stretched thin, but now his stall is big and he has countless good reviews every moment, so his points are constantly growing. For him, with tens of thousands of points, a few hundred points is a drizzle, so he directly asks the system to help him find a prop master. Recruitment function: search, find the corresponding talent and apply within 24 hours. The Gigafactory system immediately received feedback. Zhou Yang felt relieved when he saw that he could see the person he was looking for within 24 hours, so he waited for good news. Zhou Yang then asked someone to post this news on the company's bulletin board, and announced that the annual salary would start from 300,000 yuan, regardless of academic qualifications, but the age would be under 60 years old. This salary is very high when placed in a deep town, enough to attract others to come. Turning the clock, Zhou Yang had just arrived at the factory when his assistant came to report that there was a worker in the workshop who had led fellow villagers to apply for jobs and asked if he wanted to meet them. Let them come over and prepare tea for them. Zhou Yang suddenly came to his senses. It seemed that this was the system at work and this was the prop master coming, so he sat upright and had to interview this talent in person in the office. Soon, a worker in work clothes came to Zhou Yang's office with a middle-aged man dressed in more old-fashioned clothes. "Boss Zhou, you're going to scream. Boss Zhou." With the worker's introduction, the middle-aged man who applied for the job gave a slightly cramped greeting. Zhou Yang took a look and found that both of them were a little afraid of their appearance. It seemed that they were both people who had never seen a big scene. Zhou Yang smiled, stood up, and asked the two to sit down. At this time, the assistant came up with hot tea, and Zhou Yang let the two of them taste the tea. "Thanks, I'm not hungry, not thirsty." The middle-aged man also said the wrong thing and seemed even more embarrassed. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I don't eat people." The middle-aged man chuckled a little, but his expression finally improved. He didn't seem to have anything to say. Zhou Yang then let him speak directly. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't expect that you, a big boss, could be so arrogant." "I'm not a big boss, I'm just an entrepreneur for the people." Zhou Yang said this very skillfully, and it immediately brought the two sides closer together. The middle-aged male worker, also in his 30s, said, "Let me just say that our boss Joe is a very nice person, unlike the few rich people in our village who don't take people seriously when they meet." Zhou Yang asked which workshop was this worker in? The worker replied that he was from the battery workshop, that is, a worker in the process of producing sodium-ion batteries. Zhou Yang nodded and then asked the middle-aged man who applied to introduce himself. "My name is Ho Tuzi, and I'm from Chunyua Township. I want to apply for that prop master position. Does it really have an annual salary of 300,000 yuan? Zhou Yang said, "As long as you are able, 300,000 is the minimum, and there is no cap." Ho Tuzi said, "I have skills. My father used to be in a theater troupe. I followed him to make various props, as well as bricklayers, carpenters, decorators, and other tasks. I can do anything. I can also make the plush toys you wrote above." "Oh?" Zhou Yang was very interested and also met a generalist. "It's just that I haven't graduated from junior high school yet. If that doesn't work, it's okay to give me a 100,000 to 200,000 yuan salary drop." Ho Tuzi was honest and actually took the initiative to ask for a wage reduction. This was the first time Zhou Yang had met such a person. Zhou Yang was amused. He said, "I don't look at academic qualifications, I look at ability. Fill out the form and I'll have someone bring me some materials to see if you can make some props and what your strength is." Zhou Yang then allowed the workers to return to work, and the assistant brought the form and asked Ho Tuzi to fill it out. At the same time, the completion workshop brought over some of the materials they had previously ordered. This is still the material left over from the last production of bionic insects. After Zhou Yang and others filled out the form, they asked Ho Tuzi to use the materials to make an insect that could make more images, and then scored him. If the score is above 75, that is, there are 8 images, it can be hired. Ho Tuzi first looked at various materials and saw black materials. "I expected a lot," and quickly came up with an idea. He picked up all kinds of tools, divided them by 5 and 3, and started doing it. After a while, a small bug appeared in front of Zhou Yang. What appeared in front of Zhou Yang was a big fly, one size bigger than an ordinary fly. It was disgusting to look at. It felt like the fly had just flown over from some hot flying pile. So similar? Zhou Yang took it curiously and felt it was furry. It was a small fly made of the materials just now. After turning over the fly belly, the bottom is also very lifelike, which is a fly eye like a light ball. Because there is no suitable glitter material, it is a bit flawed. However, it can be temporarily assembled from a pile of materials into a large fly, which is very good. "Boss, how do you catch flies?" At this time, an employee came over and he was still wondering, "This is spring, how come there are such big flies?" As a result, after getting closer, I found out that it was a fake fly, but it didn't look the same on the other side of the eye. It didn't have the breen feeling of a real big fly's eye. The employee was interested and said, "This is pretty similar. How could someone make a fly doll?" People are really curious these days. This is a prop made by Ho2 to the experts. Joe Yang introduced. "I wouldn't call myself an expert, I'm just a craftsman." Ho2Z waved his hand quickly, very humble. Joe Yang smiled and said, "Being able to make flies that look like this in such a short time is no ordinary craftsman." Now that he had seen Ho2Z's skills, he had no problem joining the company. However, in order to avoid problems with his identity, Joe Yang still turned on the system to check the other party's values. Position, prop modeler. Name, Ho2Z. Gender, male. Age, 39. Education, junior high school. Work capacity, A. Specialties, honest, and serious. The system has been certified, the ability is still level A, and it is not a special enemy. Ho2Z has fully met Joe Yang's requirements. However, he is responsible for making simulated fur for military products, so he must undergo political review. Although there was systematic testimony, the process still had to be followed. Joe Yang arranged for someone to give Ho2 a political trial. In the past few days, he first familiarized himself with the company environment in an ordinary workshop. After passing the political trial in a few days, he could be allowed to enter the military workshop. I recruited a prop master for the military workshop, and finally made up for a shortcoming. The rhubarb robot dog should be ready soon. However, while waiting, a security incident occurred and Joe Yang was actually followed. He was driving off work when he caught up with a Volkswagen in the back. Joe Yang himself did not find out, but the person who secretly protected him quickly caught him. He did not say anything to Joe Yang that day, but later he still came to the rescue and specifically mentioned this matter, and reminded Joe Yang to pay attention to his personal safety. The other party was a spy bribed by foreign forces. Joe Yang nodded, and it seemed that the enemy was ready to take action against him. Thinking that his current weakness is Lu Xiao, Joe Yang wants to hire a personal bodyguard for his girlfriend. Security personnel said at this point, "We have arranged for personnel to secretly protect Ms. Lu Xiao." The superiors have given good consideration and have protected Joe Yang's girlfriend, so that Joe Yang has no worries. For this reason, Joe Yang also called specifically to thank his leaders for their care for him. Although this stalking incident did not pose a personal threat to Joe Yang, it must be taken seriously. So rhubarb must be completed as soon as possible. 2 days later, Ho2Z completed the political review and took up his post, accelerating the production of fur for the rhubarb robot dog. Joe Yang also went out of his way to observe that although Ho2Z had never learned professional techniques, practice can make perfect. He used neat techniques and various materials to quickly complete the hair transplant operation. The simulated dog hair he made was just like the real thing. It felt relatively smooth and had an excellent feel, and he could not see any flaws. Joe Yang felt that the manufacturing progress was still too slow, so he removed the acceleration halo from the tanker first and used it on the rhubarb robot dog, which could temporarily speed up the more urgent products. This halo can take effect at any time and be used on oil tankers after the rhubarb is created. With the help of the accelerating aura, rhubarb was completed at a rapid pace. The internal mechanical structure is completed quickly, and it is the outer fur that limits rhubarb production. Because it is all handmade by Master Ho2Z, it is not that fast. This is also because it is a sample and can only be made by hand. If you really want to make it in large quantities, you will definitely order a batch of professional fur equipment. Joe Yang did not plan to mass-produce this rhubarb robot dog, so handmade production is perfectly sufficient. In 5 more days, the first batch of 10 robot dogs has been completed. Joe Yang was in the completion workshop for acceptance. Rhubarb, attack. Joe Yang did the test himself and he gave the instructions. Then rhubarb rushed towards the dummy. In fact, rhubarb has a mature AI judgment mechanism, which determines that it is a dummy and generally will not actively attack non-threatening objects. However, it is now mandatory command mode, and rhubarb will unconditionally execute the master's orders. Rhubarb opens its mouth wide to bite. Its bite force is stronger than that of a normal dog because its teeth are made of polymer composite materials and have motor-driven mechanisms. Its bite force is comparable to that of a crocodile. As long as rhubarb wants, it can bite off human bones. Woe betide the dummy, whose rubber body's arms had been chewed through enough to bear witness to its bite. In addition, as a battery-powered device, rhubarb will also discharge. When biting, it can deliver high-voltage electric shocks, directly causing biological targets to lose their ability to fight back. It can even spray out disposable electrodes to use as a stunner, eliminating the need for physical contact to deliver an electric shock. After the biting ended, Joe Yang asked rhubarb to stop, and then the robot dog instantly let go, stood back and stood by, with first-class reaction speed. This rhubarb has good fighting ability. Zhou Yang will next look at rhubarb's other abilities, such as speed and strength. In terms of speed, rhubarb can run at full speed and reach about 100 meters in 7 seconds, which is much faster than a human. It's not that you can't run faster, but because of your body shape, if you push too hard on your hind feet, you may lose your body balance. Therefore, if you can maintain balance, your maximum running speed is 100 meters in 7 seconds. As for strength, he has the same hydraulic system as a crane. Rhubarb can easily carry a weight of 2 to 300 kilograms. At critical times, he can carry his master to run and become a mount. These are basic motor skills, and there are a lot of other assistive features, like a smart housekeeper. Rhubarb can be controlled by voice, and there is a sound lock mechanism, and rhubarb only recognizes the owner's voice. Rhubarb can also play music, has a camera on its body, can shoot in real time, and communicate through Wi-Fi or even satellite. It can also predict danger and thus protect the owner. Since it is called AI Robot Dog, Rhubarb's AI is still very powerful and can complete some important tasks alone without people having to command it every moment. After Rhubarb was fitted with a bionic coat, it looked like a real pastoral dog. It also has some dogs' habitual movements, such as wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. In its spare time, it can play with its owner, play frisbee, and other games. It can be said that the Rhubarb Robot Dog is a comprehensive AI smart device. After Zhou Yang tested it, it completely exceeded his expectations. With Rhubarb, the safety of him and his relatives and friends will be greatly improved. Zhou Yang approved 10 tested Rhubarb robot dogs to leave the factory that day, and all of them were put into use. One of them followed him, 1 was placed at home, 4 were placed at the company, and 4 were to be given to Lu Xiao. Yao Yao, I want to give you a gift today. Zhou Yang got off work that night and sent a text message to his girlfriend. Okay, then I'll treat you to dinner and make it at home. Lu Xiao readily agreed. So Zhou Yang took many Rhubarb robot dogs and went to Lu Xiao's residence. Zhou Yang came to Lu Xiao's villa and the doorman let him go directly. He drove all the way to Nirvana 01 and came to Lu Xiao's villa. The reason why I changed to this car today is that it has more space than the Longtang supercar and can accommodate 6 Rhubarb robot dogs. The reason why it was Lu Tiao was because Zhou Yang came straight to his girlfriend after get off work, and his 2 own dogs were also in the car, so the back seat and trunk were packed full. When he got to the place, Zhou Yang got out of the car by himself, then opened the door and whistled. The group of rhubarb that looked similar jumped out of the car. In order to distinguish them, Ho2 made clearly differentiated furs for the dogs, so it was easy to tell who was who from the suits of the dogs. Zhou Yang then led a group of dogs to the door of the house. There was a facial recognition device at the door. After recognizing that it was the male owner who came, he automatically played a welcome message and opened the door. Then Zhou Yang led 6 dogs into it. Sit down by yourself first, I'm cooking. Lu Xiao's voice came from the kitchen. It turned out that she was cooking. Bai Fume, who is well known on the domestic Forbes list of the richest women, can even cook for her boyfriend herself, which is so touching that it brings tears to her eyes. It's not that she can't afford a babysitter, it's that she cooks her own food, which makes more sense. Ah, how come there are 6 dogs? Lu Xiao asked in surprise when she came out with a plate of braised prawns. This is my gift to you, the Rhubarb robot dog. As Zhou Yang said this, he stroked one with his hands, and the dog was half crouching on the ground, showing an expression of enjoyment, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail. Wow, just like the real thing. Lu Xiao was very interested. She put down the vegetables and came to Rhubarb. She wanted to touch it but didn't dare. Does it bite? Lu Xiao's worried question. I don't have an attack command, it won't bite. Zhou Yang said with a smile. Zhou Yang then helped input Lu Xiao's personal biological information, including voice, facial recognition and fingerprints, into the rhubarb. In this way, they both became the owners of this batch of rhubarb and basically protected the owners at all times. Oops, I almost forgot there was still food to stir fry, I'll go stir fry it first. Lu Xiao and De Wang played for a while, lost track of time, and hurried to the kitchen. Zhou Yang also went to the kitchen. Since he was the target, there was no need to tell who did the housework. It was quite romantic for them to cook together occasionally. The 2 of them cooked together, and they both sat down to eat, 4 small dishes and a bowl of soup, which was considered a sumptuous meal. Lu Xiao observed these rhubarb and saw that they were now on standby, all squatting or lying down, very quiet. They look like real dogs. I just had the urge to feed their bones. Lu Xiao said. Zhou Yang said, yes, the fur on this outside is very well made. It was made by a master I specially found. It's very good and smooth. Lu Xiao looked at this cute yellow dog and it was very rare. After she finished eating, she had to play with the dog. After finishing his meal, Zhou Yang took the initiative to take on the responsibility of cleaning dishes and chopsticks, and asked his girlfriend to interact with De Wang. He doesn't have to wash dishes either, just throw the chopsticks in the dishwasher. Then Zhou Yang came to the living room and taught Lu Saiyao various uses of rhubarb. This rhubarb plays a role in warning and protection. In the future, when Zhou Yang is not with his girlfriend, he will rely on rhubarb to protect her. At the same time, the 4 rhubarbs he gave to his girlfriend, one for housekeeping at home, one to stay by her side every day, and the other 2 were sent to Lu Saiyao's father to accompany his future father-in-law. After the emergency ambulance is ready, you can take your father-in-law to Shenzhen for recuperation. Rhubarb is really good. Lu Saiyao fell in love with rhubarb, just like a real dog, and it will not need to be walked or fed every day like a real dog. Rhubarb will recharge itself when it is out of electricity, always stay active, and can understand human speech. It can even communicate with its owner in multiple languages. It is actually an intelligent robot in the form of a dog. The little couple and rhubarb interacted for a long time, then sat on the sofa and leaned together affectionately to watch a movie. When it was 9 o'clock, Lu Saiyao's heart was stirred, so she suggested taking a shower. She had feelings in her eyes, and they were all gone. She wanted to complete the sweet things that she had not completed the previous 2 times. So she and Zhou Yang washed Xiangxiang one by one in the bathroom. Zhou Yang was the first to wash it and asked De Wang to gather on the first floor to avoid disturbing them. He then went to his room to wait. After waiting for almost half an hour, Lu Saiyao was finally washed out. She was wearing a purple nightgown, like a water-draining hibiscus. Her skin was tender and white, about to drip out of water. Although she was in a makeup-free state, she was still as beautiful as an immortal. When she opened the door to Zhou Yang's house, Xia Fei's cheeks looked extremely gorgeous. At this time, neither of them spoke tacitly, and Lu Saiyao went straight into Zhou Yang's bed and then froze. As a girl, she never takes too much initiative to avoid being mistaken for a female gangster. Zhou Yang was also very nervous at this time. He had read some strategies in advance, but his mind became blank again at this time. He just felt dry mouth, boiling blood, and his heart was beating as fast as a drum. Both of them were lying upright, as if they were being venerated. However, a stalemate was not a big deal here, so Lu Saiyao suggested, "Should we turn off the lights?" "Oh." Zhou Yang went to turn off the lights in a wooden way. Now that they were in the dark, the 2 of them became bolder. Lu Saiyao still took the initiative. Her little hand stretched forward from the quilt, soon touched Zhou Yang's hand, and she immediately took it by the hand habitually. To say that holding hands between 2 people has become normal, but the feeling at this moment is completely different. They both feel very hot on each other. Slowly, the 2 moved closer to the middle and soon huddled together shoulder to shoulder. At this time, both of them turned their heads to look at each other, and in the darkness, they could vaguely see each other's faces. Now naturally they went together again, and as their bodies turned, the 2 hugged each other tightly in the quilt. With this fire, nothing can stop the union of the 2. In the darkness, it is impossible to tell who is active and who is passive. It can be said that it is a 2-way rush. The clothes on his body became a hindrance and were soon thrown out of the quilt. Both of them were definitely clumsy for the first time, as if Deo was controlling floods and passed through the house 3 times without entering. In the end, after many attempts, the hard work paid off, and the 2 gradually became one, and the whole room was filled with spring. As a charming sound came from the room, the rhubarb people on the first floor automatically analyzed that this was information that could not be transmitted, turned off the recording and recording function, and left some privacy for the owner. The sound in the room lasted for a long time, until after midnight. Overnight passed, and the rhubarb on the first floor worked diligently to carry out the tasks that their owners asked them to stand by, and except for charging, they remained motionless. As a result, it was not until after 8 o'clock that the bedroom door suddenly opened. Lu Saiyao hurried to her bedroom and was still talking finished, late. It turned out that the 2 of them had been struggling for too long yesterday, which led to them falling asleep very late and expending a lot of energy, and they eventually overslept. Zhou Yang went to the closet, picked out some random clothes, put them on, looked in the mirror, and felt refreshed. Sure enough, after experiencing the bar mitzvah, his entire state was different, his spirit was sublimated, and he seemed to have matured a lot overnight. Lu Saiyao had already hurriedly dressed, ran to the bathroom to wash up, brushed her teeth, and vaguely instructed Zhou Yang that she was too late and had an important meeting in the morning, so she had to take the first step. Zhou Yang looked at his hurried girlfriend and asked her if walking was a big deal. "What walks?" Lu Saiyao, who was walking down the stairs quickly, asked in confusion. Zhou Yang stared at her 2 long legs and said in confusion, "When I watch TV dramas, doesn't it mean that women limp when they walk the next day?" Lu Saiyao couldn't help it, and Puff laughed out loud. "I usually read less novels, they're all scams. It's a bit uncomfortable, but it doesn't delay me from walking, and I'm not that squeamish." Lu Saiyao chuckled, didn't even bother to eat, grabbed her bag and mobile phone, and ran out the door. "Hey, bring a rhubarb." Zhou Yang chased out and shouted, "Oh, I forgot, rhubarb, keep up." Lu Saiyao pressed the key, and her special version of the pink Longtang supercar had already opened out of the garage by itself. Then the gullwing doors on both sides opened, Lu Sayeo sat in, and a rhubarb automatically jumped to the co-pilot, turning on the intelligent following mode. At this time, Zhou Yang caught up and brought some of Lu Sayeo's belongings. Lu Sayeo smiled gratefully, kissed Zhou Yang like a dragonfly, and then drove away. Zhou Yang looked at his girlfriend's passing and felt very happy. It was a blessing to have such a charming, smart, and capable girlfriend for 3 lifetimes. He then returned to the villa to wash up, then took his rhubarb with him and drove away. Zhou Yang is also about to start a new day's journey. Zhou Yang went home first, put a rhubarb at home to watch over the house, and then left a rhubarb in his car. When he arrived at the company, Zhou Yang went to work normally, and the other 4 rhubarb were operating in the company's confidential area. The employees are curious. Their company has a clear ban on pets. Is this a security guard? Later, a notice came saying that this was a special dog and that no one was allowed to approach or pet it. Violators would be given a warning. The salary and benefits of Beatty Company are among the best in the country, so these employees cherish this position. Since the company does not let these pastoral dogs near, they will not mess with them. These 4 rhubarb strips are roaming around the entire factory area. They have a special doghouse for resting. It is very mysterious inside and there will be people from the security department who are specifically responsible for maintenance. It's actually a place to charge the rhubarb. The reason why employees have to keep this a robot dog secret is that they want rhubarb to act as a protective gate to maintain the safety of the factory and catch the enemy off guard. When Zhou Yang was at work, he received feedback from Rhubarb on his mobile phone, and Rhubarb at home reported that someone was wandering at the door. Rhubarb has hearing comparable to that of a biological dog, so a slight noise at the door can still be heard. Zhou Yang installed a video doorbell at home, and when he took out his mobile phone, he saw a man wearing a mask passing by the door. He brought a bag of things and arrived at Zhou Yang's door. He pretended to be tired and resting, and squatted down to tie his shoes. And this person's ghostly appearance is observing the situation nearby. The man immediately saw that there was a problem. Zhou Yang made a mysterious phone call and told the other party that there was someone at his doorstep who was very suspicious. Receive. The other party's answer was concise, and then when the person wearing a mask left the unit building, he was targeted. The masked man did not notice it and was eventually found a place to live and monitored by following the clues. This group is the special department responsible for Zhou Yang's security. Their captain has Zhou Yang's phone and can communicate at any time. After a simple investigation, it was discovered that this person was a spy acting alone, so he was immediately taken under control. After interrogation, it was found that this person was a spy bribed by foreign forces. He went to Zhou Yang's house to pry open the door, collect information inside, and install a camera to steal secrets. The Beatty Company founded by Zhou Yang has become one of the top 500 high-tech enterprises in the world. The technologies contained in chips, military industry, etc. have made foreign countries wary and jealous. Foreigners who want to obtain these confidential materials will make bad decisions, but they were destined to encounter the iron plate. Zhou Yang had a gigafactory system and was under the key protection of the state. These spies were destined to come and go. Although these spies always fail, they cannot resist their madness. The Beatty Security Department can shoot down several drones every day. These are all spies who want to explore the secrets of Beatty Company. As for the chip company and several other factories, they are actually among the spy surveillance targets and have been constantly being spied on. Fortunately, the companies have done a good job of protection now and have not leaked secrets. In the evening, Lu Sayeo came to the door of Beatty Company and personally picked up Zhou Yang from get off work. The little couple had just broken the taboo. They both ate marrow and new taste, and they wanted to get tired of being together every day. The same was naturally true tonight. They dined in the restaurant outside, and then returned home and went into the bedroom to live a life without shame. When the struggle was over, the two people, all covered in sweat, hugged each other, and Lu Sayeo still had a blush of happiness on her cheeks. She lay in the bend of Zhou Yang's arm and said vaguely, "Zhou Yang, when are you free? Come with me to see my father, and I'll take 2 rhubarbs with me. Tomorrow then." Zhou Yang has nothing to worry about recently. It is better to hit the same day than to choose another day. "Baby, you are so nice." Lu Sayeo kissed him happily, even changing his nickname. How could Zhou Yang, such a charming girlfriend, be so patient, and then the two of them rolled together again? This cannot be described here. 7,958 words are omitted. The next morning, Zhou Yang and Lu Sayeo took a plane to visit their father, and the 2 rhubarb were checked in together as cargo. When going through security, he startled the security inspector and wondered how he had stuffed the dog into the suitcase. When the results were opened, everyone around was amazed to see that it was a machine simulation dog. But this also complies with aviation regulations, so boarding is allowed. In just over 2 hours, the plane landed. Every time I come to my husband's house in Zhouyang, the system pays attention to pomp and circumstance. This time, they still sent a luxury car to pick up the two people and sent them all the way to the Liu family's big villa. The two did not say hello before coming. When they arrived, the housekeeper seemed very surprised. She did not expect the two to come. She then muttered to a cleaner, probably wanting to pass on a message to her master. Liu Xiao went to see her father immediately, but did not find Liu Xiyuan and her stepmother at the scene. What about those two people? Liu Xiao asked with a frown. The young master went abroad to discuss business, but the lady had some family matters and left. The middle-aged housekeeper's unbecoming answer. How many days have they been gone? Liu Xiao asked. Not a few days either. The butler hesitated and didn't want to tell the truth at first glance. Humph. Liu Xiao's face was tense and she was very unhappy. The two of them verbally refused to let her take her father away. As a result, they did not take her father seriously. Neither of them was home, only the housekeeper was there. What really happened? Could anyone afford this responsibility? Liu Xiao came to her father's room and felt a little relieved to see that there was still a doctor here. Dad, Zhou Yang and I are here to see you. Liu Xiao sat by the bed, holding her father's hand. Okay, Zhou Yang, sit down quickly. Liu Hunta smiled, looking at his daughter's doting eyes, and asked Zhou Yang to sit next to him. Zhou Yang came up to say hello and brought some gifts. Liu Hunta was lying in bed and said that he saw it on his mobile phone. Zhou Yang and his daughter have been on TV frequently recently, and he was very relieved. After chatting for a while, Liu Xiao angrily said that neither of the two people came to take care of their father. It's okay, just have you guys. And I don't lack food or drink, they are the same whether they are here or not. Liu Hunta smiled. At this age, it is very satisfying to have a daughter who cares about him. Dad, I'll pick you up in a while. Zhou Yang has developed an ambulance that can ensure your safe arrival in Shenzhen. Liu Xiao said. Okay, I'd like to change places if I can. Liu Hunta is very happy. Ah, get this dog out of here. At this time, the housekeeper screamed outside and she found Rhubarb. That's the robot dog I brought, move over. Liu Xiao walked out and said seriously. Robot dog? The housekeeper looked at it for a while but didn't realize the dog was a machine. Zhou Yang was angry when he saw this housekeeper. She was obviously helping her stepmother to make things difficult for her girlfriend, so she wanted to play a prank on her, so she quietly let Duwang talk. Look at what, and then look at biting you. Rhubarb actually spoke Mandarin with a straight and round tone. Ouch. The housekeeper was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Fortunately, it is daytime. If you hear a big yellow dog talking at night, it will probably scare you crazy. When Liu Xiao saw the housekeeper's virtue, the corners of her mouth curled up, and this kind of housekeeper had to be rectified in this way. From now on, stay away from this dog. Although it is a machine, it can attack strangers. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, the rhubarb bared its teeth and let out a threatening roar. The housekeeper backed away in fear and finally ran away with a scream, but no one stopped her. As soon as Duwang took action, he scared off the housekeeper. As expected, he was powerful enough, worthy of being a powerful technology dog redeemed by the system. After scaring off the housekeeper, Liu Xiao brought two rhubarb dogs to her father and introduced them. Dad, Zhou Yang has developed an AI robot dog that can protect you at any time. Robot dog? Kind of interesting. Liu Hunta looked at the dog very much like the real thing, but with his rich experience, he still saw that the dog was a machine. Although rhubarb can imitate common dog movements, it is still a bit stiff and deliberate, so you can still see the clues from the movements. Liu Xiao then introduced the use of rhubarb to his father, and asked rhubarb to recognize the Lord and protect his father. Liu Xiao also quietly said that this rhubarb has offensive ability. If Dad sees anyone who doesn't like it, he will let the rhubarb bite it. It is much more powerful than the offensive ability of a real dog. Then Zhou Yang took out a few pieces of A4 paper, crumpled them into a ball, and threw them directly into the air. Rhubarb jumped up and caught the paper ball, then put it at Zhou Yang's feet. After that, he squatted on the ground and stuck out his tongue to express that he still wanted to play. Wochuo was a real dog. It's really good, such a good thing, keep it. I'm old and don't need this. Liu Hunta said. Dad, we all have them. We have several at home. This is what your future son-in-law wants, and you can't help but accept it. When Liu Xiao said this, she looked a little embarrassed. Liu Hunta knew at a glance that the relationship between his daughter and Zhou Yang was much closer than when he last came. The old father understood and accepted the two gifts. The rhubarb was there, as if it were his daughter and future son-in-law by his side, to accompany him. While waiting for lunch, Liu Xiao fed her father herself. Later, when her father took a nap, Liu Xiao said to Zhou Yang that she felt that waiting for those two people to come back might be bad. She wanted to keep a personal close service next to her father to prevent him from being harassed by those two people. Zhou Yang nodded. From the story of the housekeeper today, it can be seen that this housekeeper was found by the stepmother. She had the same heart with the woman and did not put the old master first, so they could not be expected to be kind to the old man. This is all my fault. Zhou Yang took all the responsibility for this matter. The girlfriend's business is his business, and it must be done beautifully. You can find the system for this matter and find 2 people on the spot, but you really don't need to bother with the system. Now Zhou Yang's strength can just be shaken. He called the security department that protected him and said that his father-in-law would be temporarily taken care of for about half a month. At the same time, he implicitly mentioned the current situation of the passerby's family, so he had to understand the caregivers and have a certain level of protection ability to protect the elderly well before he could get the ambulance ready. The other party replied, yes, but it may take 1 to 2 days to mobilize personnel. Because their bodyguards are easy to find and can be in place in a few hours, but they also take care of the elderly's bodyguards, which is a bit difficult to find. You need to find a special nursing home to contact them. If it is long-term protection, it may not be successful. Such security talents are all responsible for taking care of senior leaders. However, if Zhou Yang is seconded for a short period of time, there will be no problem. Spending a day or 2 just makes it easier for the secondment department to screen the personnel. After all, they are seconded personnel across departments. Okay, thank you. After Zhou Yang thanked him, he hung up the phone and snapped his fingers at Lu Xiao, signaling that it was done. Baby, you're amazing. Lu Xiao stood on tiptoe again and gave Zhou Yang a kiss. She now loves Zhou Yang very much and thinks her boyfriend is so attractive, handsome, and capable. He is a perfect boyfriend. Then they stayed in the villa, and the next day, the stepmother came from out of town in a hurry. As soon as she entered the door, she picked all kinds of thorns to drive out the 2 dogs. Where do these 2 wild things dare to come to our house and spread wild things? Boom me out. The stepmother's unruly hands pinching her waist, showing her style as a shrew. And she had something to say, clearly borrowing the 2 dogs to mock Lu Xiao and Zhou Yang. Keep your mouth clean. This is the dog I gave to my dad. Who dares to kick it out? Lu Xiao has Zhou Yang as her backer, and she has to fight for status in this family. And I'm talking to you the other way around. I'm going to kill these 2 rotten robot dogs today. The stepmother immediately ordered the security guard in the villa to come and catch the dog and smash it on the spot. Of course, this was all done behind the master's back, and Lu Xiao was afraid that her father would get angry when he saw it. As long as there is no old man around, the stepmother thinks that as the hostess, she can control everything in the house. After all, she is the one who pays the wages of these employees in the family and must listen to her. So immediately 2 security guards found a big net bag and were about to come and catch the dog. You dare! Lu Xiao was very angry. She was the eldest daughter in the family and was actually ignored. Don't be angry. At this time, Zhou Yang came over to comfort them, squeezed his eyes at the same time, and gestured for them to catch him. If he could catch him, he would lose. Lu Xiao immediately understood what her boyfriend meant. Yes, this rhubarb is not an ordinary dog. This is a combat repair dog. This time I will take it as a test to see rhubarb's combat ability. So both masters ordered that rhubarb be put into combat mode and allowed to use various means of counterattack except that it could not injure or maim people. So this scene of robot dogs fighting security guards started at Luya Villa. Rhubarb ran directly to the spacious compound, where green oil had grown. The natural lawn, where rhubarb awaits the arrival of the enemy. The 2 male security guards, both middle-aged men in their 30s, saw rhubarb's silly back to them, so they quietly walked over holding up the scoop net. As long as they put rhubarb into the net pocket, they could easily catch it and enjoy the hostess's praise. However, they did not expect that this rhubarb was not a real dog. It also had a camera behind it, which could be observed 360 degrees without blind spots. The security guard tiptoed around and did not escape their camera. After waiting for the security guard to approach, rhubarb suddenly turned and pounced, opened his mouth wide, and bit directly on the wooden handle of the dip net. Snap! With one sound, the wooden handle was bitten off by sharp teeth. Rhubarb's bite force is not covered, it is driven by a motor, and the tooth material is also very hard and can bite through hollow steel pipes, let alone this wooden handle. Holy crap! Oh my god! The 2 security guards turned around and ran away in fear that the dog would bite them and break the wooden handle in one go. They probably could also break their necks in one go. This is a robot dog, what are you afraid of? My stepmother was furious and scolded the 2 security guards. We can't do it, is this thing a machine? You can't tell at all. The 2 security guards were so scared that their legs gave out and they no longer had the courage to fight. Waste! She cursed angrily, but she didn't dare to go up, so she turned back and shouted, whoever can catch and smash these 2 robot dogs, I will give him a 10,000 yuan reward. When they heard that catching a dog costs 10,000 yuan, many people were moved. After all, money can make ghosts push and grind, so many people wanted to give it a try. So several security guards, even the young female nanny, brought quilts and wanted to use them to catch rhubarb. Then rhubarb will have to develop its AI judgment ability. Seeing so many enemies, the chip in its body calculates quickly, and it only takes a few milliseconds to respond. Then another battle between man and dog took place in the luxury villa of the Liu family. A group of people working in the villa, including security guards and cleaners, were all carrying various things suitable for catching dogs. A swarm of bees rushed into the yard, fearing that the robot dog would be captured by someone else if it was too late. They lost 10,000 yuan. However, Rhubarb had already judged everyone's physical fitness and threat level from their speed and gender, and decided to deal with the most threatening people first, and then should be able to scare off the remaining weaker people. This judgment can be made because of AI's big data model, which inputs a lot of combat experience. In addition, Dawang connected to the supercomputing center that Beatty had just established and had not yet been officially put into use through the internet, and has a lot of computing power. Dawang's combat experience is no less than that of some specially trained soldiers. Rhubarb first rushed towards the adult security guards who threatened it. When passing by, it directly lowered its head to bite the other party's feet, and the electricity was already on its teeth. Sizzle! The high-voltage current directly touched the guard's feet. The guard shivered twice. Before he fell, Rhubarb used its speed of 100 meters in 7 seconds to jump onto the legs of another guard. He took another bite and shivered. The high-voltage current had the same effect as hitting an electric baton, and the two security guards simply stood up. 2 or 3 seconds later, the two men rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Rhubarb used his speed to knock a female cleaner over from behind. The cleaner hugged the quilt as a cushion so that she did not fall. Then another Rhubarb also knew how to cooperate with his companions, one main attacker and one cover, and quickly brought down all 4 of them. And all this happened in a few seconds. By the time everyone recovered, 2 people who had been electrocuted were lying on the ground, and the other 2 cleaners were also oozing on the ground. If it weren't for Zhou Yang's request not to hurt anyone, these people would probably have gone to the hospital. When Rhubarb rushed towards her stepmother, she was so scared that she ran into the house. Rhubarb was more than twice as fast as her and caught up with her in a few strokes. Ah! The stepmother was wearing high heels and sprained her feet. Suddenly, she screamed and covered her face in fear. She feeds on her face, so it is better to be bitten than to be disfigured. Rhubarb, come back. At this time, Liu Xiao called Rhubarb back. Rhubarb's reaction was definitely at the millisecond level. When it was about to come into contact with her stepmother, it ran back to Liu Xiao and wagged its tail. There were only a few gardeners and others left. Seeing this, they were so scared that they screamed and ran away. The strong fighting power of 4 kills in just these few seconds, whereas this robot dog, it is almost the same as being called a killing robot. Only after the Rhubarb had retreated did the gardener have the courage to help their master. Okay, you dare to hurt someone. It's so dangerous. I need to call the police. My stepmother picked up the phone and wanted to call the police, but she suddenly realized that calling the police would not do her any good, and her reputation would be affected. After all, the 2 people opposite her are media celebrities who know many big names and can easily manipulate public opinion, which is even more unfavorable to her. The stepmother glared at Liu Xiao grimly, but Liu Xiao didn't look at her at all. Instead, she teased Rhubarb, praised Rhubarb for being so awesome, and defeated 4 people in a flash. As for the 2 security guards who fainted, they woke up quickly because the electric shock was short. They sat up and grinned. Seeing Rhubarb again made them feel scared, so they quickly got up and ran. Although there is a reward of 10,000 yuan, it must be enjoyed with life. They can deal with meat dogs, but not mechanical dogs. After my stepmother entered the room, she started calling and found the city's professional dog repair team through a friend. This company specializes in catching all kinds of stray dogs and is very experienced. But the stepmother had already told them that they had caught a mechanical dog this time and asked them to come quickly. Robot dog? This is not our job category. The arrest team responded on the phone, saying they thought the woman was very strange and how they could have thought of looking for them to catch the mechanical dog. Moreover, they have only seen mechanical dogs on TV. Aren't they just electronic robots with the appearance of dogs and particularly clumsy movements? These capture team members still don't have extensive experience. Those on TV are just the current civilian mechanical dogs, but those on the road and at home at the moment are the world's leading combat robot dogs. Their combat power has crushed a large number of other mechanical dogs. It is that this mechanical dog can call satellites to help communicate through the internet, and can also contact the backend to provide computing power support. Can other mechanical dogs do this? It's not a hierarchical thing, but the stepmother promised, caught the 2 dogs, and gave them 20,000 yuan. As soon as I heard that the reward was so generous, I didn't want to say it was a mechanical dog, but they also wanted to catch a big tiger. So this professional arrest team immediately brought their equipment and drove to the villa. Zhou Yang and Liu Xiao were in their father's room at the moment, talking with him. Did you guys just get into a fight in the yard? Liu Huntu asked. His wise eyes have understood everything. Yes. Since she couldn't hide it, Liu Xiao talked to her father about the situation just now. Of course, the evil woman sprained her feet and might come to her father to cry, so Lu Saiyao first explained that it was her own spraining her feet, and Rhubarb was right, she didn't touch her. You guys are still too impulsive. The old man had been confused by his new wife before, but during his time in bed, he had realized that he naturally knew what kind of person he was looking for that woman. However, he has now handed over the job to his son and does not have many assets on hand. In addition, he has physical difficulties and cannot turn against the woman yet. He needs to maintain a normal relationship. In his opinion, it would not be wise for his daughter to directly conflict with that woman. Lu Saiyao is not afraid. She used to have many concerns, but now with Zhou Yang behind her, she has become more determined and will take revenge if she has any grudges. Now that she is soft and afraid of hard things, she will do the hard things instead of the little pitiful person in the past who is always harassed by her stepmother and cannot even see her father. When Lu Hunta saw the changes in his daughter, he didn't say much. He just doted on her and stroked her hair, which all meant love and pity. Although he can no longer influence anything in this family, he is still the head of the household and can protect his daughter well. Soon, the arrest team arrived. After they got out of the car, they began searching the villa for traces of Rhubarb. With the cooperation of security, the traces of Rhubarb were quickly found through surveillance. Rhubarb was patrolling the villa and they wanted to enter the terrain of the villa into the database. Zhou Yang has received a report from Rhubarb saying that a suspicious person has been found. Zhou Yang zoomed in from De Wang's perspective and saw the uniforms worn by those people. They turned out to be stray cat and dog capture teams. Looking for a capture team to catch the mechanical dog? What brain circuit is this? Zhou Yang shook his head and smiled, really worried about his stepmother's intelligence. He then issued instructions to Rhubarb, giving him a plan to lure the enemy deeper. Soon, the arrest team members were ready to take action. When they came not far away and ambushed in the green bushes, they found two dogs. Isn't this a real dog? Who said it was a mechanical dog? The capture team members were puzzled because they had never seen a mechanical dog in the shape of a real dog. Are you talking about these two dogs? The members of the capture team checked with security. It's a real dog, and I still have bite marks on my legs. He rolled up his trouser legs while talking about the security guard, and there were indeed tooth marks on them. Isn't this just a real dog bite? What a mechanical dog. When the people in the arrest team saw that these were all the teeth marks of real dogs, they despised them and thought that the owner of this villa was really interesting. Maybe there was something wrong with his brain case and he was treating real dogs like mechanical dogs. It's no wonder they misunderstood because the tooth shape of this Rhubarb is an inverted mold made from a real dog, so it looks the same as a real dog tooth print. A member of the capture team, who couldn't wait to get the 20,000 yuan prize, directly took out their ultimate artifact, the tranquilizer gun. This gun is used to catch some fierce dogs. You can give the dog 2 shots from a distance and the battle will be solved. This man has superb marksmanship. He fired 2 shots, hitting 2 Rhubarbs respectively. Rhubarb showed signs of pain and ran to another place to hide after being shot. Look, this reaction is clearly a real dog, but even if it's a real dog, the deposit is not refunded. The arrest team can't use more than 20,000 yuan to catch real dogs, so they don't want to refund the deposit. Oops, I said it was a robot dog, why don't you believe me? The security guard is still trying to convince the other party. However, the capture team only believed in their own eyes. They had already carried guns on their backs and were looking for the fainted Rhubarb. The reagents they used basically worked in minutes. A large tiger fell down after being shot, not to mention a small dog, which was hit by a near faint. Soon, they were in the grass and saw 2 fainting Rhubarb. Look, I said this is a real dog, I'm already dizzy. The arrest team looked proud, and it was a really easy money to make today. This is not right. The security guards are a little skeptical about life. Could it be that they were electrocuted accidentally before, and these 2 yellow dogs are real dogs? When they came closer, someone took out the cage and wanted to put the 2 dogs into the cage. However, at this time, Rhubarb, who was lying down, suddenly burst out, knocked one person down, and jumped onto the rockery next to him, looking down at the people below. I'll go, why doesn't this dog fall? Is it really mechanical? At this time, everyone in the arrest team still didn't believe in their own eyes. It was really evil. How could it be a mechanical dog if it looked so similar? But they were given the task of catching the dog. No matter what material the dog was made of, they could catch it correctly, so several people went up with net bags. However, the rockery is a bit high. On the one hand, they are using sticks to drive away and intimidate people, and then someone goes around and wants to climb the rockery to catch the dog. The 2 Rhubarb appeared to be attracted by the attention and barked in one direction, but they were open-eyed and could see clearly from behind. When the arresting team members behind came up, a Rhubarb suddenly turned around, opened its mouth wide and bit the dip net. The dog's head shook suddenly, and the huge force took away the dip net. The arresting team member who was holding the dip net was led away by the force and fell off the rockery. There was sand and rocks under the rockery. When the man fell, he cried out in pain loudly and failed in the battle. Rhubarb glanced at the person below, wagged his tail, and jumped around in celebration. It turned out that Rhubarb was just teasing these people. If he had really killed them, these people would have been splattered with blood on the spot long ago. After that, the arrest team tried again, but they still fell someone. This person even flashed his waist in bad luck and was helped to the side by his colleagues. Now the members of the capture team were extremely convinced that this was a mechanical dog, because normal dogs definitely did not have such strong strength and intelligence, and they turned their group of humans around. We now believe that this is indeed a robot dog. Can we hit it? Do I have to pay for a broken one? The capture captain wiped his sweat and called the woman who had posted the mission. Smashing is better, just grab it and smash it for me, the stepmother said. The captain of the arrest team thought about the reward of 20,000 yuan and decided to try for the last time. They found long sticks and pointed them at the Rhubarb on the rockery and whipped them for a while. Rhubarb knows physical calculations best. Based on the force analysis, it found the depressions on the rockery where the stick could not hit them anyway. Rhubarb also knew tactics. He was afraid that the gang would not fight them if they couldn't see them. He would also show up from time to time and scream miserably as if he had been hit. The gang thought they had hit it, so they waved their sticks even harder. As a result, after a few minutes, the group's hands became sore and they had little strength left. However, the dog barked loudly on it, as if it had been really beaten lightly. But the captain quickly reacted. Didn't he say it was a mechanical dog? Why do you feel pain? Could it be that it is deliberately pretending? The captain of the arrest team was in a cold sweat. If mechanical dogs are smart enough to know how to disguise their screams, then their intelligence is no less than that of a person. What is this concept? With the power and speed of a robot and an IQ not inferior to that of a human, this dog is definitely not something that a few ordinary people can compete with. The captain was still not determined and decided to give it one last try. He climbed the rockery with a fire axe in his hand and wanted to fight hand to hand. However, the two Rhubarbs saw him coming up and kept retreating. The captain waved his fire axe to protect himself, but his arms lost strength after a few strokes. He had just used up most of his physical strength by swinging his long stick. He was tired and gasped for air. After the Rhubarb retreated, he saw that there was no rockery and no place left, so he jumped off the rockery, and then with a push of his hind legs, he jumped onto another rockery. The expression on the captain's face was now wonderful. He was a little tired and couldn't climb anymore, but with so many people watching, he could only grit his teeth and continue to climb another rockery. The fire axe was heavy, he wanted to swing it, but Rhubarb stepped forward with his teeth on his hands. The captain could only swing an axe to defend himself, but his movements were similar to those of an old man, and he no longer had much strength. As a result, Rhubarb was just as brave as before. The two attacked together, dodged the axe, jumped up and kicked it off, and the axe was kicked away. Seeing Rhubarb biting with his mouth wide open, the captain jumped off the rockery in fear. However, he could not keep up with the effort and broke his knee on the ground. Go ride a horse, this dog has become a spirit. The captain cursed angrily, sat on the ground and gasped for air, took a bottle of water and poured it in. He swore that a dog that had been caught for months would not be as hard as this one. And their tricks don't work on these two mechanical dogs, it's really head-scratching. The robot dog lay down on the rockery to bask in the sun again, and seemed not to take the people below seriously at all. I'm sorry, we're so incompetent, you can find someone else. Seeing that the opportunity was wrong, the captain led his two injured men away. At this time, the stepmother was unwilling and stopped them. You guys didn't get anything done, give me my deposit back. Stepmother reached out for money. You didn't make it clear, is this an ordinary mechanical dog? Besides, if you look at us, we've used anesthetics, some people have been injured, and we've agreed to a non-refundable deposit, this will be considered our medical expenses. The captain angrily took someone away. From now on, this villa area will be blocked directly. There are tall people here. No, there are tall dogs. Their capture team is no match for them. Gambei is at a disadvantage. Therefore, the second battle between humans and mechanical dogs still ended with Rhubarb's victory. Now the stepmother is dumbfounded. Neither her hired subordinates nor the professionals she paid for are rivals of the two robot dogs. What should she do? Does she live in her own home and have to worry that two robot dogs won't know when to give her a bite? If you are really bitten by a robot dog, it will be troublesome. Whether you want to get a rabies vaccine or not is enough to think about it for half a day. When the stepmother, who claimed to be the head of the family, suffered such humiliation, she limped and dragged her sprained feet to go to her husband to complain. As a result, Lu Hengda had already expected his wife to come back to find him to take charge, so he asked his daughter and Zhou Yang to push him to the backyard to relax. This was out of sight and out of mind, which made his stepmother lose everything. My stepmother went to the backyard to look for her, but found that the two people she regarded as thorns in her eyes were both there, and the old man must be protecting them. She had no chance of winning when she went, so she was very angry and said in her heart that if she let the two wait, she would definitely find an opportunity. she said to the old man alone, "Blow the pillow wind." However, she didn't get a chance when she arrived at night. Lu Xiao personally fed her father and waited until her father rested and the lights in the room went out before she left. At this time, the stepmother wanted to go in, but was shocked to find that Rhubarb was looking at the door of the old man's bedroom. Looking into Rhubarb's eyes, the stepmother was so scared that she lost her expression. Then her master bedroom stopped and she ran outside to stay in the hotel. There is no way. Whoever makes the Rhubarb too brave will make the stepmother unable to take it. In this way, De Wang restrained all the naughty women like his stepmother and made them feel powerful. By the next day, the stepmother came with 3 technicians carrying laptops. These people are technicians in the field of robotics. When they heard that they could control robot dogs, their stepmother brought them in to deal with Rhubarb. They only need to use signals and special bands to interfere and control the robot dog. I heard about the extravagance these 3 people talked about yesterday, and my stepmother asked them to try it. However, she learned from yesterday's lesson and stopped giving money for now. She said that she would give them 30,000 yuan after the matter was completed, but it was unsuccessful and she didn't have a dime. These 3 technicians took on a personal job and felt that this matter was easy to handle. After all, they also came into contact with some robots in the industry, all of whom were in a stupid state, and some robot dogs could kick over with their bare hands. However, they heard that this robot dog was very powerful and could discharge electricity. These people thought it was one of those military robot dogs. They only dared to come here because they heard that this place was not a military forbidden area. However, even the military, when not equipped with thermal weapons, is sure to control it without injury. When they came here and looked, the 3 technicians were also surprised and thought, "Isn't this just an ordinary rural dog? Where is the robot dog?" However, they used a professional device to detect it and found that the 2 Rhubarb had no biological reaction and were indeed robot dogs. What family does this dog come from? It's so well made, it's in the industry and there's a market for it. What this technician said is correct. He can do such a good job of appearance. Moreover, the main program of this robot dog is very good. The dog's movements cannot be distinguished from the real one. Coupled with this yellow fur, the real dog is alive. There will also be a market for dogs with such a realistic appearance as electronic pets on the market. Professionals like them have never seen a robot dog with such realistic movements and fur. They were curious, what company's product was this? But the stepmother hesitated and refused to say that it would not benefit her to involve Zhou Yang. She only promised that if she controlled the 2 dogs, she would give them to the 3 people to take away. So the 3 technicians looked at the 2 robot dogs and their eyes lit up. After taking them into their hands and going back to study them, their company's new generation of products was ready. So the 3 of them set up equipment to control the robot dog using radio waves. However, their approach is to target existing robot dogs on the market, and the success rate is not very high, let alone a super-era robot dog like Rhubarb. So when these 3 people first began to interfere, De Wang was already warned and Zhou Yang was also warned. However, this interference is ineffective against Rhubarb and is similar to noise, which cannot affect control at all. Rhubarb's AI program is very complex and has different logic than existing robot dogs, so don't worry. Even if these 3 people release interfering radio waves for a year or 2, don't try to affect Rhubarb. Seeing that such interference is ineffective, there is only a trick to use. The 2 technicians put on thick clothes, then one asked the security guard to borrow an explosion-proof shield as a protective hand, and the other held a high-voltage electric gun and prepared to approach Rhubarb. As long as the electrodes fired by this electric gun hit the Rhubarb, the powerful current would disrupt the robot dog's circuitry, making it easy to catch. Of course, this might burn the circuit, but at this time, the 3 technicians were also concerned about money. High-voltage guns can indeed threaten Rhubarb, so Rhubarb issued an early warning, and the danger index of people rushing over with shields was high, and they now began to calculate tactics. Zhou Yang also received a warning on his mobile phone, so he asked De Wang to withdraw to the villa. Because the villa has no internal cameras to protect privacy, it will not be detected by the other party. With the help of Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao, De Wang retreated into the villa. 2 technicians holding high-voltage electric guns also followed in. At this time, a Rhubarb that was responsible for luring the enemy flashed by at the corner of the stairs. The 2 technicians began to climb the stairs and prepared to go to the 2nd floor to catch the Rhubarb. However, because of their vision, they just turned the corner and a yellow color appeared in front of them. It was actually another Rhubarb that shrank around the corner. When the 2 people didn't react, they bit the sock on one of their feet. Both of them were wearing thick clothes, so biting them might not break the defense, but no matter how much they protected themselves, they were still negligent here at the neck of the foot. There was only a layer of ordinary cotton socks, so one bite touched each other's skin. Then Rhubarb's high voltage knocked the man holding the electric gun unconscious, and there was only one shield hand left, so scared that he raised his shield to defend himself. However, this defense could only defend one side. Rhubarb was extremely fast. When he bounced, he borrowed force from the stair railing and jumped behind the shield hand, taking a bite directly at the base of his thigh. Sizzle! Another burst of current was output, and the shield hand also fell to the ground and twitched. The two also wanted to corona Rhubarb, but they both got dizzy first. This Rhubarb is a defensive robot dog that has at least surpassed current technology. It is several years ahead of the technological level and far exceeds the combat effectiveness of ordinary people, so it can easily crush these people. Holy crap! The security guard who led the way to the technician had been bitten once yesterday. He didn't want to receive a second electric shock. He was so scared that he rolled down the stairs. Now he fell again, limped, and ran out of the villa gate screaming. Now the room was quiet, and all it took was one Rhubarb to thwart the stepmother's plan. My stepmother was furious. None of the people she found could help her, and she couldn't help but go back to her home. So she was so upset that she finally planned to call the police. I took out my mobile phone and my stepmother called 110. 110, send someone here quickly. 2 ferocious robot dogs have come to my house and have injured many people. Send someone to beat them up with a gun. The stepmother made a furious complaint after making the call. Robot dog? What breed of dog is it? The female operator asked puzzledly. It's a machine-made dog that can discharge electricity and bite people. Come on, the stepmother continued to urge. After the operator confirmed it again, it didn't feel like a false alarm, so he decided to send someone over to take a look. Ask for the address and you will find that it is a villa area, so be more cautious. So the reception center sent 3 experienced patrol officers and drove to the location. When they got here to ask, the 2 technicians who had been electrocuted were awake at the moment, but they were wilted. The electrocution was so severe that they probably had to rest for a day or 2 to recover. And they all showed their teeth marks and their skin was a little burnt, all traces of electric burns. They all accused the robot dog of being dangerous and must be humanely destroyed. Then, lead us to see the 2 dogs. Patrolman said. It's a robot dog, the stepmother of the caller emphasized. The patrolman nodded, and when they went to the villa, they believed that they would first ask what was going on and where did this robot dog come from. It was brought by an outsider, called Joe Yang. The stepmother said. Joe Yang? What is your relationship? Why did he come to your house? The patrolman asked again. Not my unfilial stepdaughter, the gangster I brought back, the robot dog they brought. The stepmother said. I've only heard of robot cats, not robot dogs. A relatively young patrolman came with a joke. Do you think you are humorous? Be careful if I complain to you. My stepmother glared at the patrolman at that moment and immediately froze the atmosphere. This stepmother is also very arrogant in the family and doesn't give anyone any face. At this time, the nanny came to report and said that both Rhubarb were in the master's room. This time the patrolman was brave enough, so the stepmother came with a group of people. What for? Mr. Liu needs to rest. There are so many people, don't go in one piece. At this time, Joe Yang stood outside to block it. Aren't you Joe Yang from Bankrupt Company? Now the patrol officer recognized Joe Yang. After all, there aren't many people in the country who don't know Joe Yang yet. Joe Yang nodded and took the initiative to ask, are they here for the Rhubarb thing? The patrol officer replied yes, and Joe Yang allowed them to go back. After all, this was their family matter, and Rhubarb had not violated any laws. Why didn't you break the law? Your dog hurt someone. The stepmother said. Yes, dogs that hurt people must be humanely destroyed. A few nannies in the back dared to say. Joe Yang said, joke, my Rhubarb is a robot dog, and you guys did it to my Rhubarb first. I have a video of this. Joe Yang took out his mobile phone, and what was playing on the phone was the scene of the people who arrested the company yesterday, holding long sticks and fire axes, chasing Rhubarb in the rockery. At this glance, it is these people who are very cruel and want to persecute the robot dog. Now the patrol officers understood that Joe Yang was the boss of a high-tech company and was well known throughout the country. So these magical yellow robot dogs they saw must have been developed by him, at least they had never seen them on the market. Then the nature of this matter was not that the robot dog committed the murder, but that it became self-defense. Joe Yang's stepmother did not approve of his words, so they started arguing at the door. Okay, what's the noise? At this time, Lu Saiyao shouted and then pushed out her father's wheelchair. Lu Hengtu was the head of the family. At this time, Lu Hengtu said, Comrade Police, thank you for your hard work. This is our family business. Please go have a cup of tea and leave. Others couldn't believe it, so he asked Joe Yang to entertain him. According to Lu Hengtu, he must have given the police a gift while they were drinking tea, which was considered as compensation for bothering them to come. However, the patrol officers did not accept gifts. They had not yet asked clearly about this matter. After all, the person who called the police was the lady. When Lu Hengtu heard the reason why his wife called the police, he said she was excited just now, but she didn't explain it clearly. This time, my daughter and her boyfriend came to see me and brought these 2 mechanical dogs to relieve my boredom. I allowed them. As for the injuries, it was also due to a misunderstanding. Anyone who was injured can come to me for reimbursement with the medical expense document, and then attach the medical expenses and lost work expenses. This is fine. Lu Hongtu wanted to calm down and spend some money, but he didn't care. He just didn't want his family's ugly head to be exposed. Lu Hongtu is the head of the household. The daughter and Zhou Yang he invited are not a problem. As for the injuries, the family is also willing to bear the medical expenses, and no major injuries occurred. Then the patrol police do not want to make simple things complicated. Just record it and ask the person involved to sign it, and the police situation will be solved. After all, robot dogs are not real dogs, and they cannot be forcibly taken away if they injure someone. Strictly speaking, rhubarb belongs to Zhou Yang's personal property. According to some videos provided by Zhou Yang, it was those people who first attacked Zhou Yang's property, that is, the robot dog, and were injured by the counterattack. The other party is also guilty of intentionally damaging other people's property. Strictly speaking, both parties made mistakes. In addition, this was obviously a feud between wealthy families, so the patrol officer did not participate in other people's family affairs. Although his stepmother was not convinced and did not sign, the patrol officer still left. Now no one supports my stepmother anymore, and it has stopped quite a bit. What are you doing here? Do your work. Lu Xiao glared coldly, and the servants in the family all left the door in fear. There is no benefit in the dispute between these two masters of the family, and it is easy for the servants to lose their jobs. Before, the old man in the family was in poor health, and his stepmother had the final say on all matters, big and small. But now it is different. The old man's spirit is getting better and better, and the young lady has returned. There is also a powerful aunt, and her stepmother has been eating and drinking. It is difficult to even see the old man's face once. Now it seems that the battle for hostess has been decided, and the young lady is obviously superior. When the young master doesn't come back, it's right to listen to the young lady's words, so from now on, the stepmother's words will not be so effective. Hongtu, how can you let people bully me like this? At this time, Lu Xiao's stepmother started crying and went to Lu Hongtu to wipe her tears. The crying pear blossoms brought rain. In the past, Lu Hongtu would always be coaxed into a tantrum if she used her tactics even slightly. However, this night was different from the previous day. Lu Hongtu had seen through everything after he fell ill. He knew this woman's virtue well. Okay, go down and rest. From now on, rhubarb will only move around my room and will not go to the yard. You can move around freely. Lu Hongtu said. What? Then I'm afraid of this thing. How will I serve you in the future? The stepmother was surprised. Xiao has hired a caregiver for me. It's okay. They can take care of me. After Lu Hongtu finished speaking, he walked out of the house two very energetic young caregivers. They had sharp eyes, shaved flat heads, and wore blue clothes specifically for caregivers. They are the two professional caregivers that Zhou Yang applied to his superiors. These two caregivers are not only proficient in nursing knowledge, but also skilled. They complement rhubarb and are sure to protect the road ahead with great planning. The two male caregivers were not angry and stood one stop behind Lu Hongtu. They were as unshakable as mountains and seemed to be more terrifying than rhubarb. The stepmother was stunned and didn't understand how she, the mistress of the house, suddenly felt isolated and helpless in the villa. The matter was settled. The stepmother's objection was invalid, and she was then invited out. Lu Hong planned this room. From now on, only Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao, and two caregivers can enter and exit at will. If anyone else wants to enter, they must go through the permission of the gatekeeper Duang. Then people like stepmother and Lu Xiyuan will probably find it difficult to get approval. They will have to ask for permission before entering the house in the future, and they won't be able to bully the elderly anymore. Now the Lu family has changed, and this is all thanks to Zhou Yang. After staying here for another day, my stepmother found that some of her tricks were ineffective, so she was honest and admitted that the family was no longer hers to settle. I'll listen to Lu Xiao from now on. Lu Xiao decided to stay with her father at home until the ambulance was produced. In this way, Zhou Yang felt relieved, so he returned to supervise the production of the ambulance, and then drove the ambulance to take his future father-in-law and girlfriend back to Shenzhen. When Zhou Yang left, Lu Xiao was still reluctant to leave and went outside the door to say goodbye. Zhou Yang, go and return early, come and pick up my father and me early, and I will repay you well after you return to Shenzhen. At this point, Lu Xiao fell to Zhou Yang's ear and said softly, I will buy a few maid outfits that you men like, as well as a he-see short skirt, to wear to you. Zhou Yang really wanted to say that I was that kind of person, but he was a man of integrity. On the way back, his heart felt like an arrow. He must take Lu Xiao back to Shenzhen as soon as possible. Of course, I'm not looking at some Hezar maid outfit, I'm just thinking about my future father-in-law's body. Zhou Yang thought so. Zhou Yang returned to Mensin Automobile Company and was supervising the production of comprehensive emergency ambulances. There is no difficulty in producing the body of this car. Now it is mainly waiting for the miniaturized medical devices produced by Jiankong Pharmaceutical and Beatty Electric Company. As long as the medical devices are in place and assembled on the body, the ambulance will be ready. However, it may be a little difficult to make the car body shell. Car shells generally use stamping processes, including cold drawing, hot drawing, etc., as well as hydroforming. The key is the high cost of mold design. For a new car, it may need to be modified later, so the prototype is not made with molds. The molds will not be made until the entire car is finalized. So Zhou Yang asked the employees of the car company to prepare the individual car body shells first, and he supervised the production of medical instruments. Because there are many varieties of this onboard medical instrument, it also takes a certain amount of time to make it according to the drawings. For example, the instrument housing, special circuits, etc., many unconventional parts need to be rubbed by hand, so it takes a lot of time. Come on everyone, bring this ambulance project forward. Zhou Yang cheered up his subordinates because his girlfriend was still waiting to use it. In addition, in order to quickly produce the parts of this ambulance, Zhou Yang applied the acceleration halo to medical instruments, which significantly accelerated the production speed. While Zhou Yang was urging production at the company, the enemy's conspiracy against him never stopped. One night, outside the walls of Beatty Company, two men in black were sneaking around. The electronic instruments they were carrying quickly passed through the surveillance line and emitted a drop sound, breaking the Beatty Company's outer security system. The two men climbed over the wall and entered, and none of the company's security measures caused an alarm. The two intruders had hacked off the surveillance and security systems and quickly noticed the large yellow dog stalking the yard. The two men were prepared and threw out a piece of meat bait with medicine. The meat was laced with special spices. As long as it was an animal with a normal sense of smell, cats and dogs would not be able to escape the temptation of this meat. The medicine in it would allow the animal to sleep to death within 1 minute, which could quietly clear the trouble. However, the two intruders threw the meat, but the rhubarb dog did not respond and instead looked in their direction. Why doesn't this dog eat meat? What if it's called? Someone said nervously. If we start yelling, we'll leave first. Another said. The two intruders finally managed to crack the security system and didn't want to lose all their skills just because of a dog. They prayed in their hearts that the yellow dog would eat the meat quickly. By the end of the day, the yellow dog finally hung up the piece of meat and chewed it with its back to the two of them. The intruder calmed down a little. Soon, the big yellow dog did not move, and the two intruders quietly entered the inner circle of the company. They came to a corner of the company workshop and saw that the workshops here were still brightly lit. Most of the workshops in Beatty High-Tech Park have night shifts, so there will be people at night. The two invaders' destination was an office building, where they wanted to steal some confidential documents or craft drawings. When the two men came from the back of the building, cut the glass and jumped into the company. The two seemed familiar with the interior structure and made their way to the information room, which contained the safe. After the two entered, they put on night vision goggles and could see clearly in the dark room. The two came to the safe and began to crack the safe. However, at this time, the lights in the room suddenly came on, shaking the two intruders wearing night vision goggles. Although the two men's night vision goggles had anti-glare function, they were shocked to find a row of security guards fully armed with shields standing at the door. The other party had blocked the door and was clearly on guard. The two men panicked and tried to escape. However, the data room had an anti-theft window, and only the door could be used to get out. From the moment they entered the factory, the two invaders had become a trap. After struggling for a while, the two exhausted intruders were pinned to the ground by numerous security guards with explosion-proof forks, eventually tied up, and then notified the security department. Beatty Company has a separate security department. If the incident is reported to this department after it occurs, there will be security personnel to deal with it, and there is no need to call the police. The two were still regretting when they were taken down. They didn't know that something was wrong there, so how could they be discovered? They had clearly mastered the trick of cracking the security system through the inside line. Zhou Yang knew about this security incident when it happened, because his mobile phone was connected to all the rhubarb, and the intruder was exposed on the spot. The two intruders broke through several lines of defense and entered so easily, and were sure that there was help from an intruder, but the intruder obviously did not disclose the latest intelligence. Now there are several more large yellow dogs swimming in the factory. The two also know that they brought meat, but they don't know that this large yellow dog is a mechanical body and does not eat meat at all. They eat electricity. So this time rhubarb made great contributions. Independent of the factory security system, rhubarb successfully discovered two intruders, eventually guided other security guards, and captured the two. Next came the overnight interrogation. By the next day, Zhou Yang had already received the other party's confession. These two people were also driven by a mysterious buyer from abroad to come to the White Emperor to steal documents. They also bribed a Beatty worker to be an insider and obtain some factory security information, which allowed them to break the first layer of protection. and they have internal topographic maps that allow them to find the exact location of the safe in the office building. This time no damage was caused, but it also sounded the alarm for Bankrupt Company to further strengthen security protection. But this time it also highlights the role of rhubarb, which has super performance and can make up for the shortcomings of normal work. The company's security department handled the matter and will hand over the two people to the police once the details are found. Seeing that security work was urgent now, Joe Yang held a meeting with the security department to ask them to upgrade the security system and strengthen supervision so that people with ulterior motives could not spy on the company's secrets. The Beatty Security Department immediately rectified the situation, introduced the most advanced security system currently in place, and strengthened personnel training to ensure that no mistakes were made. Joe Yang also knew that the enemy was not yet determined to treat him and might encounter danger at any time, so he also had to do a good job in his own safety. Joe Yang now travels with a rhubarb. Dawang usually lies on his stomach in the back seat of the car. When Joe Yang gets out of the car to do some work, he follows him with a rope in his mouth. He is as good as a real dog. Many people are curious when they see a dog following Joe Yang. Some people even ask if the dog bites people. Don't bite, but don't touch it. After Joe Yang finished speaking politely, he took the leash by himself and took the dog on a trip. After all, it is a public occasion, and we must pay attention to public morality. Because he is famous, he will meet some fans. If he wants to take a photo with him, Joe Yang will usually satisfy the fans when he has time, and Dawang will sit quietly and wait. It seems that rhubarb is very casual, but in fact it is using 360-degree panoramic images to scan the surrounding situation. It can easily find people who are hostile to Joe Yang among hundreds of people. Because human eyes are the most realistic reaction, it may be difficult for others to detect danger. However, for a robot dog like rhubarb, which has ultra-high computing power, it can easily detect potential dangerous molecules based on big data. Joe Yang was running an errand in the hall when Dawang's eye suddenly looked out the door of the errand hall and barked loudly, using traditional methods to sound the alarm, because something really happened out there. Joe Yang came here this time as an administrative center in Shenzhen, which is convenient for citizens to handle some public affairs, so many people are doing business here. Among them are marriage registration and divorce business. A fierce quarrel now broke out outside the administrative center. It was a man and a woman, and the pedestrians at the door and outside were all attracted by their attention. We just registered with someone else right after we left, so you already colluded, right? An angry argument between a middle-aged man. Don't you know what you are like? Who wants to live with you? The woman next to him was shouting. The man said again, in that case, I will not interfere with you, but you will give me the half of the property. The woman argued, why, you automatically gave up all your property. This is all my property and has nothing to do with you. The man angrily said, what we agreed on at the beginning was a fake divorce. We have to remarry later, so I gave up all my property to you. But you turned around and pulled evidence against other men to return my property. The man was furious and grabbed his ex-wife's collar and roared at her. However, the woman said that the house was her premarital property and she was also paying off most of the mortgage after marriage, so the house had nothing to do with the man. She said that the man was crazy for wanting money. When the people around heard that it was actually a melon, they were all watching the excitement. This couple is a fake divorce turned into a real divorce, and the woman wants to take all the property and not get married again. However, both of them are just saying what's right, and the other is right. Currently, passers-by can't tell whose words are true. The woman then said that she had no property and wanted to die. This angered the man, who pulled out a knife and put it around the woman's neck. If you don't give me your property, I'll let you die. You kill me, my aunt is afraid you won't succeed. This man and woman didn't know where such a big resentment came from, and the woman didn't compromise in the face of such threats. However, the man's eyes gradually became fierce and he stabbed the woman directly in the stomach with a knife. When the knife turned red, the woman screamed and fell to the ground. When people around saw that someone was committing a crime, they were so scared that they retreated and did not dare to move forward. And the man was shouting, so he had to follow and continue the attack. Joe Yang, who was in the hall at the moment, also saw this situation. He was shocked. It was too late for him to run over, and Dawang had already called the police several seconds ago, so Joe Yang shouted directly, Dawang, go save someone. Rhubarb rushed over like an arrow from a string, and the rope it was tied around its neck dragged it to the ground. When Rhubarb was stabbed the second time by the man, he flew and knocked the attacker away, and the man's knife fell to the ground. Rhubarb then ran to the woman's front to cover and prevent the man from continuing the attack. The man was still in a state of excitement. After being knocked over, he did not feel any pain at all. Instead, he rushed up and tried to kill the dog. You dead dog are in cahoots with her too, old man, kill you. The man came up and kicked him, but Rhubarb reacted quickly and dodged. Because it is currently in the city, Joe Yang set Dawang not to actively attack and hurt people, so it is just a passive evasion. At this time, the man discovered that Rhubarb's weakness was the rope around its neck, so he suddenly grabbed the rope and successfully tightened it. There was no instruction in Rhubarb's database on how to operate it with a rope. He was a little stunned and was restrained by the murderer. The man who committed the crime used a rope as a weapon to control the rhubarb, strangled the rhubarb, and put it in a chokehold. Rhubarb begins to struggle. Although it has good physical strength, after being choked, it cannot exert its strength and can only jump around on the ground with men. The man didn't expect the dog to be so strong. He stepped up the chokehold, hoping to suffocate the yellow dog. However, more than 20 seconds passed and he felt exhausted, but Rhubarb was still alive and kicking without any signs of suffocation. At this time, the man found a knife not far away, suddenly picked it up, and stabbed it sharply at the rhubarb, piercing its neck. However, the knife was only halfway in when it became stuck and the wound did not bleed. Rhubarb seized the opportunity, bit the man's wrist with a reverse bite, and successfully released a high-voltage current, causing the man to corona. At this time, Joe Yang ran over and cleaned up the mess. He first made Rhubarb look at the murderer, then took off his clothes and pressed the wound to stop the bleeding for the woman. It's so cool that people are cheering around. It's incredible that a local dog can defeat a grown man. However, everyone expressed regret for the local dog. He was stabbed in the neck and was basically gone. No, the dog is not bleeding. One person suddenly pointed out the enemy who was wrong, and everyone also found that there was something wrong with Rhubarb. From a close-up look, it was indeed a little different from a real dog. Everyone couldn't help but look at Joe Yang, and he was the only one who could explain it. Who can help call the police? Joe Yang said something to everyone. Seeing that everyone was interested in this lively yellow dog with a knife in its neck, and afraid of scaring everyone, they said it was a robot dog. Robot dog? No wonder he survived the knife attack. No, right. Other robot dogs are all artificially retarded. How can your robot dog be the same as the real one? Passers-by asked. Joe Yang said that this is the company's latest product. However, since this yellow dog had no intention of being released to the market, it should not be over-promoted, so he did not say much. Later, ambulances and police cars arrived and took away both men and women. At this time, cheers and applause broke out in the crowd to praise Joe Yang and the robot dog's courageous acts. Joe Yang was then treated as an eyewitness and called to the police station to make a statement. More than an hour later, he was fine. However, when he returned to the company, he found that the impact of the incident was not over yet. A passerby filmed the process of De Wong bravely fighting the murderer and posted it online. Because Joe Yang was given the label for the incident, it quickly became popular all over the internet. While everyone praised Joe Yang for saving people's lives, they were also particularly interested in the robot dog Rhubarb. Because this product is one dimension higher than similar products, in other companies, robot dogs can only fall and cannot climb when doing somersaults. The robot dog next to Joe Yang can actually use fake and real things to defeat a crazy man. This fighting power is probably the best in the industry. And this is obviously another new product from Joe Yang, so many fans are very interested, and some people even want to buy it. They also wanted to get a dog before, but they found it troublesome. They needed to bathe the dog, buy dog food, walk it, see a doctor, etc. They also had to worry about the dog demolishing the house, so they couldn't get a dog because of this. Now Joe Yang has actually developed a robot dog that is no different from a real dog. Then they can raise cyber dogs. They only need to charge and provide companionship, but they don't have to worry about the dog tearing down the house. It's so convenient. Therefore, many people just at Joe Yang and asked Joe Yang to quickly introduce the dog. They wanted to know the parameters. In addition, some people were more direct and asked Joe Yang to put the robot dog on the shelves as soon as possible, and they wanted to buy it. Just because of this dog's fighting ability, buying one can really help you take care of your home. The entire internet has begun to be interested in Rhubarb robot dogs, and public opinion has formed. If you hide it again at this time, you can no longer hide it. Originally, Joe Yang had not thought about bringing Rhubarb to the market. This also involves safety issues. While protecting people, it may be used by bad people, so it will definitely not be put on the market. However, this is a rare publicity. Joe Yang decided to use this opportunity to introduce Rhubarb to everyone and deter those who are malicious. So, Joe Yang released several videos, all about Rhubarb. The AI robot dog, which I call Rhubarb, uses AI computing power to connect to the internet. It has very strong learning and athletic abilities and can perform tasks such as defense and safety. Joe Yang released De Wong's information, and he released the video of the incident in which the two men broke into Beatty Company and stole secrets that day. In the past, the security department liked to keep some things secret and hide them. The people didn't know that the world was in such chaos now. But now, after Joe Yang and his group of young people have grown up, their thinking is different from that of the people before them. They can say whatever they want. The people of our country are not that vulnerable. They will be afraid of the slightest thing and are less likely to be incited. So netizens across the country saw a video of two Mao thieves entering Beatty Company, being finally discovered by Rhubarb, and finally subdued. Everyone was surprised at the beginning, but then they all started laughing. This rhubarb promotional video was transformed into a funny video, because these two people also feed rhubarb for meat, which is equivalent to feeding tigers for grass. This is outrageous. It turns out that there are such stupid thieves in the world. Previously, security personnel were worried that if this video was released, it would cause panic in society, but in fact, many netizens laughed and laughed after watching it. They didn't take the theft of Bankrupt seriously. Bankrupt Company is so valuable, and no one cares that it is news, so everyone's focus is not on stealing things at all, but on rhubarb. Rhubarb performed so well that it exceeded everyone's psychological expectations. It immediately planted grass for netizens, so many people requested it. According to Joe Yang's explanation, this rhubarb is an internal scientific research product and is not mature enough to be launched for commercial use. However, everyone's enthusiasm for buying it is high, and people petition on the Bankrupt official website forum every day to put the rhubarb on the shelves. Joe Yang is a soft-hearted person who always puts the needs of the people first. Now tens of thousands of people are petitioning together under their real names. He really can't resist the torment in his heart, so he decided to just release a civilian version of rhubarb. He conducted research and found that everyone was mainly attracted by De Wong's super high intelligence and realistic appearance. However, they did not pay much attention to the combat power that could bravely fight knife-wielding criminals, because most people would not be able to use it. If they did, they would have to go to the police station. Then you can give rhubarb a simple civilian version and then put it on the market. All everyone needs is a loyal and intelligent robot dog. This is a very simple thing for Joe Yang. Joe Yang opened the design drawing of rhubarb and first removed the electric shock function. The sharp composite teeth were changed to rounded denture materials to avoid the occurrence of injuries. In addition, the motor power has been reduced and the hydraulic system has been removed, which greatly reduces rhubarb's athletic ability, and its maximum speed is similar to that of a dog trot. Then the networked AI backend database was also blocked, and some data was stored in the form of storage cards inside the rhubarb, which can update some data and functions regularly. This will make rhubarb dumb, but there is still some controversy about the full opening of this AI function at present, so it will be blocked for now and the interface will be retained. In the future, if the country introduces special AI equipment management regulations, then it can use legal forms to give rhubarb more powerful AI computing power. In addition, the rhubarb's auxiliary functions are all retained. It can communicate orally and charge itself, and its simulated appearance will not change, which can meet the needs of most users. When calculating the cost in this way, the cost of rhubarb is more than half less. It is that this appearance requires large-scale production, so professional equipment must be purchased. This part of the equipment investment must also be included in the cost of rhubarb. So the first batch of rhubarb is expected to retail for 999 yuan, of which the appearance accounts for hundreds. This is prepared based on an annual shipment volume of 100,000. Selling this amount alone will even result in a loss of money. Only when sales increase will Bankrupt make money from rhubarb. However, Joe Yang no longer cared about this little money. He believed that rhubarb sales would not be bad and would definitely offset the cost of purchasing equipment in the future. Taking a step back, even if it doesn't make money in the end, Joe Yang should treat it as a benefit to everyone. Selling an electronic pet to domestic netizens at a low price will not cause much loss. At least other products can be used in the future. In this way, everything was prepared and the production plan was arranged, and Joe Yang began to promote it. Rhubarb will launch a civilian version with deleted security features, focusing on home companionship and electronic pets. The price is 999 yuan and it will be officially launched in 2 months. Please pay attention. Joe Yang posted a message on his account, which satisfied netizens. They praised Joe Yang as a true entrepreneur of the people and said that he would produce whatever everyone wanted. But some people were not satisfied. They wanted Joe Yang to carry that perfect body with him to provide them with protection from danger. For example, girls are not afraid of walking at night. Some also said that he had several enemies and needed rhubarb to avenge him. However, the more this is the case, the less the complete version of rhubarb can be sold to him. If there is any injustice, it can be resolved by the police or the court, but not by violence. Complete rhubarb has security risks and the country has regulations. Even if it is produced, it will not be sold to ordinary people at will. Overall, my country's society is relatively safe. Basically, police will come to the door within minutes of calling the police, so rhubarb is not needed to protect the people. Even ordinary electric batons are controlled devices. Rhubarb, an electronic bodyguard that can knock down adult men one-on-many, has stricter iron control. Therefore, at this stage, the complete rhubarb cannot be promoted for civilian use. Having an electronic pet to accompany everyone can already meet the needs of most people. Many people began to wait for rhubarb to come on the market, but Joe Yang finally freed up his hands and did what was most important to him. Under the action of the acceleration halo, the miniaturized medical equipment was finally produced, and Zhou Yang immediately arranged for the vehicle to be transported to Manhwa Automobile Company. He personally came to the assembly workshop and directed the assembly of the ambulance prototype. Despite the drawings, some problems were encountered during assembly. After all, it is an accessory produced by multiple companies, and there will inevitably be mismatches when put together. On the other hand, it was the prototype car, and the boss was waiting for it, so they worked hard to perform miracles. First, they installed these medical tools on the car, flattened the uneven parts, and made them usable. They only modified the defects that appeared later. It took 2 days for the world's first comprehensive emergency ambulance to roll off the production line at Manhwa Automobile Company. The car is painted white and has a red cross icon on it, which is obviously an ambulance style. However, this ambulance has no resemblance to the vehicles in service, and the oversized carriage does not look simple. Zhou Yang personally took the driving seat and felt that the car was very comfortable. After all, they sell such expensive vehicles, and the interior and other configurations are definitely not bad. In order to maintain continuous power and avoid low power during long-distance transportation, this car is designed to be hybridized with oil and electricity. Everything is the top priority to ensure that patients arrive at their destination smoothly. Zhou Yang got in his car and walked around the company a few times with many engineers to see if there were any other problems. After running it for a while, I basically confirmed that there was no problem and it was ready for use. Zhou Yang called his girlfriend Lu Xiao and asked her to prepare at home. They agreed that they could go and pick up Lu at an old age. Considering that my father needs to rest at night, tomorrow morning is more appropriate. Then Zhou Yang is leaving in the early morning. He found several medical staff to accompany him, and of course, there were also several strong men from the security department of Beatty Company. If they encountered obstacles, they would also have manpower. After being prepared here, Zhou Yang rested early and agreed to leave at 3 a.m. tomorrow, so he could go to Luya Villa tomorrow morning. He sent a message to his girlfriend and got ready for bed. However, before going to bed, the system suddenly sent him an important tip. Gigafactory system, departing tomorrow to pick up my future father-in-law will encounter obstacles. Does the host have any prevention plans? Zhou Yang then sat up from the head of the bed and said, yes, I am going to take 10 young men from the security department there. 10 people, maybe not enough. The system said, oh, so how many people do you want? Zhou Yang's heart moved and he realized that the system was reminding him. The system answers, it's easy to make a big deal out of having too many people, and then it will be difficult to get them out. It will also have a serious negative impact on you. Those little haters are just waiting for you to make a mistake. What should I do then? Zhou Yang felt that the system seemed to have a plan ready, so he simply sat back and enjoyed it. The system said, this system has always been kind and generous. When you go to your future father-in-law's house, you must pay attention to pomp and circumstance. I specially borrowed 2 of your etiquette robots. Etiquette robot? Zhou Yang was very puzzled. Why did he send an etiquette robot when he was talking about safety issues? But Zhou Yang soon realized that this ritual robot must not be simple. The etiquette robot soon appeared in Zhou Yang's home. Let me go. How does this look like a fighter jet from a science fiction movie? Zhou Yang was amazed and carefully examined the 1.5-meter-high robot. This ceremonial robot has a stereotypical robot appearance, adopts a track design, and its upper body is a humanoid design with a head and 2 robotic arms. Its body is a silver metallic color, and most of its surface is covered with alloy, which has the characteristics of light quality and super protection. The system then introduced that the metal shell of the ceremonial robot weighs only 20 kilograms in total, but can prevent the shooting of 7.62mm rifle bullets. So awesome? Zhou Yang was surprised again. That's not all, then the system introduced that this ceremonial robot can be used as a ceremonial celebration, and it carries a lot of tools and celebration utensils. For example, ceremonial bombs can release thick smoke, fireworks can release bright light, electric arcs can be released to celebrate, and steel balls can be ejected to entertain guests. Good guy, really good guy, it turns out to be such a etiquette robot. Zhou Yang's spiritual Kobe gave the system a thumbs up. It turned out that this ceremonial robot was actually a combat robot. The celebratory functions mentioned by the system were actually smoke bombs, flash shock bombs, and even steel ball attack capabilities. This robot is definitely a combat robot. This high-level texture is obviously not what science has now. Even in 10 years, it is probably difficult to study this high-end defense material. That's right, this ceremonial robot is the weapon temporarily lent by the system to Zhou Yang for combat. Tomorrow Zhou Yang may encounter danger and simple manpower will not be easy to use, so this ceremonial robot will come in handy. Of course, such a high-level thing was not available in the drawing library, but the system was temporarily loaned to Zhou Yang for use. The Gigafactory system is also very interesting. It rarely gives Zhou Yang discounts, but when he goes to his father-in-law's house in the future, he will give various benefits. Before, it was a gift prepared by the system for Zhou Yang, and he was also responsible for picking up and dropping off luxury cars, which made a lot of face. Then it will be the same this time. As soon as the etiquette robot comes out, no one can stop Hunter from following it to Shenzhen. Thank you so much. Zhou Yang thanked the system, but the system said that Zhou Yang should speed up the progress in the future and develop more products with higher technological content. Because the world has become chaotic, they must speed up the progress, otherwise they may lose the initiative. Okay, I get it. Zhou Yang nodded solemnly. After he completed this matter, he began to exert his strength and fully entered the high-tech field. Zhou Yang then fell asleep, and a few hours later, he was woken by an alarm and got up from bed. We drove to the factory, and other medical staff and security personnel also arrived, and everyone got on the bus one after another. This time their convoy consisted of 4 vehicles, with enough medical staff and security personnel. In another truck, 2 mysterious instruments were pulled, which were the main attraction of this time, the ceremonial robot. Let's go! At Zhou Yang's command, the driver activated the ambulance and their convoy drove onto the highway. Because they woke up early, many people on the road were sleeping in their seats. By a little after 6 in the morning, they passed a service area and stopped for breakfast for a short break. Then the driver changed and continued driving. This time the transportation task was not to be missed, so each car driver was equipped with 2. When we got back on the road, the sun came out and the ambulance's color-changing window glass automatically blocked out the sunlight, so that the light inside the car would not flicker. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, we finally arrived at the door of Luya Villa. When Zhou Yang called, there was a quarrel on the phone from Lu Xiao. It turned out that her brother Lu Xiyuan had returned and did not let her take his father away. There were also many people on the other side. I know. Zhou Yang expected that taking his future father-in-law away would not go smoothly, so he prepared to attack. Lu Xiyuan ordered the villa security to prevent anyone in vehicles from entering. Then he was embarrassed. Zhou Yang waved his hand, and the off-road vehicle at the beginning opened the way in front and accelerated directly, knocking the iron gate at the door open. Other vehicles followed and drove in. Seeing this formation scared the security guards in the villa, and he thought that the future uncle of this family was too fierce. He actually hit the door with his car. The security guards were only a few thousand yuan a month, and they couldn't do anything hard, so they retreated one by one. Zhou Yang and the others drove all the way to the villa. Lu Xiyuan was outside his father's door at this moment, glaring at his sister with an angry face. Lu Xiao, I'm warning you for the last time. Our dad won't go anywhere at home. You have to dare to take him away. Be careful of me turning against you. After Lu Xiyuan, there were more than a dozen thugs with big arms and round waists. He got the news from his stepmother and rushed back from abroad. As soon as he heard that Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao had brought 2 robot dogs, he controlled her so that she could not enter the door. Lu Xiyuan was furious. He realized that his sister had hardened her wings because of Zhou Yang, and this time she probably wanted to take her father away. Although he has taken over the Hunter group and controls most of the Lu family's property, after all, his father is still alive and may change his will. He does not allow his property to be distributed to his sister, so his father can only do so within his control to prevent his father from changing his mind. This is related to the Lu family's huge wealth, and Lu Xiyuan must not give it up. Therefore, this is comparable to the battle to seize the throne in feudal society, and the atmosphere on the scene is very tense. Lu Xiao said in a humble and unrestrained manner, Lu Xiyuan, you and that woman have imprisoned your father at home like a prisoner. You don't care about him at all. If you don't care about your father, that's all. But if I care, my father will definitely go to Shenzhen with me. I'm not like you. If you want to see your father in the future, I will allow you to go. Humph, dare you, don't think you're a cow just because you have those 2 crappy mechanical dogs. In front of me, they're not worth mentioning. Several men behind Lu Xiyuan were heavily armed. There were a few people with stun guns and shields, all things that could threaten Rhubarb, professionals that Ruth had found someone to get. Rhubarb had already judged the situation and their 2 robot dogs were at a disadvantage, so they stayed at the door and did not attack. Okay, don't argue, brother and sister, I live here, but Zhao Yao can come to see me at any time, and Awan can't stop you. At this time, Lu Hunter was pushed out in a wheelchair by a male caregiver. He didn't want to see brother and sister killing each other, so he came out to make peace. Dad, as long as you don't leave, everything is negotiable. Lu Xiyuan also didn't want to make his father angry, so as long as his father didn't leave, he could compromise. Dad, we don't have to compromise. Don't worry, Zhou Yang will take us away. Lu Xiao knew that they were at a disadvantage now, but she was not afraid at all because her boyfriend Zhou Yang had already arrived. In Lu Xiao's heart, Zhou Yang is her god and will solve all difficulties and obstacles for her. Just then, I heard rapid footsteps and someone ran up the stairs. Everyone upstairs turned their eyes, and the thug behind Lu Xiyuan was also ready to attack. Conflict, it's on the verge of breaking out. The sound of footsteps on the stairs was so close that the thugs behind Lu Siyuan raised their weapons and gave them to the man when they were ready to come. However, the person who came up was wearing a security uniform and turned out to be a security guard in the villa. The thug quickly stopped and almost flashed his waist. "The grass won't squeak when it comes up," a thug cursed. The security guard ran to Lu Siyuan in panic to report that Zhou Yang had broken down the door with his car and had entered, just outside the building. "Waste, won't you stop me?" Lu Siyuan cursed and raised his hand and slapped the security guard. The security guard dared not speak out. How could he stop him? Use flesh and blood to stop the car in front? But after all, the security work here is 2,000 higher than elsewhere, so we can only tolerate it. When Lu Siyuan heard the noise downstairs, he felt something was wrong, so he asked the thug behind him to continue shaking people. If they don't have enough of the dozen or so, they will call dozens of brothers over. They will still play at home to see who can take their father away. Zhou Yang has arrived downstairs at this moment. He also brought 20 strong men from the security department this time. It was last night that he followed the system's advice and specially brought enough staff. 2 other important combat forces are ceremonial robots, whose tracks are not suitable for climbing stairs, so they are left downstairs to guard. Zhou Yang and his men entered the villa together. The high-tech glasses he wore showed an interior view of the villa, which was built by Rhubarb and the bionic insect drone he released. Zhou Yang came here not only to bring manpower, but also various high-tech equipment made in-house. In name, he brought his future father-in-law back to Shenzhen, but in reality, he had to break through someone's layers of obstacles. Therefore, Zhou Yang brought everything he could, including a bionic insect drone. "Yao Yao, take your father back to the room, I'm coming up." Zhou Yang already knew the situation inside. Now there was no possibility of reconciliation between him and his uncle Lu Siyuan, so they had to fight quickly and beat the other party. The bionic insect drone flew against the ceiling and came to the upstairs corridor. A small flying insect is basically unnoticed during this tense period of time, and even if it is seen, it will automatically be ignored. However, this insect drone has already transmitted the situation to Zhou Yang's subordinates in real time. These of his personnel were all wearing the same training uniforms as special police officers, wearing tactical glasses on their heads, that is, holding security tools in their hands, otherwise they would be soldiers holding guns. In fact, these boys from the security department all retired from the army. Zhou Yang responded to the national call and provided jobs for retired soldiers to our team every year. Therefore, many people in the company have service experience. Faced with this action, they did not look nervous and fearful, but advanced in tactical formation. They saw each other through the insect drone and were guarding the corner of the stairs. They were about to be hit as soon as they emerged, so they could not go upstairs in the normal way. Action! Zhou Yang waved his hand and decided to use the plan he had agreed on before. One of the men took out 3 metal cans, pulled the tab, waited a moment and threw them out, while the cans, smoking thickly, bounced a few times on the corridor wall and fell to the floor. No one was seen in the corridor soon, and Lu Siyuan and his group immediately smelled a pungent smell, tears welling up in their noses. It turned out that this metal can was a tear gas canister. Others could not get this security weapon, but they were allowed to use it in Beatty's security department. After all, they had to protect important factory areas. Then Zhou Yang and his men put on gas masks and walked up. At this time, a group of people in the corridor covered their mouths and noses and hurried to find a place to hide. Someone took shelter in another room and closed the door. Someone ran down the stairs and passed by everyone in Zhou Yang. Lu Siyuan felt that he was completely bent. They were all ready to deal a blow to Zhou Yang, but the other party did not pay attention to martial ethics and directly used chemical weapons, which made them unable to open their eyes. "Open the window. Hurry up, window." Lu Siyuan is still directing people to open the window. Although the window was opened and a lot of smoke drifted out, it still choked them to tears, and their airways became like they were on fire, causing them to panic. I can't mention the discomfort. If this wasn't the 3rd floor, Lu Siyuan would have wanted to jump out. At this time, footsteps were heard again, and some people shouted at them to put their heads in their hands. "Holding your head in your hands? Lao Zi is undefeated again." Lu Siyuan was furious and opened his tearful eyes to see a group bionicle approaching, namely Zhou Yang and his group. "Call me, ahem." Lu Siyuan started coughing before he finished saying a word, but no one came up. His thugs were no longer able to fight. The thugs couldn't stand the smoke either. They found that they couldn't hide from anyone inside, and Lu Siyao's father's room was also locked, so they could only hide in other rooms. In a moment, there were only a few people left in the corridor. As soon as Lu Siyuan wanted to run, he was kicked down by a bionicle wearing a gas mask. They didn't take Lu Siyuan seriously and passed him to pick him up. A few people in the back passed by carrying a large box filled with brand new gas masks, prepared for the people in the room. At this time, Zhou Yang came to the door and asked Lu Siyao to open the door, but immediately stepped back after opening the door to prevent the gas from smothering her. After Lu Siyao dodged the door, Zhou Yang pushed open the door, pushed the big box in, and then quickly closed it. The people inside began distributing gas masks and also put them on Lu Hungtu. "We're fine," Lu Saiyao said inside. Zhou Yang opened the door and saw that his girlfriend was wearing a gas mask, and her long, smooth hair was also tucked inside the mask. There were only a pair of large, flashing eyes, and it seemed like he had complete words to confide in Zhou Yang. But this is not the place to talk. Zhou Yang walked in and saw Lu Hungtu also wearing a gas mask, so he pushed his wheelchair out himself. Zhou Yang said that he would lead the way to Shenzhen, so he would definitely do it. So their group passed through the smoke-filled corridor, with no one around to stop them. During the time they had just been waiting, their great-uncle Lu Siyuan had already taken refuge in the room next to him. Now they were not prepared and did not dare to show up at all. When he heard the noise outside, Lu Siyuan in the room was so anxious that he quickly called and asked the group of social people to come and stop him. "There are few roads. We have arrived at your villa and have already seen the abandoned door." The other party's leader answered on his mobile phone. "Come in quickly and stop those people wearing gas masks from going out. Also, my father is in a wheelchair. You must not get hurt. You can beat the rest. As long as I don't kill anyone, I can balance it out." Lu Siyuan was ruthless and planned to be ruthless. "Don't worry, Road Master. Wrap it around me." The other brother hung up the phone and drove the SUV into the courtyard of the villa area. There were many vehicles behind him, most of which were vans, and the cars were full of people. These cars were all his men, more than 70 people in total, who came to stop Zhou Yang. When this group of young people from society came downstairs from the villa, they saw a group of people wearing gas masks, still playing real CS. The leading brother snorted coldly, and then invited the younger brothers to get off the car and get to work. "These little guys all carry machetes and sticks and come here just to fight." At the eldest brother's command, the younger brothers rushed forward. The conflict downstairs is on the verge of breaking out again. Faced with the dozens of armed thugs who came aggressively, Zhou Yang did not panic. He asked his other subordinates to cover Lu Lao's departure and handed it over to him here. "Zhou Yang, be careful." Lu Saiyao stood firmly with Zhou Yang. She would not abandon her boyfriend and leave alone. "Don't worry, I haven't taken this person seriously yet." Zhou Yang was comforting his little girlfriend and pointed at the big weapon he had prepared. If it were Zhou Yang before, he wouldn't dare say such big things, but the system gave him the etiquette robot in advance, so he can show it. Etiquette robot, teach these people etiquette knowledge, don't be so rude, just fight and kill when you meet. Zhou Yang is very annoyed by people who do whatever they want based on the large number of people. This etiquette robot is prepared just for them. The ceremonial robots only listen to Zhou Yang, they are combat machines that do not belong to this era. Originally, the two robots were hidden behind the pillars. After hearing the command, they automatically regarded those armed people as enemies, found 71 threats to the enemy and carried out suppression procedures. The ceremonial robot emitted an electronic sound and then moved out from behind the pillar. The tracks turned rapidly, and the two of them then exposed the barrel in front of them. The group of social people were rushing towards us with excited expressions. They only had Zhou Yang and his group in their eyes, and they didn't notice the two strange robots at all. Even if you notice, they don't take robots seriously, because robots at this stage are just like fools and are not enough to worry about. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two ceremonial robots were the first to release tear gas when faced with a large number of threats, which effectively reduced the threat posed by the enemy. Basically, anyone who smells gas can't stand the irritation and can't commit the crime. Sure enough, after a total of 6 tear gas canisters were released, all the people in the front row jumped. What a smell! They covered their noses and ran to the side. This group of people usually bully men and women in fight. They had never seen such anti-terrorism weapons before, and they were flying around for a while. The formation of 71 people suddenly dispersed, and the two ritual robots took the opportunity to rush into the crowd and begin their path of ritual education. Bang bang bang. The ceremonial robots sprayed smoke bombs again, interfering with everyone's vision. They do not rely on vision and have infrared detection methods, and they still move like flying in the presence of smoke. In this way, the scene becomes a human wonderland where no one can be seen at all. The more than 70 people themselves were in chaos, trampling on each other and knocking them down, creating a noisy sound. These two ritual robots are like entering an uninhabited area. Their robotic arms are extended, and they are all covered with high-voltage current. As long as there are people around, they will immediately attack the other person's body and perform an electric therapy. The infected person then shook frantically and rolled his eyes. This strong current can cure even internet addiction. Then several people were electrocuted and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the smoke was filled with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The people in the smoke had lost their way and became living targets. When they heard the terrified voices of their companions inside, and the people in society outside the smoke also panicked and could not figure out what was happening, they ran out of the smoke range first. Although they ran out of range, their stimulated tears were still flowing, they kept coughing, and they were temporarily unable to fight. After hearing the screams of their friends inside, they wanted to save someone. Compared with the boss asking them to help fight, they pay more attention to brotherhood and must rescue their brothers first. However, as soon as they sacrificed themselves and stepped back into the smoke range, they saw the outline of a strange robot, and then a metal stick poked their waist and eyes. Then there was a pain, and then the man collapsed unconscious. This ceremonial robot has pure AI combat thinking, moves extremely quickly, and makes extremely accurate moves. It treats the enemy like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves without dragging any mud or water. As long as there are still people who can move, they will all be knocked down at once. In fact, they originally designed it with an electromagnetic gun. If the electromagnetic projectile driven by the power supply is fired a few hundred times, there will be no living people here. However, Zhou Yang's system is not a killing system. When it was loaned to Zhou Yang's ceremonial robot, the long-range weapon system was blocked. Melee combat alone is enough to solve these ragtag groups. These social beings are untrained, so the ceremonial robots are quickly clearing the battlefield at the speed of solving one person in 2 or 3 seconds. When Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao also arrived at the ambulance and were about to leave, the ceremonial robots there had basically completed the battle. There were a few clever people who escaped from the smoke range and then fled. The ceremonial robots only adopted self-preservation procedures, so they would not pursue them. By the time more than 60 people had fallen to the ground, the 2 ceremonial robots had completed their safety defense mission and were already asking their owner Zhou Yang for instructions on the next step. Great job, back to the car. Zhou Yang gave them instructions, and the 2 robots came to the truck at a speed of 60 meters. At this time, the truck had already opened the hatch, and the 2 robots used movements similar to those used by people to get into the car. They used robotic arms as arms, pressed them on the cardboard, and then jumped into the car. Their movements were quite neat. The other colleagues were all suspicious. They knew that Boss Zhou brought 2 mysterious robots to the scene, but they did not know that the robots were so powerful. I just saw the crowd in Nouyang and Wuyang, and these security guys were also there. It will be a fierce battle, but they don't have to participate in the battle. It only takes a little time. These 2 robots have knocked down more than 60 people. It's amazing. Don't say or hear about such a powerful robot before, I have never seen it before. Soon these subordinates all had an idea. This is a military robot with confidentiality level, for sure. Because the combat power of this robot has surpassed that of an ordinary warrior and any current robot weapon. Even if one of them were given the same weapons and equipment as the robots, he would not be able to achieve such a brilliant record. This kind of robot is destined to be used by the military, and civilian robots will not develop such powerful combat capabilities. It is conceivable that if the electric baton on the robot's arm is replaced with a gun, it is hard to imagine how powerful the robot will be. Even retired soldiers like them do not want to face such mechanical opponents. Because it is difficult to win one-on-one, the only way to solve these robots without harm is to stay away and use drones to bomb them, otherwise the robots will definitely be more accurate than their shooting skills. After the subordinates finished sighing, they all got on the bus, and then Zhou Yang's motorcade drove out of the Lu family villa with high spirits. Some security guards and members of the public who were hiding could only watch the convoy leave with horrified eyes, and no one dared to stop them. Because of Zhou Yang and his group's fighting ability, they were completely frightened. Zhou Yang made a small move and took his future father-in-law out of the house. If this scene were to be accompanied by a poem, it would be waving one sleeve without taking away a cloud. On the way back, Zhou Yang was in the ambulance car, accompanying his future father-in-law with Lu Xiao. At this time, Lu Huntu was lying in an advanced hospital bed, very comfortable. There are 2 pairs of hospital beds in this car, and the bed surfaces can be changed. For some patients with fractures and trauma, a firmer flat bed is used. Lu Huntu now only has leg and foot problems, so he does not need to sleep on a hard flat bed. Instead, he has replaced it with a padded bed. This bed is not flat, but has an ergonomic design that allows the entire back spine, cervical spine, etc. to bear uniform force, making it very comfortable to sleep on. In addition, the medical staff here also connected some medical equipment to the old man to monitor his condition, and his condition is currently stable. Lu Huntu looked inside the ambulance, and the instruments of various data instruments were displayed in the car body, which looked very high-tech. This is the small space. If the space is larger, it will be like the cab of a spaceship in a science fiction movie. It will be full of technology and will not be on the same level as an ambulance converted from an ordinary car. This car is very well made, Lu Huntu praised. Of course. Although this was a compliment to Zhou Yang, Lu Xiao responded with pride. Lu Huntu was smiling. As expected, she was an extrovert girl, and now she was looking towards her boyfriend. Zhou Yang responded modestly and remained humble. This time he was able to come out of his home for the first time in several years, and Lu Huntu was filled with emotion. This also demonstrated Zhou Yang's ability. He actually used extraordinary means without hurting anyone, which made the old man very happy. At least it wouldn't be wrong for my daughter to follow him. However, Lu Hunta did not praise the incident. After all, it was his precious eldest son who was frustrated this time. Although the son is not very filial, fatherly love is inclusive. The old man feels that this is a struggle between the son and the daughter, and his palms and backs are full of flesh, so he will not comment too much. Along the way in the ambulance, Lu Hunta talked a lot with Zhou Yang and fully understood some of his three views and concepts. Although there are some different concepts, for example, Zhou Yang is determined to consider the people and has been launching cheap products without considering his own profits. Mr. Lu has different opinions on this. He is not opposed to serving the people, but he feels that this force is a bit too much. After all, enterprises must be mainly for profit. If Beidaikin increases product prices, it will be fine to quadruple the profits. In response, Zhou Yang smiled and said that his current achievements were made by relying on Beidai's cheap and easy-to-use products. If he wanted to raise prices, it would be like other ordinary companies and far from reaching the current level. Zhou Yang concluded, I think business also requires one thing, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Judging from Zhou Yang's achievements today, his concept is undoubtedly correct. This is why Lu Hunta is called a businessman and Zhou Yang is called an entrepreneur. Only Zhou Yang's selfless spirit has the status and reputation he has today. His status in the hearts of the people must surpass that of most businessmen across the country and even the world. Old man. Lu Hunta's self-deprecating sentence means that there are talents among the country's generation. Today's business community is no longer controlled by old men like them. Only by letting young people like Zhou Yang, who are young and enterprising, take the lead can it be the most reasonable and energetic. During the driving time of the vehicle, Lu Siyuan was furious. He called dozens of people and was defeated by both robots. This was obviously the private use of military weapons. Zhou Yang, you actually used a military robot against me, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Siyuan was determined to expose the incident and then charge Zhou Yangan with the crime of private use of ordnance so that he could not eat and walk around. So he asked people to film the scene and then retrieve the surveillance footage of the villa area. As long as they released the live video and posted it online, he would play the role of a victim again. At that time, netizens would definitely join him in denouncing Zhou Yang. When Zhou Yang became notorious, he would do it again and snatch his father back. The scene filmed a group of groaning social figures lying on the ground, all of whom were electrocuted and had just woken up. The robot has just the right amount of force to electrocute a person without causing serious injury. This group of people were filmed humming, and Lu Siyuan cursed while filming, scolding Zhou Yang and his sister. However, at this time, the security guard who went to retrieve the surveillance camera came back to report, saying that the surveillance camera was gone. What? How to do it? Lu Siyuan was furious. The video was full of snowflakes and blurry video, but something had interfered with it. Security answered. Lu Siyuan rushed to the monitoring room angrily and retrieved the various cameras in the villa. However, he found that from the time Zhou Yang entered the villa area to the time their convoy left, the monitoring was disturbed, and this was the case with all the cameras. For a ceremonial robot that is ahead of its time, it has interference technology that can block most of the current surveillance and radar, which is in normal state. Yeah, this must be Zhou Yang's doing. Now Lu Siyuankai has smashed all the screens in the monitoring room. There is no video at the critical moment. How can he expose Zhou Yang? His scheme died before it was implemented, because based on the video footage at the scene alone, it could not be proved that Zhou Yang and the robot were responsible. If this was told, Zhou Yang might beat him down and accuse him of spreading rumors. Wait for me, I won't let you go. Lu Siyuankai roared upward. A sneeze. Zhou Yang sneezed in the ambulance, and Lu Siyao asked with concern, did you catch a cold? No, it's probably your brother and stepmother scolding me. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh. Humph, look back and I'll scold them too, to avenge you. Lu Siyao said with great anger. Haha, it's okay, just kidding. Zhou Yang held his girlfriend's hand and was very affectionate. While at the villa, she was not afraid when dozens of people rushed over. Instead, she wanted to stand with Zhou Yang. She wanted a girlfriend like this who could go through the same hardships. In this life, Zhou Yang only recognizes her as his wife. Time passed quickly. In the evening, the ambulance arrived at Lu Siyao's villa. A group of medical staff came from the ambulance and gave Lu Hong the next step. There are already several private doctors in place here. They are doctors hired by Zhou Yang through connections to recuperate Mr. Lu. There are also several caregivers and female bodyguards, all of whom live in the villa. These people have money but cannot be hired because they were applied for by Zhou Yang to his superiors. They are all sent by the organization and talents who have undergone political review, so they are absolutely trusted. If there are criminals who want to infiltrate Lu Siyao's side in the future, it will definitely not be that easy. Lu Siyao's villa has been renovated into a modern all-round medical room, which is equipped with various commonly used medical instruments and a small laboratory where test results can even be found at home. It's the equivalent of a small hospital, and it's much more powerful than a community hospital. When Lu Hunta came here, he was served by professional caregivers and doctors anytime and anywhere. His treatment was definitely many times better than before. In addition, there was a daughter who really loved him here. I believe that the elderly will take good care of their bodies here. That night, after settling in with her future father-in-law, Lu Xiao had a sentimental expectation that Zhou Yang would live at home, which was nominally convenient for her to take care of, but in fact she did want to live with her boyfriend. However, the two were not married yet. Zhou Yang was worried that his father-in-law would have any opinions in the future, so he was not in a hurry for one night. He kissed his girlfriend, coaxed her into driving away from the villa. He lives nearby anyway, so he can be there by phone anytime he has something to do. In this way, Lu Hunta came to his daughter's home and started a new chapter in his life. Zhou Yang has been feeling refreshed recently because he received his future father-in-law by his side. Now his girlfriend is no longer concerned and has become even more clingy to him. Although he could not stay in Lu Xiao's villa, Lu Xiao would sometimes go to Bankrupt Company during his lunch break at noon. Sometimes he would find an excuse to rest when he was sleepy and go to his house with Zhou Yang. She carried interesting clothes such as her newly bought maid outfit in her bag. This was her reward for agreeing to Zhou Yang. The two of them started cosplaying and their lives became more colorful. Zhou Yang's life was particularly comfortable, but netizens were very anxious while waiting. The electronic pet rhubarb that they have been thinking about for a long time will not be released for more than a month. In addition, Zhou Yang has not launched any other new products, which makes everyone very uncomfortable. If these enthusiastic netizens have nothing to do, they will go to the online at Zhou Yang account to stop him from taking advantage of the situation and quickly research new products. Zhou Yang came to Mensin Automobile Company that day. While having lunch, he checked his mobile phone and saw many messages from netizens. Not to mention, there are new products. With Zhou Yang's reply, netizens' interest was immediately aroused and they were busy asking what new product it was, not what electronic cat it was, right? Zhou Yang replied, no, it's the 2 new cars I built. I'll live stream them for you the day after tomorrow. Building a new car again? Could it be Nirvana 03 and 04? The internet is curious. No, it's a special vehicle, remember to show it off. Zhou Yang disclosed the new product information directly in an informal setting this time because of these 2 cars, which he planned to release in the form of a live broadcast. Although he is now the top traffic in domestic sales and each new product launch is successful, excessive exposure of traffic is not a good thing. The audience will feel aesthetic fatigue. He wants to use his traffic again when releasing key products. For example, 4 niche special vehicles, just let people in the circle know about them during the live broadcast, and they will naturally purchase them if they want to use them. Thanks to Zhou Yang's promotion, many fans have set alarm clocks and are waiting for Zhou Yang to come and live broadcast the new car launch. 2 days later, Lu Xiao also came to Guanyuan City. She and Zhou Yang carried out a new car test drive activity together. And the new cars that were tested this time were special, 2 special vehicles, one a multifunctional fire truck and the other a new concept ambulance. When Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao announced the 2 cars at the same time, the audience was a little dumbfounded. Doesn't the internet say that the new car announced is Nirvana, or the new model of Longtang supercar? How did it become an ambulance and fire truck? Aren't both types of vehicles equipped in fire departments and hospitals? Is there a market for building this? Faced with this question in the barrage, Zhou Yang explained to everyone, this is not an ordinary fire truck and ambulance, but a more advanced vehicle. Due to the price, it will definitely not be widely available, but it will have unexpected effects when equipped in specific places. Yes, Lu Xiao added next to it. For example, if we are both vehicles, there are cheap cars and expensive planes. Sometimes driving a car is convenient and fast, but sometimes a plane can have a much better experience than a car. At this point, everyone knows that these 2 vehicles are not simple and should be more powerful than ordinary ambulances and fire trucks. Next, the live broadcast was divided into 2 venues, with Lu Xiao and Zhou Yang each having 1 live broadcast venue. Zhou Yang came to a well-arranged venue and introduced the multifunctional fire truck. Audience members, what should fire trucks do in this situation? In order to deepen everyone's impression, Zhou Yang directly came up with a difficult problem. He arranged the factory area in a traffic jam, and there was also a very narrow section of road where an ordinary fire truck coming from the side could not pass at all. Netizens responded, there's no other way. You can only take a detour. If there's no other way, you can't get in. In the past, many people couldn't get in because of fire trucks, so they had to watch the fire scene end. Zhou Yang said, it is true that ordinary fire trucks cannot enter such scenes, but our new multifunctional fire trucks can reach the fire scene in the fastest time through such road conditions. Then the car began to change tracks under Zhou Yang's operation. The 2 chassis were raised and the wheelbase became wider, and it passed through the traffic stuck section. I'll go, that's fine too. Netizens were amazed. This kind of track change is not magical when placed in an all-terrain vehicle, that is, the women tractors produced by Manhwa Automobile all use this trick before, but when placed in a fire truck, the girl does get on the sedan chair once. Fire trucks that can pass through congested roads no longer have to rely on other drivers to voluntarily give way. After passing the congested section, the narrow section comes next. The road surface here is much narrower and can only accommodate some agricultural vehicles passing through. Cars with normal wheelbases cannot pass through. However, the Manhwa fire truck began to change its wheelbase again. The wheels retracted together, the distance decreased, and it slowly passed through this narrow section of road. Netizens are no longer surprised. Now everyone has given this car a nickname, which is "You Can Go Anywhere Fire Truck," meaning there is no place on earth where it can be trapped. When the fire was set up, there were several burning piles of wood in front. Then this fire truck will have to borrow water from other fire trucks' water tanks, fire hydrants, or even water from public taps to put out the fire. When netizens saw this scene, they immediately started to spray. "No way, there's no water in a fire truck? I think this is a live broadcast accident. Forgot to fill it with water." Just when netizens thought Joe Yang was embarrassing, he calmly said, "Yes, our fire truck, the car in the back, is not filled with water, because there is a normal fire scene with water, and my fire truck is not needed to participate. The new fire truck is saving a difficult fire scene." Then a few large drones flew out of the carriage, and the spray guns they carried were pointed at the brazier and began to spray. The foam inside covered the brazier directly, and the flame went out. What operation is this? A fire truck transporting firefighting drones? Netizens are a little confused. Joe Yang explained, "This is the characteristic of this car. It uses foam fire extinguishing and is equipped with a drone. It can be used for high-altitude fire extinguishing and long-distance fire extinguishing. Moreover, after this foam fire extinguishing, there is no possibility of reignition. Of course, this fire truck also has high-pressure gas spray guns that can spray foam. This is to extinguish fires at close range, while to extinguish fires at long range, drones are used." Indeed, whether it was wood ignited by gasoline or a flame burned by some chemicals, it was all extinguished when it was sprayed with foam. Shows super firefighting ability. These drones then flew onto the rooftop of this building. Someone on the rooftop had already set a fire with gasoline. The drone automatically searched for the target of the fire and put out the fire without human command. This is kind of interesting. Netizens now see that this drone can be used to put out fires in high-rise buildings, and if you really encounter an area that you can't reach, then this fire truck can also put out fires remotely. This is a magical ability that other fire trucks do not have. This is indeed a magical fire truck. Once the fire department is equipped, the iron will definitely be able to put out fires better. This fire truck is so powerful, so what about the ambulance? The audience then switched to Lu Xiao's live broadcast channel to watch her live broadcast the configuration of the ambulance. Dear viewers, thank you for watching my live broadcast. I am introducing a comprehensive emergency ambulance today. Lu Xiao opened the ambulance carriage and followed up. The assistant behind her, Pan Tao, held up her mobile phone to shoot, and Lu Xiao was more like a host, generously introducing to everyone. "Madam Zhou is so beautiful, Zhou Yang is so beautiful. I'm envious, but only Zhou Yang can match her, the top by Fume in China." However, the atmosphere in her live broadcast room was very strange. No one was discussing ambulances, and everyone was mentioning Lu Xiao's special identity, which was Zhou Yang's girlfriend. Lu Xiao can see the barrage on the teleprompter at this time, but she can only pretend that she didn't see it. Now it is a serious live broadcast, not an emotional special, so she only talks about official business. This ambulance is equipped with a variety of common medical facilities. In addition to conventional instruments such as defibrillators and ventilators, it also has a full set of surgical instruments to support emergency surgery in the vehicle, as well as a large number of trauma treatment methods. Lu Xiao continued to introduce that in addition to these surgical instruments, there are also many life-saving equipment, which is equivalent to moving half an ICU to the car. In this way, when transporting critically ill patients, the patient's ability to survive can be increased. As for some common B-super equipment, there are definitely some here too. Anyway, many of the most commonly used equipment in hospitals can be found in this ambulance. Is this stuffing a small hospital into a car? No, I saw in the hospital that all the medical equipment was huge. How did this car manage to cram so many medical instruments into it? Is it a castrated version? After Lu Xiao's introduction, everyone was gradually attracted by this novel ambulance and shifted their attention from Lu Xiao to the car. Seeing the problems of netizens, Lu Xiao explained the equipment here is not a castrated version, but a miniaturization of many medical instruments. It may be less powerful than the hospital version, but it will have no fewer features. This is an ambulance, and we won't joke about patients' lives, let alone use substandard medical equipment in the car. In order to convince everyone, Lu Saiyeo asked several medical staff to go there for actual testing. Get the dummies they trained in school into the car and start running them, performing some first aid and surgery. When these medical staff were providing first aid, the entire process was live-streamed, and everyone could see the live broadcast process. These medical instruments all work properly and can even perform very delicate procedures such as wound suturing when the vehicle speed is maintained at a constant speed. This car has special shock absorption and balance devices, which are much stronger than the shock absorption capacity of ordinary vehicles. Unless it is sudden braking or an accidental impact, normal acceleration and deceleration, the car will only shake slightly at best, which will have little impact on the doctor who is performing the operation. Of course, Lu Saiyeo then explained the situation. Surgery can be performed on the car, but some very strict procedures, such as cardiovascular and cerebrovascular surgery, are not suitable for the vehicle during movement. After all, no matter how stable the car is, there will be many accidental braking situations during operation, which will also affect the operation. In case there is a break when performing aortic surgery, a single blow may have more serious consequences. If it is really too late and the patient has to have surgery in the car, it is better to choose a safe place to park and then perform the surgery. After the introduction, Lu Saiyeo drove back to Bankrupt Company to meet Zhou Yang. The two then announced the price of the two cars together. Multifunctional fire truck, bear car priced at 990,000 yuan, comprehensive emergency ambulance, 1.35 million yuan. These two vehicles are currently only sold domestically, and the production capacity will not be very large. If needed, they need to be booked in advance. Then the live broadcast room gave a predetermined QR code and phone number, which can be contacted at any time. The live broadcast ended like this. When netizens saw the golden boy and the beautiful girl standing together, the soul of gossip burned brightly and they wanted to ask some love topics. However, Zhou Yang did not give netizens a chance and directly cut off the live broadcast. Netizens immediately felt sorry, so the question of love can only be asked next time. This live broadcast only lasted for one morning in total. Ordinary people did not use these two vehicles at all, so most netizens did not care, and no one wanted to grab them this time. Some netizens jokingly said that this was Zhu Yang's lowest selling product. However, these two cars are not street vendors. After the live broadcast, the company received many consultation calls. After a few days, no fewer than 100 people came to visit and experience these two cars. Among them, those who visited the Bankrupt fire truck were all members of the fire brigade. They were already exclaiming when watching the live broadcast. They didn't expect that some foreign fire truck concepts were actually built in China first, and they seem to be even more effective than those vehicles abroad. That's right, fire trucks in China are almost the same now. They are just water trucks with high-pressure water pumps that rely on water to put out fires. However, this cute new fire truck is a completely different way of extinguishing fire. This fire truck can make up for the shortcomings of traditional fire trucks. Where normal fire trucks cannot put out fires, this cute new fire truck can. Now these fire brigade buyers are most concerned about the fire extinguishing effect. That's okay, you can send your people to experiment with the effects yourself. The sales manager of Bankrupt Company received instructions from the two bosses to treat these firefighters very politely, and the car was filled with composite firefighting foam, which was all made of materials from Beatty's chemical plants. The National Fire Department is a company that held internal meetings and finally decided to have a real battle after successfully experimenting with fire extinguishing basins several times. They borrowed a motion fire truck for the Hirohara City Fire Brigade and drove it away during a subsequent call. The fire scene this time was a factory building with 2 fire points. The flames were not large in scale and were just right for him to test the performance of the vehicle. So the firefighters used traditional fire trucks and Bankrupt fire trucks to put out the fire respectively. As a result, while the traditional fire truck was still spraying water whoosh whoosh, the Bankrupt fire truck had already sprayed the fire extinguishing foam once, and then the flame became smaller and then gradually went out. Because this foam is particularly flame retardant, after the flame contacts, it will lose combustible materials and will go out after it burns out. In terms of fire extinguishing speed, this foam is definitely much better than water, more than twice as fast. When the fire brigade leader looked at it, why did the fire go out without being activated? This is not the end of the experiment. So the leaders quickly stopped the water spraying team, and they sent drones from the Bankrupt fire truck into the factory to put out the fire. The drones were a bit noisy because they were all at the limit of their load capacity, with large storage rooms filled with foam. These drones can automatically enter the fire scene without even human interference. They will use cameras to distinguish where the temperature is highest and where the fire source is, and then focus on extinguishing it. After 6 drones sprayed back and forth several times, the fire was completely covered with white foam, and the flames quickly died out, leaving only some blue smoke floating out. This cute new fire truck is so awesome. The fire department leader has been involved in the work for more than 20 years and has been shocked. He never imagined that there would be a way to put out fires so quickly and effectively, which overturned his cognition. Of course, it would be nice if this bubble cost a little less, but it's worth the money. I can put out the fire an hour earlier, which is enough to buy dozens of tons of foam. So after the actual battle, the Guangyuan City Fire Brigade uploaded the live video of the fire extinguishing to the internal network. At this point, the entire fire protection system was shocked. This cute new fire truck is quite good. Organize research and procurement immediately. Key locations must be equipped with a Mensin fire truck, and other squadrons at or above the prefecture level must be equipped with at least one Mensin fire truck. This time, the fire headquarters directly issued guidance for fire brigades from various ministries across the country to implement. Of course, the fire squadron welcomes this. With such a good fire truck, they certainly want to use it. Moreover, with drones, there is no need to send team members deep into the fire point, which can effectively reduce casualties. Of course, this refers to a scene where there are no trapped people. When there are truly trapped people who need help, these firefighters will still rush to rescue them without hesitation. Fire squadrons in these prefecture-level cities, basically economically profitable areas, have placed direct orders for procurement. In other regions with less developed economic conditions, orders cannot be placed until the allocation is in place. This way, order supply is not so tight. My country has a total of 293 prefecture-level cities. Some megacities need multiple new fire trucks, so they will order at least a few hundred fire trucks. And that's not all. Many fire brigades in economically developed county towns have also applied to purchase Mensin fire trucks, and they bear the costs themselves. When the fire headquarters saw this situation, they quickly issued the latest guidance document and decided to order 200 fire trucks first and see the actual combat results after using them. If there is a need for improvement, remind the manufacturer to make improvements. If it works really well, then they will place a big order and equip every city with at least one new fire truck. Although the cost is very high and it costs more than 300,000 yuan to fill up the bubble once, this effect is really good. Their fire brigade supports the purchase of new fire trucks. First try it for 2 to 3 months. If it works well in the future, the brigade will go to Mensin Automobile Company for an interview and try to get a group purchase price to make the fire truck cheaper. Under the order of the fire department, Mensin fire truck has a good order. They only have one production line, and the initial production of 200 vehicles is estimated to take a month, so it can still meet the demand for the time being. There are more predetermined numbers of comprehensive ambulances than fire trucks. There was an initial order for nearly 500 vehicles. It's not just the hospital that's ordering it, even some wealthy people are buying it. Wealthy people generally cherish their lives. Even if they are in good health, there are always elderly and frail relatives. Although many wealthy people have full-time personal doctors, if they really get sick, many of them have to go to the hospital for treatment or surgery. On the way to the hospital, every second counts. For example, patients with myocardial infarction and respiratory arrest only have a few minutes of golden rescue time. Under normal circumstances, it may be too late to take a patient to the hospital in a private car. But with a comprehensive ambulance, it is different. On the way to the hospital, private doctors will use some instruments to rescue, which saves very valuable rescue time. Sometimes, a few minutes can really decide the life or death of a patient. A 1.35 million yuan car may seem very expensive, comparable to a Porsche Cayenne, but it is a life-saving thing, and the rich are still willing to pay for it. So when the initial production was insufficient, many wealthy people joined the competition. Many wealthy people's assistants came to inspect the cars and placed orders on the spot by swiping their cards. Other car companies, these bosses may also have to worry about the car company running away or their products being confused. However, the bosses of this cute new car company are Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao. The reputations of these two are well known in the circle. These big bosses also know that Zhou Yang is reliable, so they directly transfer cash and they want to cash in their cars. With the addition of wealthy people, in a short period of time, there were orders for more than 500 comprehensive ambulances. In addition to orders from wealthy people, some major hospitals or rest homes must be equipped with one such ambulance. The car is fully equipped with instruments, even equipment that some small hospitals do not have. This car has it. If a small hospital buys this car, it can not only pick up patients under normal circumstances, but also temporarily use the medical equipment on the car at critical moments, which is very convenient. Therefore, the initial orders for the two vehicles, the comprehensive emergency vehicle and the multifunctional fire truck, were very substantial, and Mensin Automobile also began to work overtime to produce these two special vehicles. Some foreigners were very concerned about Zhou Yang's condition and discovered that Zhou Yang had newly released two vehicles, among which he was very interested in ambulances. Many Chinese people think that 1.35 million ambulances is very expensive, but foreigners don't think it is expensive. Instead, they think it is super affordable. After all, they had no way to miniaturize medical instruments. Only Mensin Automobile in the world was producing this kind of emergency vehicle, and these foreigners began to make reservations. However, the sales staff of Mensin Automobile directly refused. The two cars are currently only sold to domestic users and do not do business with foreigners. Why? The foreigner asked in shock. Production capacity is limited, so only domestic supply is available. Customer service answered like this. Foreigners are very frustrated, but for the sake of profit, some foreigners start looking for domestic purchasing agents. Some foreign merchants who could not buy them began to pay attention to Mensin cars because Zhou Yang released new cars. Foreign tycoons noticed that the Longtang L2 of Mensin Automobile is really good, so many wealthy people bought a Longtang L2 to drive it. This led to sales of 1,000 Longtang supercars after most of the second half of the month. This luxury car, which costs millions of yuan, has sold 1,000 units in just over half a year, which shows how powerful Longtang supercars' product capabilities are. Completing the aspiration mission, domestically produced luxury cars are recognized worldwide, with annual sales reaching 1,000 units. Special rewards include 500 points and 1 skill enhancement. Skills are being strengthened. Optimization skills have been enhanced. The current enhancement level is 50 more optimization than the original version. This system, like the tongue twisters, explains the reward content this time. There is nothing much to say about points. The more, the better. The focus of this reward is to strengthen skills. Surprisingly, it strengthens the skills most commonly used by Zhou Yang, that is, the optimization ability. After each drawing is edited, Zhou Yang will use the optimization ability to optimize the performance of a certain item. Now this function has finally been upgraded, and the current optimization range has reached 50, which will greatly improve the performance of the new product. It can be called a magic trick. Zhou Yang was very happy after receiving the reward. He liked the reward this time. When he was happy, he gave a big discount promotion to all the models of Mensin Automobile. This was even worse. The orders of the entire company were sold out, and the employees had to work overtime again. This week, Zhou Yang was proud of the spring breeze and his horse was hoofshoe disease. He gained a new ability and wanted to experiment with it immediately. If you want to experiment, you need to create a new product. Zhou Yang quickly identified the experimental subjects, which will definitely surprise his foreign colleagues again. The new project Zhou Yang wants to develop is a computer graphics card. It has been more than a year since the last release of the Beidou Ziqiang graphics card. After the emergence of the Beidou Ziqiang graphics card, the mining crisis was resolved and computer players were jubilant. Beidou graphics cards have also become a totem-like existence in the computer circle. They have broken various bad routines in one fell swoop and redefined what constitutes a good graphics card that people use and can buy. But no matter how good a product is, it will become outdated over time. According to the practice of the graphics card industry, the generation is usually updated every year or so. Now traditional graphics card companies Nvidia and AMD are already ready to move. Although they suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Beidou last year, and the integrated CPU also failed, they wasted a year. But now they have abandoned the concept of squeezing toothpaste and decided to take out the technology of pressing the bottom of the box, squeezing the toothpaste until it explodes at a time, and strive to fight a comeback. According to gossip, Nvidia will skip the 50 series graphics cards this time and launch the 60 series. It is said that the performance has more than doubled that of the 4090. It really brings out all the potential. Therefore, the industry has begun to be optimistic about these two established graphics card companies again. When Zhou Yang heard the news a few days ago, he did not react because there was no comparison with his products. The self-strengthening graphics cards produced by Beidou solved the people's most basic needs for graphics cards. At a cheap price, they first make graphics cards available to everyone, solving the need to build something from nothing. Now that Zhou Yang has upgraded his optimization skills, he happens to use a graphics card to conduct experiments to see if this optimization skill is effective, and at the same time to crack down on Nvidia's arrogance, because when he bought the Navy to spread rumors and attack the White Emperor, this Nvidia did a lot of damage later. Zhou Yang flew to a graphics card company in Zita City. On the way, he opened the system's drawing interface and began to choose a Niobe graphics card. But the list of graphics card drawings is relatively small, which is significantly different from when he checked it more than a year ago. This was not an ordinary phenomenon. Zhou Yang was moved by this and asked system, why are there so many fewer graphics card drawings than more than a year ago? The Gigafactory system replied, because the current situation has changed. A year ago, graphics cards were still dominated by Nvidia and AMD. After you joined, the graphics card industry has changed dramatically. The changing landscape will affect the future development of graphics cards. If you deviate from the original development path, only these dozen or so graphics cards will remain. So that's how it is. Zhou Yang had a little thought in his mind. So, the graphics card drawings decreased by the vast majority after his intervention. This situation seems to have occurred on the radiator before. That is because the radiator will be eliminated later, so there are not many drawings. Could it be that the graphics card drawings this time are similar to the last time? Zhou Yang carefully examined the remaining dozen or so graphics card drawings and did find that these drawings were all continuations of previous graphics card types and no longer had any particularly surprising graphics cards. Could it be that under my influence, graphics cards will disappear in the future? Zhou Yang immediately went to check the drawings of the CPU, motherboard, etc. After seeing the new design on the motherboard and in the CPU, the truth finally came out. It turns out that in the future, new structures will emerge in the development of computers. Notebooks are no longer a flat box, desktops are no longer a bulky cuboid, and future computers will shrink several times in size to become the style of ITX hosts, while notebooks will become the size of tablets, and even smaller ones will become the size of instant noodle bags. This is due to the generation of new technologies. Due to technological progress, the PC industry has shrunk in size and increased performance, but power consumption has not increased much and energy utilization has become higher. In this way, it only requires very little heat dissipation to meet computer needs, and the host computer can do even less. This is also the trend of computer development. I think the first generation of computers was a few houses in size, but now computers can be tucked around by the arm and will definitely get smaller and smaller in the future. This is a historical inevitability. As for future computers, after looking at the system drawings, Zhou Yang also had a concept. The next generation of computers will focus on portability. After more than 10 years of development, computers will be worn on the body in the form of watches and glasses. Later, they will be integrated with mobile phones to form a composite electronic product that can communicate, entertain, and perform productivity. In the future, the usage rate of communication computers will become extremely high. Then, if we develop the next generation of products, computers will have brain-computer interfaces embedded in the ear canal, but more often they will be made into contact lens styles. Computers have become miniaturized and transparent, and can be attached to the eyes. Typing relies on brainwaves or voice assistants, and the screen is directly projected onto the retina. Displays are synonymous with history. Later, it became more and more science fiction. Computers could be made into 1/10 the size of a fingernail cover and embedded in the scalp, so that they could be connected to computers anytime and anywhere. Humans could also combine with AI, and a person's abilities would become very strong. However, there are no physical objects in these computer drawings in the system. They are all theoretical and forward-looking. It is estimated that they will be realized in hundreds of years. Zhou Yang stopped thinking about those things that were too far away and did a good job in updating the graphics card first. He selected the most powerful graphics card drawing and spent 890 points. This is a super graphics card with a completely new architecture, and its performance surpasses the current Beatty's strongest graphics card 013. Even the model with the least performance improvement is 90 more powerful than the Beatty 013, while the most powerful graphics card king has performance more than twice that of the 013. That's an exaggeration, such a huge increase in a year, pressing Moore's law to the ground and rubbing it hard. But this also has disadvantages. This is the current graphics card drawing, performance the strongest one, and there is nothing better to exchange for. The drawings will only be refreshed unless there are any other changes to the system, but according to the current model, the chances are slim, or you can invest in graphics card research yourself, but the uncertainty is too great and the cycle is long. Therefore, Zhou Yang felt that this would be the last traditional graphics card he produced. For the next generation of graphics cards, he wanted to create a new structure, reduce the size of the entire computer, and adapt to the development of the times. Graphics cards and even computers are developing towards miniaturization. Zhou Yang has always felt that in the past few years, the companies in the old Yingjia alliance have taken computers to a wrong path, resulting in the recent computers not shrinking in size, but getting larger and larger in wattage. They all rely on stacking transistors to forcibly improve performance. Zhou Yang's future thinking is to respond to the historical process of computer development and must develop towards miniaturization. He wants to single-handedly allow humanity to enter the era of brain-computer interconnection early. Graphics card drawing redemption successful. After waiting for the system prompt, Zhou Yang started editing. Zhou Yang was confused when he bought the graphics card drawings. The graphics card drawings were also too detailed. Among them, various exquisitely designed structures and 5nm etching accuracy require proficiency in microelectronics, chips and other related knowledge to understand. They are probably just ordinary doctoral students, and it is difficult to study them. Zhou Yang only knows some ordinary chip knowledge and cannot understand the profound parts. Zhou Yang had no choice but to slightly modify some simple parts that did not involve the core to try to reduce power consumption and costs. Then he entered the optimization link that he was most concerned about. Optimize performance. I'm going to make my graphics card a performance monster this time. Zhou Yang acted fiercely and used the few optimization skills to improve performance. Gigafactory system optimization completed. Graphics card performance continues to improve by 50. At this time, the drawings have undergone slight changes. The system has optimized and fine-tuned the original drawings, so that the performance of this graphics card has been improved by 50 based on the original. Don't underestimate these 50, this is a huge improvement. In the era when Nvidia was king, after a year, the new generation of products could improve by 50, which means the improvement was huge. The optimized 50 function is equivalent to updating another generation. Then this new graphics card has a maximum performance improvement of about 250 compared to the previous Zhejiang first generation graphics card, which is terrifying to think about. Zhou Yang finished editing on the plane. When he got off the plane and arrived at the graphics card company, the company's head and many subordinates lined up at the door to greet the big boss. "Hello, Joe." When a group of subordinates saw Zhou Yang getting off the bus at the door, they all hung their heads and signaled, "Hello, let's go in and talk." Zhou Yang led the way into the office building, while behind him, he was followed by senior executives from graphics card companies. Everyone welcomed Zhou Yang into the conference room like stars holding the moon. Because Zhou Yang had to rely on it, the graphics card company was established. Their new factory made a splash and turned the graphics card into a world-class level. These subordinates had a longing for Zhou Yang and particularly admired the boss's vision and courage. This time Zhou Yang came and brought the latest graphics card drawings. "I brought a blueprint for the Zhejiang 2 series we launched this year. We need to research and produce it quickly." After Zhou Yang finished speaking, everyone looked happy. As expected, the boss took action and immediately brought in a new generation of graphics card technology, eliminating the need for them to bother with research. After Zhou Yang took out the drawings, even the chief engineer couldn't help but feel excited when he saw such a complex process structure. How did he come up with such a powerful arrangement structure? The chief engineer would love to meet the bull man who designed this graphics card. The highest performing flagship graphics card, 250% higher performance than our 013 graphics card. This is a huge improvement, isn't it? In the conference room, after everyone saw the drawings, a deputy general made a different suggestion. Needless to say, his words were complete. Zhou Yang had already understood that this assistant always felt that it would be difficult to improve graphics card products in the future by improving so much performance at once. He wanted to learn from Nvidia's previous toothpaste squeezing pie, and it would be enough to create a product with a 100 improvement. Then he split this drawing into 2 to 3 years and released it. In this way, the product would be slightly improved every year, which would be easier for users to explain. And they can use these 2 to 3 years to develop stronger graphics cards, which forms a virtuous cycle. This is the business routine that foreign counterparts have used for decades. "I can't think about this." Zhou Yang immediately refuted the vice president's idea. "Remember, our goal is the stars and the sea, not to make a profit. Our products are greatly improved with each generation, so that we can iterate quickly and produce more advanced accessories. Future opponents are only worthy of looking up behind us." Zhou Yang's words were so resounding that the general manager applauded first and agreed with the boss's opinion. If they do the same as foreign companies, then it will not be that the dragon-slaying warriors will eventually become evil dragons. They will not follow the old path of foreign capital. They are the new generation of Chinese manufacturing companies. They must have a new business philosophy and spiritual outlook, take a long-term view, and not patronize users. The vice president also gave a guilty nod, saying that he had learned his lesson and followed his boss's instructions. Now that the company's thinking was unified, Zhou Yang stood up and encouraged everyone to work hard. He wanted to see the results as soon as possible and put the new graphics card on the market. The general manager and chief engineer discussed it here, and they thought that 2 months would be enough to transition from engineering samples to large-scale production, plus the renewal of equipment. "Okay, then I'll be launching a new graphics card promotion soon, with a release date set for 2 months from now." Zhou Yang made his concluding remarks. In this way, the meeting was completed, and Zhou Yang began to visit the graphics card company with the general manager as his companion. The level of technological research and development here is not as good as that of chip companies, but it is enough. Their new graphics card uses a 5 nanometers process, and the laser etching machine also needs to be updated. Relying on Beatty's technological strength, it will be possible to improve and upgrade it quickly. In 2 months, the new graphics card can be made. Zhou Yang left the graphics card company after spending 2 days there and finalizing some production and R&D details. After he returned to Shenzhen, he went to visit Lu Hengtu as soon as possible. After the careful care of medical staff and his daughter, Mr. Lu's mental state improved visibly to the naked eye. His face was also much ruddy. After Zhou Yang came, he chatted with the old man and basked in the sun. His life was also very leisurely. The old man is now very satisfied with his Aunt Zhou Yang, and even said that when they get married, he will give them a big gift. Lu Saiyao couldn't hold back her smile when she heard it. Her father agreed to her and Zhou Yang's relationship, so marriage was a natural thing. However, their careers are still on the rise and they don't want to be disturbed by their marriage. Besides, their current life is very sweet, so there is no need to give them credit. Therefore, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao have not planned to get married in the past 2 years, so they will talk about it when the opportunity arises. Next, he started working. After Zhou Yang came to Bankrupt Company, he asked the artist Xiao Zhang to make a series of promotional pictures. He wanted to inform everyone about the news of the new graphics card. This was an initial revelation and was not notified on Bankrupt official website. Zhou Yang announced it using his own online account and posted a blog post. Bankrupt new generation of chips is coming, and the performance improvement is super strong. We will see you all in 2 months, so stay tuned. As soon as Zhou Yang's news was released, it immediately sparked heated discussion in the computer community. Computer users sang and danced, and they could finally welcome the more powerful and cheaper Bankrupt Ziqiang series graphics cards again. How much this graphics card can improve is the key topic of discussion. Some say the improvement must be 100, others say 200, but this radical speculation immediately drew refutation from many insiders. There has never been a computer chip-level product that can be 200 higher than the previous generation. How is this possible? And it must be more reliable to compile. Finally, netizens discussed that the new generation of Bankrupt graphics cards is between 100-130 stronger than the previous generation of graphics cards, and this number is relatively reliable. Afterwards, netizens asked Zhou Yang about the specific value of this new graphics card, hoping to get his answer. The specific performance parameters are still being kept secret. All I can say is that I will definitely not disappoint you. Please be patient and wait for a while. Zhou Yang replied to netizens on the website. With this sentence, netizens became interested and looked forward to this new graphics card giving them a surprise. While Zhou Yang was waiting for the new graphics card to be launched, Lu Xiao called him and said that the police were coming to his home. Zhou Yang hurriedly asked what was wrong, and Lu Xiao replied that he was here to ask about his father. It turned out that it was her brother Lu Xiyuan who called the police and said that she had kidnapped her father. As a result, the police went to the house to check, but found that it was not the case. The old man lived well in his daughter's home and had no idea of going back to his son's side, so there was no kidnapping. After the police inquired, he left. Lu Xiyuan is not an open-minded person here. He actually played this game, but he was doomed to failure. Now the old man likes to stay in Lu Xiao's house and will definitely not go back to his side. But clay figures also have 3 characteristics, so Zhou Yang wanted to teach Lu Xiyuan a lesson. However, she was stopped by her girlfriend. It was not that Lu Xiao could not bear it, but she was worried that her father might feel a psychological burden after knowing it. In order to allow her father to live in peace, Lu Xiao took the initiative to persuade Zhou Yang not to pursue the matter for the time being. Zhou Yang could only agree. He would keep the account and settle it later. Zhou Yang's work became very easy next. In addition to his work, he was also invited to Shenzhen First Hospital to attend the inauguration ceremony of the hybrid operating room. This is the first hybrid operating room in the city built by Jiankang Pharmaceutical. It is of commemorative significance, so many experts, scholars and leaders in the medical circle came to participate. Zhou Yang, as the boss, was also invited to participate. The plan for hybrid operating rooms has been announced for many days. In the past, such high-tech operating rooms only existed in a few super-large hospitals in the country because they were too expensive. Now, because Zhou Yang provided relevant technology, the cost of hybrid operating rooms has dropped to tens of millions. This is an acceptable number for some large hospitals. Because it used to cost tens of millions to buy an MRI machine, now more than tens of millions can be used to build a hybrid operating room, and medical costs have been greatly reduced. Hospital costs have been reduced, and tariffs have naturally begun to fall. Recently, people can clearly feel that the cost of medical treatment has dropped by almost 20. This is the change brought about by a health pharmaceutical industry. A pharmaceutical company can reduce medical expenses across the country by 20, which is a result that will last for thousands of years. It can be seen how great it is that Zhou Yang established Jiankang Pharmaceutical, and it has truly and uprightly done practical things for the people. The hybrid operating room that everyone is visiting now is the latest masterpiece of Jiankang Pharmaceutical, which brings together the highest-end medical tools and technologies produced by the company. Here you can see MRI machines, angiography machines, even telemedicine-assisted robots, and various high-end medical instruments, all on display here. Therefore, this hybrid operating room claims to be able to perform any surgery and can also provide multidisciplinary consultation, allowing a patient with multiple conditions to complete the surgery without having to change departments. This is really good. Yeah, that's the most advanced in the world, right? Pretty much. The same is true of their large hospital I visited in Magnesium, and our medical equipment is obviously newer and more advanced than theirs. A group of medical experts who came to visit commented and gave the hybrid operating room a very high rating. This is indeed the most advanced comprehensive medical facility in China. The experts who looked at it were very itchy and came to Zhou Yang and the general manager of Kongding to ask about the construction of a hybrid operating room. It can definitely be discussed here in Kongding. She is working on training a professional construction team to start construction and decoration from scratch and transform a hybrid operating room. However, this matter is now under the control of the Ministry of Health. If you want to build it, you need to apply for a report. After a unified assessment, the order of construction will be decided. In any case, hybrid operating rooms will be equipped in densely populated areas of each province to meet people's medical needs. At the dinner that day, the hospital hosted a banquet to entertain all guests, and Zhou Yang was the key toasting target. Now the medical community cannot cower its leaders, but must have a good relationship with Zhou Yang, because Jiankong Pharmaceutical's cheap medical equipment is needed by every hospital, and every time Jiankong Pharmaceutical releases a new product, it will cause a shock in the medical industry. Well, let me know what products everyone wants. After Zhou Yang drank, he made bold remarks through the strength of his wine. Some medical experts said that vascular stents are very expensive now and hope that Jiankong Pharmaceutical can produce them. Then someone criticized this person, saying that such a low-level medical product would be a waste of Jiankong Pharmaceutical's production capacity. If you want to mention it, you should mention equipment such as nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, which costs hundreds or even tens of millions of yuan. Now, looking around the world, only Jiankong Pharmaceutical can achieve affordable prices. A leading figure in the medical community said if Jiankong Pharmaceutical can, it would be best to research cutting-edge medical projects, such as nanorobots. Nanorobots? Zhou Yang's heart moved. This is indeed a good project. Nanorobots are tiny machines at the nanometer level that can be operated and controlled at the molecular or atomic level. Nanorobots can perform specific medical tasks, such as diagnosis, treatment, monitoring, and imaging, in humans and even animals. In the past, traditional Chinese medicine focused on observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation. Western medicine uses B ultrasound and X-ray light combined with blood and urine tests. Only by understanding the patient's physical lesions can we prescribe the right medicine. However, if there are nanorobots, it will be different. The nanorobots are so small that they can enter cells, tissues, and organs, and even cross the blood-brain barrier to reach areas that are difficult for instruments to reach. This is equivalent to having a microscopic scope, allowing doctors to accurately grasp the patient's situation and prescribe appropriate medicine. This is just checking functionality, while some nanorobots can directly treat diseases. Nanorobots can achieve recognition and response to specific targets, thereby improving the targeting and bioavailability of drugs, genes, or other payloads. In layman's terms, nanorobots can be made into capsules for patients to take. In the past, capsules acted on the whole body, increasing the burden on organs. With nanorobots, robots will carry and guide drugs to the lesions to achieve precise treatment. Treating trauma is even simpler. Nanorobots directly carry various adhesives, which can bond wounds and quickly bond broken bones to treat fractures. Even for the most difficult heart and brain surgeries, with nanorobots, there is no need to open the chest or skull. You only need to take and inject nanorobots, and they can go directly to the affected area, making the nanorobots become the doctor's miniature hands to treat patients. If nanorobots become more common, the operating room may become the most deserted department in the hospital in the future. There is no need to perform surgery for appendectomy or heart bypass surgery. Patients can eat a capsule containing nanorobots, and then a large number of robots can complete the surgery on behalf of doctors. It is basically non-invasive, and patients will not feel very uncomfortable, saving pain and recovery time, and reducing surgical risks. After all the benefits, nanorobots seem to be very good, but why aren't they being used in therapy now? That's because this is just a research topic, and human technology cannot yet build nanometer-level robots, so this can only be a castle in the air. This beautiful concept can only be realized if people can accurately master the manufacturing methods of nanoscale robots. But it is speculated that it will take at least 2 decades or so for nanorobots to enter clinical applications. If nanorobots can be created, they will not only be used in medicine, but can also be applied in the military, engineering, people's livelihood and other fields. This is a very huge project, basically not something that can be completed by one company. It will take the whole world to work together for a decade or two before there is any hope of studying it. Such a difficult task is only proposed after drinking, because people know that short-term research cannot be done. But Zhou Yang wrote down the task and assured everyone on the spot that he would definitely develop a nanobot. Okay, we wish you a successful week. The medical experts present here raised their glasses together to pay tribute to Zhou Yang, a pioneer of medical care and technology. When Zhou Yang woke up drunk the next day, but did not forget the incident, he directly turned on the system to check the production conditions of the nanobot. Nanorobots do have drawings in the system, but the redemption requirement is as high as 50,000 points, and you need to click on the technology tree in front to do so. Zhou Yang is far from meeting this requirement. The reason for such high points is that it is too difficult to manufacture. There is no instrument to make it. Mr. Zhang also needs to be able to make materials and equipment for nanorobots before he can produce them. Therefore, the scientific research task is definitely not within reach at the moment. We will wait until the White Emperor is strong before conducting research and development. Ding! The Gigafactory system suddenly sent a mission prompt, R&D mission, develop nanorobotics technology, SS level difficulty, and will receive super rewards after completion. This task is actually harder than beating the blue star, which shows the difficulty of its production. After all, Lao Mei is getting weaker and weaker now, and Zhou Yang can often hit them, but nanobots are not products that can be completed with hard work. Now Zhou Yang needs to write down this task first and will definitely work hard for it in the future. A month later, Shenzhen is already full of flowers. Now at the end of spring and the summer solstice, the temperature has risen. The girls who love beauty have all changed into cool short clothes, and the streets are full of beautiful scenery. At this time, the computer industry is hotter than the current temperature because Nvidia and AMD are about to hold this year's graphics card launch conference. They failed miserably last year with the White Emperor graphics card, which is cheaper and has higher performance than theirs, so only the White Emperor is selling graphics cards on the market. Only some special enthusiasts will buy the graphics cards of other manufacturers in stock. These two foreign chip giants were defeated by Beatty in the CPU field just at the beginning of the year, and their chips could not compete with Beatty's carbon-based chips. Fortunately, the two companies had a strong foundation. They went back and devoted themselves to research for several months and finally picked up the previous technology. They also dared not squeeze toothpaste anymore. The new product that came out directly now, the flagship card, has improved the performance by 140 compared to before, squeezing out all the toothpaste. This is an unthinkable thing when it comes to previous graphics cards. The generation of graphics cards has improved so much, so there is no need to sell all the previous graphics cards because there is no cost effectiveness at all. Moreover, Nvidia and AMD have also said that the graphics card this time will be significantly lower than the previous price, and the price will be increased and then reduced. This is the source of their confidence in returning to the market. Capital was not so kind-hearted. They were all forced by the White Emperor. If they did not rely on high performance, they would have no fighting power at all. Their engineers have estimated that Beatty's new generation of graphics cards, which will increase performance by about 100, may not cost more than 1,000 yuan. Then they can rely on high performance to attract users who need performance. When the Beatty graphics card is not as good as them, they can use a series of marketing methods to snatch back the lost market. This is the comeback battle between Nvidia and AMD, and there is no room for loss, so they did a lot of early publicity work, and the digital circle is covered with reports on their new graphics cards. On Beatty's side, graphics cards are just an ordinary product, and they don't have the habit of spending money on marketing. They just hang a new product trailer on the official website. In addition, Zhou Yang occasionally talks about the situation of new graphics cards online. However, under the wave of publicity from two of his peers abroad, Beatty's new graphics card looked bleak. In the eyes of some people, this is a manifestation of stage fright. It must be because the White Emperor graphics card is not good, so they dare not take it out for publicity. Some little black people say, just like during the Chinese New Year, that the Beatty graphics card must have been difficult to produce, otherwise why wouldn't they dare to come out and say it? Faced with this doubt, Zhou Yang did not explain much. He just asked everyone not to look at the publicity to see the results. He specifically announced that the release of the White Emperor graphics card would be held the day after the release of Nvidia AMD. Due to the time difference, the press conferences of their two companies will be held in the middle of the night in China, and in the next day, Zhou Yang will hold a graphics card press conference in China. This is the beginning of the work of facing the drums in front of the gongs. It will be clear who is not good at it after one try, and it can make those little black people shut up. The time is getting closer and closer to the release of graphics cards. Many domestic and foreign media gathered in Magnesium to attend the new generation of graphics card launch conference jointly organized by Nvidia and AMD. The two rival companies have joined forces, both due to external pressure, which also shows how powerful Beatty is, making the two chip industry giants unable to survive without joining forces. This day has finally arrived. The Anglo-A Joint Graphics Card Launch Conference was held in Las Vegas, the country of Magnesium. This grand event in the science and technology industry has invited many international stars to come here to walk on the catwalk and perform programs, intending to attract global attention. Only in this way can the attention of the masses be snatched away from Beatty. After a series of star-studded appearances, it was finally the leatherback's turn to appear. He still wore his ancestral leather jacket this time, and then took his flagship aircraft, the new Colt 6090. The size of the 6090 has not continued to grow as everyone expected, but has actually shrunk slightly from the previous generation Callan 4090. Because he went beyond the naming of the 50 series and directly entered the 60 series, the performance was improved but the power consumption was reduced. This was originally the result of their previous research. Because they had to squeeze toothpaste, it was kept in hiding. They originally planned to release it next year, but now they have encountered strong pressure from Beatty. Nvidia and AMD have decided not to squeeze toothpaste anymore. They will first take out all the technology to press the bottom of the box and fight it back to the market. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Leather Clothes came to say hello to everyone, and then began to introduce their powerful graphics cards this time. Their 60 series graphics cards, including the entry-level 6030, have performance comparable to a company's mid-range cards. A certain company mentioned by leather-clad customers is naturally the White Emperor. The Beatty Zixion graphics card 012 is a mid-range graphics card, and Nvidia's RTX 6030's performance has basically been matched with the Beatty 012. And this entry-level graphics card costs $99. As soon as the price was announced, the audience was filled with exclamations. If you know the price, you could only buy a graphics card fan in the past, but now it is so cheap that you can buy performance on par with the Beatty 012 graphics card. Not to mention, it is quite cost-effective. Nvidia's low-end cards have rarely been priced below 1,000 yuan for many years, which is really a bloody waste. The mid-range card 6060 introduced later is priced at $210, which is about RMB 1,500. This price is what a dessert card should look like. Although it is more expensive than the White Emperor, the increase is also obvious and has a certain degree of competitiveness. Next up is our 60 series King card, the RTX 6090, with 64 GB of video memory and 350 W of power consumption. Its performance is comparable to a certain brand's flagship card, but with a 140 performance boost. Wow! The audience was in uproar after this performance. This is too exaggerated. It can actually improve the performance of 013 graphics cards so much more than Beatty's strongest. In the past, graphics cards were 30 to 50% better than the previous generation. They were already highly fragrant, but this time Nvidia has increased them by 140, and toothpaste is squeezed out. This is definitely a blessing for computer enthusiasts. Now that Intel's Emperor is so advanced, it will benefit the development of the computer industry. Afterwards, AMD's Suma came on stage to introduce AMD's latest graphics card. Their company's graphics cards have similar performance to Nvidia, but each has its own unique performance and the price is similar. This gives computer users one more choice. Now many fans were attracted on the spot and now want to buy this hugely improved graphics card. After the press conference, the website's pre-order quantity will be hundreds of thousands of pieces, which shows how shocking it is. Now that the opponent has made a move, the pressure has come to Zhou Yang's side. Now the eyes of the whole world have gathered on the other side of the world. They want to see what level the new generation of graphics cards of Beatty is. As soon as Zhou Yang woke up in the morning, he received many people forwarding it to him on his mobile phone. It was a live broadcast of Nvidia's press conference last night. He saw Nvidia's new generation of graphics cards, with improved performance and lower prices, and was about to compete with him. Zhou Yang stretched out and didn't take it seriously at all. This Nvidia product still did not surprise him and was all under his control. After Zhou Yang got up and washed up, Lu Xiao had already arrived downstairs from his house. Today is the day of the graphics card launch, and she will also attend as a special guest. After all, individual releases will be monotonous. Now digital manufacturers will find a beautiful female product manager so that everyone can come and see beautiful women even if they are not interested in the product. This is the attention economy. So much so that now many manufacturers have learned from mobile phone manufacturers and started recruiting beautiful women as product managers, all wanting to replicate the classic scene of Song Thai. Although Baidu would not pay for a beautiful manager, his girlfriend is responsible for appearance and can play the role of product manager without spending a penny. Therefore, Zhou Yang now likes to take his girlfriend to develop clubs together. After all, the people invited outside definitely don't have their own girlfriend Xiang. Look at the JD boss lady and you'll find out. When Zhou Yang walked downstairs, he saw his girlfriend waving and greeting him in the car, and De Wang was sitting in the back seat of his girlfriend's car. Now Rhubarb shoulders the security of both of them and is accompanied by full-bodied Rhubarb almost every time they travel and at home. After networking, it is comparable to professional bodyguard, and Rhubarb does not need to rest. In some aspects, it is stronger than professional bodyguard. People who have used it say it well. After the complete version of Rhubarb was exposed in the last video, it is now famous. There are many big names who specifically want Rhubarb to take care of their homes. Now the complete Rhubarb is unique on the market, so after Zhou Yang made the first 20, he produced more than 100 more, all of which were given as gifts to related households. Among the clients are official leaders and business peers. Although Rhubarb is not cheap to make, Zhou Yang made more money by giving it away. He will definitely make more money. If he has something to do in the future, others will also help. This is the exchange of gifts and fashion. The Rhubarb sent out will no longer be connected to the Rhubarb in Zhou Yang's home, so Zhou Yang opened a separate server for them. Most of the Rhubarb sent out is shielded from the electric shock function. After all, Rhubarb has not been certified by the police and cannot use these lethal functions to prevent it from being used by criminals. Other early warning and biting functions are still available. This law allows it and can play a certain self-defense role. Those users reported that rhubarb is really easy to use and is better than all the robot dogs on the market now, and all gave it 5 stars. That is, the complete version of rhubarb is not sold out, otherwise it will sell like crazy. The complete version of rhubarb is so popular, but the civilian version of rhubarb has been put on the market for a longer time due to some accidents. Joe Yang decided to officially release the civilian version of rhubarb 3 days after the graphics card was released. It can be regarded as a small toy for the people. When Joe Yang and his girlfriend arrived at Bankrupt Company, the two came to the back of the auditorium to change clothes. The clothes Joe Yang was wearing were the suits Lu Xiao brought him. They were handmade suits that she cut herself and used top-quality fabrics. If this were sold outside, there would be at least hundreds of thousands of pieces of clothing, but this piece of clothing was Lu Xiao's intention and was priceless. As a famous designer in the industry, Lu Xiao wore an off-the-shoulder evening gown today, which she also designed herself. The atmosphere still retains a feminine charm. Joe Yang thought her girlfriend was so beautiful today after seeing it. Just before going on stage, he took advantage of the fact that no one kissed her. Lu Xiao smiled and stood in front of Joe Yang, arranging his tie and hairstyle. They were so loving. One day, the staff came over and reminded Joe Yang that it was time to go on stage. The two walked out from the back hand in hand and came to the front desk. At this time, the auditorium was packed with reporters from various media outlets and invited Baby Iron fans. Everyone gathered together and witnessed the emergence of domestic second-generation graphics cards. Snap, snap, snap. Thunderous applause rang out from the audience to welcome Joe Yang and Lu Xiao. The applause lasted for a long time. Joe Yang and Lu Xiao waited for more than 20 seconds before the audience gradually quieted down. Thank you all for coming and witnessing the release of the second-generation graphics card in the Beiti Ziqiang series. Joe Yang and his girlfriend bowed together to express their gratitude and received another round of applause. This is completely different from the atmosphere of NVIDIA's press conference. The guests in the audience are looking forward to domestic graphics cards from the bottom of their hearts. Next, Joe Yang and Lu Xiao each took out something that looked like a videotape from their early years, which made everyone's eyes widen. What is this? It's so small, is it a new generation graphics card? Everyone in the audience speculated, and excitement gradually grew in the barrage. This time, the Beiti graphics card seemed to have broken through everyone's imagination again. The previous generation of Ziqiang graphics cards still followed the design of the NVIDIA series, with the display chip soldered to the PCB board and then attached with a cooling fan. This classic design of graphics cards has been used for more than 10 years. However, the graphics card Joe Yang took out this year was not the same as before. It had a metal shell with a square logo printed on it, but no exaggerated fan of a traditional graphics card. Netizens immediately exclaimed, "Isn't this graphics card too small?" It was previously said to be like a videotape, but it looks like one, but the actual volume is one circle smaller than the videotape, which is about the same as the appearance of a 3.5-inch mechanical hard drive, but it is just longer than the hard drive. Is this Baidi's new hard drive? Someone asked in the barrage. Joe Yang's subsequent words cleared up everyone's doubts. The things Lu Xiao and I have are the second-generation graphics cards in the Beiti Ziqiang series that we will release this time, the Kahuang 029 and the second flagship 027. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked, and the barrage was filled with the sound of sleeping trough. How is this possible? The graphics card is made like this. What about the heat dissipation hole? There's not even a turbofan. How can this dissipate heat? Netizens in the barrage area all had this idea. This new graphics card obviously does not have a powerful fan design. If it cannot dissipate heat, its performance will definitely be affected. Joe Yangfang heard everyone's questions and then replied, "Everyone seems to be wondering why this graphics card does not have a fan? Who said graphics cards must have big fans?" Such a rhetorical question completely muddled the bullet screen. Everyone quickly realized that it was true that it was not illegal for graphics cards to have no fans, but previous graphics cards had core stack performance, which caused them to heat up and die. They had to dissipate heat more strongly to be able to suppress it. This is a design created by NVIDIA and AMD. According to their practice of increasing power consumption every year, in a few years, the external air conditioner will be used to dissipate heat to the graphics card, otherwise the graphics card will be directly connected to a water-cooled radiator. Of course, this is all a joke, but in the past 10 years, graphics cards have been developing towards large fans and high power. Users have also formed an inertial mindset, believing that if a graphics card wants to be powerful, it must be equipped with a large fan, that is, the larger the size, the stronger the performance. However, the Beiti Ziqiang 029 graphics card held by Joe Yang broke through this inherent thinking. It was much smaller and lighter, and the exaggerated fan set was also removed. Instead, there is a small fan inside, hidden under a metal shell and not visible from the surface. The two narrowest sides of this graphics card still have heat dissipation holes. Cold air enters from above and then, under the action of the fan, is discharged from the holes below. In this way, slight heat dissipation is enough. But the audience still doesn't understand, so what is the power consumption of this graphics card? If it's a few hundred watts, this heat dissipation will definitely not be able to be suppressed. Joe Yang's next number shocked the audience again. Our Ziqiang second generation graphics cards have power consumption ranging from 110W to 170W. As soon as Joe Yang finished saying this value, there were exclamations in the audience. Is the flagship graphics card only 170W? This is too much to say. NVIDIA's 6090 and AMD's new graphics cards both consume up to 650W of power. That's a 5 or 6 times difference. Is the performance gap that big? Because of inertial thinking, the audience felt that power consumption represents performance. If the power consumption of Beatty graphics cards is so low, it means poor performance. However, this power consumption is lower than their previous generation of graphics cards. Isn't it even lower than their own generation of graphics cards? What else is the release power? Yet is this really the case? There is no basis for empty talk, just go on the plane and test it. Joe Yang asked the engineer to connect his graphics card to the computer and began running the score test. By the time the run ended, the audience was clutching their hearts one by one, worried that their hearts would not be able to bear it. How could this be possible? With this small size and small power consumption, the data generated is 250 higher than that of the first generation Beatty graphics card? This is not a simple 2.5 times. It is an additional 250 performance improvement on the basis of the first generation graphics card. Worried that some viewers were not familiar with the hardware, Lu Xiao gave a simple metaphor nearby. If the performance of the first generation graphics card is set to 1, then simply increasing it by 2.5 times will result in a value of 2.5. However, if it is increased by 250 on the original basis, it will actually be 12.5. In fact, the result is 3.5. This is the actual performance of the Beatty second generation graphics card, which is 250 more than the first generation graphics card. How can there be such a great improvement, my grass? NVIDIA's 6090 is only 140 higher than the 013. I thought it was the performance ceiling, but I didn't expect Beatty's new graphics card to be 250 higher. Doesn't that crush NVIDIA and AMD again? Although the number 250 is not very elegant, it is very beautiful in terms of performance. Netizens feel that they are about to give up, and this overwhelming shock makes them overwhelmed. Netizens felt their hearts pounding and jokingly said that if Joe Yang created such explosive new products again, they would have to keep quick-acting heart-saving pills on hand. The Beatty 029 graphics card, with its 170W power consumption, 5nm process technology, and 64GB of video memory, is arguably the most powerful graphics card on Earth. Buying it back will allow you to play any game and execute various productivity software, making it a qualitative leap forward, increasing computing power by approximately 2 to 3 times compared to the 013 graphics card. Before Joe Yang could finish his words, his voice was drowned out by the cheers from the audience. This is too exaggerated and surprising. With such a huge graphics card improvement, what other graphics cards are needed? In the future, Beatty Ziqiang graphics cards will be the only true gods in the computer industry. Next, Lu Xiao will personally test the current large-scale game performance. Under the 8K setting, some high-demand games have frames of several hundred frames, and the temperature of the Beatty graphics card is only about 50 to 60 degrees, which is completely affordable. This is still the temperature in summer, and basically the temperature has reached its peak. In winter, the temperature is even lower. In the future, as long as you buy this Ziqiang graphics card, you won't have to worry about unplayable games or software that can't be brought with you. All the software currently on the market for Beatty graphics cards will be eliminated. Being able to say such things gave Joe Yang the confidence to do so. This flagship graphics card is indeed a bull. The next one to be shown is the lowest performance graphics card of this generation, the Beatty 021. The performance of 021 is actually only a 30 improvement over the previous generation 013 graphics card. Don't underestimate this improvement. This is the lowest end graphics card of the second generation, but it instantly killed the previous generation's king. Now the previous generation's graphics cards cannot be sold. In fact, this is indeed the case. At present, Beatty has discontinued the first generation graphics card and is fully committed to producing the second generation graphics card. In terms of performance, everyone can see it, so the principle of buying new instead of old is revealed again. As long as there is a user who needs performance, then they must buy a new graphics card. Everyone is waiting for the price of graphics cards next, which is the factor that affects the final sales of graphics cards. With such strong performance, NVIDIA's 6090 would cost thousands of yuan, so this Beatty 2 series graphics card is so powerful that it is not enough to sell it to thousands. White Emperor 2 series graphics cards, the production cost is much higher than before. As soon as Joe Yang said this, everyone was checking their wallet balances, thinking that Beatty was finally going to raise the price. However, it is normal to raise the price of such a strong graphics card. Even if it is the same price as Nvidia graphics cards, players will make a lot of money. 021 entry-level graphics card, priced at 499 yuan. 023 graphics card, priced at 699 yuan. 025 graphics card, priced at 999 yuan. 027 graphics card, priced at 1299 yuan. 029 flagship graphics card, priced at 1599 yuan. I'm sorry, because the cost can't be compressed anymore. Our Beatty second generation graphics cards have already exceeded 1,000. I'm really sorry. Zhou Yang sincerely apologized because the price of the 2 Series high-performance graphics card exceeded 1,000, which shocked netizens. Netizens were all saying in the barrage, "What apologies do you have? This is already incredibly cheap, okay? Don't even look at how powerful the 029 is. It's the most powerful graphics card on the surface, and its power consumption is still low. At only 1,599 yuan, it's cheaper than Nvidia's 6,080, and its performance is still 1 or 2 times that of others. This is already a fantastic value for money. Yes, add more money, we can stop it, don't lose money." Instead, netizens are afraid that Zhou Yang will lose money and hope that he will raise the price, because this second-generation graphics card is really great. When consumers actively hope that manufacturers will raise prices, they can see how touching the manufacturer's products are. Beatty graphics cards have changed the bad habit of squeezing toothpaste every year in the graphics card circle. The new generation of products has frantically improved the performance by 250. This performance is so popular with users. This is what new products should look like. From now on, any Nvidia or AMD will be my younger brother. Everyone just needs to wait to buy the White Emperor graphics card. At this point, the status of Beatty graphics cards in the hearts of computer users has reached its peak, and no one can shake it. Zhou Yang immediately announced, starting today, the official Beatty store will start selling second-generation graphics cards in stock. At the same time, first-generation graphics cards have been completely removed from the shelves. Please buy rationally. Due to limited initial production capacity, students who do not have high requirements for graphics card performance should wait before buying and give the opportunity to those who need it more. Although the Beatty first-generation graphics card is sufficient, the new generation of graphics cards has such amazing performance. Everyone is itchy and wants the second-generation graphics card, so everyone is rushing to buy it. Beatty's official website welcomed a huge number of customers and once again withstood the test. For a while, millions of people clicked the grab button at the same time because the graphics card was so good. Domestic users are so popular in buying, and foreign users who stay up late to watch the live broadcast are also screaming and watching. They also want to buy Beatty second-generation graphics cards, especially Kawang 029. However, they found that they could not place an order without a domestic green card or passport, and the order address must also be domestic, otherwise the order would not be shipped. Zhou Yang is still the one who does practical things for the people. Good things are first supplied to domestic users. As domestic users are not saturated, he will not open export business for the time being. This has caused a lot of complaints from foreign users. Some of them actually bought plane tickets overnight and are about to come to live in China. Not only because of this new card, but more and more products produced by Beatty recently are sold at lower prices in China than abroad. If they want to enjoy Beatty's benefits, they need to come to China to be a foreigner who loves China. For foreigners who come to China to settle down, Beatty treats them equally and is willing to sell them products. Because these foreigners living in China have also contributed to the country and brought consumption and taxes. As long as they live in the country with the principle of good neighborliness and friendship, they are considered compatriots on earth. Zhou Yang is also willing to give them preferential prices to domestic users. Just when users around the world were scrambling to buy Beatty second-generation graphics cards, the shareholders of 2 foreign graphics card companies were in a state of despair, as if they had met the end of the world. This is truly the end of the world, as the product failed miserably in just one night and the stock price collapsed and they were on the verge of being eliminated. They gathered together for a meeting with their last hope, hoping for a glimmer of life. Gentlemen and ladies, our 2 companies are now facing bankruptcy crisis. If we can no longer come up with a solution, then we will have to change careers or file for bankruptcy. At the emergency meeting, Nvidia's shareholders, as well as AMD's shareholders, looked serious. Now they have been researching for more than half a year. As soon as the product with the squeezed toothpaste was launched, they also wanted to regain the market, and the result is what it is now. All the users they had previously scheduled were refunded, and many graphics cards were produced, all of which became inventory. Now it's not a question of whether to lower the price or not. According to their costs, lowering the price means losing money. If they don't lower the price, they will have to wait until death. This business makes them worse off than dead. Why? Why did we fail when we did nothing wrong? Some shareholders shouted the same lamentations as Nokia executives did in the first place. Indeed, they did nothing wrong. This time the toothpaste burst. They should have been able to turn over, but unfortunately they encountered a godlike opponent. Zhou Yang's Beatty company never plays its cards according to common sense. Strictly speaking, they are not an enterprise aimed at profit, but an enterprise that is dedicated to the people and pursues higher technology. This is the difference between the two. Behind the White Emperor are all 1.4 billion people in China, who also follow the way of heaven and have systems to support them, so Nvidia and AMD were not wrongfully defeated. Not to mention the two of them, but no matter how many opponents come, the White Emperor will always be the one who smiles and prides himself to the end. Because other companies focus on financial statements, while Beatty focuses on the satisfaction of the people, how can this be compared? In the end, the two companies thought about it and finally realized the reality that singing with Baidu was not good for Taiwanese opera. They could only cooperate and could not become competitors. The cooperation model of Beatty's hard drive industry has inspired the two shareholders. Can they also learn from the hard drive company and use it as a substitute for Beatty to survive? Anyway, they have been running the graphics card business for many years. If it suddenly transforms, it will be severely damaged and may as well just declare bankruptcy. If they still want to use the resources accumulated over so many years, they can only choose to cooperate with Beatty rather than fight against it. When Beatty first launched the digital hard drive, both Zishu and Zija hard drive companies were confused, but then the two companies chose to cooperate with Beatty. They are now very prosperous and have less than a year to own the patented technology of digital hard drive, which has a bright future in the future. Hard drive companies such as Toshiba, which did not cooperate with Beatty, have stopped producing computer hard drives and switched to producing mobile phone hard drives and other special hard drives. Their business volume has shrunk significantly and they are no longer as brave as they once were. So it can be seen from this that Beatty does not like or is unwilling to put its competitors to death, but likes to cooperate for win-win results. Then their graphics card company also wants to use this model for win-win results. After all, the relationship between the two parties has not yet become so rigid. The shareholders felt that there was a door, so they immediately sent a delegation to visit and study in Beatty to discuss cooperation issues. Of course, they will not cooperate in vain, they will give their best and give some gifts that the White Emperor cannot refuse. So what gift will they not refuse? Asked one shareholder. He has a China expert under his command, so he said that first of all, this gift cannot be property. The White Emperor of the family is not short of money, and the gifts are less ugly and more blood loss, so it is best to give something with commemorative significance. His subordinates suggested, otherwise, they should give an antique. Chinese people remember the past. If they give some antiques that were once scattered abroad to Baidu, maybe their boss Joe will agree to cooperate. Well, that's a good idea. An antique costs only a few million, or at most tens of millions of dollars, which is not much compared to the collaboration with the White Emperor. The two major shareholders were very wealthy and decided to pool their money. As for antiques, they were not in a hurry because they also had connections. If they found a few collectors, they could get Chinese antiques. So the matter was settled, and shareholders began to purchase antiques and prepare to give them to Zhou Yang as gifts. Zhou Yang, who lives far away in China, woke up after sneezing a few times while sleeping in the middle of the night. He rubbed his nose and thought he had caught a cold. He covered himself with a quilt and continued sleeping. 2 days after the graphics card was released, the graphics cards produced by Beatty were sold out in seconds and were snapped up by people. But there are still a large number of people who cannot get graphics cards. Not only are people snapping up graphics cards online, but many large companies are also coming to buy graphics cards. Some are even state-owned enterprises, and they need to use the latest graphics cards for scientific research. The heads of state-owned enterprises have some contact with Zhou Yang and usually take good care of him. Now that the leaders of state-owned enterprises have spoken, Zhou Yang must of course be satisfied. Therefore, the recent graphics card production has been given entirely to these large companies, resulting in only a small amount of graphics cards being released in stock in online stores every day. More than 1 million netizens are scrambling for graphics cards online. When they can't get them, they start complaining, and all kinds of monkey-playing remarks come out one after another. This kind of statement appears every time Baidu releases a new product. Everyone understands the reason, which is that the new product is too good to be snatched up, so they complain that Baidu is playing tricks on everyone. This is really not playing monkey, it's that the production capacity is really insufficient. Every day, people leave messages under Zhou Yang's online account, saying that graphics cards cannot be bought, and there are more than 100,000 comments, which is simply record-breaking. This was the manifestation of public opinion, and Zhou Yang was touched. It is not easy to solve the problem of people not being able to buy graphics cards. Beatty Graphics Card Company has been producing 24 hours a day and still cannot meet the demand of users. Because the performance of Beatty's second-generation graphics cards is too explosive, computer users around the world are rushing to buy them. A company simply cannot meet the global demand for graphics cards, so it must build a new graphics card company or find a replacement factory. Zhou Yang threw the problem to his men and asked them to find a foundry or a new factory location first. Neither of these goals is easy to achieve. After all, it is difficult to find ready-made factories for OEM companies, that is, the two foreign companies. If they open factories in China again, it will be difficult to find ready-made factories. If they are built from scratch like chip companies, it will take more than a year. They will not be able to quench their thirst near the water. Joe Yang has been having a headache for the past 2 days. Every day, he gets a headache from calls from relatives, friends, and partners urging him to deliver goods. Most people can't refuse the calls and can only agree to release the goods to them first. However, this pre-production has been scheduled for a month later, which means that the goods cannot be delivered to these related households within a month. How can this be done? Joe Yang is at a loss, but he can only cheer up now because a new product is also about to be released, which is the civilian version of rhubarb. The civilian version of rhubarb was delayed for a while because it added a lot of appearance at Liu Xiao's suggestion. The more common styles include the simple Erha appearance, the loyal Jinmao, the smart Bianmu, etc. It was because of the need to add a variety of appearances that some time was delayed. The benefits of this change are also obvious, as the civilian version of rhubarb has removed combat and some legally restricted features in favor of Tamagotchi, so appearance is very important. After all, this is a time to look at faces, and appearance is justice. Now there are several more dog shapes, which are more popular among users. After the promotional pictures were re-released, the order volume doubled. Many people who originally did not like the appearance of rhubarb fell in love with Erha or Bianmu and Jinmao, and now the sales volume has increased. Today is the day when the civilian version of rhubarb is launched on the market. Joe Yang started live streaming early in the morning to promote his own products. This time it was an ordinary live broadcast, not a press conference, so the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. The live broadcast location was in an office of Beatty Company. There are many civilian versions of rhubarb in the office, all of which are newly produced. This time, Joe Yang, who was selling goods, appeared in person, and some female office staff were also working as staff. After all, girls like many pets. These civilian versions of rhubarb are now officially called electronic pet dogs because they no longer have only one image, rhubarb. They currently come in a variety of shapes, and the price will fluctuate depending on the raw materials and the difficulty of making them. The cheapest of them is the Chinese garden dog rhubarb, which costs 699 yuan, while the most expensive is the golden retriever. The hair on that body feels just like the real thing, which is very expensive, so it is more expensive and currently sells for 899 yuan. Today is the day the electronic pet dog is released, and all models of pet dogs are free to move around the office. Seeing that these dogs were similar to real dogs, a female employee threw out a bouncy ball, and a group of dogs rushed over to grab it. The dogs that grabbed it wagged their tails and came to their owners to take credit. These electronic pet dogs can also understand voice commands and can sit, roll, or even dance and bark, allowing everyone to experience the joy of dog training in 1 second. In addition, these dogs can also provide basic services, such as helping to get express delivery and housekeeping. Their 2 eyes can be used as cameras, and they can also supervise children's homework. Even after being connected to the internet, they can help children check the correctness of their homework. Anyway, normal dogs can do it, and so can electronic pet dogs, which can meet the needs of pet owners. At the same time, electronic pet dogs don't eat dog food. They don't need to sneak around, get vaccinated, or go to the hospital. There will be no odor at home. Apart from needing to be charged, there is no subsequent maintenance cost. It saves much money than raising a dog and can accompany the owner. It is more convenient and tidy than a real dog. If you don't have any special emotions for real dogs, it's a good idea to buy an electronic pet dog. Joe Yang showed everyone the various uses of electronic pet dogs in front of the camera. The basic behavioral habits and movements of imitating real dogs have been shown to everyone by the staff, and now Joe Yang is demonstrating some more advanced functions. For example, let the electronic pet dog pick up the package. This requires authorization from the dog using the mobile phone in advance. The robot dog can stand upright on its hind legs and press the Fengchao pickup button. After the QR code pops up, the dog will scan both eyes and then open the door. However, this has a disadvantage. The dog is too tall and cannot reach it, so it needs help. It would be much easier to pick up the package at the Quaniao station. The dog can record the owner's voice and announce the last number of the mobile phone. At this time, if the store finds a courier, it can put it in the shopping bag tied to the dog's body so that it can be taken back. There is not much express delivery that can fit on the dog, but the dog is not afraid of trouble and can just make a few more trips. When the dog finishes picking up the package, he can take the stairs or the elevator. In order to prevent people from complaining about the dog's dirty paws, pressing the elevator button will cause people to complain, so the dog will touch the button with its nose when pressing the elevator. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw that the electronic pet dog actually helped Joe Yang get the express delivery from the factory security room, countless people exclaimed it was so convenient. I have to buy it, so I have to pick up the express delivery. With this dog, I don't have to go to the post station every day. So cute, the express delivery alone is worth the price of admission. The barrage was filled with answers about buying, and as a result, many orders were added to the platform. Zhou Yang's sales this time were indeed effective. Of course, this was not over yet. Zhou Yang then asked the dog to supervise his homework. Zhou Yang wrote a university problem. He hadn't done high-number problems for a long time, so it was still a bit difficult to solve. He wrote a formula wrong. Then the rhubarb started woof woof and pointed to where it went wrong. At this time, as long as you connect it to the electronic pet dog, you can see rhubarb's feedback on the mobile phone screen, point out the mistakes, and give the correct answers. Oh my god, I can do all the college problems. Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't have to copy my classmates' homework anymore? I'd have to let the dog teacher teach me how to do it. Then I won't have to tutor my son anymore to avoid being pissed off by him. Now I will use this dog to watch my son do his homework. If he doesn't obey rhubarb's report to me, I will be served by 7 wolves. These barrage areas are bustling with activity again. Many parents and college students are like treasures, and this function is very useful to them. I originally thought that the electronic pet dog was just a robot dog to play with and relieve boredom, but I didn't expect it to have so many functions. Zhou Yang is really a genius and can design these things. Compared with the original combat robot dog, this civilian version is obviously more practical and suitable for the general public. After introducing a function similar to Homework Helper, thousands more orders were added to the online shopping backend, which had an immediate effect. Zhou Yang then introduced that the third advanced function of rhubarb is to help people with disabilities. It is very difficult to train a guide dog. It is difficult for ordinary people to buy one even if they want to. Electronic pet dogs are natural guide dogs. They can be fully competent in the responsibility of guide dogs and guide blind people in their daily lives. As long as there is electricity, there will be no mistakes. This is just one of the reasons. In addition, for disabled people who are not convenient to exercise, electronic pet dogs can also be used as their crutches. If they are lightweight children, they can even be used as their wheelchairs or chairs, and can also help with toileting. Parents do not need to be around every moment to serve them. This function is not used by most people, but the audience in the barrage area still gave it a thumbs up. This gives the electronic pet dog a humanistic care color. The latter function is very practical. The dog can help take out the garbage and make foot wash water. It only requires laying a cloth or carpet on the ground for biting and putting water on it. The dog can chew on the carpet and push the foot wash water around. In short, the use of electronic pet dogs is not limited to this. Users can also develop their own uses after buying them. At that time, Beatty will select everyone's buyer show on the online shopping review page and give them rewards such as free orders. He hopes that users after purchasing will post their process of using electronic pet dogs online. Zhou Yang has been selling goods here for several hours, and the orders in the background have almost doubled. Passers-by who originally had no feeling about electronic pet dogs have seen that Zhou Yang interacts with dogs so much fun, and can also complete many tasks that real dogs cannot do. As a result, many dog owners have to buy one to take home, which is much better than the dog in their home. This time, Zhou Yang developed a new user group, namely pet owners, to promote products. The original idea was that electronic pet dogs would be sold to users who don't have pets to replace real dogs. However, because the function is unexpectedly good, many users who have dogs at home also come to buy them. Because they love dogs, they can better accept the appearance of electronic pet dogs, so this group of people buy more. And because of its practical functions, many people who don't need pet companionship also want to buy one to play with, such as watching their children do homework. Nowadays, hiring a tutor can take dozens, even hundreds, of hours, while an electronic dog costs only a few hundred yuan. In the future, you can watch your child do homework at any time, freeing up parents. Children also prefer dog teachers, which kills 2 birds with 1 stone. So with the addition of these purchasing factors, the electronic pet dog sold like hotcakes, with sales of 50,000 on the first day, and the stock was directly sold out. This is truly a phenomenon unique to Beatty, and there are no unwelcome new products. When electronic pet dogs were hot sellers, Zhou Yang received a call from his superiors, saying that Nvidia and AMD, 2 of the top 500 foreign companies, came to China for a visit and negotiation, and then proposed to visit Beatty's headquarters to ask Zhou Yang for his opinion. Others regarded him as a rival, but Zhou Yang did not regard the two as rivals because the two sides had different goals. They were to make money, while Zhou Yang was for the cause and the people. Moreover, the two companies were very polite and prepared gifts for Emperor Bai at any time. Since they were so sensible, Zhou Yang agreed to let them come to the company. Thus, a delegation composed of Nvidia and AMD came to the deep town, with a special mood, to visit the company. Mr. Week, Yu Hao. After meeting Zhou Yang, representatives from 2 foreign giant graphics card companies met and greeted him in a funny Chinese accent. Hello. Zhou Yang shook their hands and then politely said that they could speak English and he could understand. Zhou Yang is a graduate of a regular university. He has passed level 4 in English and still has no problem speaking. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou Yang is truly a gentleman, even more than the legend says. This group of foreigners met with a compliment. Zhou Yang just smiled faintly and flattered him right after he came up. It seemed that he was asking for him. Otherwise, these arrogant foreigners would not express their feelings towards the Chinese people. There were also leaders from the business department around, so Zhou Yang asked everyone to visit the company. Because too many people come to Beatty Company for visits and research, there is a special reception process. Starting from a few workshops that do not need to be kept secret, there are some clean and tidy workshops with advanced international technology that are easy for foreign representatives to see. After visiting the company, the group of foreigners frequently gave thumbs up and praised Beatty as a super powerful high-tech company, which was an eye-opener for them. The sense of responsibility and work attitude of Chinese people are the best in the world, and foreigners will never be able to match them in this regard. After the visit, it was noon. In the canteen box of the factory, Zhou Yang hosted a banquet for guests from afar. Although it is the company cafeteria, it is designed according to the standards of a star-rated hotel, and guests can be entertained without losing any price. At the banquet, everyone was in peace, toasted each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious. During this period, both sides tacitly did not discuss any cooperation matters. After all, the wine table is not a formal occasion. After the banquet was completed, Zhou Yang recommended that the group of foreign friends go to the guest room to rest. However, representatives of those two companies said they had business to talk about. It seemed that the other party couldn't wait any longer, so Zhou Yang took them to the company's conference room, along with official business staff. When they arrived at the conference room, the representatives of the two families actually talked with Zhou Yang together without being separated. Mr. Week, your company's graphics card is incredibly powerful. It's the strongest graphics card of its time. The foreign representatives came up to show their intention. They were just to talk about graphics card cooperation. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Zhou Yang Airway. We want to develop a new graphics card with Beatty Company. The Nvidia guys said what they thought. Cooperation is not a problem, the key is how to cooperate. If it does not meet his own expectations, Zhou Yang will definitely not agree to cooperate. So he didn't say anything, so he just watched the other party say the conditions. At this time, the AMD representative came to support him, and he criticized him, saying that it would be too rude to ask for it right up. Sao Rui, I was rude. Nvidia personnel first apologized and then asked their subordinates to bring over a large suitcase. This is a gift we brought, and we asked Boss Zhou to accept it. Then the subordinates opened the box. Zhou Yang was a little puzzled. Usually, gifts are given when they first meet. They have already finished their meal, so why did they start giving gifts instead? As a result, when the box was opened, the spirits of the surrounding Chinese people were instantly lifted, because the gift inside turned out to be a very fine and beautiful ancient blue and white porcelain bottle. Blue and white porcelain? Zhou Yang immediately felt that this finely protected blue and white porcelain bottle was not simple, because the protection in this box was very tight, including high-tech anti-collision devices and constant temperature and humidity equipment. If it were the blue and white porcelain bottles bought on the market, none of them would have the value of this storage box. Besides, what does it mean when a foreigner gives him blue and white porcelain? This thing is not what is available online. All of them say that there must be some details here. Then the Nvidia representative said, "This is your blue and white dragon pattern jar from the Suen period of the Ming dynasty. We bought it from a collector. There are also supporting documents here. If you don't believe it, you are welcome to take it for appraisal." The Nvidia person was very polite, but his firm tone made people feel that this was an authentic artifact. The civil servants present were whispering, wondering why this foreigner suddenly gave away such a valuable cultural relic. This is not in line with the rules. How can a business cooperation give such a grand gift, let alone a cultural relic? Seeing the other party's gift, it seemed that the other party's cooperation was imperative. Zhou Yang understood the other party's feelings and asked the other party to agree to the details of the cooperation as long as it was not excessive. The family came with a humble attitude and sent cultural relics that were scattered abroad in the motherland. Zhou Yang could not refuse this gift, and it was of immense merit to be able to get back a lost cultural relic. Then Nvidia and AMD personnel brought over a copy of the cooperation details and asked Zhou Yang to review them. These can be discussed. Zhou Yang took a look and saw that there were several detailed cooperation rules on it. First, they want to share graphics card patents with Beatty Company and work together to develop and research a new generation of graphics cards. Second, the three parties jointly discuss the direction and details of the development of the next generation of graphics cards. Third, if possible, the three of them will jointly invest and set up a new company to produce the graphics cards they work with. Fourth, there are many detailed rules on this. Zhou Yang took a look and didn't make any excessive demands. Instead, he could feel that both companies on the other side had lowered their stance. These conditions were fair and did not take advantage of Beatty. Although Zhou Yang disagreed with most of these details, it was more comfortable to watch. It was not like the cooperation proposed by foreign companies such as 3 Stars before. It was insulting and arrogant, which made people feel disgusted when watching it. "Boss Joe, we can talk about any dissatisfaction you have," NVIDIA personnel said nearby. Zhou Yang did not answer for the time being, but was thinking about how to cooperate with the two families. Ding dong. At this time, the mobile phone received another WeChat message, which was that the sales department came to report the second-generation graphics card orders they received. The production capacity was almost 2 months away. The accumulated orders tomorrow were increasing, and production could not keep up with market demand at all. This problem needs to be solved urgently. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang had an idea. Since the other party wanted to cooperate, he would give the two companies a chance. What he needed were OEM factories such as NVIDIA and AMD. Zhou Yang put down the information, then picked up pen and paper and began to write down his requirements. "First, your two companies will help me manufacture the Beatty graphics card and will settle the agency fees according to convention. Second, use the sales channels of NVIDIA and AMD to help sell White Emperor graphics cards. Third, no new companies will be established. Fourth, we can discuss future graphics card design ideas together." When these 4 points were mentioned, many foreigners were shocked. "Oh God, foundry? That's not okay, we never do this kind of low-end work." "Yes, you are insulting us, Mr. Zhou. We cannot accept such arrogant terms of cooperation." Now the representatives of both companies are a little anxious. "I know you're in a hurry, but please don't be in a hurry and listen to me, the terms I'm giving you." Zhou Yang then stated his terms, which left the representatives of the two companies speechless in shock. This proposal is also amazing. Zhou Yang's previous statement about having two of the world's largest graphics card companies do the work for him was indeed a bit excessive. No wonder the two representatives were angry. Zhou Yang was not an insatiable person. If he could ask the two families to do his work for him, he would definitely give them conditions that they could not refuse. "We will contract manufacture for me for 1 year. After another 3-month transition period, I will fully present the patents and process drawings of the current Beatty second-generation graphics card and transfer them free of charge. At that time, our contract manufacturing project will also be terminated." Upon hearing this condition, the NVIDIA representative stammered, "Are you saying that the drawings and patents for the Beatty Ziqiang second-generation graphics card should be transferred to us free of charge?" "Yes," Zhou Yang nods and says, "You should know the contract I signed with the hard drive company. They will do the work for me for 2 years. After 2 years, I will transfer the patent of the digital hard drive to them for free use, which does not include the process drawings. You only need 1 year and 3 months to obtain the patent and a full set of process drawings, so you don't have to research and restore it yourself. Moreover, the actual OEM time is only 1 year at most. If the market is saturated and there is no need for so many graphics cards, the OEM period can end early. This condition is much better than that of hard drive companies. You can consider it and go back to the big boss to discuss it." After Zhou Yang finished speaking, representatives of NVIDIA and AMD both swallowed spit involuntarily. This condition was too tempting. Because they are both graphics card companies, they know the level of this Beatty second-generation graphics card very well. Its process and patented technology are easily valued at billions of dollars. And this is just the valuation. You can't buy it for billions of dollars. This is an extremely good thing that can be encountered but not sought after. And what they too said they would do is, he helped Beatty build the graphics card for a year. This generation of workers is not at a loss. They will receive commissions, and there is no need to lay off employees if the factory continues to work. After 1 year and 3 months, they can get such a strong Beatty second-generation graphics card for free. The process is probably more advanced than the new graphics card they developed a year later. Moreover, after they get the process of Beatty graphics cards, they can continue to research and develop newer graphics cards based on this idea. By then, their new graphics cards will probably catch up with the performance of Beatty third-generation graphics cards. It is exciting to think about it. However, the two representatives were old and serious after all, and they were not too happy about their lack of performance. They both pleaded guilty, went back to the hotel, and contacted the headquarters. As soon as the big boss of the headquarters heard about this condition, he suddenly woke up, who was originally sleepy, and began to think quickly in his mind whether this deal was worth it. This seems to be better than their previous cooperation requirements. After all, when cooperating with Beatty, both of their families have become vassals. Whoever makes their Beatty graphics card perform better needs to have Beatty as the boss in the cooperation. The new cooperation plan proposed by Zhou Yang allows them to work for Beatty for a year and obtain the priceless Beatty graphics card technology. This is too cost-effective and is simply impossible to refuse. Okay, we agree, but I have to ask in detail what Zhou Yang's purpose is in doing this, because this is completely giving us the core process secrets, and Zhou Yang doesn't seem to gain much benefit. The big boss of the company felt that there was something fishy going on. Thinking from another perspective, if he were Zhou Yang, he would never have put forward such conditions that were not beneficial to him. So he had to know why Zhou Yang did this, because they were also afraid of being cheated. So the two representatives came the next day with their boss's instructions to ask Zhou Yang why he put forward this condition that was not in his favor. Zhou Yang smiled after listening to it. The actual reason is also very simple, that is, he has not yet taken this second-generation graphics card technology into consideration. If Zhou Yang wanted more advanced graphics card technology, he only needed to exchange it from the Blueprint supermarket. The most critical thing was that he foresaw that there would be major changes in graphics cards in the future. There would be no graphics cards in the future, so it would be integrated with CPU. It's also a cycle to talk about this. In order to fight against White Emperor, Intel developed an integrated CPU. However, due to its haste, various drawbacks could not be solved, and it ultimately lost to White Emperor's carbon-based chips in the competition. Zhou Yang has already foreseen that personal PCs in the future will definitely develop towards miniaturization and high integration. There will not be so much separate space for graphics cards on the motherboard, and they will definitely be integrated with chip functions such as CPU. So, Intel's integrated CPU approach was right, but they were too eager for quick success and their research went astray. The direction of making graphics cards larger and larger and consuming more and more power is obviously wrong. The second-generation graphics cards currently made by Beatty are also the last glory of independent graphics cards. In a year, Zhou Yang will launch a brand new personal computer, which will be further reduced in size to the size of a computer speakers. This is Zhou Yang's goal. This way we can understand why Zhou Yang packed up and gave away the complete set of process drawings of the second-generation graphics card after 1 year and 3 months, because the second-generation graphics card will be phased out after 1 year, and Zhou Yang wants to eliminate the independent graphics card product after 1 year. Of course, this is Zhou Yang's trade secret, and we can't tell it yet. He said to two foreign representatives, "My Beatty has many industries, and graphics cards are only a less important part. Compared with this technology, we care more about user reputation. Now Beatty graphics cards are hard to come by, which has led to a decline in Beatty's reputation. We urgently need to restore user reputation, that's why we need two companies to do the work." This statement is a bit far-fetched. The two foreign representatives were not so confused and asked again, "But if you give us such advanced second-generation graphics card technology and we continue to develop it, our new graphics card may crash with your third-generation graphics card. Has this week's boss considered it?" Zhou Yang nodded and said, "I have considered that our new generation of graphics cards will be redesigned to ensure that they will not crash. If you get the drawings, you can develop them." What? Both of them were a little shocked. They didn't understand whether Zhou Yang was a real god or a prodigal son who didn't know what to do. The second generation of Beatty graphics cards was so strong that it had unified the world. But he actually said that the next generation would be redesigned. Isn't this giving up a good future and fighting for an uncertain future? Anyway, the two of them would never do this. The previous integrated CPU was a lesson learned from the previous one. But since Zhou Yang is willing, then of course they will not stop it. Anyway, this is a good deal for them, and I completely agree. Now the two sides hit it off, so this cooperation signed a week later. NVIDIA and AMD's CEO both came to Beatty Company and signed a contract with Zhou Yang. At this time, the world's two largest computer graphics card manufacturers have become Beatty's contract factories, and they also have to help sell them. After all, Beatty's products are still being boycotted, so having these two local magnesium companies help to manufacture and sell them on behalf of others will save a lot of trouble and kill two birds with one stone. Subsequently, with the help of two giants, the production output of Beatty graphics cards exploded. After all, they had all produced graphics cards for more than N years and had sufficient experience to quickly increase production. The production crisis of Beatty graphics cards was also successfully resolved under Zhou Yang's operation, finally solving a heart disease. Zhou Yang left Shenzhen that day and came to the capital with something. He was going to present treasures to the country. Zhou Yang came to the Capital Museum and presented the treasure he had just received, a jar with a blue and white dragon pattern. This jar has been authenticated by experts and is authentic. If you want to come to international giants like NVIDIA and AMD, you won't be able to use a fake cultural relic to deceive people. They were also sincere. Their superiors sent someone to bring them here and gave them this gift that could not be refused. That's why Zhou Yang decided to cooperate with them. There were two companies that OEM graphics cards for Beatty. The cultural relics are all from the country, and Zhou Yang has no habit of collecting cultural relics, so it is better to dedicate them to the country. When he arrived at the museum, the director came out to greet him in person. Zhou Yang had already contacted the museum in advance, so the director also held a donation ceremony this time. After expert appraisal, it was confirmed to be the authentic product and was placed in the museum according to high specifications. This collection will undergo certain processing and will be added to the exhibition at a later date. Zhou Yang received one of the few bonuses and a certificate with a red cover, which was a commemorative certificate of his donation of cultural relics. Some people may think this is a loss and stupid. Such a good cultural relic can be worth millions or tens of millions if sold. Why donate it? However, standing at Joe Yang's level, he does not lack millions or tens of millions. What he needs is spiritual pursuit. Donating cultural relics so that people across the country can see the brilliant culture of my country's history is much more comfortable than making hundreds or tens of millions. Besides, he is a citizen of my country, and if he obtains cultural relics, he should hand them over to the country. This is also a manifestation of compliance with laws and regulations. If Joe Yang were a profit-driven person who would take possession of good things when he discovered them, his state of mind would not be chosen by the Gigafactory system as a host. It can be said that it is precisely because of his selfless thoughts that he has achieved his current achievements. And this act of donating cultural relics is not done by Joe Yang alone. There are many conscientious entrepreneurs who auction cultural relics abroad at their own expense and then donated them to the country. This is a reflection of the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. When Joe Yang returned from the capital, he received many interview requests, so he selected several reporters from official media and accepted their interviews. This interview mainly talks about the recent social public opinion trend caused by Su Yang's various products. Take the recent Beatty graphics card as an example. The positive reviews, both from users and the media, gave it extremely high praise. Regarding domestic graphics cards, Beatty only filled the gap in the country last year, but this year, its performance surpassed all its peers and reached the first position in history. Now the world is looking for Beatty graphics cards, and even the two previous graphics card giants are OEM for Beatty. This situation has never happened before. The reporter asked, how did Beatty achieve it, catching up with the world's advanced level in 1 year and becoming the world's advanced level in 2 years? Joe Yang smiled and said, of course, it is thanks to the joint efforts of nearly 10,000 employees of our Beatty graphics card company. They have developed a brand new architecture and enabled Beatty graphics cards to achieve unprecedented performance. Such a result is inseparable from the hard work of every researcher. Joe Yang gave all the credit to his employees. After all, he was not the one who took the credit, and it was not easy for him to put his drawings into perspective, so it was most appropriate for his hands to carry this good pot. The reporter asked, this time, graphics card sales are expected to reach a historical peak. So how will Beatty Graphics Card Company develop in the future? Joe Yang replied, we will continue to research and develop. The next generation of graphics cards will be a brand new existence. Allow me to sell it. This time next year, everyone will see brand new graphics cards and computer products. The reporter recorded all of Joe Yang's words. It seems that he will be happy to witness the miracle of the Beatty graphics card again next year. This is no wonder. The Beatty company founded by Joe Yang is different from all other enterprises. A company that does not prioritize profit cannot exist according to common sense and will definitely create one miracle after another. Soon, a reporter from a different newspaper came to ask questions. He was asking about the electronic pet dogs that have been popular across the country recently. Since the release of the White Emperor electronic pet dog, it has caused a buying trend. Many people have given it 5-star reviews after buying it, and it also created a new product area, the e-pet category. Nowadays, many people like pets, but feel that taking care of pets is too troublesome. Then electronic pet dogs have become a good choice. They don't need to eat, see a doctor, or walk, but they have many functions. They can do everything that ordinary pets can. Even the robot dog has a heating function, which allows the electronic pet dog to have a normal dog body temperature. It can be held and slept at night without any problem, and there is no need to worry about it shedding hair or peeing in the bed. It is really a perfect pet. Moreover, this electronic pet dog is still very smart. Just watching children do homework and helping to pick up packages have become a new landscape in society. Many people asked electronic pet dogs to help with the work, and even filmed the relevant footage and uploaded it to short video websites. Others saw it interestingly, and more people followed the trend and bought it. Nowadays, many young people who are catching up with the new trend will buy an electronic pet dog at home, especially those who live alone. It can really relieve boredom and is smarter than a real dog. Because of this, some people even gave the electronic pet dog the nickname Doraemon, which is quite appropriate. Faced with this trend-setting electronic item, there is a lot of discussion on the internet, and pet lovers are divided into several factions. Some people believe that this is a blasphemy against real pets and cannot be used as a pet substitute, because real pets have souls. However, those new trendsetters think that what I raise is my freedom. I just love electronic pets and no one can control it. Anyway, because electronic pet dogs are very popular online, this reporter came to ask Joe Yang some questions that everyone is concerned about. Will electronic pet dogs come in new shapes in the future? Joe Yang replied, yes, it will be launched. In the future, there will also be bulldogs, Tibetan mastiffs, etc. Currently, many places prohibit the breeding of fierce dogs, so you can buy an electronic pet dog to relieve boredom. The reporter asked again, so are there other varieties? Many cat lovers are calling for electronic cats, electronic hamsters, and the like. No such plan at the moment. Zhou Yang denied the problem this time. He had no intention of making an electronic pet dog, and the rhubarb he made was also for safety. After the results were exposed, netizens liked it very much, so they made a civilian version of rhubarb. I didn't expect it to be so popular now, but Zhou Yang didn't continue to explore the idea. He always had to leave some space for his peers. Those electronic cats, mice, rabbits, and the like should be handed over to other manufacturers. His White Emperor wanted to keep the production capacity and produce more products that are beneficial to the people. After the newspaper reporter finished the interview, it was the turn of the reporter from CCTV Science and Technology Channel. He interviews questions with great depth. A CCTV reporter asked, Beatty's high-tech products, such as chips and graphics cards, are currently boycotted by European and American countries. They seem unpopular overseas and are excluded from the computer industry. Will Beatty work hard to change and join the fray? Why join? Zhou Yang made a non-essential gesture. Now that Beatty is large enough, there is no need to join those so-called computer alliances abroad. If they don't let Beatty in, then my company will not follow their standards. I will produce unique computer technology and specifications. If Beatty's products account for a high proportion of sales, then they will become a niche alliance. They are here to be compatible with the protocol I created. Zhou Yang speaks in a domineering manner, and it hasn't been a day or two since his products were excluded. However, this move may be effective for companies in small countries, and China has a large population and can meet sales demand through domestic demand. The chip industry is an industry that needs the market very much. Only with more orders can it reduce costs. Because domestic orders are enough to meet Beatty's production needs, there is no need to rely on foreign orders, so it is not important to avoid being squeezed out. When Beatty develops into the world's largest chip producer, the situation will reverse and the person will take the initiative to come to Beatty for cooperation. The recent graphics card OEM incident is a good proof that I believe the chip industry will soon become like this. However, the chip industry no longer needs OEM. Today, chip factories are expanding production and building higher-end production plants. The production capacity continues to more than double. At least the domestic chip demand can be fully met, and there will be nothing for foreigners in the future. Zhou Yang explained his thoughts to reporters here. He is very confident in the chip industry and will definitely become the world's #1 in the future. The reporter asked at this time, so how do you plan to deal with the challenges posed by Intel, the world's largest chip manufacturer today? Zhou Yang smiled. Intel, he only regarded it as a landscape on the road ahead, and he couldn't even call it a stumbling block. Beatty's goal is the vast ocean of stars. Zhou Yang only needs to develop step by step and become the world's #1 sooner or later. After Beatty builds chips that transcend the times, Intel will be destined to be a foil and will not have any interference effect. The reporter then asked, it seems that Mr. Zhou is very confident, so are the next generation of chip products already in the spotlight? Yes, Zhou Yang nods, the next generation of carbon-based chips is already under development, and there will definitely be a qualitative improvement. We will wait and see. The interview was very effective. Zhou Yang was full of energy and confidence throughout the whole process. After the program was broadcast, the Chinese people felt very proud. Now that the country has developed so rapidly in the field of high technology, there is no need to bow your head and look up at people's noses anymore. Now the Chinese people can also proudly shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't kid the poor chip industry. Because of the existence of the White Emperor, foreigners can no longer get caught in our necks unscrupulously. In the future, we can build the world's most awesome chips ourselves, because everyone believes that the White Emperor can complete this challenge. After many interviews, Zhou Yang came to the Landy shipyard because he had another new product to complete. And it's the biggest new product ever, a 50,000-ton tanker. Relying on the hard work of the shipyard employees and Zhou Yang's continuous use of the acceleration halo to accelerate the hull, it has taken less than a year for the first tanker to be nearly completed. In a few days, after the interior decoration, the tanker will be delivered. 3 days later, another small launching ceremony was held at the shipyard, and TV reporters heard the news and came to film it. The ship was sold to a Chinese boat dealer in Singapore. The customer was very satisfied with such a large ship and such a cheap and high-end one. This also confirms the saying that as long as it is a product of Zhou Yang, you can believe it without thinking. Zhou Yang then asked the shipyard's general manager to complete the launching ceremony and officially deliver it to the customer. The customers boarded the ship to inspect it and were immediately stunned by the structure and manufacturing quality inside. The ship engineer who came to inspect it said several things in a row incredible. Because this quality is usually only found in luxury tankers worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and Blue Emperor's tankers are half the price of other shipyards, which is really unimaginable. Blue Emperor's ship, outer regud. These foreign engineers gave a thumbs up, and this was the best and most affordable ship they had ever seen. Very good. We're going to field test it next, and if it works out, I'll buy a few more. The wealthy Chinese businessman was very happy and then asked the crew to go to the dock to load some cargo and then ship it back to China. As soon as this news was released, netizens' reactions were very muted. Now Zhou Yang has released a new product. It is normal to shock the industry. It is just an oil tanker. It is normal to shock foreigners. It is no big deal. The attitude towards this tanker online is relatively calm, and it has no significant influence from electronic pet dogs and graphics cards, but for the shipping industry, this is equivalent to an earthquake. Not long after the delivery of the first tanker, the wealthy Singaporean businessman ordered another 50,000-ton tanker, but he also made a new request. He needed a 300,000-ton tanker and asked Landy Shipyard if he could do it. Do it, of course. Zhou Yang didn't have to answer any of this, but the general manager of the shipyard gave an answer. Shipyards live on orders and only start production when there are orders. This 300,000-ton tanker is enough for them to produce for a long time, and profits are guaranteed. However, although the workers of this 300,000-ton tanker have experience, Zhou Yang still needs to help with the drawings. There is no problem with this. In the past, 50,000-ton oil tankers were built to train for building large ships. Now that we have built 50,000-ton tankers, we can't even talk about 300,000-ton tankers. Zhou Yang then exchanged a drawing of a giant 300,000-ton tanker from the supermarket and gave it to the factory, asking them to follow it. On this day, Zhou Yang suddenly received a call from the former director of China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation, asking him to go to the Magic City headquarters for a meeting immediately. Zhou Yang traveled light. As soon as he got off the plane, Yuan Dong's secretary drove to pick him up himself, showing the importance he attached to Zhou Yang. This time Zhou Yang saw that there were convoys leading the way to escort him before and after, and he was moved. With such high standards, could there be an important task this time? Zhou Yang was ready in his heart, and it seemed that this would be an important test for him. When he arrived at the headquarters of CSIC Heavy Industries, Yuan Dong welcomed Zhou Yang inside. When he arrived at his office, his secretary retired after having good tea. Try it, the finest Westlake Longjing in early spring. Yuan Dong said with a smile. Good tea. After Zhou Yang's product, he exclaimed in admiration. He didn't do much research on tea, but this tea has left a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. It is better than any other tea he drinks. It is a good tea and is probably worth a lot of money. The tea is so good, it must be a big deal. Zhou Yang didn't want to go around the curve anymore, so he let Yuan Dong speak frankly. Okay, then I won't kill you. I have a shipbuilding mission here. See if you are confident in taking it. With that, Yuan Dong handed Zhou Yang a mysterious packaging bag. There was a red sealing thread on the packaging bag, and Zhou Yang immediately understood that it was a secret. It seemed that this task was a big one. Next, he opened the file bag and took a closer look. Submarine? Zhou Yang was immediately excited when he saw these two big words on the information. Submarines are indeed war weapons and a special type of ship that is indispensable in the Navy. Submarines swim in the depths of the ocean and only attack when necessary. They are a powerful military weapon that is invisible on the seabed. Zhou Yang is now particularly interested in manufacturing military industry. Recently, the aircraft manufacturing department has produced the Falcon Air Combat Drone platform, which has become a new favorite in the military. Zhou Yang feels particularly proud to see the military aircraft he designed and produced soaring in the blue sky and defending his country. Today, shipyards are still building ordinary oil tankers, and suddenly there is an opportunity to get involved in submarines, which is a pleasant surprise. Yuan Dong leaned forward at this time and asked solemnly with his eyes, "How is it, are you sure?" This time, 5 ships had to be built at a time, and the speed had to be fast. Furthermore, they had to be able to dive to a depth of more than 1,000 meters. This information does indicate that this is not an ordinary submarine, but a super deep diving submarine that requires a minimum diving depth of 1,000 meters. As for the reason, it is also stated in this top secret document that it is because a certain Western force has developed a sonar device specifically for detecting submarines. This sonar can detect submarines at a depth of 900 meters below the sea surface with astonishing accuracy. Compared with other ships, submarines do not have heavy armor and have limited defense capabilities. Moreover, after being hit by a local area, basically all submarines will no longer have the possibility of survival. Submarines are so fragile compared to other ships, and their ability to survive is the invisibility brought by deep diving. But now foreign countries have developed super sonars to deal with submarines. Most of the submarines currently in service in our country will be detected by them. Once detected, depth charges or other weapons can cause devastating damage to submarines. So to fight this weapon, you have to build submarines that can dive deep. But it is not easy to talk about deep diving. Currently, the average diving depth of magnesium submarines is 240 meters, while the average depth of Daimao submarines is 450 meters. The most commonly used nuclear submarines in my country are around 400 meters. The depths of submarines around the world are basically above 450 meters. Now with sonar that can peer 900 meters, basically all active submarines will be detected and threatened by it. Therefore, the superiors are very anxious to build deep-diving submarines. The difficulty of building submarines is always conventional submarines, and then the ultimate form of submarines, nuclear submarines. If we want to suddenly build deep-diving submarines now, we must start with conventional submarines. This task was handed over to China's Shipbuilding Industry Corporation. It can be developed at present, but Yuan Dong believes that his company cannot complete the task of building 5 ships within the 1-year time stipulated by his superiors. One is that time is tight, and the other is that 5 submarines are needed at the same time, so it is required that all 5 be built together. However, if this is the requirement, there will be no chance of trial and error, and it is required to start construction at full speed to build 5 ships. Mission impossible for a submarine that still needs research. But his superior's mission could not be violated. After careful consideration, Yuan Dong decided to ask for foreign aid. So after asking his superiors for advice, he called Zhou Yang and showed him this secret. Today, Zhou Yang's status in the military industry has risen to a very high position. If other private enterprises are allowed to participate in this top-secret project, the above authorities will definitely disagree. But Zhou Yang was fine. On the contrary, his superiors had a premonition that Zhou Yang was the only one in the country who could take on this construction task as promised. Zhou Yang was checking the drawing files at this moment. He was checking the submarine drawings in the system's drawing supermarket. He found that there were still many submarine drawings, but no submarine drawings that could dive 1,000 meters. There were no ready-made drawings of the system, so it seemed that he could not complete the task. However, Zhou Yang seemed very confident, so he immediately closed the system's supermarket and replied solemnly, "I am confident that it can be completed, but I am responsible for the drawings, and other aspects require the full cooperation of Yuan Dong." Zhou Yang took over the task. "Okay, I know you can do it." Yuan Dong was very happy and then said that as long as Zhou Yang could come up with the drawings, he would take care of all other logistics, security, coordination, and other tasks. Then the two parties have reached a verbal agreement, and a procedure will be added later, so Zhou Yang will officially become the first person outside the system to participate in the top-secret project. Next, CSIC Heavy Industry Group took action. Because the Shenzhen Wharf where the Landy shipyard is located is a civilian shipyard and currently does not have confidentiality conditions, the secret construction task this time fell to China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation. However, this time it was not for Zhou Yang to provide the drawings. Yuan Dong needed to help the Landy shipyard cultivate talents who could build warships, and he also had to upgrade the dock of the Landy shipyard to a confidentiality level. In this way, Blue Emperor shipyard can also produce warships in the future. Therefore, the project of the two companies cooperating to build deep-sea submarines this time is Zhou Yang's stepping stone to enter the shipbuilding industry. As long as it is completed this time, Landy will also have the qualification to build warships in the future. Zhou Yang then settled down at CSIC Heavy Industries. He lived and ate with a group of submarine design leaders and studied the current submarine manufacturing process together. China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation's submarine manufacturing technology is very mature, but the models it manufactures all have a maximum diving depth of 400 to 500 meters. If we want to break through, the structural strength of the hull needs to be enhanced more than 10 times. After all, the pressure in the sea increases. Every 10 meters of sea depth increases the pressure 1 atmosphere of pressure. If the metal wants to resist the stress, it needs higher strength metal and exquisite pressure-bearing design. The current diving depth of human submarines is as high as 1,200 meters, which was maintained by the former Soviet Union. However, because such submarines are extremely expensive to build, only one was built at that time, and it was never built again after it was damaged. This confidential project requires the submarine to dive to a depth of at least 1,000 meters and be able to maintain it for a long time to avoid detection by enemy sonar devices. A few days after Zhou Yang's discussion, he had already gained a preliminary understanding of submarines, so he took leave and returned to Shenzhen. This is of course just an excuse. He can't just take out mature drawings under the noses of a group of experts. At least he has to use "I have a friend" as an excuse on his own territory to send the credit for the drawings to this so-called overseas friend. Zhou Yang then opened the drawing supermarket and exchanged a drawing of an advanced conventional submarine worth 1,100 points for it. However, this is far from enough. After all, the submarine's diving depth has only reached 500 meters, which is not enough to meet the requirements of its superiors. However, Zhou Yang took his time and exchanged another drawing from the drawing supermarket. Then he activated the drawing fusion function and fused the deep-sea submarine drawing he wanted. Another drawing Zhou Yang used for fusion is a marine tool that many people don't understand. Its name is Deep Submersible. The so-called deep-sea submersible is an active deep-sea diving device with underwater observation and operation capabilities. It is generally used for ocean exploration activities. My country's Jiaolong once carried humans to a depth of more than 7,000 meters under the ocean and reached the bottom of the famous Mariana Trench, setting a world record at the time. So, in terms of diving depth alone, the deep-sea submersible is definitely the best among all nautical equipment. When Zhou Yang first checked the submarine drawings, there was no deep-sea submersible type, so he thought of using a fusion method to artificially create a submarine that can dive deep. This is not the first time Zhou Yang has used this drawing fusion function, and he has already gained some experience. First, the two drawings must be related, and second, there needs to be a logical combination possibility. For example, this time the deep-diving submarine is a combination of an ordinary submarine and a deep-diving vehicle. The two tools are combined to form a submarine that can dive deep. The fusion was successful, and drawings of a deep-diving submarine were obtained. The submarine has a maximum diving depth of 1,500 meters and can sail continuously at 1,000 meters underwater for more than 60 days. The system passed the fusion and indeed fused the deep-sea submarine that Zhou Yang wanted. He looked at the submarine drawings, determined that this was what he wanted, and shook his fist excitedly. This submarine is characterized by deep diving and is a world record-breaking submarine. Its structure is different from that of an ordinary submarine. Instead, it adopts a bionic structure, like a fat version of a shark. The hull is spindle-shaped and needs to be quite round. This appearance is somewhat similar to a submersible, or rather a fusion product. From this submarine, you can see the shadows of two marine tools. This submarine not only achieved a breakthrough in diving depth, but also had certain innovations in itself. This submarine uses batteries as its energy source, saying goodbye to noisy and vibrating diesel engines. As a component of the battery, it uses the latest sodium-ion batteries. However, relying solely on power supply cannot afford to use electricity for a submarine for 60 days, but don't worry, this submarine also comes with a black technology, which is to use the pressure of the seabed to generate electricity. Originally, the seabed pressure had to be stiffened by the submarine's structure and strength, but after installing a special structure and materials, a small part of the seawater pressure can be converted into energy to generate electricity. This type of power generation is not yet mature enough, but it can make up for the upper limit of the submarine's endurance, allowing the submarine to sail on the seabed for 60 days without having to float, and can complete some difficult military tasks. This device that uses water pressure to generate electricity is the only one in the world. This is also the reason why it can say goodbye to diesel generators as a conventional submarine. This is also an epic progress. This submarine, besides nuclear-powered submarines, is also the only conventionally powered submarine that cannot be driven by diesel for a long time, which has set a historical precedent. This submarine can definitely be crossed. Zhou Yang then took the submarine drawings with him, took a confidential plane, and was escorted all the way to CSIC Heavy Industries. When he unfolded the drawings in front of the submarine experts of the Chinese ship, the experts were stunned and did not expect that such a submarine really existed. Moreover, not only did it exceed the mission in terms of diving depth, but it also turned the submarine into a fully electric drive, eliminating the working noise of the diesel engine, making it easier to evade sonar detection. However, this data needs to be verified. These experts used computer AI simulations to test whether the submarine can reach the goal of diving more than 1,000 meters. After several days of demonstration, it was finally proved that the parameters on the submarine's drawings were completely feasible, and this technology of generating electricity by water pressure was also seen by experts for the first time. The conjecture of pressure power generation method published in the academic community before has never had a specific product appear, but it did not come true on this submarine. Amazing, amazing. Experts kept praising that this submarine's pressure power generation technology alone was enough to win a Nobel Prize. However, the experts here don't like the Nobel Prize. Foreign awards are full of prejudice and tricks, and the country is no longer proud of winning the award. The hard truth is that it allows my country's military industry to develop and grow. Then with this HANS water pressure power generation technology, a fully electric submarine has been realized with deep diving capabilities. This type of submarine is a complete combination of black technology. After verification, the scientific research result was immediately reported to the General Assembly Department. The General Assembly Department was alarmed and immediately sent many experts and leaders to visit and supervise. Now the modeling of this submarine has been running on the supercomputing computer for several days, simulating various water pressures and marine environments for testing, and has passed. This also means that you can start building submarines using this drawing. Before construction, the leader questioned Zhou Yang and asked him the origin of the drawing. After all, the leaders of Zhuoyang shipyard knew that they did not have such R&D capabilities and could produce such strong drawings in just a few days. Zhou Yang then handed the blame to a friend from a foreign research institute, who was also a patriot. He secretly passed on the research results of submarines to the country. As before, after seeing this drawing, the superiors decided to trust Zhou Yang and his friend and let CSIC Heavy Industries go all out to produce this submarine. There is also the question of what name to give this submarine. Zhou Yang did not participate because warships have their own naming rules. If he came to name them, it would probably reveal the secret of his provision of drawings. Therefore, Zhou Yang only provided drawings to the country home. As for what it's called, he's not in the team and doesn't need to know. This submarine must be classified. When it was produced, it was all indicated by code names. Even many insiders did not know the specific details. This deep-sea submarine, as a secret weapon against the latest sonar equipment from abroad, is kept secret throughout the entire process to allow the enemy to let down their guard and finally gain an advantage in the confrontation. This time, China's Shipbuilding Industry Corporation adopted the drawings, so Zhou Yang should be commended. However, because this is a highly confidential project, the awards must be made in secret. Soon, Zhou Yang was awarded a medal for his contributions. This medal is not simple and the outside world will not publicize it at all, but it can be of great use. With this medal, ordinary agencies cannot investigate and deal with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang also has the authority to report directly to higher-level leaders and can be said to be a symbol of status. This contribution medal is awarded only to people who have made significant contributions to the country and the people. Currently, only 2 medals have been given away, one here in Zhouyang, and the location of the other medal is confidential and unknown to outsiders. The same is true for Zhou Yang. Only a few people know the significance of this medal. In the future, Zhou Yang's identity will not be ordinary. Many state-owned enterprises will not need to conduct preliminary investigations when cooperating with Zhou Yang's subsidiaries in the future and can directly cooperate. This badge is the best proof of Zhou Yang's identity. Zhou Yang himself has entered the trust list of multiple departments and will enjoy many benefits. The first Zhou Yang industry to enjoy the benefits was Mensin Automobile. Mensin Automobile has long been the preferred brand for purchasing official vehicles. Previously, it was a document issued by various regions themselves, requiring the purchase of Nirvana 01 or 02. Now, the Supreme General Office has issued a document stating that all bus purchases nationwide must choose Mensin Automobile products, and vehicles of other brands need to be purchased, which requires a separate application. Furthermore, Mensin Automobile previously launched 2 special vehicles, a fire truck and an ambulance. These 2 vehicles, documents have also been issued on them. Multifunctional fire trucks and fire squadrons in every city across the country must be equipped with at least one to deal with fires in various situations. As for Mensin ambulances, large hospitals in need purchase them themselves, and higher-level departments no longer have to restrict or approve them. In this way, orders for many models of Mensin Automobile have increased significantly again. The workshop has begun to work overtime and is unable to do so. Later orders need to wait. This time, the superiors came forward to fully support Mensin Automobile, which was of course the reason for Zhou Yang. Although his contribution to deep-sea submarines cannot be praised in person, the benefits will not be missed. The benefits of Guangmen's new car are not over yet. Beatty Electric Appliances has officially become the first choice of electrical appliances for official purchases. Only other brands will be purchased if there are types or models that Beatty does not have. Among them, air conditioners, photocopiers, computers and other products that account for the most official purchases all use the Beatty brand. Moreover, other products, including civilian drones, will be purchased in large quantities anyway if they can be used for official business. This trend has led other enterprises and institutions, as well as many banks, schools and other units, to start purchasing Beatty products by default. After all, Beatty's products are cheap and easy to use, so there is no reason not to choose. This has led to a phenomenon of explosive orders for Beatty products. Especially chip and graphics card products have become global leaders, so the number of products purchased is even greater. Although Baidu was listed on the sanctions list by many foreign countries, relying solely on domestic demand made Baidu's life very nourishing. So now Beatty has very abundant funds, and the factory has always had no shortage of orders, showing a hot trend in the entire industrial chain. The time when Beatty was sanctioned the most severely last year has passed, and now it is the end of hardship. After Zhou Yang received support from his superiors, he took the funds and increased investment in Beatty Town. Today, Beatty Town has begun to take shape. The buildings in the necessary areas of the town center have been built, and the interior decoration is currently underway. In addition, the construction team is gradually moving towards the periphery. At present, some municipal units have been built, such as banks, police stations, schools, etc. Now we need to contact the local authorities and ask them to prepare to send civil servants to serve. In addition, this temporarily named Beatty Town also needs the authorities to form a real administrative team. Only when the authorities give it a name will there be a formal organization and household registration. Otherwise, it will be difficult for people who want to move in to have their household registration attached. This was a rather troublesome matter, so Zhou Yang personally went to the capital of Jiangsu province and went directly to the province, which was actually easier to solve. Because this matter was previously the responsibility of the Beatty Town Construction Group, their personnel communication was not smooth. At least there were two neighboring cities, City A and City B, both of which wanted to place Beatty Town under their jurisdiction. After all, what was originally a piece of farmland on the map suddenly became a small town with tens of thousands of people, and there was also the largest chip company in the country, even the world's most advanced. This tax revenue and reputation were unparalleled, so the two cities were competing with each other and there was no conclusion. Zhou Yang saw that Beatty Town was about to be completed and the matter could not be delayed any longer, so he went directly to the province and found the person with the most decision-making power. Zhou Yanji arrived at the provincial building and was immediately warmly welcomed. The senior leader personally welcomed him and discussed with him. Zhou Yang clearly stated his intention to come, which was to settle the name of Beatty Town. Does it belong to City A or City B? The leader solemnly said, "We have studied this before. Since Mr. Zhou is here, let me give you a clear picture. We have submitted to the above before. The name of the Beatty Town that you are leading to build will not only not be changed, but will also be designated as a province directly under the jurisdiction. This matter has been officially approved the day before yesterday. If you have any questions in the future, you can go directly to the province to handle them." Zhou Yang was delighted. This town directly under the provincial government is a rare name. Although it is not all a town, it is under the jurisdiction of the city and the province, which makes a big difference. Even if you read about the weather on the provincial news channel, you will directly bring it out for introduction. In the future, the ID cards of small town residents will all say Beatty Town, Jiangsu Province, which is much more powerful than some towns. Moreover, when a provincial town receives funding, it will be a provincial resource, which is much larger than the resources of a county or city. In the future, if there are problems, the provincial leaders will be sought, which is definitely better than the city. This matter was approved only a day ago, so it is probably related to the contribution medal Zhou Yang received. He is now a key national training target and takes good care of various aspects. Since his superiors were taking such care, Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude to his leader and he went back. This is a rare opportunity to discuss this. Don't rush out yet. We are organizing a special construction meeting for Beatty Town, and you will be a guest to participate in the discussion. The leader actually started to persuade him to stay, and the word participate in the discussion mentioned by the leader was very particular, which showed that Zhou Yang could also express his opinions. And if he listens, it is only for the purpose of listening and he has no right to participate. In fact, Zhou Yang's right to participate in discussions was also earned by himself. After all, this Beatty Town didn't use any local money. It was built entirely with Zhou Yang's own money, which is equivalent to the province directly obtaining a well-built high-tech town. The province certainly welcomes this good thing. Then Zhou Yang belongs to the investors of Beatty Town and is certainly qualified to participate in some policy discussions. After the morning, the leader arranged for a secretary, took Zhou Yang to meet some leaders, had a work meal together at noon, and started meetings in the afternoon. The meeting was held in a large conference room with more than 20 people present, including positions of all sizes. Their position as mayor is currently vacant and their superiors are still under investigation. The jurisdiction of this directly affiliated town is at the same level as the city level, so it must be very cautious. At the meeting, it was first made clear that the name of Beatty Town would not be changed. After all, there were tens of millions of netizens on the internet who had been using the name Beatty Town. Moreover, because Zhou Yang was solely responsible for its construction, the town was called Beatty Town, which was also a kind of commendation to Zhou Yang. The second clear matter is that Zhou Yang will be appointed as the honorary deputy mayor of Beatty Town. This is an honorary position. There are no two specific responsibilities, and Zhou Yang does not need to go to work in the town. It is just a name. If there is a meeting or an important decision, Zhou Yang will be asked to participate. Then this honorary deputy mayor can also be regarded as a reward for Zhou Yang. After all, he has publicly stated that the town was built at his own expense and he will donate it, and it will become the jurisdiction of the province in the future. This noble style deserves the title of honorary deputy mayor. Zhou Yang is now considered a person with an identity. In addition to being called Mr. Zhou, I guess someone will start calling him the town mayor. Zhou Yang's status has been greatly upgraded this time. This discussion meeting lasted for 2 days, and the discussions were all very detailed, such as staffing, investment promotion and traffic diversion. It can be said that the province has screened civil servants in advance, and teachers, doctors and other professions have been mobilized in advance. When Beatty Town is completed, they can go there in batches to support its construction. But it is a bit difficult for ordinary residents, which requires setting up a good policy to attract foreign populations to settle here. It is difficult to attract permanent residents. It is best to find higher-level coordination to attract a group of people from remote areas such as the West to settle here. When many civil servants discussed it, no one wanted to take charge of it because it was not easy to do. People in China value returning to their roots and have a strong sense of their homeland. Unless it is very good outside or their hometown is too bad, they will choose to leave their hometown and come to a new town. Looking across the country, only first-tier cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen have this ability. They have been attracting talents from other places to settle down. They are a Beatty town with all kinds of industries waiting to flourish, so there is really nothing that can attract people to settle down. So this matter is ready to be put on hold for now, and the next topic will be discussed. I'm responsible for recruiting residents. Zhou Yang directly took on this task that no one did at the meeting, but he had 2 summons cards, which were used to recruit people. It might be difficult for others, but for Zhou Yang, it was a piece of cake. Oh, Mayor Zhou is so sure? How much population can that attract? Asked one of the leaders. A summoning card can summon 10,000 people to settle down, so Zhou Yang can recruit at least 20,000 people. Moreover, everyone has a herd effect. Once you see many people coming, it will attract more people to come. He has so many netizens online who have expressed their desire to come. In addition, the chip factory will need to expand in the future and recruit at least 10,000 to 20,000 workers. These people combined are the source of Zhou Yang's confidence. He held out 5 fingers and said, I can guarantee that within a year, 30,000 people can be found, and after 2 years, there can be at least 50,000 permanent residents. 50,000, still resident. This shocked the attendees present. The concept of 50,000 people is comparable to that of some larger towns. This is still the permanent population, that is, people who own property locally. Then the 50,000 settled people, plus the temporary migrant population, are estimated to be 70,000 to 80,000, or even 100,000 people. How spectacular is it to think that so many people have moved to a new town? By then, the streets and alleys will be full of lively crowds, not a cold and deserted ghost town. It turns out that everyone estimates that it can attract 10,000 to 20,000 people a year, and 30,000 to 50,000 people to settle down in 3 to 5 years, but Deputy Mayor Zhou can complete this recruitment task in advance, which is best. Now population is a resource, there are many people and many talents, so as long as their small towns continue to develop, they can even surpass some cities. It is that the later construction of Beatty town must keep up. Zhou Yang said that the town he built in the early stages can ensure that 100,000 people can easily live in the town without crowding. It can accommodate up to 150,000 people, and any more will require expansion. Of course, the province will be responsible for the subsequent expansion, and Zhou Yang cannot be left to a single businessman. This meeting discussed quite a few details. Some policies were not easy to disclose in advance, such as personnel appointments and dismissals. However, Zhou Yang felt that some basic policies, such as occupancy times and settlement policies, could be announced in advance, so he said that he wanted to disclose these news to the public. This is not good. The policy was announced early, there are problems and it is not easy to revise it. It may also cause public opinion and shock. A civil servant said. This person's statement has always been a habit in the system. Many measures will not be announced in advance, but when they are announced, residents always realize it later and miss out on many conveniences. For example, when the epidemic ends and is suddenly released, no one is prepared at all. Zhou Yang himself was a commoner and was very disgusted by this hidden behavior. Perhaps this worked in the past, when communications were limited and a measure, once announced in advance, could easily cause panic and thus a stir. For example, in the 1980s and 1990s, when people heard that the price of something was going to increase, they would buy it in droves, causing chaos. But now the times are different. Everyone watches short videos on their mobile phones and has more knowledge. Nothing happens and they just flock to it. Now, it is necessary to announce it in advance for the people to prepare so that people will not feel caught off guard. So Zhou Yang put forward different opinions. I think some insensitive decisions can be announced in advance, such as the settlement policy and opening date. Since you want others to come and live here, you have to make people prepare in advance. You can't just announce it temporarily and then leave the town empty and wait for others to resign or cancel their rent before coming here in a few months or a year. Compared to the temporary announcement, we promoted it in advance, which I think has more advantages than disadvantages. Zhou Yang said this, but the other civil servants stopped speaking. Later, the leader who presided over the meeting made the final decision. I think Zhou Yang's opinion is good. We must have a new era in our new era, and we must have a new era atmosphere. All management methods cannot remain unchanged. What do you think? The leaders all said this, and everyone knew that their superiors were supporting Zhou Yang, so no one opposed Zhou Yang's proposal anymore. So Zhou Yang used his actions to fight for some right to know for future small-town residents. When Zhou Yang finished his 2-day meeting schedule and returned to Shenzhen, he found that many people were at him online, asking him if he had not appeared recently and if there were any new products. No new products, but I have new news. After Zhou Yang replied to netizens, he released his own live broadcast trailer. He's going to do a live broadcast tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. As soon as netizens heard that there was new news about Zhou Yang, they all became interested. This must be some explosive news, so many people clicked the reservation button and must watch the live broadcast on time. By 6:50 p.m. the next day, there were more than 300,000 people in the live broadcast room, and those netizens started discussing in the black screen live broadcast room. What news do you think Joe Yang will announce this time? Are there any new products? 80%. Joe Yang has a lot of new products recently, and they are all big guys. Next time he announces a plan to land on Mars, I am not surprised. Seeing how mysterious he is, it's possible that this isn't a new product. Is he announcing his marriage? I can't say for sure. Did you accidentally become a father and then get married in a high-profile way? Can Joe Yang be so powerful? In a arrow? How do you know it's a one-time event? Maybe 7 times a night, 7 days a week. He. What was originally a serious barrage suddenly became gossip. After all, it is natural for everyone to listen to gossip well. Even men like to listen to some melon. However, this discussion of eating melons came to an abrupt end after Joe Yang started broadcasting. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what news Joe Yang had. Among these people, there are many spies from other companies who also want to hear the news announced by Joe Yang. Once it is related to the industry in which their company is located, they will immediately take action and hope to make some benefits from it. After all, Joe Yang now has subsidiaries in many industries, but as long as there is some new news, other small businesses can make a profit by following the trend. Now their domestic counterparts have also learned to be smart. They have learned from Wazoo Electric Company and know that there is no benefit in fighting Joe Yang, but if they follow Baidi, there are many benefits. Baidi eats meat and they can drink soup with him. For example, after the recent release of electronic pet dogs, many companies on the market have released supporting pet dog accessories, including pet dog microphones. After installation, dogs can speak multiple languages directly. They also have various voices, including Lolita, Handsome, and Queen voices. This supporting equipment can enable dogs to become announcers' frequent conversations with the owner. There are also dog vests, dog back baskets, etc., which can be placed more stably when picking up packages. Some companies have even taken the opportunity to launch other types of electronic pets such as electronic cats and electronic parrots. Although they do not have as many functions as the electronic pet dogs produced by Baidi, they still have a certain market. This is the experience of the Domestic Manufacturers Association. Following Joe Yang's research and development route, they all have good fruits to eat. If they work against Joe Yang, they are doomed to have no good fruits to eat. Now that Joe Yang has started broadcasting, it may be another opportunity for many people and companies. Just like listening to lectures by experts and leaders, everyone starts recording screens and needs to watch and discuss them repeatedly. The barrage was full of speeches asking him what the news was. After Joe Yang saw it, he took out a propaganda poster, which showed the Baidi town under construction. Let me tell you the good news. Baidi town has passed the approval of its superiors and is now a provincial town. It will not be long before you can see Baidi town on the map. This was explosive news, and everyone cheered after hearing it. Holy trough, has Baidi town really been built? That's still fake. You can see the construction site during the live broadcast, and I even drove to the site before. The town center is already built, and the streets and buildings are very impressive. I think this town is definitely good. I've seen so many unfinished buildings this year, and it's rare to see a whole town built so smoothly. Besides, it's Joe Yang Nayubi. They don't need to pre-sell, they just build a small town for us all to live in finished houses. We will definitely not be ripped off. A true conscientious entrepreneur. There was a chorus of praise in the barrage. Anyway, the owner of a real estate belt had an accident and was imprisoned with trillions of dollars in debt, leaving so many people penniless. He spent all his savings only to get a rotten house back. Joe Yang felt guilty and didn't want everyone to pay a penny. In order to make some netizens able to afford houses, he built a small town at his own expense. In this artistic conception, a belt owner couldn't even match Joe Yang's one-toe cover. This Baidi town can be seen as an alternative product brought to everyone by Joe Yang, and it is more meaningful to some extent than other products. Zhu Yang's cars can help with transportation and can also be used to drive online ride-hailing vehicles. The drones produced by Joe Yang can be used as productivity by everyone. The home appliances produced by Joe Yang can help everyone save money and use cheap appliances. Even if you don't use the above products, everyone can live. The town of Baidi is completely different. He can give those in need a place to live. Joe Yang promised in the live broadcast room that in the period after the town is built, the settlement policy will be very loose. As long as you buy a house, you will be given a household registration. Even if there are low-rent houses, you can apply for a local household registration to rent a house and enjoy the treatment of small-town residents. Everyone has normal medical and educational opportunities, and jobs are provided to those who settle there. Even if they do not have diplomas or academic qualifications, security guards and cleaners can always do it. Even if he is a disabled person with imperfect hands and feet, Joe Yang also promised to guide this group of people to support themselves. For example, special blind paths will be built here for the blind, and braille schools will be arranged so that some blind people can find jobs. For people with leg disabilities, assembly lines can be arranged into factories so that they can work just by sitting. If you have a disability in both hands, you can do some work that can be done with your feet, such as a field supervisor, who can use a whistle to remind you, etc. Joe Yang wants to build a small town with the most humanistic care in the country so that everyone can enjoy social welfare here. After settling in a small town, as long as you are not lazy, you can find a job, and the housing prices will be super cheap. Although it will not be like Hahaha, where you can buy a house for 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, it can definitely reach the price that ordinary people can afford. In addition to work, there are also places for leisure here. The public facilities currently under construction include gymnasiums, swimming pools, libraries, parks, and playgrounds to meet everyone's daily leisure needs. In addition, the town has a bus system with a bus loop line, which ensures travel. Joe Yang also revealed an explosive news here. Let me tell you the bottom line, the roads in our town are all equipped with wireless charging functions. Mensin Automobile will launch a special model of the Nirvana series, which is specially matched with wireless charging technology. This way, as long as you drive within the town, the car can be charged at any time, which is equivalent to unlimited driving range and free travel. Beatty will also launch mobile phones that are specially matched with full-band wireless charging technology. In this way, the mobile phones will have constant power throughout the day and be fully charged at any time within the highway area of Beatty town. This town has restrictions on fuel vehicles, and they are not allowed to enter unless necessary. From now on, people will no longer have to smell the exhaust fumes in the town. I think Beatty town will probably have the best air quality in the country. I'll go, respect the fake do, can the road be charged? Why does it feel like a science fiction movie? Boss Joe, if you speak more slowly, I can't even keep up with your pace. Air wireless charging? Doesn't this mean that technology will only become popular in 20 years? Does this start to be applied in practice? The barrage started to go crazy. For a while, Joe Yang could no longer be seen when there were many barrages. Many people had to turn off the barrage function. This shock is really great. On roads that can be automatically charged by running on the road, there is no need for charging piles. When shopping, there is no need to bring power banks. If you press the road, your mobile phone battery will be full. It is so refreshing to think about it. But some people also began to bring in shareholder status, so they asked Joe Yang, how do you collect electricity bills like this? Do small town residents have to pay a monthly public electricity bill? Joe Yang explained, you don't have to pay electricity bills. You have to trust the revenue capacity of Beatty town. If everyone can settle here, it will support the town. As long as there are people, our town will have taxes. So what does it mean to charge everyone for free? This is considered a benefit for small town residents. Even outsiders can use electricity freely without restrictions. Soon, someone in the barrage joked that he was going to drive a mining truck for online mining and come here for free electricity. Joe Yang smiled and said, this idea cannot be realized in the small town at present. First, wireless charging has a power limit, and appliances with too high power loads cannot be used. In addition, the backend will also have a record of the charger, and the charging code will be recognized. Some malicious electrical devices will be found, but they will be found. Be careful if they are blocked by our small town, and you will not be welcome in the future. Of course, netizens said this was just a joke. For a long time, everyone has developed the habit of paying their own electricity bills. Suddenly, there was a small town where everyone could pay for electricity free of charge, which was a bit unaccustomed. Everyone is very interested, but everyone has one concern, which is whether this benefit will be cancelled later. As long as I am still here, these benefits will not be cancelled, and it will only be free electricity. You won't be excited about this. We young people in the new era must have a pattern, and there will be more benefits in the future. The companies in our small town have very good 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, which is the real benefit. In addition, the town will have a special fund management agency. The money earned will be used to run a factory, and the profits are shared by all town residents. As long as there is a surplus in the fund, daily necessities will be distributed to all town residents, such as plastic bags for garbage sorting, rice, flour, grain, oil, electronic products, etc. As long as there is a surplus in the fund, daily necessities will be distributed to all town residents, such as plastic bags for garbage sorting, rice, flour, grain, oil, electronic products, etc. In contrast, living in Beatty town is definitely full of surprises, and the cost of living will be significantly reduced. Let everyone save money, get married, and have children, and continue to increase the population of the town. Joe Yang described the bright future of Beatty town. A considerable number of people in the barrage area could not wait any longer, saying that they would resign now and then wait to settle down. So more people are asking about the settlement policy. Can they settle down by renting or buying a house? Basically, when you go to settle down, you will have a certificate of no criminal record. As long as you have a bad criminal record or a long-time loser who is involved in a lawsuit, most people can settle down. As long as you are over 18 years old and have independent housing qualifications, you can. However, the number of places in the town is currently limited. After the enrollment is full, no one will be accepted. After the enrollment is full, the number of people will no longer be accepted. After the enrollment is full, the settlement standards will definitely be raised and the best candidates will be admitted. So if you want to join the town, you must do it early. Zhou Yang is like advertising enrollment for Beatty Town. What the town fears most is that it will have no population, so nothing will work. The initial scale can accommodate 50,000 to 100,000 people. Later, the second phase of the project will be built according to the occupancy status of the people and will continue to expand outward. By then, 200,000 to 300,000 people can be adjusted according to the situation. Anyway, this provincial town has not yet set a population ceiling. It all depends on the provincial planning to develop to any size. The audience was so excited that they wanted to apply to move in now. The barrage area could no longer be controlled. Everyone had opened the electronic map and started choosing to buy a house there. Zhou Yang gave everyone the official website of Beatty Town, which has just been established. In the future, all relevant information about Beatty Town will be published on this website, and will also be used to download it in the future. Those who want to apply to live in it only need to pay attention every day. Then they can apply to live in it using their mobile phones or computers. Such a small town is no better than some large cities. Anyway, if you are not satisfied with your work and real living situation, you can come to Beatty Town to take a look. Everyone is also asking what better measures the town has. Zhou Yang knows the truth that too much is not enough, so I won't reveal it here. Today's live broadcast ends here. Please pay attention to the official website of Beatty Town in a timely manner. This website generally does not actively contact everyone, so be careful not to be deceived. After Zhou Yang finished explaining the precautions, he closed the live broadcast. However, the popularity of Beatty Town not only did not decrease with the end of the live broadcast, but gradually became hot. Beatty Town will be a groundbreaking new concept town. I want to apply to move in, how about you? Is this still a town? It feels 100 times more expensive than my hometown county seat, which is 1-to-1 with Beatty Town, at least 30 years behind. Since Zhou Yang's live broadcast, discussions about Beatty Town can be seen in the comment sections of various software in China. The key is that no one has ever seen such a novel town built from scratch before. Many ordinary towns have not changed in more than 10 years, but Beatty Town is not like a traditional town, but like a collection of today's latest technologies, which is an intuitive manifestation of how technology changes lives. On the contrary, many people are interested in Beatty Town, especially some people with good money, so they just ask their assistants to look at the application channels, and then they will apply for a house. In addition, some people saw the business opportunity and thought of going to Beatty Town to speculate on houses. They would buy a few buildings first, which were cheap anyway, and then sell them at a price to make a profit. However, the person in this smart mind will be disappointed. The application process in this town is not that simple. Zhou Yang said that if you buy a house, you can become a town resident, which is right, but there is still a threshold. First of all, for those who are speculating on tenants, they must say no. Houses are for one person per household and will not be sold in large quantities. Speculating on tenants will not have the opportunity to succeed. Even if a house chopper finds 7 or 8 ants, they can't come together to stock up on houses. If houses in a small town are not allowed to be transferred within 3 years, house speculation can be restricted. Secondly, there are official price controls on houses, so they will not go crazy. This also limits the profits of real estate speculation. If there is no money to be made, no one will come to speculate on houses. Moreover, there will be a review later. If it is found that the real estate speculation is malicious, then the authorities will also have ways to impose sanctions. Moreover, the town's review committee will conduct an asset review on the applicants. If it is found that a big boss comes to buy a house, it will basically not pass, because the big boss will definitely not reside in the town and cannot bring development to the town. His financial resources and productivity will not stay in the town, and the rich will have no meaning to the town. Of course, not all wealthy people will refuse. If you want to open a factory or store in a small town, then the small town welcomes it. There is currently a proposed investment amount, and an investment of more than 10 million yuan is the contribution to the small town. Then giving a house to the wealthy is not a problem. Under such a policy, except for some big bosses who invest, most of the town seats will be ordinary workers. Moreover, under the same conditions, some talents with excellent academic qualifications and one skill will definitely be given priority for review and approval. This will ensure the quality of the town's residents. This is still a primary screening policy at present. It will be revised several times in the next month and finally signed and implemented after the mayor takes office. It will take about 1 to 2 months before Beatty Town accepts the occupancy application. For the next 2 weeks, everyone held back their energy and saved money to buy a house in Beatty Town. During this period, Joe Yang went to Beatty Town many times to hold meetings and supervise the construction site. He was the big boss of the investment, so there were some disputes during the on-site construction that he could resolve, so the construction went smoothly. Soon, the iconic building of Beatty Town, the town administration building, was officially completed, and the interior decoration was also completed. It is filled with various formaldehyde-free building materials and coatings produced by Beatty Chemical Factory. It only takes a few days of ventilation before it can be moved in. The completion of the town administration building means that the town's civil servants can come to work. This is a very important event, and it is one step closer to the town's occupancy review. On this day, another important person participated in the completion ceremony of the town administrative building, that is, Yang Jeshung, the mayor of Beatty Town. He is the mayor selected by his superiors. He has served as the third in command of a certain city before. He has experienced all the way from the grassroots. He has rich management experience, outstanding abilities, and a very flexible way of doing things. His superiors sent him here to help him manage Beatty Town better. After Yang Jeshung took office, he did not hold a grand inauguration ceremony. Instead, he chose to attend the completion ceremony of the town administration building as his first stop. The first person he met was Joe Yang. "Hello Joe Yang, I've been hearing about your deeds for a long time, and I finally met your person today." Yang Jeshung is 34 years old this year, which is his age of strength. He is smiling and very friendly, and shook hands cordially with Joe Yang as soon as they met. "Hello, Mayor Yang. Joe Yang's kind regards." Yang Jeshung said, "Hey, don't call me that, just call me by my name. In the future, we must cooperate sincerely and manage Beatty Town well." Joe Yang felt that the mayor was not bad, without that bureaucratic air, and should be suitable for the small town. The other party was just being polite, and Joe Yang didn't really call him by name. He is an honorary deputy mayor and has no real power, so he still calls Yang Jeshung the mayor, which is considered to respect the other party. Then 2 of their town leaders presided over the completion ceremony of the building. After the ceremony, more than 40 selected civil servants officially moved into the building. They will have to clean their rooms and buy office supplies in the next few days. It is estimated that they will not be able to start working until next week. Now there was no money in the town account, so Joe Yang contracted out all the office supplies. Printers, copiers, computers, mobile phones for work, etc., all use Beatty products, and they don't cost much. But his subordinates didn't think so. The whole town was built by Joe Yang, and all kinds of supplies were sponsored by Boss Joe. He was really the richest man in the world. These subordinates did not treat Joe Yang as a decoration, but still respected him very much. After all, they could see that even Mayor Yang respected Joe Yang very much, and they would not despise him. Yang Jeshung's respect for Joe Yang was also reminded by his superiors. Although Joe Yang is an honorary position, it must not be ignored. When the superiors ask Yang Jeshung to discuss something important with Joe Yang, they must consult with Joe Yang. If the two have differences, they can report to the superiors to resolve them and try not to have conflicts. Yang Jeshung understood the philosophy of officialdom, so in this town, Joe Yang, the honorary deputy mayor, also had considerable decision-making power, and some matters had to be handled by Joe Yang himself. After all, he built the entire town with his own hands, which was equivalent to other people's industries. For example, the foreman of those construction sites listened to Joe Yang, and others could not take charge. After Joe Yang started working as a civil servant, he used 2 calling cards to gather 20,000 residents for the town first. Then after the application channel is opened, we will know how many people have applied to move in. While people across the country were waiting for Beatty Town to open their application for accommodation, a foreign company released a big news to put a damper on Joe Yanglei. The company that issued the statement this time is the well-known foreign electric vehicle giant Tesla. They held a special press conference and announced in a high-profile manner that they would stop building ordinary electric vehicles. Of course, they said firmly that they had not given up the electric vehicle business, but were preparing to develop the Fission car, a car that could fly and would be launched the year after tomorrow. Boss Te's horse is the best at drawing cakes. He has always dominated the global Forbes rich list by hyping up the world. This time, too, he has thrown out another publicity heat after the Martian immigrants. A concept trailer was then released at the press conference, in which you can see a flying animation of a flying car. It is particularly cool and looks like a scene from a science fiction film. A cool car that can fly, shuttling between skyscrapers without obstruction, even with dedicated traffic lights in the air, feels like watching a short Oscar-worthy movie. This kind of publicity, which does not even include real cars, has very low commercial credibility and is specifically told to shareholders and investors. Let's see if they believe it or not. However, looking at the stocks that finally rose, I knew that investors were very fond of this and were once again loaded by Tesla. TESI law installed beep in magnesium. It had nothing to do with Zhou Yang originally, but Tesla's executive specifically mentioned Zhou Yang's new car at the press conference. He said that Mensin automobile was a bug in the automobile industry, which damaged the entire industry's business, harmed others, and did not benefit itself. Although everyone had money to make, Mensin automobile used low price dumping to destroy the global automobile economy, causing a large number of automobile company employees to lose their jobs, and causing economic depression in various countries, and even triggering an economic crisis. In a sarcastic tone, the executive said that Mensin automobile relies on sweatshops to make profits, and that Chinese workers are in a deep and passionate situation. He talked about people and called on people of insight to boycott Mensin automobile together. Before the executive finished his speech, he then said that Mensin Auto has no technical content and can only build low-priced cars to plunder the market, and also build the flashy Longtang supercar to harvest users. It is a scumbag car company, unlike them who are so crazy and focus on the future of the automobile industry. The Fission cars they produce are the future form of cars. The executive's extreme words are full of loopholes, but they are supported by a group of narrow-minded people. Most of these people are car company bosses who were run on by Mensin Automobile, or car company employees who were laid off because of Mensin Automobile. They naturally blame their misfortunes on their competitors and never reflect on whether it is their own problem. There were soon demonstrations against Mensin cars abroad, with many foreigners smashing and burning Mensin cars and many supporters. Now Mensin Automobile has been attacked by foreign public opinion, and some people have even attacked Mensin Automobile's overseas 4 stores. Some Mensin employees have also been injured. This matter is very serious, so serious that Zhou Yang had to come out to explain the situation. Zhou Yang then held a small press conference, attended by him and his girlfriend Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao spoke first, expressing her indignation at the actions of certain extremists abroad. Their Mensin Automobile is just an automobile company. Unexpectedly, it was instigated by an executive of a certain company and became a target of revenge by extreme people. If you think the products of Mensin Automobile are bad, you can completely avoid buying them. There is no need to surrender your identity like this. Lu Xiao answered questions from foreign journalists in English throughout the process, saving these foreign journalists from having to translate and misinterpret her meaning when they returned to China. After Lu Xiao had more contact with Zhou Yang, she became more and more tough in doing things, because no matter what she did, Zhou Yang was her supporter and she didn't have to worry about being isolated. So her answer was quite sharp, directly criticizing the executive who had a big heart, and she was fueling the situation with some people with ulterior motives. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, Zhou Yang took the stage to continue his speech. Mr. Lu has already hit back at the bizarre remarks made by some executives before, so I won't repeat them here. I only have one sentence to give to the other party, which is that justice is in the hearts of the people. We have a sense of what kind of company our new car is. I would like to refute another point made by the executive. The executive said that Mensin cars only have low-end models and are not motivated. I think this is wrong. We are a new car company and are also developing the next generation of new cars. To prove our R&D strength, our company will also develop flying cars, and they will definitely be launched earlier than the PPT cars of a foreign company. We can then see what our research level is. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, the reporters in the audience began to discuss enthusiastically. This porter's braying is a blow to the hornet's nest. This year, the companies that Zhou Yang has been working against have not had a good end. Now that the two automakers have announced at the same time that they will develop flying cars, it seems that the day when flying cars will be put on the market is not far away. Despite T.E. Sheila's claim that Fission motors would be launched 2 years later, new energy vehicles are still competing with fuel vehicles, and there is still no winner. Suddenly, the car is not on the ground, but running into the sky. This makes people feel that it is unbelievable, and they also feel that Fission motors is a gimmick and will not succeed. It is mainly too radical. In terms of price alone, Fission cars will be much more expensive than ordinary cars, which means they are destined not to become popular. Then a reporter raised this question: how to make Fission automobile successful in promotion? Because at present, the price of a flying car must be much higher than that of an ordinary car, and there are aircraft that carry people, as well as helicopters. Therefore, unless it has an anti-sky function, the positioning of a flying car is awkward, and I can't think of anyone who would buy it. Zhou Yang nodded, recognizing the reporter's question as professional. He then answered, flying cars certainly have advantages over ordinary cars. For example, flying in the air without traffic jams is a very practical feature in large cities. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, domestic reporters were all laughing. The road development in China is very uneven now. There are almost no major cities without traffic jams. Even third and fourth tier cities are not blocked. Then the ability of cars to fly will greatly alleviate the problem of urban traffic congestion, which is a problem faced by almost all large cities. Simply building overpasses cannot solve the congestion problem. Zhou Yang said, of course, flying cars have other functions. There are trade secrets involved here, so I won't reveal them much. Anyway, here are my words. Our cute new flying cars will definitely be very unique and will be irresistible to everyone. The reporter asked again, will this flying car be very expensive? That's for sure. Zhou Yang replied, if this flying car has a rocket-like liftoff propulsion system, it will definitely be much more expensive than an ordinary car, at least several times more expensive. So although it won't be popular, it is definitely a trend in the development of automobiles. The event was originally a press conference for Mensin Automobile to clarify public opinion, but with Zhou Yang's participation, it turned into a new car concept press conference, and everyone became interested in flying cars. TE's flying car is probably the same as the original tram. Although it is a strong gimmick, it also has many drawbacks, such as frequent brake failure, which is a problem that can never be overcome. Mensin Automobile has recently gained a strong reputation. For low prices, there is the Nirvana series. For high-end vehicles, there is the Longtang supercar, and recently there are also super creative special vehicles. Even the agricultural machinery produced before can become the best in the industry. So Mensin Automobile is going to produce flying cars, and everyone is still looking forward to it. At least it is more reliable than TE's bragging. Zhou Yang then made his concluding remarks. Dear media reporters, please pay attention to our Mensin Automobile. We will not be affected by some false statements. The more our opponents attack us, the more fierce our counterattacks will be. If you don't believe me, try it. If you want to target my Mensin Automobile colleagues, feel free to fight. I, Zhou Yang, am waiting for you. Zhou Yang's words were resounding and won the applause of the Chinese reporters below. Mensin Automobile is the pride of domestically produced cars, and the Chinese people certainly support it. And foreign journalists don't seem like a good thing. They don't see the images they want. Chinese companies in the past suffered a public opinion crisis, either in a hurry to make excuses or to curse. However, Zhou Yang was neither humble nor arrogant. Instead, he took the initiative to ask the other party to come to war. This kind of arrogance does not seem like that of a businessman. A normal businessman is all about harmony and wealth, and profit is the main thing. Ordinary businessmen will definitely not do this to make enemies everywhere. But Zhou Yang is not an ordinary businessman. He is the only special case in the country. He never values profits, but the reputation of the domestic people. However, he has achieved unprecedented success, which is incomprehensible to foreigners. They will never understand the dedication of their countrymen. The press conference ended, and Mensin Automobile was able to compete with Tesla. In the new energy war between the two car companies, Mensin Automobile won a comprehensive victory, so much so that Tesla closed the new energy vehicle industry line. And their other battlefield, it became flying cars. Ding! At this time, the system sent a mission prompt: develop a flying car, hit the jackass. Reward the degree of visual pain. Zhou Yang likes this task of the system and he must complete it. However, the decisive battle of flying cars will take some time, and Zhou Yang is a little unable to wait. He must first complete a long-delayed expected task, which is to lead domestic car companies to dominate the world. At present, domestic car companies are flourishing at home and abroad, and have installed sodium-ion batteries produced by Beatty. Domestic new energy vehicles have extremely high cost-effectiveness and are very popular abroad. Sales of domestic car companies are now rising steadily, and it is only a matter of time before they dominate the world's automobile industry. Zhou Yang and his girlfriend have recently been extremely angry and decided to torture their foreign car company colleagues to prevent them from not knowing that the sky is high. This operation was to be like the original vehicle dumping, and the foreign car companies that attacked it would be defeated. This was a big action, so Zhou Yang went to the capital to find the leader and gave him an action plan report written by him. This draft car development plan is very good. After looking at it, the leader thought that this method was very good, and domestic car companies began to fully stock up, preparing to give foreign countries a wave of discounts to seize the market. This requires guidance from superiors, and the country can definitely do it by acting together with policies. The leader asked Zhou Yang to go back and wait first. He had to hold a meeting to discuss the matter first, and Zhou Yang would be notified of the outcome whether it was successful or not. So Zhou Yang went back. He first came to Mensin Automobile Company and exchanged the blueprints of the new generation of flying cars from the Blueprint Supermarket. This flying car is really not cheap, as it is as high as 2,500 points. However, Zhou Yang is very wealthy and redeemed it directly. During the system display session, you can see what the flying car looks like, and the first feeling is cool and multifaceted. Let's not talk about the cool appearance. It is very different from the smooth edges and corners now. It feels like the car style in science fiction movies, which is flatter. And flying cars can also deform. It is an ordinary car on the ground, but it can be transformed into a flying state in a very short time. During takeoff, 4 ground-facing air jets will emit booster flames, allowing the car to take off. Then, within a few seconds, the car will complete the change in appearance and become a wind resistance design that is conducive to flight. The overall shape is still flat, narrow in front and wide in the back.